YouTube should be on. Okay, YouTube is on. Sao nó vẫn mờ hả? Any question? Ai có câu hỏi gì không? Trước khi mình bắt đầu, chứ vẫn đang đi tìm news. YouTube. Mọi người trên YouTube có nghe không? You guys hear me? Yes or no? Không thấy YouTube trả lời.
Nghe rõ sư phụ ơi.
Okay, good.
To help consumers out, whether that be on getting a cheaper car loan, getting a better mortgage price, having lower interest rates. He's talked about this cap on credit cards. There's a lot of angst that comes with that, with people who don't want to see the government more involved with these things. There's angst on the idea that those very moves could cause inflation to rise even higher. But if you're trying to fix prices and affordability, what's your argument about moving rates to try and bring down mortgage rates?
Yeah. Well, I would say all good intentions, Becky, but there is a high cost of good intentions as well. And that high cost would come in the form of creating more demand at a time when inflation is already high. And so it becomes, over time, really a tax against the purchasing power of the very consumer that you are trying to help. The best remedy, in my view, is over the long run, you want to calibrate interest rate policy. You want to bring into balance supply and demand. And once that can be achieved, then the economy has the ability to grow. People don't have to worry about the prices of things, as we saw over the last 20 years plus. That was not really a factor. Today, it's become a big factor in how people view their purchasing power, their ability to be able to sustain their standard of living. And so I think the best long run path here is not to intervene as much as it is to allow those dynamics to play out. And of course, the Fed has been given a specific charge by Congress on how it should look at those factors in terms of the job that it plays relative to setting interest rates.
Esther George, Esther, thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's get over to Andrew. He has made his way to a special location. Andrew.
I am at City Hall in New York right now. And coming up next, an exclusive interview with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Squawk Box coming back with him right after this.
NASDAQ traded LASE is a leading manufacturer of advanced laser equipment for corrosion removal in nuclear decommissioning and defense applications. Visit our website at laze.com. Laze, everything laser.
Vehicle breakdowns.
nonsense. CVS and Walgreens don't want you to know about this because they sell the same tablets for $30 to $40 each. Don't believe.
Có ai có câu hỏi gì không trước khi bắt đầu?
But e-commerce wise too, we've been able to create a curbside pickup business and a delivery business over the years that's made it more convenient for our customers. And that was headed up at a really strong clip until a pandemic happened. And then it step changed to an even higher level of growth. And it's just kind of continued to grow on the heels of the pandemic because it saves people time. And, we do a great job sourcing fresh produce and having all the fresh categories, but also being able to serve customers by putting a toy or a piece of fashion apparel in that same order so it becomes even more convenient than just buying grocery.
Doug, with all the worry on inflation, tell us what you've seen in terms of the changing customer at Walmart, because increasingly we're seeing that highest earners are actually going to Walmart because everyone wants value.
That's right.
Ok, mình bắt đầu ha. Ok, như mọi thường YouTube channel ha. Ai muốn học thì vô trong cái kênh, search cái kênh này học bài ha. Có nhiều người vẫn không xem cái clip, tại vì mọi người hỏi những cái câu hỏi là tôi biết mọi người không có xem cái clip, so tôi không hiểu tại sao mọi người không có chịu cố gắng học. Ok, disclaimer. Ngày xanh thì day trade, hôm nay market cái Nasdaq có vẻ xanh. Ngày đỏ thì swing trade, uống 2 viên thuốc mỗi buổi sáng. Ok, cái này rất là quan trọng. Ngày hôm nay cái government shutdown vẫn còn trong cái investor mind. Ok, nếu mà shutdown là market nó rớt. Ok, thành ra là đôi lúc mình không có muốn dính đến chính trị. Đấy, nhưng mà chính trị nó ảnh hưởng đến thị trường chứng khoán, thành ra mình phải quan tâm. Còn những người nào mà nói đừng có bàn cãi chính trị trong lúc day trade á, người đó là either amateur or they don't know jack shit. Ok, mình phải quan tâm chính trị. You don't have a choice. Tại vì cái vụ Minnesota đó, giết người đó, nó ảnh hưởng đến government shutdown. Ok, tại vì hai bên đang đánh nhau đấy, Dân Chủ và Cộng Hòa đang cãi nhau đấy, thì họ bất đồng ý kiến, mà khi họ bất đồng ý kiến thì họ không sai cái bill thì nó sẽ shutdown. Shutdown thì sao? Nó ảnh hưởng đến túi tiền của mình. Đấy, vì cái thị trường chứng khoán nó sẽ lên hay là rớt. Đấy, thì in a way mình bắt buộc, you don't have a freaking choice. So những người nào mà nói không dính chính trị thì you better shut up. Ok, and nếu mà không chấp nhận thì get out of the group. You have to, you don't have a choice. Mình phải để ý đến chính trị vì nó ảnh hưởng trực tiếp đến túi tiền của mình. Ok, enough for that. FOMC meeting ngày hôm nay, và cái điều lạ đó là ASML với TXN nó miss earning, nhưng cả hai stock đều lên. Có lẽ là vì cái guidance nó tốt đấy, nhưng vì nó lên á, nó kéo mấy thằng semi rất lên theo thì mình cũng vui đấy. Nhưng mình chỉ không hiểu tại sao nó miss earning mà nó lên rồi. Thì tại vì tôi không có trade hai stock này nên là tôi không tìm hiểu, nhưng mà tôi đoán là cái guidance nó tốt. Hôm nay là có Tesla 4 con King Kong này ha, Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, IBM. Ok, thì again nhớ là phải set cái limit day trade cho mình, ăn bao nhiêu thua bao nhiêu, và đánh chất lượng xe cho nó hợp lý, chứ đừng nhào vào quánh 1.000, 2.000 xe rồi thua bể đầu. Ok, Ok, ví dụ như là cái tóc này mình nhắm nó lên được 2 triệu đồng share bơm mình đâm đấy, thì bạn muốn ăn 200 bạn chỉ cần mua 20 share là ok. Đấy, 20 share là thắng 400 chứ không phải là đấy là bạn ăn 20 đồng là bạn ăn 400 là không cần phải đến nhiều, thì tùy theo cái limit của mình set có số lượng share. Ok, stock on the move, Go AI là nó IPO ngày hôm nay, nó đang trade á. Ok, đây here đang trade nè. Ok, 24 đồng, ai muốn thì để ý nó ha, nhìn C12 ha. MRNO no news, nhưng mà nó là real estate. Ở đâu bên Mexico á, nó cũng đang move. PDYN là Paradise, là nó được chính phủ cho nó cái contract gì đó không biết về, no idea nó làm gì integrate domain nhiều, tôi cũng không hiểu này, nhưng mà nó trúng hợp đồng của chính phủ nên nó lên. LTRX Lantronix là nó đang làm việc với Qualcomm on cái Qualcomm chip for quantum. Ok, LTRX. TKNQ nó lên mà tôi không tìm được new, không biết tại sao nó lên luôn. Rồi Tesla nó có earning after the bell là AMC rồi, after market close. Khi mà các bạn thấy chữ AMC không phải là stock AMC đâu nha, là after market close. Ok, thì trong những cái này á, mình quan tâm trong cái earning á, phố Tường nó quan tâm đến cái gì, nó quan tâm tới cái CapEx. Ok, CapEx là capital expenditure. Khi mà CapEx là sao, là cái tiền nó đầu tư vô AI đấy. Thì tôi muốn cho các bạn một cái khái niệm, thí dụ một công ty nào á mà nó nói nó đầu tư vô 1 gigawatt, nó muốn generate 1 gigawatt đấy, hay là cái hệ thống data center của nó xài 1 gigawatt, thì mỗi một cái gigawatt là khoảng chừng 50 tỷ mua đồ của Nvidia. 50 billion. Ok, with a B. Thật ra khi mà các bạn nghe CNBC hay là Bloomberg nói 1 gigawatt, what the hell does that mean, right? Thì cứ nghĩ nôm na đó, 1 gigawatt bạn phải cần 50 tỷ bạn mới làm được để mà đầu tư vô chip Nvidia. Thành ra thằng Nvidia lúc nào nó cũng là tóc ngon lành hết á, tại có nhiều người mua đồ của nó đấy. Tại sao mà phải đầu tư vào Broadcom, AMD, Intel làm chi cho mệt? Cái công ty là number one in the world không chịu đầu tư, cứ lo check Intel này nọ kia, tôi không hiểu các bạn luôn. Ok, NVA là way to go right now, tại vì là AI. Ok chưa nè? Ok, thì thằng Starbucks nó đã ra earning rồi, ASM rồi, AT&T tôi cũng không để ý, nhưng mà hôm nay nó earning, tôi chỉ đưa ra cho mọi người biết là cái này không phải report before. Before chứ không phải là BMO. cái before market open. Rồi after market open, after market close là Tesla, 4 thằng này đấy. Thì Tesla nó project là 24 tỷ, gần 24.9 tỷ, EPS là 40 cent. IBM như vậy, Meta 58 tỷ, 8 đồng 19 cent EPS. Microsoft 80 tỷ, 386 đồng EPS. Ok, here miss. Ok, ASML miss cái EPS, nó beat cái revenue, miss EPS, nhưng mà hôm nay nó bay. ASML nó đang bay. Ok, không hiểu tại sao luôn. Rồi Texas Instrument miss. Nó có thể gây ra ngày hôm nay nó lúc cạnh mấy thằng cá mập. tăng target, 5 thằng tăng target cho TSM, mà trong khi earning là miss. Thế ra các bạn nghĩ hôm nay là Tesla nó miss, right? Tú đoán là Tesla hôm nay nó miss ER thì nó cũng giống như Tesla miss. Nhưng mà tóc nó có rớt hay không? Chưa chắc. Nó có thể giống như TSM, nếu cái guidance nó tốt nó vẫn bay đấy. Thì là cái earning nhiều khi nó cũng một phần thôi chứ không phải là quan trọng, ok? Rồi, 11 giờ là có FOMC meeting. Ông Fed ông sẽ công bố tiền lời. Wall Street nó estimate là the same, tức là không tăng cũng không giảm này, ông giữ tiền lời the same. Đó là cái kỳ vọng của Wall Street. Nếu mà ông tăng là market rớt. Nếu mà ông giảm là market sẽ bay. Nhưng mà ông giữ được xem thì market nó đi sideways này, cũng không có. Nhưng mà ăn thua đó là cái 11 giờ 30 là ông Powell á, ông họp với nhà báo. Thì các bạn nhìn cái này á, giống như là 11 giờ là ER. Đấy. Còn 11 giờ 30 là guidance. Tức là sao? 11 giờ ông sẽ tuyên bố tiền lời ngày hôm nay như thế nào. Còn 11 giờ 30 á, ông sẽ nói trong tương lai ông sẽ làm gì. Hiểu chưa nè? Thì mình nhìn cái này mình so sánh giống như đây là ER, đây là guidance. Tại vì 11 giờ 30 á, ông sẽ nói ok, kỳ này thì chúng tôi giữ tiền lời để xem, nhưng mà kỳ tới tôi sẽ tăng hay là giảm lại. Thì kỳ tới là gì? Là guidance. Thì mình so sánh cái này giống như ER vậy đó. ER, guidance. Thành ra 11 giờ mà market nó xanh thì 11 giờ 30 nó đỏ. Thông thường là vậy, nó không có 100%, nhưng mà đa số những cuộc họp FOMC meeting á, hai cái này đi ngược nhau. Cái này 11 giờ 30 mới đúng. Ok. Thì 11 giờ 30 đúng rồi, 11 giờ đúng rồi. 11 giờ mà nó đỏ thì mình ngược lại, 11 giờ 30 nó xanh. Thành ra 11 giờ 30 cái thị trường chứng khoán đi ngược chiều với nhau. Bởi vì ông có thể ông nói cái gì ở đây, nhưng mà trong lúc họp ông lại nói khác. Ông nói về tương lai, ông nói về quantitative easing, quantitative tightening, thì nó sẽ đi ngược với nhau. Mình phải để ý khi mà các bạn trade. Ok. Còn các bạn nào nhát hôm nay á, thì án binh bất động, đừng có trade. Tại vì ngày hôm nay 11 giờ 30 nó rất là volatile. Đây như nào. Đấy. Rồi dùng CE12. Khi mà mua bán tôi nhắc nhở là phải dùng 10, 60, 40. Có nến trắng là không mua, chờ. Rồi đây là những cái điều kiện mà khi có điều kiện này thì mình dùng CE12 mình mua đấy. Này không còn CE11 nữa, CE12. Tại cái new version của mình là 12. Ok. Đó là sơ lược cái ngày hôm nay, what's going on. Có ai có question gì không? Thì đây là những cái con mà on the move các bạn nào muốn đánh á, thì bây giờ các bạn bỏ mấy con này vô. Ok. Bỏ mấy con này vô trading view đi. Right now. Đừng có ngồi nghe làm biếng, ngồi lười như quỷ đấy. Do it now. Nghe lời Tú đi. Để tập cái thói quen. Khi mà Tú để go AI là bạn tự động biết làm gì liền. Bỏ nó vô trading view. Mua hay không mua không cần biết. Cứ bỏ nó vô trading view cái đã. Rồi MAO, PY, PDYN, RTRX. Mấy tất cả những con này phải trong cái list của mình. Ở trading view. Có hiểu tôi nói không nè? Rồi mình mua hay không mua tính sau. Tại vì lúc nó nhảy á, rồi bạn mới đánh vô mất thời giờ lắm. Mình để bây giờ nó chưa tới giờ trade đấy, mình còn nhiều thời giờ, cứ bỏ hết mấy con này vô đi. Có nghe tôi nói không nè? Đừng có ngồi đó mà lười như quỷ, ok? Muốn ăn phải lăn vô bếp đấy. Do it. Làm ngay bây giờ luôn, bỏ hết cái này vô đi. Mọi người có nghe không nè? Hay là chỉ ngồi đó mà nghe mà cứ chờ lệnh alert là không được, ok? Tôi bỏ hết mấy con này.
Dạ có, đang làm.
Đó, bỏ hết mấy con này vô, tôi bỏ hết rồi nè. Go, MRIN nè, đang bay nè. PYND nè, tôi bỏ vô rồi nè, đang bay nè. TLX đang xuống, thì mình cứ để nó rồi mình ngồi mình canh. Rồi tất cả những con tóc, ok, là tôi create ra một cái list, tôi đặt tên là January 27. Nhưng mà ngày hôm nay không còn là January 27 nữa. Tôi rename nó lại là ngày là 28 đây đúng không? Ok. Thì bây giờ tôi create một cái list trong trading view ngày January 28. Tất cả những cái stock mà tôi nghĩ là tôi trade ngày hôm nay, tôi bỏ vô đây hết. Mình thiếu con nào thì mình bỏ vô thêm. Ok. Nhưng mà cái list đại khái là mấy cái stock này. Microsoft mình để gần gần đây, Meta, mấy con này là mấy con earning đấy, Meta đó. Rồi để làm gì? Lúc nào mình phải nhìn mình phải kéo lên để nhìn cái phần này nè, volume với market cap để mình biết đấy. Thì ở đây ngày hôm qua tôi set 2 cái alert rồi, thì tôi phải delete đi, tại vì ngày hôm nay đấy, vô đây nó có cái đồng hồ là bên tay phải, bên góc ở trên phải á, nó có đồng hồ vô đó, nhấn cái thùng rác là delete cái alert ngày hôm qua, đúng không? Bây giờ tôi không có cái alert nào hết. Lý do là tại vì nó chỉ cho mình set 2 cái alert thôi, không được set, ý bên đâu tôi dùng premium đấy, chỉ được hai cái thôi. Thì chuyện đầu tiên tôi đã có cái list rồi tôi vô tôi right now on short squeeze, cái là C12 short squeeze đấy, right now alert. Rồi thay vì alert con này LTRX thì tôi dùng cái pull down menu, tôi nhấn January 28, tức là tất cả những con top mà trong cái list mà nó short squeeze là nó báo, chứ không phải là một con. Tức là tôi set nguyên cái list luôn. Mà khi các bạn set nguyên cái list á, nó chỉ cho bạn set 2 lần thôi. Thế nên mình set một cái là cho short squeeze, ok, create. Rồi xong rồi cái chị yêu 12 ở đây cũng right now set alert là khi nào về giá rẻ, ok, khi nào về giá rẻ. Và thay vì set một con thì again tôi nhấn cái mũi tên, tôi set nguyên một cái list cho này giá rẻ, create. Bây giờ tôi có 2 cái alert rồi, ok, là xong. Tức là xong lên đây nhấn cái gạch đó là nó trở về vị trí cũ, bấm cái đó nó về vị trí cũ. Thì tất cả những con tóc này mình đang trade, nó về giá rẻ nó sẽ biết, nếu short squeeze nó sẽ biết. Tôi muốn mọi người phải làm y như tôi muốn vậy, mỗi buổi sáng dậy sớm làm y chang vậy, để mình chuẩn bị cho ngày hôm nay, chiến đấu ngày hôm nay đấy. Mình có những súng đạn bom lựu đạn sẵn hết rồi, mình chỉ đánh rồi, ok, chứ không phải lúc mà giờ trade mới đi kìm cái súng. No, get ready đấy. Mình phải muốn trở thành professional day trader, tụi nó mỗi buổi sáng nó dậy sớm nó làm những chuyện này trước, ok. Rồi xong, bây giờ mình nhìn trong cái đám nhà lá này, mình muốn chơi thằng nào. Ví dụ bạn bấm LTRX, tôi thấy thằng này có lý nè, là tại vì sao, là nó được trúng hợp đồng với lại chính phủ đấy, nó đang rớt, thì mình bỏ thằng LTRX vô cái broker của mình, PLT, Shop, Robinhood, Weibo gì đó không biết, mình bỏ nó vô, mình nhấn buy, rồi mình ngồi quyết định, ok, con này không phải momentum đấy, thì mình muốn ăn 300 ngày đấy. Nếu nó lên đồng là ăn 300, thì maybe mình mua maximum là 200 xe, 300 xe thôi. Tại vì nếu cái goal của bạn 300, bạn không có cần 1.000 xe, đúng nè. Thì mình vô đó mình để LTRX buy 200 xe, để đó, mình không có mua, mình để đó, để sẵn đó. Rồi nhảy qua thằng PDYN, mua thằng này không đấy. Nếu mà mua, again bỏ vào broker PDYN buy, mà thằng này không phải bom mình đâm, mà mình muốn ăn 300 ngày, thì tôi nghĩ mua chừng 200 xe là maximum, ok. Rồi thằng MRNO xem thêm, bỏ vào broker. Thằng Go AI mới IPO mà mình nhìn đây, ok. Tại nhiều người hỏi tại sao biết nó bom mình đâm, ok. Bây giờ nhìn buổi sáng nó lên nhiêu, 48 đồng. Hồi mấy giờ sáng, khoảng chừng 3 giờ sáng á, Seattle đó, nó lên 48 đồng. Mà giá bây giờ là nhiêu, là 23, tức là 48 hả, là 25 đồng, đúng không? Từ 48 mà rớt về đây là 25 đồng, tức là cái stock này nó rớt 25 đồng, tức là bom mình đâm, hoặc là nó IPO đấy. Thì trong trường hợp này nó IPO, nó nhảy 12 triệu đồng share, thì những con này nguy hiểm. Tại sao? Nó có thể lên 25 đồng và nó có thể xuống 25 đồng, right? Thì nếu bạn mua 100 xe mà nó xuống 25 đồng, thua nhiêu? 2.500. Vậy có nên quánh 100 xe không? Hell no. Hiểu tôi nói chưa nè? Đây là cái cách mình ngồi mình tính là mình nên đánh bao nhiêu xe. Tại vì nó có thể lên từ từ ở đây nó lên 48 là 25 đồng, hoặc là từ đây nó rớt xuống 25 đồng. Who know? Đấy, mình tính cái worst case là nó có làm cái rầm, hay là lên 17 đồng đấy. Nó rớt xuống 17 đồng đi. Nó về lại vị trí cũ của nó là 6 đồng, là 17. Thì mình mua 100 share là thua 1.700. Bạn có đồng ý thua 1.700 không? Đương nhiên là không. Vậy thì sao? Nếu nó rớt 17 đồng, mình nói thí dụ trường hợp xấu, nó rớt 17 đồng, mình mua 10 xe là thua 170. Bạn có đồng ý thua 170 không? Nếu đồng ý, mua 10 xe. Nếu bạn mua 20 xe, nó rớt 17 đồng là thua nhiêu? 340. Bạn có chịu thua 340 hay không? Nếu yes, mua 20 xe. Nếu no, mua 10 xe thôi. Đây là cái cách mình ngồi mình suy nghĩ mình phải đánh bao nhiêu xe. Bởi vì con này nó mua 25 đồng, nó cũng có thể rớt 25 đồng. Nó mua 10 đồng, nó cũng có thể rớt 10 đồng. Mình nghĩ trong lòng cái số lượng xe của mình thua bao nhiêu. Thì lúc đó bạn tự quyết định bạn phải mua bao nhiêu xe. Mỗi một người khác nhau, không ai giống ai hết. Đấy, người ta ác cao nửa triệu, ta có thể mua con này 1.000 xe, ta không care. Ta thua 5.000 hôm nay cũng không sao hết á. Còn mình khác, mình ác cao nhỏ là mình phải tính theo mình, đúng không? Thì nó mỗi một người phải tính cái con số lượng xe, chứ đừng có hứng con này ngon quá quýnh vô 1.000 xe, nó rớt rồi sao? Là tiêu. Ok, hiểu chưa nè? Any question? Tôi set alert sẵn sàng hết rồi. Bây giờ tới giờ chơi là bắt đầu mình hành động thôi. Mà hôm nay á là mình nên đánh ít tiền, là tại vì hôm nay nó có nhiều cái uncertainty đấy. FOMC meeting rồi government shutdown rồi vụ Minnesota bắn nhau, hai bên cãi nhau rồi Nhà Trắng không chịu ký cái bill, lú thứ chuyện hết. Thành ra hôm nay mình đánh ít tiền thôi, hoặc là không đánh, án binh bất động luôn. Ok, tại vì tôi muốn tập cho mọi người là buổi sáng dậy mình phải làm gì. Mình phải nhanh chóng vô budget, tìm cái stock bỏ vô trading view, tìm cái new tại sao nó move. Giống như tôi hôm nay tôi giúp các bạn mấy lần, tôi sẽ giúp các bạn vài ngày rồi lần sau tôi không làm nữa. Ok, đó, tôi tìm mua ai, tại sao mình mua thằng này, tại sao mình phải hiểu đại khái cái lý do nó mua là tại sao nó mua. Ok, thằng này là không, để tôi nói lộn, thằng này là chính phủ, không phải, thằng này là qua cầm, làm việc cái qua cầm, còn thằng này là làm việc với chính phủ, được chính phủ cho hợp đồng đấy. Ok, any question? Có câu hỏi gì không? Mọi người hiểu tôi nói chưa? Đó là cái cách mình chuẩn bị để mình day trade. Có ai có câu hỏi gì không? Đó, anh Phú anh tìm new cho các bạn rồi đó. Đó, các bạn phải nhanh tay nhìn Phú nè, anh tìm rồi thấy không? Go AI best fundamental, BNI market cap, Wi-Fi, risk level, momentum, mRNO. Ok, Go AI là advertising, BNI là AI, mRNO, vân vân. Ok, đó là mình phải giống như anh Phú là đi tìm new liền, và mình tìm hiểu một chút xíu thôi, mình có thì giờ mà phải không, mình tìm hiểu nó làm cái gì. Ok chưa nè? Có câu hỏi gì không?
phony then. Now it's real. These robots require a huge amount of data. Everything needs more data, and the companies were all caught unaware. And the only ones that really were ready for it were Lam Research, Applied Materials, and I would say Cali.
Yeah.
They seem to know.
Yeah, AMAT today, Mizuho finally goes to outperform on AMAT.
Oh, but the street is so wrong. I mean, there's a lot of guys that upgraded Texas Instruments. Well, they took the numbers to 160. I mean, look where the stock is, for heaven's sake.
And we haven't even really touched on this renewed revenue forecast out of Anthropic, to your point, or the additional SoftBank
SoftBank, here's
investment in
another 30
OpenAI.
billion. I mean,
I'm
I
going to
don't
talk
know.
more about that in a bit
have to
in
now?
terms of, I got a little bit more color around
Can I give
OpenAI.
you
But
cheaper?
the point, obviously, you're raising is the money that is coming into both Anthropic and OpenAI is enormous. It is padding their balance sheet.
Right.
They are also dealing with incredible continued increases in their overall revenues and or what the spending that will then be associated with that as well. That ends up in the data center, although frankly, they're not the ones paying for the building of these data centers or all that.
No.
They're just simply there to buy the tokens, so to speak.
Right. Now you're going to see Glassworks, Corning, go down. I'm used from the old days, Shield, and that'll be down because it was up 16% yesterday. You're going to see GE Vernova go down because people feel like it's fully discounted. That's completely untrue. You want to buy GE Vernova, hand over
Not
fist, if you get it
CLW,
670, 680.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, we put up the wrong stock. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's unimpressive.
Go ahead.
But I think about this GE Vernova, and they too, Scott Strazik, been talking to him this morning, they too saw a flood of orders. It was like people realized, wait a second, this is for real. I mean, if you watched our show, shame on you if you're one of these companies and you're like now finding out it's for real.
Yeah.
I mean, all we ever did with Jensen Wong telling you, listen, this is going to change the world and support the. Suddenly they say, you know what? It's real. It's real.
Although, Jim, your point is good. And that is the earnings prints that are negative today, right? That are down stock-wise. Otis, MSCI, Textron, Teva, PPG, Logitech. Is the chip news taking all the oxygen out of the room?
Yeah, it has. And I think that when you talk about industrial, like Texas Instruments, it's industrial related to this kind of product. Not there's not more elevators being built. I think Judy Marsh did a remarkable job servicing elevators to be able to get the business. Anyone who was just flat out just industrial, it hasn't been great. By the way, Roper is no longer industrial. People forget that. Roper switched to an enterprise software model, which of course is the worst model imaginable. But I would point out, David, that if it's industrial that's working, even when it comes to Nucor, it's related to this.
It's related to the building of data centers and to what
Nucor
goes
pointed
inside.
out, so the border wall, Nucor business, and some auto. But if you want to know what's the spur of the economy, it's data center.
The other element of this, Jim, and ASML does have layoffs embedded in this, along with the Amazon news, along with the UPS news, along with the Pinterest and Citigroup news we've talked about.
It is incredible. When you see what happens with Wells Fargo when they hired a guy from Amazon Web Services, he gets in there because the people who are bankers don't really know how to do software. So they're starting to bring in people from these places. Starbucks brings in someone from Amazon. It's like the Amazon and bankers are taking over the world. One of the things when you bring in Amazon, David, it's kind of like the old days when you used to bring in McKinsey, and it would be a way to be able to cover your firings.
Yeah, although, I mean, to be fair, and obviously the Amazon news is important in terms of the numbers that we're talking about of white collar workers at the company.
What were they
But
doing?
they also, Amazon was the poster child for hiring during the pandemic.
Did I ever hate it though
certainly.
when you tell me? I would say to the CFO, I'd say, hey, why don't you have hired 500,000 people? Why don't you just fire 200,000 people? And he said, no, it's like Jenga. Maybe you picked the wrong guy.
what I would
Next thing you know,
say-
you get your Johnson baby powder 3 weeks later.
What we're
devastating.
We are going to all jump to the conclusion somehow that many of these layoffs are related to AI, but it's far from clear that that is the case as yet.
I'm not getting that.
Which may actually be scary in the sense of if it's not related to AI, what will come in terms of the layoffs that will occur as a result of the efficiencies once AI really is embedded in the enterprise and is getting used in a more significant way than really still is the case right now.
No, it isn't at all. And look, Anthropic just went viral a month ago. An Anthropic product that is going to make it so that enterprise software is really software as a service. I mean, everyone just I got ServiceNow on tonight. I mean, this thing's a free fire zone. It's a good company, but the price to earnings multiple is shrinking. Like Salesforce wins that $5 billion contract with the Defense Department, the stock goes down. How hated is this group?
The investors see something very scary on the horizon. And they wonder whether these agentics, even though the companies themselves have them, they have the relationships with the clients, that they're going to somehow be disintermediated by new companies that are able to harness AI in a different way for specific tasks that are going to make this
Absolutely.
superfluous.
And that's why, for the longest time, a SanDisk, a Seagate, a West.
Ok, mình nhìn bar chart có cái gì thay đổi không? Đấy, vô barchart.com, nhấn stock percentage change. Rồi nè, mấy cái list nó cũng nằm trong đây nè. MRNO, PYND.
Sư phụ, sư
Yeah.
phụ ơi, giùm hỏi cho em màn hình giùm không sư phụ?
Thì kêu người ta đi chứ mà kêu sư phụ chứ làm được cái gì. LTRX, PYND, vô YouTube đi. Vô YouTube xem nó delay một chút mà vẫn xem được mà. Nghe xong mà có YouTube. Vô cái alert, nhấn cái bỏ cái link trong alert hay là vô cái channel đúng. Bấm chữ tìm cái chữ like là nó sẽ có cái clip like. Cái mọi ai đang trong YouTube mà chưa subscribe cái channel thì subscribe đi nha. Tại vì mình subscribe càng nhiều á, thì YouTube nó quảng bá cái kênh ra ngoài để cho nhiều người biết, người ta vô người ta học. Chứ không phải mục đích là kiếm view, kiếm tiền, ok? Mình giúp được ai thì mình giúp thì người ta. Thì ra có nhiều người vô tình như anh Đồ Long là chị Loan là vô tình xem cái YouTube của Tú rồi mới biết cái group này rồi mới join rồi, hiểu không? Để mà học. Thì người nào chưa subscribe thì rất là dễ, bạn chỉ bấm cái nút rồi là bạn subscribe để cho người ta. Tại vì nhiều người subscribe á, thì YouTube nó cái search algorithm của nó hiện ra để cho người ta thấy cái channel. Đấy. Ai đang coi YouTube á mà chưa subscribe thì bấm subscribe đi. Bấm like if you want. Tôi don't care. Like hay không like tôi không care, nhưng tôi chỉ muốn là nhiều người biết cái channel này thôi. Nên là vô đã học. Đầu tư long term mà day trade luôn đấy. Okay, anyway thì cái bar chart nó cũng có cái list đây nè, mình không có cần phải đi xin alert ai hết trơn. AI hôm nay nó cũng lên nè, 156. Mà phải coi cái này liên tục bởi vì nó nhảy hoài à. Ok. Cái nào nó có volume action là volume nhiều, price action là phải tăng trên đồng thì mình mới chọn con đó, còn mấy cái thằng nó chưa tăng đồng như con này à, tăng 48 cent là mình không quan tâm đến nó vội. Khi nào nó tăng hơn đồng rồi mình mới quan tâm, ok? Thì gọi là price action. Volume action là nó cái average volume mà nó nhiều hơn cái average volume là nó có volume action. Chẳng hạn như thằng này trung bình mỗi một ngày nó trade là 3 triệu 8 share mà ngày hôm nay 25 triệu. Thằng này 6 triệu 4, hôm nay chơi 39 triệu, tức là thằng này rất nhiều volume. Cái lý do mình nhiều volume á là cái nó càng nhiều volume thì nó lên up and down, mình mới trade được, nó có price action right. Mà nó có volume action. Ok. Rồi rất là dễ hiểu, ví dụ như là như thằng này tôi chưa coi nè. LRN nó tăng 17 đồng. Mình không biết thằng này là khỉ gió gì đấy. Một là bạn click vào đây cũng được. Bạn click vào đây thì nó cũng cho bạn biết. Ok. Bao chart nó cũng cho bạn biết là market cap này nọ kia. Ok. Go back. Hay là bạn bảo
coi con em vui đi.
LRN. LRN là cái gì? LRN là nó đang lên 16 đồng. Đấy. Thì mình kéo xuống. Nhấn cái profile. Để mình tìm hiểu chút ít về nó. Nó là công ty gì đây? Try provide third party online software. Ok. Rồi. Địa chỉ nó đâu? Ở Mỹ. Cái công ty này công ty Mỹ chứ không phải công ty Trung Quốc. Ok. Ít nhất là mình biết sơ về nó. Mình go back to cái summary. Đó, thì nó đang tăng 16 đồng luôn. LRN. Hồi nãy tôi không thấy, bây giờ tôi mới thấy. Thì làm sao? Step number one, bỏ vô cái trading view trước cái đã. Mình mua không mua không cần biết. Bỏ vô trading view xong mình click nó coi nó what's going on. Này có vẻ bơm mình đâm nha. Sáng nó lên tới 100 đồng một share luôn. Thấy không? Cái đỉnh cao của nó là 100 đồng luôn. Mà rớt xuống bây giờ là rớt xuống 10 đồng. còn gần 90. Ok, tức là thằng này nó mua nhiều, thằng này nó mua 10 đồng. Đấy, thì mua 100 xe mà rớt 10 đồng là thua 100, 200 xe là thua 200. Có cần đánh thằng này 1000 xe không? Không. Tại bạn đánh 1000 xe rớt 10 đồng ra. Đấy, thì mình khi mà mình thấy cái movement của nó là mình sẽ quyết định đánh bao nhiêu xe. Mình phải quản lý cái vốn của mình đấy. Net ngày hôm qua lên, hôm nay cũng PS. Tóc ngày hôm qua. Okay, mấy thằng hôm qua chuyển nó đi lên trên hết. À, cái này là cái list ấy. Ok. Trở về list ngày 28. BYND. Sao? Muốn coi con gì cô gì đó, con em Du thì sao? Này có ai hỏi gì về em?
Diêu đi sư phụ.
Hả?
Con em Diêu sư phụ. Em Diêu.
Mai con đó.
Dạ.
Nó đang rớt mà. Muốn mua phải canh thôi. Có đánh trắng nè. Chưa mua vội đâu. Nó đang rớt. Tại vì ngày hôm nay tụi investor nó sợ đó. Nó sợ cái FOMC rồi ra. Tôi expect là lúc mà một chợ mở cửa nó có thể rớt tiếp á. Còn mấy con này mình mua lai rai thôi. Mấy con high risk mình mua lai rai cho vui thôi. Đấy. Go AI. Cắm đầu xuống nãy giờ luôn. Wow. Từ lúc 48 đồng mà xuống giờ còn 10. Xuống 20 đồng xe luôn. LRTX. Cũng còn đang ngáp ngáp. BYND. Sideways. MRNO. Sideways. XOSL đang rớt. NVA đang rớt. Broadcom rớt. Còn xanh nhưng mà đang rớt hết á. Tóc nó đang rớt hết á. Đừng kiên nhẫn chờ. Chỉ có Tesla là lên à. Cũng đang muốn rớt lại. Ok, có ai có câu hỏi gì không? Ai thấy tóc nào nó mua thì báo cho mọi người nha. Đó có Selvi với lại Fibonacci share screen rồi đó. Hai người share screen rồi đó. Mọi người hiểu cái cách chuẩn bị day trade chưa nè. Mình phải làm homework chứ không phải là cái kiểu bạn nào ở ngoài YouTube á, bạn vô đây để bạn chờ alert đó thì bạn vô lộn quốc à. Ok. Lớp mình là tự học tự trade dùng C12. Thì đôi lúc tú cũng alert cho các bạn đi tìm new dùng các bạn, nhưng mà mình cũng phải tự quyết định mình mua bán. Market có vẻ như đang muốn cắm đầu. Nó đang sợ về. Wow, thằng này nó rất dữ trời. Nếu muốn mua thì chờ nó. Tóc nó đang rớt, đang cắm đầu xuống hết rồi. Có ai có thắc mắc gì không? Còn 5 phút nữa.
Sư phụ hình như bữa nay có bác Trump nói chuyện mà em không biết, hình như 8 giờ rưỡi là 5 giờ rưỡi Cali cái gì á sư phụ.
Nói chuyện gì? Có link không?
Em không biết, em thấy Neil hôm qua ai nói đó, nói là 5 giờ rưỡi 8 giờ rưỡi bác Trump nói, rồi mấy giờ là dạ riêng cái beo gì đó.
Nhưng phải có cái link á. Có cái link new không? Nghe ai nói?
Em thấy một cái group người ta bỏ cái chat lên, bỏ cái bỏ cái thấy họ bỏ lên vậy đó sư phụ.
Bỏ lên thì mình copy cái link. Chứ còn họ nói họ không có link rồi.
Em gửi qua bên sư phụ không có được, mấy lần em bỏ không có cho vô, không có bỏ được.
Bỏ được. Chỉ có trading chat là không bỏ được. Bỏ room question và answer chém gió bỏ được hết á. Chỉ có cái room chatting là Tú không cho các bạn bỏ, tại vì cái message, các bạn cứ bỏ hình vô nó trôi. Thì là trong cái room trading chat á là Tú không cho các bạn bỏ mấy cái hình vô. Tại cái room nó để chat thôi, mà bạn cứ bỏ hình rồi cái message nó trôi, không? Nhưng mà trong chém gió bạn muốn bỏ gì cũng được hết trơn á. Thử đi, thử bỏ vô chém gió đi. Chỉ có trading chat là không làm được, nhưng mấy cái room kia làm được hết á. Mình đọc được cái news là mình phải tóm tắt, nếu mà có thì giờ tóm tắt post ra, giống như anh Phú thấy không? Chứ mình nói không ai tin hết á. Tại vì nhiều khi nhiều người ta đưa tin giả ở đâu, người ta tìm ở đâu người ta bỏ vô, cái mình nghe theo người ta mình tiêu. Mình phải verify cái data đó, là phải có cái link để mình đọc thì mới biết cái tin nó chính xác hay không. Chứ còn bây giờ các bạn đang nghe, tôi biết là nhiều bạn đang join những cái Discord khác, rồi người ta cứ post tùm lum la là bạn tin người ta. No. Tôi đã dặn các bạn rồi, trên thị trường chứng khoán này, don't trust anyone, including me. Không có tin ai hết trơn á. Nhiều khi họ cũng không phải cố tình, nhưng mà họ nghe ai nói đó, cái họ copy đưa qua bên này nghe ai nói đó copy đưa qua group kia, copy mà họ không có verify cái data. Hiểu tôi nói không? Be careful. Khi nào có link mình mới tin. Nó một cái link new từ một cái website nào đó, mà cái website đó phải là đàng hoàng, chứ không phải tầm bậy bạ là cũng không tin luôn. Tụi nó bỏ fake news nhiều lắm. Đừng có tin ai chứ. Mấy ông thầy cũng tin, mấy ông thầy Việt Nam cũng không tin ông nào, Tú cũng không tin luôn. Đừng tin Tú. Mình nghe mình phải verify chứ không tin ai trên thế giới trần gian này chứ. Don't trust anyone.
He couldn't get people back in. They didn't believe that the third wave would come back. All wrong. All wrong. Comps number. This is a comp store number. Don't look at any of the numbers. Comp store 4% gain in U.S. People were really looking for one. Okay, some said we're looking for 1.8. No one thought it could do that. International good, China good. It's back. It's back. And once you get
we not have charts. I want to put up Starbucks.
do whatever you want. But once you get people in the stores, okay, then you work for gross margins. There's going to be some clowns, some hecklers who say, yeah, but the gross margins are any good. Of course not. You had to spend to get people in. But there are people who are rewards and non-rewards. The numbers are up. That hasn't happened in a very long time. This one's back. Look, this whole period, David, is the recognition that the place was really broken. Right. Let's fix it.
Let's go again, because you go so fast. I think people.
Well, I don't have time.
No, there is time. It's the North American comp number of 4% that is driving the stock.
Yes.
Other metrics were not great.
No, well, but you have to get people in the store first, and then everything follows.
Right.
Then the gross margins will expand.
Even their initial fiscal year 26 guide in the release includes EPS at 215 to 240 versus consensus of
It's a very conservative
235
guide.
to 223.
It's a very conservative guide, not unlike what we saw at Chipotle. When
really all that matters is if more people are coming in and say, that's
Right,
then
and
that
he's doing
flows through in
Right,
future
and a lot of
quarters.
it's blocking and tackling. It's because it doesn't take as long to get. It's because the drive-through lanes are good. Because he closed a lot of the stores that weren't doing well. He's expanding in cities that do not have a lot of Starbucks. It's a rather remarkable turn that if you read any of the verbiage of the last 5 weeks about this quarter, it does have an investor day tomorrow. It was going to be a big miss. Big miss, big miss,
Jim,
big miss.
first U.S. transaction growth in 8 quarters.
Thank you.
I believe that was up 3%.
Now you're talking.
Right.
And what I think, look, I know Brian for a very long time. And Brian has said if you get the stores to look better, if you get the baristas to be a little more warm to the customer, it's all going to come together. It seems so simple to talk about throughput. It was so pedestrian. People wanted some sort of like Hemingway-esque tale of how to fix it.
Yeah.
It's about throughput. It's always been about throughput. If you can get people in, get them their coffee, have them sit down, have the outlets work. This is going to bring people back from Dunkin'. And all this stuff about how Luckin's here, look out. Even Dutch Bro should be concerned. And I'm a Dutch Bro fan.
All right. We'll keep an eye on Cheers to Starbucks. Of course, we've got an opening about 5 minutes from now. And the First Lady of the United States will ring that bell. We're back right after this.
Tuesday, February 10th.
First Lady hôm nay sẽ ring the bell. Okay, any question? Trước khi mình bắt đầu. Bây giờ mình án binh bất động. Còn mấy con high risk stock á, mình đánh chút xíu cho vui thôi. Còn nếu mà mua là mua ít thôi. Ví dụ con Go AI này mua 10-20 share thôi. Canh nó mua 10 hay đừng có mua nhiều. Rồi mình chờ đợi. Coi cái market nó open nó đi theo hướng nào mình không hiểu được. Mình không suy nghĩ được tự phố tường nó nghĩ gì, hiểu không? Mình có thể ngồi đây mình đoán mò all day long, market sẽ up hay down, it doesn't matter. Cái gì mình suy nghĩ nó không quan trọng, mà tự Wall Street nó nghĩ gì mới quan trọng. Thằng này mới ra IPO bắn một phát lên 48 đồng mà giờ xuống 2 triệu đồng một share luôn, thấy không? Hai phút nữa market open. MU đang rớt, tóc đang rớt hết. MU lên lại một chút. Canh MU mua được, nhưng mà chờ coi, chờ chợ mở cửa hay sao. NBA, Tesla rớt.
to lecture the president. I think that it practically, David, that has not worked if you try to lecture the president. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work for your shareholders, doesn't work for you. It may work for larger issues that you want to go on record saying, but there are intertwining aspects of all business with this man.
Without a doubt. We've talked often, and especially of late, about the tightrope that many corporate leaders walk in terms of dealing with public policy in this White House and their obligation to their shareholders and their employees and their customers.
Yes, the RTX yesterday, Boeing, they all addressed
Moving
the
up.
fact that maybe they are moving fast enough with the Department of War. When you watch the banks down, because they haven't.
As we said, the First Lady here at the big board doing the honors, celebrating the release of the film Melania, which chronicles the 20 days that led up to the inauguration in 25. At the NASDAQ, it's Adamas Trust, a real estate investment trust, as we opened, Jim, at $69.99.
I mean, it really is. I mean, I read every day there's some new reason why people think it's not going to go up. I read a strategy piece about how gold is warning us that you shouldn't be buying. These things have kept people out for a very long time. I think that there's anything that's really crazy this afternoon with the Fed could change the direction, but the companies themselves are really dictating whether you should buy them or not. And when you see companies take their business in their own hands, like a Texas Insurance, you're going to make some money. And I think that people should be focused on the ones that are taking things in their own hands.
I think we did.
Yesterday, Mary Barr produced a lot of cars and trucks that really benefit from no EV. You don't have to do EV credits anymore. People should be thinking, some of these people are very attuned to what's changing and are taking advantage of it. I think Mary's been one of the ones who's.
Giờ tóc nó đang rớt nhưng mà kênh MU mua được các bạn. MU vẫn còn Tesla cũng lăn lên lại. MU á, mua từ từ vào được có nến xanh chút xíu. Tesla cũng lên lại. Nhưng mà Tesla mua được á, nhưng mà mua xong rồi chạy ha. Tại gần lúc mà earning nó sẽ rớt, gần earning nó sẽ rớt. Người nào account nhỏ thì mua TSLL. Go AI nó bị đâm Như đang bị ngừng trade ở 15 đồng. Viết nó đang lên á, mình phải chờ chút, viết đang lên. Cái em dư cái Tesla đang lên lại. BNAI, BNAI cũng đang mua. BNAI cũng đang mua. Semiconductor hôm nay có vẻ muốn đi vào. BNAI nó đang mua lên đó nha. BNAI. Kospi. Wow, BNAI nó phóng một phát lên nhanh dễ sợ luôn. Con đó cẩn thận nha, nó hay bị sốt.
Nãy sư phụ có vô em ôm sư phụ.
Có, nó vô một chút à. Vô ngay cái chỗ nến xanh đó, nãy tôi nói đó, vậy cứ vô em vui chắc là tôi nói các bạn có nến xanh vô đi không? Mình canh theo si thôi, nến trắng chuyển sang nến xanh là mình mua thôi. Mua 10% vậy đó. Còn mấy con high risk stock thì tôi không dám đánh tại vì lo chat các bạn không canh rồi đánh không được. Các bạn đang lên đó. Em du nó mạnh ghê. Bài đang lên lại, test lại lên lại. Cái em du mà có lá vàng là bán nha. Mình theo C12 nó đang uptrend thì cứ để đó, nhưng mà nếu nó có lá vàng là mình chạy. VNAI nó lên ghê hồn nên nó bị băm à.
Còn giữ 10 xe sư phụ.
Rồi ngủ một giấc đi, thức dậy nó thành 1.000 đồng. Sợ.
Vô lúc 55.
Định vô mà không dám vô luôn, nó cứ bay hoài không dám vô luôn. Lỡ chuyến đò.
Ồ, em không vô luôn.
Không dám vô, thấy nó bay ghê quá. Bay kinh thiệt.
Bán hết 40 xe còn 10 xe ổn quá sư phụ.
Được anh ơi.
Có ăn là vui, ăn ít ăn nhiều không thành vấn đề, có ăn là vui. Market muốn rebound lại để nó pull back trong giờ nó muốn rebound lại. Come on, Spy, let's go.
thằng Lemon lên lại.
Thằng nào?
Thằng Lemon ấy, LMD của sư phụ.
LMND. Ồ, lên lại 3 đồng mấy à? Ai chưa thoát được thì thoát đi. Hôm bữa tại tôi kết đó rồi. Ồ, bắn một phát lên 3 đồng mấy luôn, LMND. BNNI nó bay tiếp à? Ghê thiệt. Ấy định mua 10 triệu xe BNNI nhưng mà hơi nhát chút rồi thôi không mua nữa. Đến tiếp tục ghê hồn. Em dư giống như hết pin không lên nổi. Gần 80 đồng luôn, ghê thiệt. BNNI gần 80 đồng luôn rồi. Này voi dùm nhiều nè. Cắm đầu 8 triệu.
ever. Our Mike Santoli's here at Post 9 watching what's moving internally. Interesting, yields pretty sticky here. Market doesn't seem to mind too much.
No, the volatility in the core of the equity market and in treasuries has been incredibly subdued, especially when you consider what's going on in currencies. The 7,000 tag this morning is interesting, largely in that it comes 3 months to the day after we first got above 6,900 intraday. So that final 100 points has been just this sort of churning sideways thing. And what did it take to get us to that point and get us to the closing record yesterday? Basically, you get the biggest guys on the field for the tush push. And that's literally what happened, because before that it was, oh, it's a broadening market. The small caps are doing the work. The banks are participating. You have transports doing it. But until the Mag 7 re-engaged, you couldn't quite get the oomph behind it. So I do think it's still worth keeping in mind what is kind of gathering a lot of the aggressive flows, obviously aside from gold, but the gold, silver, memory chip, the memory chip side of semis is, all of it is about literal physical scarcity. The only thing the market has a ton of conviction on right here is we have price insensitive buyers that just need to get stuff. Right now, whether it is gold, silver, or it's the memory products. And it's not really about the highest value add or the most innovative or the smartest chips. If you look at the way the semiconductor index has traded relative to NVIDIA and Broadcom in the last year to date, it's just, it's all been the memory side. So we know those trends are in place. Watching the dollar, the fact that it's been a one-way trade, probably means it's not going to stay a one-way trade. It's looking really oversold, and so I'm kind of alert to the idea if we get a bounce in the dollar that's more aggressive, because we're as oversold as we were right after Liberation Day. I want to see what that creates in terms of an unwind in gold and silver, where all the hot money has been flowing.
Well, has the hot money been continue to flow into Micron? I mean, the ascent of that stock has just been extraordinary.
Yes.
It is up again today, approaches $500 billion market value.
The amazing part of that is they're adding capacity. Everyone's obsessed with the order books of the semi-cap companies. Normally, that supply type response on the way should mean that it should soften up, but it's not happening yet.
Let's get back to Sarah in DC. Sarah.
Thank you. Well, the Treasury Department is hosting this full-day summit here in Washington, highlighting the launch of Trump accounts. This is a federally supported investment initiative for children in the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent joins me now to discuss. Thank you for having us here today.
Good to see you, Sarah.
It's great to be here. What sort of announcements can we expect? Because I know there are a lot of business leaders, and a lot have already jumped on the bandwagon with these Trump accounts.
Well, we've got business leaders, we have philanthropists, we've got companies that are going to talk about contributing to the Trump accounts. And today we want to raise the profile. We want all Americans to start signing up. So just this week, since the start of filing season with the IRS, we have had 600,000 families out of an estimated 25 million already fill out Form 4547.
So people are signing up, because that was one of the things, maybe you could try to get it to be more automatically tied to Social Security numbers so people don't have to opt in. Maybe that's a better way of bringing, especially low-income Americans.
Well, look, we think that everyone will do it. You can do it on your phone. And so everyone can go to trumpaccount.gov, sign up today.
I think part of what you're trying to do, as you've said it, is mint a new generation of capitalists. I like to think also minting a new generation of CNBC viewers. Yep. But, we do have this thing in the country where 39%, according to a recent Gallup poll, of people have a favorable view of socialism, and a little more than 50% have a favorable view of capitalism. What's going on there?
Well, I think that dovetails somewhat that 38% of American households have no exposure to equities. So I think with these Trump accounts, the president's done peace deals, trade deals, and tax deals. But imagine like this enduring legacy as the children who were born in 25, 26, 27, 28, in 18 years, when these accounts have been compounding for that period, the money goes into a broad-based index fund. And I've done a lot of financial literacy, and this is a real-time learning experiment. So everyone is we're going to shoot to get everyone a stake in the great innovation in our country, in the economic engine. And I bet if we do the survey in 5-10 years, we'll have drastic significantly different results.
Well, it helps that the S&P is making new highs every day. We're coming off of 3 straight years of double-digit consecutive gains in the S&P. We're at 7,000. I mean, how sustainable is that?
Again, markets fluctuate, but I think we put in the good policies for sound economic growth, and we are seeing record S&P earnings. We're seeing the trillions of dollars of investment come back to the U.S., and we're seeing inflation move back towards the Fed's target. So, and that, as someone who's studied this and made a career of it, that with the performance doesn't dictate what we're going to see this year. It's events and it's policy, and I think we got great policies.
I mean, speaking of investing in America, I mean, one question people have right now is the appeal of U.S. assets, especially when they look at the U.S. dollar, which is trading at multi-year lows. I know the president sort of endorsed this as a good thing yesterday, but is it really a good thing if people are wondering if the dollar is the right place to be?
Well, again, U.S. always has a strong dollar policy, but a strong dollar policy means setting the right fundamentals. And I think that with President Trump's, with the One Big Beautiful Bill, with our regulatory policies, we are making this the best place to come, build your business, have tax certainty, regulatory certainty, energy certainty, and over time, the prices on the screen can fluctuate over 6
You don't
months,
worry
a
about
year.
dramatic weakness in the dollar?
That again, if we have sound policies, the money will flow in, and we are bringing down our trade deficits. So automatically that should lead to more dollar strength over time.
Are we intervening in the currency market right now, strengthening the yen? Is that happening?
Absolutely not.
Is that something you're planning to do? There was word that the New York Fed was looking for prices.
Again, we don't comment other than to say we have a strong dollar policy. And again, I think President Trump has, the past year, 2025 was about setting the table. And now I think we're going to have a very strong economy this year. The Democrats don't shut down the government. The Atlanta Fed GDP now number is 5.4%. When was the last time we saw that?
It's a high growth number. And one of the questions is, can we get that kind of growth without sparking inflation?
I think we can, because what causes inflation is supply constraint. And with the deregulatory agenda that we have, we are creating supply, whether it's in financial lending, whether it's in energy, we're increasing manufacturing. So again, what led to the great inflation was the Democrats caused a demand shock with government spending, but they caused a supply constraint with all the overregulation. We're doing the opposite. We got a private sector boom, and we are taking out dozens of regulations for every new regulation that goes in.
But there will be stimulus this year as a result of the Big Beautiful Bill, the tax refunds that are set to hit the economy. I guess the question is, can we avoid inflation in that scenario? We're already starting to see it in wages.
Sorry?
We're already starting to see wages climb.
But we're also seeing substantial productivity. So productivity and wage growth does not lead to inflation. And there's measured inflation and observable inflation. Measured inflation is with a lag. So we can see that rents are substantially down. It's different than the measurement. So the observable inflation, some of the more online or quick sampling inflation numbers are substantially below 2% already.
Today it's Fed Day. We're expecting the Fed to do nothing today on rates. Is that a mistake?
Again, that's up to the Fed, and we'll see what they do. I do think that there are many members on the board who had a false narrative on inflation, and I hope that they will have an open mind and see what's coming over the next couple of months.
Speaking of what's coming, when do you expect the president to make the decision or the announcement around the next Fed chair? Because this weekend is when Governor Myron's term is actually up.
Well, it doesn't have to be up, so it can continue. I went out with the President to Iowa for a great rally yesterday, and we had a long discussion on the plane back.
Did you make your recommendation?
I don't make recommendations. I give the president options and outcomes. It's going to be the president's decision. And again, the president has great respect for the Fed. We have 4 great candidates.
4 still, 4 candidates. We haven't narrowed that down.
Sorry?
We haven't narrowed it down beyond 4.
We haven't narrowed it down. We haven't expanded it.
Okay, and we don't know exactly when that announcement is coming.
Only the president knows.
Okay, so the other, sort of factor on investors' minds right now is the geopolitics. The fact that, this week President Trump is raising tariffs on South Korea because they haven't ratified their trade deal. What signal does that send to some of the other countries that you've negotiated these deals with and have already announced them?
Sign the trade deal. It's the South Korean parliament has not passed the trade deal, so there is no trade deal until they ratify it.
So that's until they ratify it, they will face the 25% tariffs?
Well, I think it's helpful to get things moved along.
What about Europe and India signing this massive trade deal? Does that threaten America, that some of these countries are moving ahead with free trade without us?
They should do what's best for themselves. But I will tell you, I find the Europeans very disappointing because the Europeans are on the front line of the Ukraine-Russia war. The Europeans, India started buying sanctioned Russian oil, and guess who was buying the refined products? The Europeans. So the Europeans have been funding the war against themselves, and like something that you couldn't have made up. The U.S. sanctioned or put a 25% tariff on India for buying the Russian oil. The Europeans were unwilling to join us, and it turns out because they wanted to do this trade deal. So every time you hear a European talk about the importance of the Ukrainian people, remember that they put trade ahead of the Ukrainian people. European trade, more important than ending the war in Ukraine.
They need energy, though, I guess is part of their issue.
At a price, they want cheap energy. But we could have cheaper energy too if we were willing to buy sanctioned Russian oil.
What about Canada? We've got a bit of a rift there lately, and there's different accounts between you and Prime Minister Mark Carney about that call this week post Davos with President Trump. He says that he dug in and reinforced the message. You said that he walked it back.
I was on the call. Prime Minister Carney, in my investment career, I've seen what happens when a technocrat tries to pivot and become a politician. It never really works out well. So I would just encourage Prime Minister Carney to do what he thinks is best for the Canadian people, not his own virtue signaling, because we do have a USMCA negotiation coming up. And he rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump message. And that's not a great place to be when you're negotiating with an economy that is multiple larger than you are and your biggest trading partner. In the end, I think we will end up in a good place. It may not be a straight line.
Are you saying that they will face consequences in these trade negotiations, reopening the USMCA?
I am saying that I would not pick a fight going into USMCA to score some cheap political points. Either you are working for your own political career or you're working for the Canadian people.
What about our own government? Now, as you referenced, we could be barreling toward this shutdown at the end of the week. Last time we did see an economic effect as a result of the shutdown. What do you expect?
We did. I don't know what to expect. The Democrats can become unhinged like they were last time, and they don't care. Like they think this is a way to stop President Trump.
They're tapping into something in the mood of the country when it comes to the funding of ICE.
Again, President Trump has brought down the temperature on the situation. He's in constant contact, and he is urging them not to shut down the government. And again, that much of what happened during the shutdown, or some of what happened during the shutdown, that gets pushed into this quarter. But especially on the service side, when the government's shut down, that never comes back. So there's a big permanent loss. I hope the Democrats won't do that again.
Are you hearing from business leaders on Minnesota and what's going on there? They've been a little reluctant to speak out, but we are seeing them communicate with their employees about the situations. What do you hear?
I haven't heard from any business leaders on it.
Do you see any potential economic fallout around this if we see, I don't know, certain pockets of workers, immigrants reluctant to go to work, that sort of thing?
Well, what I can tell you is that we've seen about 2.5 million the illegal aliens, either through voluntary deportation or ICE deportations, leave the workforce. And one of the things that no one believed would happen was we're seeing the low-end housing or low-end rents go down. So affordability, part of the affordability crisis was letting in 10, 20 million new people who all needed a place to live. So what we are seeing is better affordability.
Yeah, on the affordability, the business leaders that I talk to, always praise the Trump administration as being pro-growth, pro-business. But this year, there's been some surprises. The latest is the health insurers selling off on keeping these Medicare rates flat, but also, trying to get Wall Street out of the housing market, capping credit card rates. Some of these are seen as more populist, less pro-business measures.
Well, again, the business leaders always want everything all the time. This administration, if we take the big banks or all banks, at Treasury, at the three regulators, controller of the currency, the Fed, FDIC, we've been very pro safe, sound, and smart deregulation. They got record profits. The stocks are at a record high, and then they get upset when we want to examine the credit card business. President Trump has said that Obamacare is really just a subsidy for the insurance companies. All we did was saying, we're not raising the amounts that we're paying to these healthcare providers who have gouged the government and not provided great service to the American people.
So you're gonna stick with these policies. A lot of people think that the credit card one can't ultimately pass.
Again, sir, what we've seen is in the old days, you used to compete on APR, the annual financing rate. Now you compete on benefits, on rewards, and the benefits and the rewards go mostly to upper end clients. So why not pull down the benefits and the rewards a little and have a look at the rates? Because before the GFC, the average spread over Fed funds for credit cards was about 1,000 basis points, and now we've just blown that out.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens and where that one goes. But we certainly appreciate the time here at the Trump Account Summit, Secretary Besant. Thank you.
Good. It's an exciting day. We're going to have some exciting announcements.
Okay, we'll be reporting them here. That is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And then joining us later, Brad Gerstner of Altimeter, who helped birth this idea, brought it to the government. We're going to talk to him about what it's become and also get his take, of course, on some big Magnificent Seven names, which are set to report starting today.
Always good to hear from Brad. Definitely moving some markets there, Sarah. The yen extending its losses against the dollar on those comments that he's absolutely not intervening with dollar yen. Sarah, thanks. Let's get our roadmap for the rest of the hour. We're not done in D.C. As Sarah said, Brad Gerstner, Altimeter Capital founder and OpenAI investor, will join her live from Treasury later on this hour.
Plus, it is Fed Decision Day. We're going to get Ed Yardeni's predictions on whether another pause or pivot is in the cards.
And Starbucks shares are popping on the surprise traffic growth, best in a couple of years. Details on that as that turnaround accelerates. The Squawk on the Street continues.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
At Capital Group, we take care when crafting our active ETFs. Our portfolio managers and analysts collaborate to strike the right balance between strength, flexibility, and endurance. We believe this hands-on approach sets our active ETFs apart so they can make a difference at the core of the portfolio. Because we don't fit molds, we prefer to cast originals. Actively different, active ETFs.
I'm Josh Brown. Investors need to think long term, and the best long term investment is the stock market. The one thing every client has in common, they want to know why they're investing, what they're investing in, and what's happening behind the scenes. The CNBC Pro subscriber is going to get the most in-depth and the earliest look at the stocks that we believe are the best stocks in the market.
Join Pro for exclusive access to Josh Brown's best stocks in the market.
Looking for a romantic getaway? How about a lover's retreat? Head to Quinault Beach Resort and Casino any Sunday through Thursday for just $279. And Quinault will include a $100 resort credit, $25 in free play for up to 2 people, and a bottle of wine or champagne. That's over $150 back in amenities. Romantic walks on the beach? No additional cost. Quinault Beach Resort and Casino in Ocean Shores. Winners have been here. Offer valid February 1st through 27th. See website for details. You dedicated the first half of your life to building a happy family, a successful career, and a home filled with memories. You've earned a season of freedom, where your time is yours again. At Wesley, you can spend time on what's most important to you. Say goodbye to chores and hello to relaxed visits with family, morning walks with friends, and afternoons spent doing what you want to do. Welcome to freedom. Welcome to inspirement. Visit wesleychoice.org.
Shares of Starbucks turning
$0.59 estimated. Revenues, though, would be $9.92 billion for the quarter versus $9.67 billion. Same store sales, though, big focus here. Better than expected across the board. Globally up 4%, higher than the 2.3% anticipated. It's the second consecutive positive same store sales growth that followed 6 quarters of negative growth, and it's also its second consecutive same store sales beat. Also, its strongest growth in 2 years. Now, in North America, same-store sales also up 4%, better than the 2.2% gain anticipated. U.S. same-store sales also up by 4%. Notably, the company said it had transaction growth for the first time in the U.S. in 8 quarters, which is really key. And on the conference call, CEO Brian Nichols said that they are seeing growth now in both Starbucks rewards and non-rewards customers, which is key because the occasional customer, remember, had basically been lost when he came on board. The strongest part of the day they're seeing is sales in the morning. International comps also up 5% beat, and in China, which is its second home market, comps rose by 7%. This quarter was bolstered by a strong holiday season that delivered its best launch day in history. The company also providing a short-term outlook for the first time since Nichols took over and suspended guidance. Remember, in the fall of 2024, it sees full year 2026 adjusted EPS in a range of $2.15 to $2.40 versus estimates of $2.35. Also sees global and U.S. comp store sales growth of 3% or greater, which is a bit above consensus. The stock has rallied to start the year, and it was up as much as 10% earlier in the morning. Now I think it's up about 4.5%, guys. Back over to you.
Okay, Kate, thank you. Kate Rogers, as you see, Starbucks shares, as she set up, over 4%. Want to talk a bit about OpenAI and SoftBank and some other potential investors in the company as well. Of course, we've been tracking, as many others have, the fundraising that has been undertaken by OpenAI to the tune of perhaps as much as $100 billion. The numbers themselves, of course, staggering, as is the potential after money valuation of some $830 billion for OpenAI, a company that has an annual revenue run rate around 20 billion or so, as we've learned, at least as it exited 2025. Can confirm, reporting from others as well, that SoftBank has committed to providing $30 billion. That's in additional funding. Of course, SoftBank already has provided $30 billion, having also raised an additional $11 billion from its partners to provide $41 billion in total financing. That closed some time ago. We reported on that. That was back in, I think, December. It's an additional $30 billion. What is also interesting here, of course, is the potential participation of some strategic investors, some of which have been noted by other publications, that it could include NVIDIA, Amazon, and potentially its longtime partner, or certainly its initial benefactor, Microsoft, which continues to own as much as 27% of OpenAI. At least that's where things stood at the last sort of capital structure we knew. Of course, you add new money, you dilute, and so those numbers could change. Take a look at SoftBank shares. They already have been used, as I pointed out in the past, as a way to kind of play OpenAI, given it is a private company and given SoftBank's significant contributions to the company. That will continue. Questions here are, will they get to the 100 billion? Will it include significant strategic investments along the likes of NVIDIA, Amazon, and perhaps as well Microsoft and others we're expecting, whether it be smaller investors, but significant from the Thrive Capitals of the world and or certainly some of the, if not many of the sovereigns in the Mideast, who will provide the money as well. Could be close to closing, according to sources familiar with the situation. We'll be monitoring it. As for OpenAI, Carl already has 40 billion or so in cash on its balance sheet. This will add to that. We know the 20 billion ARR number. We know they've added $1 billion in enterprise revenue over the last 30 days. We also know in the not too distant future, they're going to face off in court against Elon Musk, who's seeking $134 billion, arguing that they defrauded him essentially from his early investments to help that company begin its life as then a nonprofit.
Indeed. Maybe he gets asked about it tonight on the Tesla call. Maybe not. But certainly a bunch of kind of large binary outcomes to some degree on these large bets. Yeah.
Without a doubt. And of course, then you step back and look at the competition, of course, between Gemini and OpenAI, Anthropic, which we've talked about. By the way, Anthropic as well raising as much as I think we're reporting could be close to $20 billion in its latest round at a $350 billion valuation. The revenue growth rates are staggering, as well as, of course, the fundraising opportunities.
Right. A lot of moving pieces. Later on this hour, we'll talk more OpenAI with OpenAI investor and alternative capital founder Brad Gerstner. Sarah's got that in D.C. It's a few moments away. First, though, a CNBC News update with Leslie Picker. Morning, Leslie.
An initial Homeland Security report says 2 ICE officers fired guns in the weekend shooting that killed ICU nurse Alex Pretty in Minneapolis. The report says a border agent yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times as Pretty resisted arrest, and the officers opened fire about 5 seconds later. It does not say Pretty brandished a gun, as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed in the initial aftermath of the shooting. President Trump threatened another attack on Iran today, saying it would be far worse than the strikes in June if Tehran did not make a deal soon on nuclear weapons. The U.S. pulled out of the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran during the president's first term in office. Iran's mission to the UN said the country is ready for dialogue, but that it will, quote, respond like never before if pushed. And Apple TV announcing today its hit show Ted Lasso will return for its 4th season this summer. Jason Sudeikis is back in the title role and will be coaching a women's soccer team this time around. The show is currently in production. You know, Kansas City has its own women's soccer stadium, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it, since Ted Lasso is, of course, from Kansas, guys.
It's always about Kansas, Leslie, isn't it?
It always is.
In the end, yes.
There's always a way.
Thanks, Leslie. After the break, OpenAI's Brad Gerstner is with us at this summit for Trump accounts down in Washington, D.C. Sarah's got that, where the president is slated to speak later this morning. We're back in a minute.
Over the next 20 plus years, $124 trillion will be transferred, with more than 81% going to spouses and heirs. So how should you prepare? I'm John Schuman, partner and head of wealth transfer at Corient. Advisors are skilled at recommending specific estate and wealth transfer strategies tailored to meet your family goals in a tax and cost-efficient manner. There are a lot of considerations for the successful transfer of wealth, and it's never too early to get professional advice. Contact Corient today.
Investing wasn't always easy. Be grateful. Times have changed. With crypto at iTrust Capital, today's investing looks different, easier, smarter, secure, and with more options than ever. The future is already here. Open an account today at itrustcapital.com.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Sư phụ cho em hỏi là em coi cái con này nè, là em coi khung 1 phút đó, thì là nến trắng. Nhưng mà em coi khung 5 phút đó là nến xanh. Thì cái con đó nó còn lên không sư phụ?
That's right, up to 50% off your entire project. You can
biết
save
tùy theo
thousands.
cái
Don't
chất
miss
lượng
Empire's
nhìn
50-50-50
góc nào
sale
vậy?
and save up to 50% off select styles of carpet and flooring, up to 50% off padding and materials, up to 50% off installation. Visit empiretoday.com or call or text.
Đang coi sóc nào?
Em đang coi cái con là PST đó sư phụ. Hôm bữa nó xuống 104, bữa này nó lên tới 20 đồng á. Để lên 120. Rồi giờ nó xuống lại rồi sư phụ. Nên em coi cái 1 phút thì nó nến trắng vậy, em coi khung 5 phút thì nó nến xanh. Thì em không có hiểu là nó còn cái đà lên.
Nhìn cái keyway á, đừng có nhìn mấy cái đó làm chi. Tú không có nhìn mấy cái khung, nhiều người thích mà Tú không có nhìn, Tú không nhìn khung. Tú chỉ coi khung 1 phút thôi chứ Tú không có coi 5-10 phút. Thì nhiều người thích như vậy đấy. Tú không bao giờ coi đó. Tú coi theo cái freeway thôi, cái freeway nó xuống nè là nó xuống, cái freeway nó lên là nó lên. Không cần biết 5 phút hay 10 phút gì hết. Mình muốn coi 5 phút để mình double check thì cũng ok, nhưng mà Tú không có tin tưởng bằng cái này. Hiểu không?
Dạ.
Bây giờ cho dù thằng em du khung 5 phút nó đỏ xanh Tú không care. Tú không quan tâm. Tú quan tâm là cái freeway nó đang đi xuống là nó đang còn downtrend. Mình nhìn cái này nó chính xác hơn. Nó là cái freeway này nó đã tính toán công thức cho mình hết rồi. Rồi Ỷ Thiên Kiếm xanh là xu hướng đang bullish. Có thể con này nó quay đầu lại, nó lên lại không chừng. Hiểu không?
Dạ.
Không có cần coi 5 phút đâu. Nhưng mà có nhiều người rất là thích coi 5-15 phút. Họ quen rồi đó. Mình chỉ cần coi cái C12 là mình đánh thôi.
Thì em cứ theo là bữa hổm mà có nhiều bài em không có nghe được á, em coi được nghe bài cũ mà, thì theo cái nến xanh nến trắng thì thường là sư phụ coi mà nến mà để mình coi lên hay xuống đưa ra hay bán vô gọi là nến là cái khung 5 phút hay 1 phút hay 15 phút.
Không bao giờ, sư phụ đã nói là sư phụ chỉ coi 1 phút thôi.
Dạ.
Không bao giờ coi 5-15 phút hết.
Dạ, cảm ơn sư phụ.
Coi 1 phút. Quen là mỗi người có một cái thói quen, hiểu không? Có nhiều người ta thích coi 5-15 phút. Tú không bao giờ Tú coi 5 phút hết. Never. Thấy ở trên màn ảnh có bao giờ Tú bật qua 5 phút không? Không bao giờ đó. Tại vì Tú trust cái system của C12 rồi, là mình chỉ nhìn C12 thôi. Cái freeway nè, Ỷ Thiên Kiếm nè, mấy cái nến nè, short squeeze nè. Đâu cần coi 5 phút làm gì. Nếu mình coi 5 phút mà mình đánh theo TA cũng được. Nhưng nếu các bạn phải rành TA. Và ở lại C12 nó cho mình biết là theo 1 phút nè, nó xanh nè, 3 phút nó xanh nè, 5 phút nó đỏ nè, 15 phút xanh nè, 1 tiếng xanh nè. Đâu cần phải bật qua 5 phút làm gì. Nó có sẵn đây hết rồi. Thấy không? Thấy màn ảnh ra here. Đây nè.
Dạ anh thấy được không?
Đó, đâu cần phải bấm gì mà. Đây nè.
Great for the country that we get this build out, but make no mistake about it, all the shareholders in those companies know they've messaged it well. They're going to continue to invest aggressively because it's a high ROI investment for those companies to make.
Is it a high ROI investment, and when does that start to show itself?
Well, we already see it. I mean, Azure would not have its growth rates. AWS would not have its growth rates. Google would not have its growth rates if they weren't renting out NVIDIA GPUs in the cloud to all of the customers who are using them today. So I don't think there's a debate as to whether or not they're going to see a return on that. The debate has been, are they over-investing, right? And we'll know they're over-investing when we have excess supply, when we have dark GPUs. Remember back in 2000, we talked a lot about dark fiber. Only 7% of the fiber going into the ground in the year 2000 was being utilized. 7%. Today, it's 100% of the GPUs that are being built out are being utilized.
Right. So I was going to ask you why you still like sort of the infrastructure, picks and shovels part of the AI trade. If you think it's going to really result in high ROI, why not broaden it into some of the beneficiaries?
BNNI nó lại muốn mua nữa. Có kháng cự trên 78 đồng.
I would tell you is they didn't invest aggressively enough over the last 2 years, right? If you look at Amazon, they have shortages they've talked about. Microsoft, shortages that they've talked about. And that goes to show you, as much as people want to criticize Sam Altman on my podcast, Sam Altman has been out in front for 3 years telling the world that we're walking into a compute shortage. And here we are in 2026 with a massive compute shortage.
Speaking of, are you going to participate in this next round? We hear that they're raising more money.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, if and when, OpenAI raises more money, and I think there are a lot of people who would like to give them more money for their next round of financing. It'll likely be the last round of private financing ahead of their IPO. You know, we're here celebrating all these kids' accounts. I want Anthropic and OpenAI and SpaceX to get public so we can put their stock into the accounts of America's kids. They deserve to share in the upside of AI.
Why do you think OpenAI stock would do well right now?
I think it'll do terrific. You know, there's a lot of FUD in the world, fear and uncertainty about OpenAI. And if these were public stocks, everybody would say Anthropic's doing great and, and OpenAI is doing terrible. OpenAI just announced in the last few days that they've added $1 billion of API revenue in the last 30 days. The reality is the tsunami, the tidal wave that all these companies are surfing is so large, they're all going to do well. Sure, they'll compete one against the other, but OpenAI is doing great. Certainly there are things that I'm sure they know they got to do better. Same with Anthropic. But I'm excited to be a large shareholder of both these companies, and I'm also excited to participate in their IPOs over the course of the next 12 to 18 months.
Are they raising another $100 billion right now?
My expectation is that they will raise another large round ahead of their IPO. I think the company has talked about their intention to do it. You've seen reports out there about major companies like Amazon and SoftBank and Microsoft and NVIDIA that may be looking to participate. I'll let the company announce that, but I will just say this. When you look at the financials for the business, this is one of the most important companies and will be one of the most important companies in the future of AI. It is a great thing for America that we have the leading labs, the leading chip company in NVIDIA. Imagine America without NVIDIA. Imagine America without OpenAI and Anthropic. It's a great thing for this country that the leading AI companies and chips on the planet are here in America.
Okay, so you're doubling down on that, even though there are questions that it doesn't has to spend a lot. I think another 100 billion reflects the fact that this is just going to be so costly to build out. They have to borrow a lot. They have to do all these deals with customers like NVIDIA to get it done.
Let me challenge this assumption a little bit. Okay.
Okay. You're the one who challenged it, Sam Altman.
But I was giving Sam an opportunity, as I shared with you when we were in Pebble Beach, to explain what I thought was increasing fear and uncertainty about OpenAI that was not warranted. Okay. So here's the situation. They have reported they ended the year with over 40 billion of cash on their balance sheet. If these reports are true and they're going to raise another 70 to 100 billion, they would have over 100 billion of cash on their balance sheet. That is a fortress balance sheet. Now, on the other side, how much are they spending? Well, a year ago, people thought that they were going to go build all these data centers that were going to cost $50 billion a pop. I haven't heard them break ground on any data center. I hear Microsoft building data centers, Oracle building data centers, CoreWeave building data centers, SoftBank building data centers. They're buying the tokens that come out of those data.
BNI nó điên à. Chắc là bị halted. Yeah. BNI bị halted ở 82 đồng 26.
Cái con này đó sư phụ, mấy bạn bên kia đánh 10 share, khi vô cái canh sơ giá bán luôn, khi vô mua canh viết set luôn giá bán luôn, thì cứ kiếm ra từng đợt như vậy đó. Nó làm từ sáng giờ nó khùng luôn đó.
Yeah.
Cứ ăn từng đợt như vậy đó.
Con này hôm nay nó bị bầm dễ mang luôn.
Sau khi cho em hỏi là có phải em công cái gì hay là mọi người bị ạ?
Sao?
Dạ không, tại em không nghe cái gì. Cảm ơn sư phụ.
Con rô nó cũng lên á. OLR. Lên đồng mấy? MU lên lại. Come on, Spy, let's go. Spy hôm nay bị đi. Còn BNAI nó hot thì cũng lâu ha.
Hình như nó hốt xong rồi nó không có cái vùng, nó xóa cái vùng kháng cự ở trên rồi phải không sư phụ?
Nó còn, nó chưa phá.
Nó còn sư phụ.
78 đồng á. Mà tại vì nó bị hot đó, nó
À, nãy series set bán 78 đó, nó qua 82 luôn đó sư phụ.
yeah. Nó sau khi ngừng xong họ cái kháng cự cho nó biến mất. Đó, lên nữa nè. Holy crap. You kidding me? 86 đồng luôn kìa. Ai có ăn thì chạy lo chạy.
Mua từng đợt chạy nha quý vị.
À, lên nhanh rồi xuống cũng nhanh ghê hồn.
Nó nằm ngay giá chợ Bến Thành rồi nên không có dám nha quý vị.
Bây giờ mà vô là bể đầu á, coi chừng.
Bây giờ mà vô là chết nha, đừng vô nha.
Hôm bữa em lỡ vô 65 đồng mà mãi em không bán được, sáng nay mới bán xong nó lên.
Mấy cái mày mà ôm là ngủ khó ngủ lắm đó.
Dạ nhưng mà tại vì chơi ít cho nên em mua có 5 share cho nên là để cũng lỡ là để luôn.
À ha.
Hèn gì mấy cô ôm mấy cái sóc này ha. Hèn gì mấy ông chồng tắt cho Tú nói ông đang ngủ cái tự nhiên bị ai đá xuống giường á. Mấy cô nằm ngủ nằm mơ, lên mày lên cho tao, mày lên, đá cái đạp ổng xuống giường luôn. Đúng không?
Ông chồng em kêu suốt ngày stop tại con cái chồng con bỏ vào bên đó.
Không có mê đá banh mà mê đá chồng.
Đúng
Tối
rồi.
ngày người ta kiếm sư phụ Tú là ai đó.
Không có đá
Ngày
banh
mấy
mà
ông hỏi sư phụ Tú là ai đâu, đưa tôi gặp.
tối ngủ nằm mơ mong tóc lên đạp nó văng xuống giường luôn. Dễ sợ, con này nó ghê thiệt, bầm mà lên nhanh mà nó xuống cũng nhanh, nó lên thang máy mà nó cũng xuống thang máy luôn. Là mấy con này có ăn đừng chút chạy cho nó khỏe. Em du lên lại. Ủa ghê nhanh vậy. Holy cow. 435 435 là chạy liền. Vậy nó có kháng cự. Bốn ba ba Ok, đợi chút. Lá vàng rơi chưa? 43432. Ok, sư phụ bán em vô nha. Chốt lời nha. Bán hết luôn á, tại vì nó gần kháng cự rồi. Không bán nó rớt xuống là mất ăn. Canh vô lại rau nữa thôi. Rồi nó phá kháng cự không? Chắc không rồi, nếu mà nó phá kháng cự nó lên 3 triệu đồng ngày hôm nay à. Cũng hơi khó phải không? Đến 22 đồng à, ghê hồn. Bây giờ làm sao tính long straddle của Tesla nè? Long straddle của Tesla là bao nhiêu?
Beat alongside strong guidance from the cloud company. Fiber optic makers Amphenol and Corning in the red following results from both names and solid numbers from each. That said, could be some profit taking this morning. Both stocks are more than 100% over the last year. And AT&T, higher sales year on year, driven by gains in its wireless and consumer businesses. David, some reassuring comments on the dividend and more.
Yeah, and also providing some sort of long-term free cash flow guidance as well, upping that. We're talking as much as $21 billion in free cash flow by 2028. And what they're talking about as well is what, $45 billion in plus in shareholder, returning $45 billion plus to shareholders during the period of 26 to 28, the same period you're looking at right there. Perhaps that's giving some comfort to investors as well. As we watch all the names up, that is Verizon and T-Mobile, of course, which has long been the leader, but has been a laggard in the stock market, at least so far this year. We'll hear from Verizon later in the week.
Right. Even AT&T slightly down year on year versus obviously gains for the S&P.
Without a doubt. And, you know, interesting, a couple little things that sort of caught my eye. They did their outlook for cash taxes reflects further assessment of their savings due to provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act as compared to the outlook they provided previously for the second quarter. So I guess more freely, but I always felt like we could speak pretty freely.
We used to play Hallelujah.
Yes, we did. Oh, that was back in the GE days.
Exactly.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Meantime, some chip names are on the move today after a few key reports. We'll talk about what investors need to know when Money Movers begins in a couple of minutes. We should point out some of the action in the S&P, though. Got to 7K right at the open, now 69.82 or so.
Yeah.
We sometimes see this with big round numbers, but certainly that is a key milestone.
And we do now have Apple, Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft all down. Not much, but I would note that. Of course, we're going to get important earnings after the bell that include shares of Meta.
Long straddle không cả 25 đồng sư phụ.
Microsoft tonight. Tesla's interesting.
Hả?
Dạ, long straddle của Tesla không cả 25 đồng, đúng không?
Dùng tìm hiểu anh yêu hả?
Dạ.
Rồi đó, nếu mà dùng tìm hiểu anh yêu thì quá dễ rồi hả? Có cái đó là tính ra liền thấy không? Ok. Tesla. Ok. Bỏ qua khung daily. Rồi bật tìm hiểu anh yêu lên. Turn on. Ok. Rồi double click. Giờ mình lấy giá 433 đi ha. Cho chẵn đi ha. 433. 433. Ok. 25 đồng. Đúng. 25 đồng 40 cent rồi something. Mà thấy con số nó nhảy không? Giá nó nhảy theo thấy không? Mọi người thấy không? Bây giờ mọi người turn on cái tìm hiểu anh yêu đi. Cái earning move á, nó nhảy khi mà cái giá nó nhảy theo luôn cho mình biết chính xác. Đến gần 1 giờ đó là mình biết chính xác là bao nhiêu. Cái con số này nè, ra đây. Đó, nó nhảy là ngay chỗ mà earning move ngay chỗ này nè. Ok, nhảy thấy không? Thay đổi liên tục. Nó tính. Nếu mà beat ER lên 459, nếu mà miss ER xuống 407. Mình có cái C12 lợi hại, mình không có cần phải tính gì cho mệt. Rồi thí dụ như mình coi con Meta. Ok. Bây giờ là 672 đi ha. 672. Ok. Earning move 43 đồng. Microsoft 479 đi ha. $24 đồng.
Còn con Sandisk nó nhảy quá trường sao tính ra cho phụ.
Hả?
SNDK á sư phụ.
Hôm nay như nó cũng có earning phải không?
Đó là độ dịch chuyển của một con mà.
$27 đồng. Sao? Này ai có câu hỏi gì?
Cái long saddle là độ dịch chuyển của con stock trong ngày hay sao?
Yep, là nếu mà nó beat earning thì nó mua bao nhiêu, mà nó miss earning thì nó mua bao nhiêu. Nếu mà cái long shadow của Tesla là 43 đồng thì nếu mà nó beat earning á thì nó có thể lên 43 đồng, mà nó miss earning á thì nó có thể rớt 43 đồng.
Dạ.
Tesla lên lại.
Hai anh Tú.
Yeah.
Dạ khi mà tính cái long shadow đó thì Long tính, nhưng mà khi hồi nãy Long bị mistake á, là Long để giá của một cái cổ phiếu cao mà Long không có đổi lại cái giá hiện tại của cái cổ phiếu đó, thì nó không có tính ra được. Tới chừng Long tính hỏi anh Tú rồi, cái sao Long coi lại một lần nữa thì Long thấy là cái giá nó sao Long để 600 mấy mà thật sự cái cổ phiếu đó nó chỉ có 400 mấy thôi, thì để trở lại thì nó ra đúng.
Đúng rồi, để cho lại ra đúng nha.
Dạ. Vậy trường hợp này có thể thí dụ như một cái stock đó mà nó xuống rồi nó bắt đầu nó có nến xanh trở lại, có thể bỏ vô cái giá đó để tính coi nếu nó lên là bao nhiêu được không anh Tú?
Chị nói lại coi.
Dạ, thay vì tính earning, cái moving của earning thì mình tính cái moving của cái ngày hôm đó, lúc mà nó nến xanh thì bỏ cái giá tiền vô đó thì để coi nó lên được bao nhiêu, hay là tới cái nến đỏ đó thì khi mà lá vàng nó ra thì bỏ cái giá đó vô thì nó cho biết là xuống bao nhiêu, có được không?
Không, cái đó nó không chính xác đâu. Cái long shadow là tại vì tụi nó đánh option á. Nó đánh option cái
Yeah.
strike price, cái bid premium với lại cái ask, cái premium của call, premium của put, thì nó mới đoán được là cái tóc nó move theo cái những người đánh option á. Còn bình thường á mình dùng nó không chính xác đâu. Cũng được á nhưng mà nó không
Dạ.
chính xác lắm.
Cho ông hỏi sư phụ.
Dạ.
Nên rất là bữa nay mấy giờ sư phụ? 2 giờ rưỡi phải không sư phụ?
No, sau 1 giờ.
Và cái C12 này có biết nên nó lên xuống biết trước không sư phụ?
Không, mình sao biết được là nó sao biết được, đâu biết được đâu.
Biết là ai cũng làm tỷ phú trong cái group này hết rồi anh Chi.
Nhiều khi Ellen không biết nữa đó anh.
Không ai biết được đâu.
Mà nó có anh Tú có chỉ ra cách tìm, nếu mà nó lên thì nó cộng thêm bao nhiêu, nó xuống thì nó trừ bao nhiêu, gọi là long shadow, thì nãy giờ anh Tú chỉ cách tính ra, anh chỉ cho.
Cái earning không thể nào đoán được, mình chỉ đoán mò thôi. Chứ còn mình đâu có data để mình đoán chính xác được. Mà anh Hai Lúa mấy vì cái team của anh Hai Lúa mấy vì, còn tụi mình không đoán chính xác được. Thằng Tú đã nói mấy ngày hôm nay rồi, thằng Tesla nó sẽ miss earning một chút xíu, nhưng cái đó không có quan tâm. Who care? Các bạn đừng có quan tâm đến cái ER, ok? Quan tâm cái guidance về cái earning core, cái đó nó quan trọng hơn. Giống như mấy thằng Texas Insurance á, nó miss earning mà nó còn mất bao nhiêu thường, tại vì cái guidance nó tốt. Cái earning nó biết càng tốt rồi, nhưng mà không có nghĩa là nếu mà nó miss là tóc sẽ rớt đâu. Ngày hôm qua đó, thằng ASML, thằng TXN đó, nó miss earning nó bay. Quan trọng là cái guidance và cái earning core, thằng Elon nó nói cái gì. Dạ, thành ra mình chỉ cần dùng cái C12 là mình tính được cái long shadow rất là nhanh luôn, mà nó live data cho mình luôn. Mấy con số long shadow nó expected move á, nó nhảy liên tục.
Anh Tú cho hỏi chút,
Dạ.
cái thằng khi mà ở cái ngưỡng kháng cự đó, có khi thì Loan thấy có chữ BOS hoặc là nó có chữ POI, cái đó có nghĩa là gì vậy anh Tú?
BOS là break of structure, tức là nó chuẩn bị reversal. Còn POI là point of interest, tức là cái điểm mà mình nên quan tâm. Thì nó chỉ là trong cái indicator nó in ra vậy cho mình, nhưng thật sự cũng không dùng nó nhiều. Nhưng mà BOS là nó đoán là nó đang lên nó có thể xuống lại, hoặc nó đang xuống nó phải lên lại. Tức là nó break cái structure, tức là nó phá cái pattern. Nhưng nó cũng không chính
Vậy
xác.
Loan thấy cái thằng PTIR đó, nó có cái chữ đó ở cây nến 1 phút á, vậy có nghĩa là nó đang chuẩn bị để reversal không?
Đúng, nó chuẩn bị reversal. SanDisk nó đang show screen. MU cần có đến sanh vô lại rau nữa được.
Anh Tú nghe em nói không anh Tú?
Dạ.
Hôm qua anh nhớ em nói là cái cây Pilot Travel Center nó chuẩn bị hợp tác với thằng Tesla, nó xây một cái trạm điện á anh Tú. Cái thằng Pilot đó là rất có phần hùng rất nhiều của ông Warren Buffett á, ông mua vô hồi năm rồi á.
Ồ. Yeah, good news. Cái đó là guidance á. Nếu mà thằng Elon nó ngày hôm nay nó nói chuyện đó là guidance á. Không biết nó có nói không? Guidance nó rất là quan trọng với lại tụi analyst.
Mà theo em đọc ở trên internet đó, anh Tú, là ông Warren Buffett ông không có đầu tư gì vô Tesla đó, mà lần này ông bỏ vô ông xây cái trạm điện ở trong truck stop đó, đó anh Tú.
Có thể là ông định là cho tất cả EV luôn, chứ không phải mình
Một chạm chặt điện riêng đó là của xe tải thôi Tú, cái xe tải Tesla thôi.
Em view lên lại. Yeah.
Long xin đi ngoài lề một chút xíu. Và Long mới thấy cái YouTube nó post lên đó, là chắc không biết sao nói là những anh chị em nào mà có tiền bán đất mà trên đường mà đi trở về bên Mỹ hay nước ngoài gì đó, thì cái công dụng của AI nó có thể quét thấy số tiền mình giấu là mất sạch hết.
Em có ý kiến nha chị. Cái tiền bán đó là học lại chuyển vào nhà băng, đâu có bị phí gì đâu mà người ta bị đó đâu.
Ý chị nói là mấy người mà cầm mang về á, giấu á.
Vậy thì khuyên các bạn đừng có giấu, tại vì nó rất hợp lệ để chuyển từ Việt Nam qua Mỹ trên ngân hàng tiền sạch luôn. Phí rất rẻ. Em có thể giới thiệu ngân hàng cho chuyển luôn. Chỉ cần chứng minh được hồ sơ mua bán có công chứng ok. Ăn trợ cấp em gái. Còn ăn tiền đủ loại tiền ở Mỹ á, nằm trong mấy chương trình lãnh lô income với những cái chương trình mà support government á, nên họ đâu có đứng tên được đâu.
Vậy nếu mà giống như đất của mình nhưng mà bên Việt Nam đứng tên thì sao chị? Tại vì cái đó đâu phải tên của mình đâu.
Còn lãnh cái gì mà của tiền government support ở đây á, là đem số tiền to qua là để ý hết trơn, dù even là chuyển qua bang rồi là dính rồi đó. Đó thì phải rồi chị, tại vì lãnh benefit của nhà nước mà có giàu như vậy thì đó là lý do mà người Việt mình cầm tiền mặt giấu đó. Nên chị Loan mới nói là coi chừng AI nó quét hết qua mấy cái vali nó thấy á.
Dạ, vậy cho em hỏi ví dụ như mà giống như bên này thì không có lãnh tiền gì hết á, nhưng mà giống như đất bên Việt Nam là người khác đứng tên, xong mình về mình cầm qua, vậy đâu có được đúng không ạ? Tại vì đâu phải tên của mình đâu.
Cầm cái gì qua cũng được hết trơn, hết chuyển bất cứ mọi cách nào mà miễn mình đừng có xin tiền của chính phủ này là được rồi.
Không, vậy thì em nói là bên Việt Nam người đứng tên là người khác nhưng mà mình là người cầm tiền qua, vậy thì nó có cho mà.
Người ta sẽ hỏi ra đó. Ví dụ mình chuyển trong bang á, họ sẽ họ hỏi tiền đâu chuyển vô á, họ sợ tiền trước á.
Dạ vâng, cái đó thì em hiểu, nhưng mà ý em nói là mang ra khỏi Việt Nam á.
Chị ơi, nó không có hợp lệ chị. Nó không hợp lệ. Tiền mặt nhiều là không hợp lệ à. Tóm tắt là tiền mặt nhiều trong vali là nó không hợp lệ à. Người ta sẽ hỏi mình cái số tiền đó từ đâu á.
Nếu như mà tên của chị á, mà chị đứng tên ở Việt Nam á, thì chị có thể chuyển qua bang được. Còn nếu như mà đứng tên một người khác mà đất của chị mà chị nhờ họ đứng tên á, mà chị bán á, thì sau khi chị bán xong mà một là nếu như mà chị còn có quốc tịch Việt Nam, giấy tờ bên Việt Nam, thì chị nhờ người ở bên Việt Nam á, chuyển cái tên đất của họ sang tên cho chị, rồi sau đó chị đứng tên chị rồi chị bán. Còn nếu như mà họ trực tiếp họ bán á, thì chị nhờ theo cái cách là giống như là gia đình support đó chị, thì nó có dưới là 25.000 đô, thì mỗi người như vậy là gửi cho chị theo cái chương trình support đó, thì chị đỡ ít đánh thuế hơn. Tổng cộng bao nhiêu tiền thì chị hỏi ChatGPT giùm em, chứ em không có hiểu rõ lắm.
Dạ, cảm ơn ạ.
Dạ.
You'll see those numbers starting to produce. That's why you see these massive construction numbers, and soon when those things start opening, you're going to see employment, and you're going to see wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes. I've never heard of it before. All my life I grew up and I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen, we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost. Actually, there are other reasons also. But together with the majorities in the House and Senate, we overcame their obstruction. And we put more money into the pockets of every working American than anyone thought even imaginable. Perhaps no provision of the great big beautiful bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I mean, I've had friends at the top people in business. They came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think most likely, the most likely case is in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it. Even really people that truly hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He put $1 billion into it. I said, you must like this program a lot because you can't stand me. I said, I do, but I do like you more than you think. They like me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that. We are the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who believed so strongly in this vision right from the beginning, that they personally donated $6.25 billion. That's $6,250,000,000. Even the 250 is a lot of money when you think. I mean, you know, Nikki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to rapping, all the money she makes. She's hearing a number like that. She'll say, how many songs do I have to make to catch that? But amazing, amazing thing, $6,250,000,000 to fund Trump accounts for an additional 25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Michael? Where's Michael? Stand up, Michael. What a great guy. What a great guy. You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it, I guess, probably would have been better off not to. That's a lot. But you know what? I hope everybody goes out and buys Dell computers. My son, I told you, Barrett, he loves that computer. I don't know what the hell you're doing to it, but he likes it. But I just want to thank you very much, and Susan, it's unbelievable, really unbelievable what you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 250th anniversary, because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps the largest, one of the largest, certainly, but perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot, 6,250,000,000. And somebody did say that. A friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, "Jeez, you know, think of it, the 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine. And I haven't even talked about the 6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael, you're great. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right? He saw this and he said, wow, what a great idea that is. This is, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18, but we can go 21. They can keep it in longer. But he saw this right from the beginning. He said, wow, that's just great. And we have some other ideas that will be great, but this was one that just hit everybody. This was an easy one to think about. And again, that bill allowed us to do this. Otherwise, can you imagine trying to get this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give your money, ultimately you're giving your money away anyway, no matter how much you make. But he's made it a lot easier, approvals for
President Trump speaking just in the room right next to me here in Washington, D.C. at the Trump Account Summit. He's touting the new accounts, basically, which were created as a result of the Big Beautiful Bill, talking about some of the benefits there, giving thank yous and shout outs to those that have contributed, including Michael Dell, who the Dell Foundation, Michael Dell and his wife, announced a more than $6 billion investment into this kids funds, into index funds. Also gave a shout out there to the Treasury Secretary. I was watching the Dell stock because, Carl, at one point, President Trump said, buy Dell computers. My son loves Dell computers. So commending Michael Dell and his whole entrepreneurship story and for getting involved in a program like this. We are expecting a number of announcements from corporates and philanthropists about joining this effort. And you just heard from Ted Cruz that he says it's a bipartisan effort as well, but it is now law and tax filing season has begun. And so they're encouraging people to get out there and to check this for their kids.
Yeah, trying to make it as easy as possible, which is commendable. A nice little shout out to Nicki Minaj in the house as well, Sarah. When we
She's
come
here
back
today, yes.
Evercore's first reaction to Starbucks results. Big move in the stock this morning. Might be the start of a long-term rally. We'll talk about it. Plus some new comments from the CEO of GE Vernova to CNBC. That when we come right back.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking.
Chậm account. Chậm account. Okay. Ok, bạn nào mà có con cái á, ok, bạn vô bạn Google châm account. Ok, châm account. Rồi bạn click xong bạn apply. Ok. Thì nếu mà bạn apply á mà bạn được á thì đứa con bạn sẽ được 1.000. Hai đứa con mỗi đứa được 1.000 ha. Thì cái 1.000 đồng này á là họ sẽ bỏ vô một cái ETF fund create bởi Tổng thống Trump. Rồi trong cái ETF đó họ mua stock như là Dell, Tesla, không biết stock nào họ mua đấy. Thì hình như là đến năm 18 tuổi bạn mới được quyền cash cái số tiền đó. Thì đứa con bạn 18 tuổi á, bạn cash cái 1.000 này ra thì ví dụ như năm 10 tuổi hay 8 năm sau nó cash ra có một số tiền. Ok, cái này là ai go to cái website này apply, nếu mà qualify thì được. Ok, thì cái tiền này ở đâu ra? Là do những người donate. Thì vừa rồi Tổng thống Trump mới nói là cảm ơn Michael Dell đấy. Michael Dell là CEO của Dell Computer đấy. Là anh ta donate $1 billion, 1 tỷ. 1 tỷ đô la vô cái phần này. Very nice of him right? He doing charity work right? Cái foundation của Michael Dell và vợ anh ta đầu tư vào $1 billion để mà cho mấy đứa trẻ. Ok, thì bạn nào có con apply thử đi, biết đâu được nha. Tôi nghĩ là phải dưới 18 tuổi. Ok, ai mà có con dưới 18 tuổi vô chương trình này apply. Đó là cái cuộc nói chuyện hồi nãy Tổng thống Trump vừa nói xong á. Michael Dell rồi có những ca sĩ rồi Nikki gì không biết, cô ca sĩ Nikki gì tôi không biết là cô đó là ai. Cô đầu tư cô tặng 250 triệu ở trong đấy. Dell Computer đang lên 2 đồng 6. Ông Trump muốn nói là Dell là good, rồi kêu người ra mua Dell Computer, Dell nó bay rồi.
Những công ty người Mỹ họ làm ăn được, họ trả lại cho cuộc đời này á. Mình appreciate cái đấy sư phụ.
Thì mình cũng vậy thôi. Mình làm ăn được, mình về Việt Nam mình cũng trả lại, mà trả lại cho công an.
Sherry đang ngúng ngưng là chỗ đó không dám nói đó.
Trả lại cho hải quan.
Cái lòng của cái người này họ không có rộng. Nếu mở to ra thì sẽ lấy thêm mà họ gói lại thì thôi, là ăn như đó thôi.
Tesla đang muốn lên lại, XOXL lên lại, NBA lên lại, Spy lên lại, nó đang muốn. Dell Computer lên. Dell Computer lên 2 đồng mấy, 3 đồng. MU nếu mà có nến xanh thì canh vô lại, nhưng mà mua ít thôi, tại vì sắp 11 giờ là nó market nó biến động dữ lắm. Vũ Phạm nghe đâu mà ASML biết rồi nên. Ồ, đọc kỹ lại là đứa con phải bắt đầu bon năm nay nè, năm ngoái á. January 1st, 25th mới được. Ok, tại vì không đọc kỹ. Đúng rồi, tức là người nào có con từ hồi tháng 1, từ 1 tới 2 năm ngoái á, thì mới được. Vậy là đầu tư 18 năm. 18 năm mà 1.000 là lên cũng nhiều tiền lắm á, không giỡn đâu. Thằng ASML nó miss earning chứ nó không có biết. Nhưng mà ngày hôm qua đó là nó bay. Nó miss earning mà nó bay. Tôi không hiểu. Nhưng hôm nay sáng nay thì rớt xuống lại. Right here. Okay. ASML miss EPS. Nó miss cái revenue này, nó miss cái EPS. Nó miss by 50 cent, 40 cent. Nhưng mà tối hôm qua thì nó bay. Giờ nó rớt.
Happening is we've had this stimulus hope, particularly for casual dining. It's a little bit of a treat for the family. It doesn't have the GLP-1 negative thing hanging over it that some traditional fast food would. So you saw a massive outperformance by casual dining that was further encouraged by the weather comparisons earlier. Now we're seeing the sales getting banged around by the storm Fern, and even Brinker talked about that today. But by the time we get to the second quarter, it looks very likely that this industry will be getting going finally after a tough 2 years, basically. And the question is, do we see some surprises? Do we see anything in fast food or fast casual get going alongside of casual dining, which seems to be the consensus trade?
Right. And it's sometimes the worry is traffic, sometimes it's pricing. It's always something when it comes to restaurants and food, David. Thanks so much. Good to talk to you. David Palmer.
Yeah, thanks, Carl.
Sarah.
Former Atlanta Fed President Dennis Lockhart is coming up with us next. Fed Chair Powell with some of his first public remarks at this afternoon's FOMC meeting since coming out against the Trump administration, saying its lawsuit against him is in retaliation for not lowering rates. Should make for a very interesting news conference. We'll help you get ready when we come right back.
Good morning, room. Good morning, moon. Good morning, life. Good morning, wife. Good morning, little bear. Good morning, parents everywhere.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Puma.
BriaCell is in its final phase 3 trial for metastatic breast cancer, offering patients cutting-edge immunotherapy. With a novel platform technology targeting multiple cancers, BriaCell is shaping the future of cancer care. BriaCell.
What's our number one way to improve stock returns? We use options. Look at the returns from the same security over the same period, and you can see why learning to trade options is a necessity. It's not an option. These are some of the option trades we've recently shared with our followers. What would you prefer, the stock return or the options return? Our book will teach you our beginner-friendly strategies you could start using immediately. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than a home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no. That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire Today.
We used Angie and found a pro who was so invested in installing our picture window, he looked after it like it was his own.
So when we needed to pick someone to look after our own, we knew who to trust.
Sign here.
Em đang về giá rẻ rồi nha.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Tuesday, February 10th. Join CNBC's first ever.
Nói gì không nghe?
Coi in đi sư phụ, coi in đang về.
Nói cái gì không nghe? Có chữ nghe, có chữ không?
Coi in nha. Dịch. Coi bé sách.
Không nghe gì hết trơn. Cái điện thoại bị gì rồi?
Chỉ nói coi bê sư phụ.
À con bê chứ hả? Ok, con B về giá rẻ. Chờ nó đi, nếu muốn mua chờ nó về hỗ trợ đây nè. Hỗ trợ khoảng 208. Cũng gần về hỗ trợ.
Em nghĩ canh mua Apple tốt hơn.
Yeah.
Apple gần giá rẻ rồi với lại có vùng hỗ trợ nữa.
Yeah. Apple cũng được vậy. Apple về gần giá rẻ. Ủa không đánh Apple vô, ok Apple. Apple 254. Và cũng về gần giá rẻ rồi. Apple thứ 5 có earning.
Raising guidance. We'll bring you those comments in a moment as the S&P and the Nasdaq go red. Stay with us.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy?
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Investing wasn't always easy. Be grateful. Times have changed. With crypto at iTrust Capital, today's investing looks different, easier, smarter, secure, and with more options than ever. The future is already here. Open an account today at itrustcapital.com.
The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. That's right, they will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-973-9741 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-9741.
Don't smile. Your mouth. Just get through it. It's fine. It's not. Hide it. Fix it. Just live with it.
I want this to be the last time I worry about my smile.
With Clear Choice Dental Implants, this is the last time.
Because you get the security of our lifetime warranty on premium arches. This smile is built for life.
As a contractor, I find sometimes the most impactful thing you can say is what you do on your own home. A couple of years ago, we put a pool in our backyard, my wife and I. There was only one choice for the decking around the new pool. We used TimberTech because of the low maintenance on the product. You can install it and just enjoy it for its lifetime.
ePay, Redwood. I mean, after 1 year, you're sanding and refinishing if you want to keep that sharp look. If you don't want to sand and oil every year, you want low maintenance, go with TimberTech.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TB at collarsandco.com.
Getting some fresh comments from GE Vernova as the stock's near some all-time highs. Seema, what has got it? Hey, Seema.
Hey, Carl, there is no slowdown in GE Vernova's gas turbine orders from the hyperscalers. That was a takeaway from my conversation with CEO Scott Strazik. who expects hyperscalers to account for 25% of GE Vernova's order book this year, up from 10% in 2025. Strazik adding that the big tech customers over time are becoming more infrastructure companies, and that his discussions are therefore becoming more strategic in nature as they think through electrification, owning gas power plants. He shared that GE Vernova's relationship with OpenAI's leadership team continues to strengthen. The real cliffhanger has been nuclear and when small modular reactors can become a viable option for powering data centers. On that specific point, Strazik believes that GE Vernova will be in construction on new nuclear in this country in 2027, and there will be new nuclear electrons that are added to the grid in 2031 to 2032, so about 5 years from now. The stock has been volatile in the last few hours. Losses tied to its wind business did raise some red flags following the latest actions by the Trump administration. I asked if they would ultimately spin off this business given the challenges in offshore wind. They're open to strategic options, but that they say the business just isn't ready quite yet. Stock still up about 94% over the past 1 year, Sarah.
Yeah, not too shabby. Seema Modi, Seema, thank you. Meantime, AI in the spotlight this week as the Magnificent Seven begin reporting today. Earlier, I spoke with Altimeter Capital founder and CEO Brad Gerstner last hour on his investments in AI and his outlook for OpenAI in particular. Here's what he said.
We have over $1 billion invested in OpenAI and Anthropic, large investments in both of those companies. We had large investments in lots of other private AI companies, and then the public markets. When I invest in Gemini, I'm investing in Google, I'm investing in Gemini and AI. When I invest in Amazon, I am investing in AI. So those are the apps that are going to power, kind of the next leg of growth for all of these major companies. I, as a shareholder, am glad to see them investing aggressively in compute. In fact, what I would tell you is they didn't invest aggressively enough over the last 2 years, right? If you look at Amazon, they have shortages they've talked about. Microsoft, shortages that they've talked about. And that goes to show you, as much as people want to criticize Sam Altman on my podcast, Sam Altman has been out in front for 3 years telling the world that we're walking into a compute shortage, and here we are in 2026 with a massive compute shortage.
Speaking of, are you going to participate in this next round? We hear that they're raising more money.
Yeah, so I mean, if and when OpenAI raises more money, and I think there are a lot of people who would like to give them more money for their next round of financing. It'll likely be the last round of private financing ahead of their IPO. We're here celebrating all these kids' accounts. I want Anthropic and OpenAI and SpaceX to get public so we can put their stock into the accounts of America's kids. They deserve to share in the upside of AI.
Why, you think OpenAI stock would do well right now?
I think it'll do terrific.
Full-throated defense for Sam Altman and OpenAI. And then he also pulled out a chart he showed me on his phone, Carl, about the usage, daily users for OpenAI versus Gemini, showing a real spike up in OpenAI versus sort of a gradual increase in Gemini. Said that narrative is way overblown. Also said on the funding round, he didn't confirm it, but said, he's hearing the same thing, and that what he thought is this would be the last big funding round before these companies ultimately go public. Interestingly, Gerstner was just on the stage next door with me. President Trump called him on along with some of the other architects. Nicki Minaj was on the stage as well, as she's been a big proponent of this program. Gerstner on as well, tying some of those tech investments and private companies to what he's doing here today, which is reinforcing the Trump accounts.
Yeah, when we think about Brad, we think about Nicki Minaj. Sarah, I was curious, he had a really interesting discussion about dark fiber and what happened on the other side of the dot-com boom. I'm still left wondering what's to prevent this one day from becoming a dark fiber-like environment if, in fact, the demand eventually doesn't present itself.
Yeah, I mean, Gerstner himself distinguished from that moment and obviously is incredibly bullish and says we're in the early innings here of the build out. And if anything, he's repeated what we've heard from some tech investors and CEOs, which is that we're not investing enough on this question of infrastructure. He sees the ROI starting to come as of now, expects it to happen in the earnings, for instance, of later today when it comes to Meta and Microsoft, even though he's out of Meta stock. So that's going to be the big question, right? If all the spending ultimately is worth it, and whether we need all of this infrastructure to build it out. He's obviously someone who's betting big. NVIDIA's his biggest holding. He's got holdings across CoreWeave, mentioned a lot of the hyperscalers as well. And of course, Anthropic and OpenAI, he's betting that it does ultimately play out and come to fruition. And that's going to be one of the keys. And, you know, we'll see what the CapEx numbers look like today out of two of the biggest spenders on the build out, which is Meta and Microsoft.
Yeah, and certainly the revenue forecasts and the fundraising environment continues to point in Brad's favor. Really interesting talk. Sarah, thanks. When we come back, CNBC's inaugural AI scorecard, a ranking of where the market is placing its most conviction when Tech Check continues in a minute.
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss a day.
What's our #1 way to improve stock returns? We use options. Look at the returns in the same security over the same period, and you can see why learning to trade options is a necessity. It's not an option. These are some of the option trades we've recently shared with our followers. What would you prefer, the stock return or the options return? Our book will teach you our beginner-friendly strategies you could start using immediately. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Join Julia Borstead with valuable insights.
Leaders have to be decisive.
From inside the C-suite.
AI is going to be transformational.
CNBC Leaders Playbook. Back-to-back episodes. All new tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Some mornings the road calls for more than just horsepower. It asks for intention. Confidence that doesn't need to announce itself. It's the details. How you carry the moment that sets the tone. This isn't just about looking sharp. It's about feeling ready. Crafted for motion. Built with purpose. Designed to perform from sunrise to last leg. Collars & Co. Presence starts here. Try it for yourself today at collarsandco.com.
You've got a glow about you, inside and out. Show it to the world with just 10 minutes of self-care. Meet Omnilux Contour, an LED light therapy mask clinically proven to reduce fine lines and wrinkles. Find out how you can improve your skin at omniluxled.com.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Artificial intelligence set to take center stage in big tech earnings tonight. But while Wall Street digs through those financials, a different set of metrics may better reveal which companies are actually ahead in the AI race. Our Deirdre Bose has put together a Tech Check version of an AI scorecard today. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So model benchmarks, they're useful for engineers, but Wall Street doesn't price model quality in isolation. It prices conviction too, a number of other things. So we put together this, which is an attempt to pull different signals into one place to create a more complete picture of how the AI trade is being placed as we head into earnings. Now, it looks at the major public and private AI players, but in this case, we use only public because that's what we have. Using a mix of spending, adoption, financial performance, market reaction. We assigned weightings to each. Not all of them are included here, but we can publish the breakdown for those that are interested. And here's what the data shows. On the public company side, Alphabet is first, and by a wide margin. It has strong model capability and financials, real adoption signals, the most market confidence over the last 3 months, which we measured as change in market cap over the last 3 months. Now, this is what conviction looks like when spending and economics line up. Meta comes next, and its profile is more polarized. CapEx to revenue is high. Model scores are weaker on third-party websites, but what it does have is adoption and the highest revenue growth among the 5 companies that we looked at. Now, Amazon and Microsoft, they land in the middle. Both of them benefit from AI flowing through to cloud, but neither have token share data, which means that their AI models aren't just lower on those third-party leaderboards, but they're also not being used in any real visible capacity yet compared to, say, the top 10. Apple, unsurprisingly, ranks last among those big 5. It is spending the least on AI, and it's showing the fewest visible adoption signals. Conviction isn't there yet, but it could be the wild card if AI becomes a platform shift that plays out at the device level. Now, we do have a scorecard. We're looking at the big private AI players. You can't not look at them, but there's less data to go off of because they are private. So we can share that and look at that another time. Guys, this scorecard, though, it's just meant to be a look at the public players to set a baseline for tracking how narratives, spending, and demand will move over the next few weeks. And we'll certainly check in a few weeks after we get those updated numbers to see if it actually moves any of them in this list.
Dee, I was just looking at the list and trying to eyeball whether stock performance reflects that ranking. Certainly on the #1 spot, it probably does.
Yes, it does. And like I said, we gave them all equal ratings, equal weightings, excuse me, for the different categories. And yes, change over the last 3 months was one of them. And that was obviously big for Alphabet. That helped, but so did its model technicality, which we looked at LLM Arena.ai. So did its adoption that we looked at through token usage and how many monthly active users it has. What was a little more surprising to me was Meta coming in second because, it's had a rough quarter. But when you balance that against adoption, it actually landed #1 here because it feeds users through properties like Instagram and Facebook. That's what really helped it.
Yeah, been tested a couple times down to 600 and trying to undo maybe some past investing decisions. Really, really interesting and a nice new way to look at the space. Steve, thank you, Deirdre Bosa. Sarah, what a morning in D.C. Some reflections from you.
Well, I don't know if you can hear in the background next door, they're playing YMCA, which means the president has just wrapped his speech where he actually made a lot of news talking about some new companies that are signing on to the Trump accounts. I just want to share with you some of these names. Intel, NVIDIA, Broadcom, IBM, Steak and Shake, Coinbase, Continental Resources, and Comcast, he said, have all signed up for really big contributions. Visa as well. Look, this is an initiative that clearly companies are on board to get behind, right? This means that they are, for eligible employees who have young babies, either matching or adding additional funds into these S&P 500 index funds. But I think it's also a reflection of business wanting to get on board with some of the Trump policies here, at a time where I know, Carl, we've been wondering about businesses' response to what's happening in Minnesota. I thought it was notable that the Treasury Secretary, when I asked him flat out, are you hearing from business about this, said no. We haven't really heard anything from business members about what's happening in Minnesota. Just interesting that, we're back to here an event where a lot of American businesses are signing on. One of them is Robinhood. By the way, in the next hour, I'm going to talk to the Robinhood CEO, Vlad Tenev, about their involvement in this program. And then later, Frank Bisignano, who now leads the IRS and Social Security, about what a shutdown could mean for tax filing.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Kind of quizzical not hearing from business leaders when they've collectively issued letters out of, say, the Minneapolis Chamber of Commerce, but we'll take the Treasury Secretary at his word. As for market action, Sarah, we're going to go into the Fed decision with the cards held fairly tight. S&P's basically flat. VIX back to 17. We'll see you back home. Let's get to the judge.
Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Walker. Front and center this hour, tech's resurgence. The S&P hitting 7,000 for the first time ever, just as mega cap earnings loom large in overtime tonight. We traded with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Jenny Harrington, Sarat Sethi, and Bryn Talkington. We will go to the markets as we await these big events this afternoon. Dow, the only thing in the green, albeit slightly. Everything else is just
a little bit red. So we did, Joe, get 7,000. We're 2 hours away from the Fed decision, a handful of hours away from Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla as we begin those mega cap earnings. You got that. You got gold and silver, which were ripping again today. The dollar is very much in focus, which was down to a 4-year low. The president saying, "Yeah, I think it's great," and then the Treasury Secretary making his comments. The U.S. always has a strong dollar policy. Okay. What do you think?
Volatility up 4.5% today. So maybe the message from that increase in volatility is what we've seen in the last several days, which has taken the market to the new highs. It's really concentrated. We've lost that broadening out narrative. It's not in play anymore. So for me personally, in the last several weeks, I've been buying energy names. I bought Twilio. I introduced further positioning in Zoom. So I'm buying over the last 10 days. Here we are today. I think it's a moment where you have to take a pause. You have to take a pause. You have to take a step back. You have to allow for the earnings to come out from the hyperscalers. Let's hear tonight from Meta and Microsoft. Remember something on those stocks. Meta is down 11% since its earnings report. Microsoft is down 10% from its earnings report. Why? It's because there is this perceived risk surrounding spending. And the reality is we need to hear tonight what the return on investment is for that spending itself. So I think the market, we achieved new highs. Great. Congratulations on that. But we're doing it in a very narrow capacity. And I just think it's time to maybe take a step back, look around. Don't get too excited about taking on more risk.
Well, Bryn, I wish we could show this, which we had yesterday, and maybe we can, the 1 week move in some of these mega caps, because yes, they have underperformed. And if you look at them year to date, it's sort of, whatever. But if you look over the last week, many of them have been running into these prints, Meta included. And I wonder what that does to expectations heading into this afternoon when it all begins.
I don't think it does much right now, because if I actually break these charts down, Microsoft is trading below the 200-day moving average. And Scott, there's an adage, it's pretty correct, nothing good happens under the 200-day. So it would really be great if after Microsoft prints, we could get back above that. I think so many people have confidence in Satya and Amy Hood. I know I do. And I think to Joe's point with Meta, the return on capital, they don't have a cloud business. Are they going to build one? Think about the CapEx spend there. That just seems like a really poor choice of capital at this point in the cloud cycle. And so I just think that Meta and Microsoft specifically are really under the scrutiny of investors to say, what are you doing for me? What are you doing for me? How are you monetizing? I think Microsoft's in a much better position because they do have cloud. They have so many other business units. Whereas whereas Meta, are they going to charge for ads now or charge for premium service on Instagram? Are we actually going to do that? So I think you'll continue to see dispersion among these names all year long.
Jenny, we like when Meta reports because it's the only of the mega caps that you own. So it's our only opportunity to get you into the mix when we talk about these earnings reports and what your expectations are. Again, it was a tremendous disappointment, at least the price action in the name after the last report. And we've had a nice ramp now into this one. So what are you thinking about?
Well, just to be fair and clear, just because I don't own them doesn't hold me back from talking about them.
As we've learned.
So, okay, the way Bryn said it, where she said, investors are going to be saying, what can you do for me now? That's exactly where we're at. Bryn summarized it perfectly. So they're forecasted to spend $120 to $130 billion in CapEx this year, and we're watching to see if that's justified. All the rest is easy. Right? They have a reasonable multiple. They trade at 20 some odd times. They have really strong earnings growth ahead. Revenues are expected to have grown 22% in the fourth quarter. So the numbers are easy. It's really exactly what Bryn said. What are you doing for me? How are you going to spend that wisely?
Sarat, there are those who think that these earnings reports bring the herd right back to the names. And that's what you've started to see in anticipation of these reports being good. Deutsche talks today about fresh highs, attention might swing back to tech, that all of these other names have stolen some of the limelight, but you're going to get the spotlight back on these names. It's very much like what Wolf is talking about today, where they say the broadening out, it stops with big tech earnings because they are the catalyst to get people back into all of these names. Do you agree with that?
I do somewhat, and I think what you have to look at is, was the message received after the earnings last quarter that, hey, we're looking at return on investment, like Jenny said, we're looking at depreciation expense. That's going to be important. And also, I think there are good tells in the economy in terms of advertising and Meta. What are they going to talk about? So I think that's going to be, important. And Microsoft has a software issue. So all the software stocks are not doing well. So the question is, can they talk through that to say, hey, our recurring revenue is increasing?
I mean, if there's one software company that shouldn't be disrupted tremendously by AI, wouldn't it be Microsoft for the most obvious of reasons?
Yeah. And I think the question is, will that happen? And will they show the acceleration of their earnings, which, we're Microsoft holders and we think of the seven, they're in the best place to grow that.
It's easy to look at Microsoft and to be able to validate the return on investment because you see the growth in Azure. Right. They have the cloud business. I don't know how you get that validation, Jenny, with Meta. Is it ad targeting? Is it engagement? How do you realize that there actually is a return on the spending? And then if you look forward, and we own Meta, okay? So we see the same things that you see over the long term. But if you look into 26, the revenue guidance, that's pretty soft for this company, coming in negative.
But this is emblematic of a bigger problem, which is like, how do you know when that 120 to 130 billion is well spent?
For Meta.
But it's a bigger picture thing too.
I don't think it is for Microsoft.
I think that's kind of the point that Joe's raising. It seems to be, hold on, it just seems to be easier to track the return on investment for some of these other names rather than a Meta. You're like, okay, we have an open model. It's like, where's this all going? We're going to be aggressive and we're going to spend, but we're not exactly sure how to quantify this return to justify the stock being where something it should go.
Fine. So if you want to be really specific, easy to measure for Microsoft. It's certainly easy to measure for a company like NVIDIA. But when I said emblematic for the bigger picture, there's a lot of spending out there. Really broadly, names that aren't in the top 10 that we're talking about. And that's the challenge, we're not going to know until 27, 28 and further.
Hey, hold this conversation just for a minute. Let me jump down to Washington. We do have some breaking news. Our Eamon Javers has that for us. What are we learning here, Eamon?
Yeah, Scott, that's right. Given that Jay Powell is going to be speaking publicly this afternoon, I want to update you on what we know about that investigation into Powell and the Federal Reserve. And remember, that investigation was being done out of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. And I can tell you that a source familiar with the investigation tells me that the investigation is still ongoing, although we haven't heard very much about it over the past week or so. It is still an ongoing issue. And I'm also told, Scott, by a source familiar with the situation, that the Fed has not yet turned over documents pursuant to the subpoenas that were sent to the Fed. Now, the question is, when is the deadline for the Fed to cooperate with those subpoenas? We don't know that for sure. So we don't have any indication that the Fed has blown past a deadline, for example, for turning over documents. What we know right now is that the Fed has not, as we sit here right now, turned over documents pursuant to the subpoenas that it received from the U.S. Attorney's Office. So we're going to continue to get into this and to figure out exactly where this investigation stands. But I'm being told that it is an active investigation and that those documents have not yet, however, been turned over, Scott.
Interesting. Thank you, Eamon. It's interesting timing for your reporting, of course, because today is the decision. And more importantly for some, because no move on interest rates is expected, that the news conference is going to be maybe more dramatic than it normally is. Of course, the Fed chair is going to comment on where he sees inflation going, the economy, and potentially even interest rates, but going to be asked about the investigation and these new, as reported by Eamon Javers, developments that not only is the investigation ongoing, but that these documents that were requested have not yet been turned over. So we'll pay attention to all of that. Doesn't even take into consideration the fact that we're still waiting to find out who the next Fed chair is going to be. And it was the Treasury Secretary telling us this morning, or just a little while ago, in fact, that 4 people are still in the mix. So we'll follow all those developments as we move closer to that decision. And then we've got Gunlock on the back of that this afternoon. Back to the conversation at hand, and thanks for sending it back to me to get to Eamon. But perhaps nobody has as much to prove in some respects today than Meta, just simply because of what the stock reaction was after the last report.
Maybe. I mean, nobody within the very small pool of mega cap tech. I think of it more broadly.
Well, that's a very big pool. Let's be clear.
Is it?
Well, it's not a baby pool.
Okay.
What do you mean?
So
Why are we having that conversation? It's like the biggest stocks in the market. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
So if we're thinking about, like, to answer the question though, why is Microsoft up 9%, 8% over the past 52 weeks when Meta's flat? It's because of that. And what I've been arguing all year, and this is why I keep trying to go like bigger and just out of the mega caps, is the further you are away from being able to prove exactly how AI and this huge capex spend, the further you are away, the more dampened your returns. Now, it may set it up like a coil and a spring for the future. Maybe they spend that $120 billion and it's unbelievable in 3 years, right? Everybody already knows maybe Microsoft, maybe it's priced in on Microsoft. People can see that. Maybe Microsoft chugs along and Meta sits flat and then springs. I don't know, but you can take it out to even the stodgy stocks in my dividend portfolio, where I can look at all of those and say, hey, in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, I think spending now is going to be very beneficial. But the share prices are getting no return love right now because it's too far away. So I think that's the challenge here, is just saying like there's going to be more beneficiaries than just Microsoft. But until you can see it, the share won't get.
Bryn, I feel like arguably the most important note out today is this one from Wolf that I've already mentioned, just considering how the trade has been in the market to start the year. Their idea that the broadening out trade stops with big tech earnings. And they suggest the combination of solid results, lower valuations because the stocks have come in, and continued AI tailwinds will likely pull investor interest back into those companies. That to me is what people need to know. What they're dying to know. Should I continue to lean into the broadening trade, or am I going to be reminded this afternoon of exactly why we were in these stocks and overweight them in the first place, and that's where we need to return.
I couldn't disagree more.
Rất là đáng mua.
That note from Wolf. The broadening out will continue for the right reasons, is that you have the economy is picking up steam. We're going to have really big tax refunds, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that broadening out, whether it's in the US or internationally, is going to continue. To me, the question is, can these stocks catch up? And I think that the concern tonight is we know that Mark Zuckerberg likes to pull up that checkbook and write big checks. So as a non-investor in Meta, direct investor, is this going to be a Metaverse 2.0 where there's just an overspend? And I think with Microsoft, what's very distinctive is that, don't forget, they own the IP from OpenAI. They own it. They also have Copilot. So you can see that as Copilot kind of gets some of its sea legs and people start to actually use it, they actually will be able to monetize Copilot, which is what, $30 a head, versus the other software companies which are still trying to figure it out. So I don't think today is going to be any type of reshifting. I think you want to continue to have a broadening out trade. And to me, my question would be, can these companies catch up?
The reason why I said at the top of the show, I think it's a moment where you don't add to risk. I think you're patient, that you absorb the information, is because the answer to the question, do we go in the direction where the broadening out narrative returns, or does the Mag 7 continue to take the lead as they have in the last 5 days? It has to play out here over the next several weeks. And one of the things where I am not confident to say, okay, let's go right back to the broadening trade, is because we're seeing weakness in financials, we're seeing weakness in healthcare, and we're seeing weakness in industrials. And they were the anchor of the revival in the broadening out trade, and in particular for small caps, which are important in that broadening out trade.
Okay, so every sector, Sarat, is positive this year except for financials. What happened to all those calls about financials, not singling out Belsky, who literally said those words, but many others have said that was the area you want to lean into. Deregulation, tax benefits, M&A, animal spirits, IPOs, blah, 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 the whole thing.
So I do think the fundamentals are still there for financials. They ran quite a bit ahead of that. And then I think you've had a couple of overhangs. You've had the credit card issue with the 10% that had some of the banks pull back. Then you had the, some of these can't buy real estate, so that kind of pulled back some of the banks. So now it's an execution wait and see. I still like the Morgan Stanleys, JP Morgans, the Visas, MasterCards of the world, but I think you have to be selective and you have to understand what you own, whether it's regionals or some of the others in there.
No, I mean, you have to be, selective. It's like Goldman Sachs is up 6%. Schwab is up 3.5%. These are year to date. Morgan Stanley's up 2%. Everything else on my list is down. Citi's down, Amex is down, Blackstone's down, B of A's down, JPM's down, Visa, KKR, MasterCard, Apollo, Capital One are all lower. I mean, how do you know where to be selective and where not to be? What are you supposed to do? Like anticipate where the next missive out of the administration is going to come from? The dream of,
No, but
capping.
the missive from the administration could come from any sector, and we know that. It came on healthcare before, it could come on anything. I think when you look at that financial list, I'll go back to the point I made, the credit card companies got hurt the most, whether it was Citigroup or American Express. They were down negative because that's what kind of happened. But fundamentally, the Morgan Stanleys, JP Morgans of the world have really good earnings coming forward. So the question is, if they execute and M&A picks up and IPO activity and wealth is good, those are the companies you want to own.
But I mean, but wouldn't the market be anticipating that? Those are the companies that execute. Those are the companies that would most benefit from the very environment that people are all bulled up about the stock market itself.
I think the market is anticipating that. And the thing is, the bank's version of all balled up and great numbers is still pretty tame compared to other areas. So I think the reason that a JP Morgan is down 6% this year is because it's still up 15% over the last 52 weeks. And I think in the big cap financials, there are valuation hurdles that they can't get past. And so what we've seen over the decades is that in general, investors say, hey, we're willing to pay 10 to 14 times. We're willing to pay 14 to 20, 18 times for this. But there are multiples that people will not cross for these because the earnings will never be plus 60% for 3 years in a row. The earnings can only go so far. But if we zoom out on financials, it's so interesting because you need to look at fintech, and fintech is really under attack from AI. And there's all the commentary about AI, and peak software and AI eating software. There's a huge part of the financial sector that's going to be eaten up. And one of the other things that's in there too is like FactSet research. It was down 40% last year. Why? Because AI is going to eat it up. So as soon as you get out of the mega big cap financials, there's a really different story that's not so pretty there.
Sure, but if I told you coming into the year, let's just say it, okay?
Yes.
You're going to get deregulation. Economic growth is going to be way better than people expect. Earnings growth is going to top even high estimates to this point. And you're going to have an environment where you're going to have more deals, more capital markets activity. Companies are going to come public more so than they have in the past few years when the gates were proverbially closed. You would have said, undoubtedly, great environment for the financials.
And that's the semantics of the market, because what you're doing is you're addressing all the tailwinds that were very well known by all of us in the financial services industry. And I don't think many people pushed up against that. I think in terms of positioning, everyone came into the year saying, okay, let's go overweight financials. We have significant ownership of financials. And what I see as so far where the strength is in the financial sector is related to trading and engagement. If I look at our holdings, it's Interactive Brokers, it's Raymond James, it's CME Group, it's Charles Schwab, it's NASDAQ, it's Morgan Stanley, it's Goldman Sachs, where you are seeing the strength of performance. Everywhere else, the earnings were okay, they were good enough, but what happened subsequent to the earnings is you saw that people sold to reduce positioning, and I think that's a cycle that just has to unfold itself. Now, on the other side, where does it come back again? I think it comes back in the regional banks. If we really are going to see the strength in the economy that you're describing, then the regional banks should be the first place that resume the uptrend.
How emblematic is this, Bryn, of where this market appears to be? According to the flows from Bank of America and their clients, you've had inflows into tech, okay, big shock. It shows up in the market. And you've had outflows from financials, those being the biggest of the last week. So sentiment is clearly trying to lean back towards big tech, and it's trying to lean out of big financials.
Right. Well, when the president has his thumb on a JP Morgan or the credit card companies, the hedge funds and the retail traders, and Joe would know this from Momentum, those are short-term dollars. They're just going to go out and go somewhere else. And right now that hive mind is in the metal space. And so I think when you have these issues out there, people are going to, shoot first and ask questions later. And that's why you continue to see outflows out of financials. I think that to me is like opportunistically where you see opportunity. I mean, Capital One is a recent purchase. I think I'm down 6% on that. But I think their acquisition of Brex, to Jenny's point on fintech, is amazing. And I think that's where there's going to be opportunity when I'm like, I don't think the 10% credit card happens in mass. Maybe like one company does it for a small amount. But so that to me is like longer term where you see opportunity. But from a trading perspective, if you're trading, you got to step aside right now and not fight this tidal wave of money. To your point, that's going in the opposite direction.
Let's go fintech then, because another note out from Wolf today sort of reflects where sentiment is for many who were positive the group. So much for any sustained turnaround, they say. The weakest area of financials, and this is directed at you, Jenny, the weakest area of financials has undoubtedly been fintech, which trades at all-time lows on a relative basis while on the cusp of another breakdown on an absolute basis. Unless it can hold the November low, we're not confident.
I wouldn't be either. I think every investor and every investment that should be made right now should be viewed through an AI lens. And you need to ask yourself, does AI on balance help, or hurt this company? And I think if you can build a PayPal today more easily than you could 20 years ago, and if you can build all these little software solutions, all these little fintech things so easily now, they're under attack. I don't really have that much more to say on it. It's a component of the financial sector that I think is dangerous.
All right, so some of the calls today in the group, Rothschild upgrades Visa to a buy. Surat, you have that name. You also have MasterCard. Yeah. So we talked about these earlier as being, in the eye of the political storm for as much as it wants to blow around.
And Visa, MasterCard are different, right? They're the rails. So they're not really taking any credit exposure. And the fear was, well, volumes will come down. The question is, does the 10% come across the board? Is it a one-year thing? So the stock sold off. But I think as we move to a cashless society, Visa, MasterCards are the ones that have all the regulatory, they know how this all works. And they're working with every one of the partners. So it doesn't really matter. They're the picks and shovels of this business.
Raymond James initiated overweight, Joe. At 191 is the price target. Bullish sentiment towards the company's long-term compounding growth potential.
I feel bad I'm repeating myself, but it's engagement. I mean, that's the reality of what all of this is. We had the conversation yesterday about the 5-year anniversary of introducing the active trading on the part of the retail community. The retail community's gotten smarter. People still want advice. The advice that is given out by names like LPL and Raymond James, and they're in the sweet spot right now.
Well, they like the valuation.
Yeah.
They mentioned that specifically in the note. So it's not all an engagement driven story.
You're also interest rates.
Okay.
No, I'm just telling you what's in the note.
Yeah, so it's also interest rates. So if you take a Raymond James and you also take a Schwab, which you mentioned before, like both of those are engagement. But when you have the Fed cutting Fed funds rates, it really benefits those who are offering the money market funds. And so in Schwab's case, for example, last week they had earnings out and they saw their net interest margin significantly improve because it just costs them less to run the money market funds. So it's interest rates and engagement, I think, where you're seeing the big pops right now.
So let's, we're going to go to a break, Joe. We're going to talk about energy, which is the top performing sector so far this year. We got oil on the move, and we have a ton of ownership here of what used to be what I felt like was under-owned group. Maybe not so much anymore. Maybe it's time to take a good look. And later, a halftime exclusive with the Robinhood co-founder and CEO, Vlad Tenev. Rebecca.
It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IPKR's forecast trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Are you investing in municipal bonds that will fund roads and bridges? Think of Assured Guaranty's bond insurance as your guardrail.
Assured guarantee, a stronger bond.
If June had GoDaddy Arrow, she could create logos faster than a rifle lobotomy. Make her brand blast off with social media posts. Start your digital wasteland journey at GoDaddy.com/fallout.
I'm Josh Brown. Investors need to think long term, and the best long term investment is the stock market. The one thing every client has in common, they want to know why they're investing, what they're investing in, and what's happening behind the scenes. The CNBC Pro subscriber is going to get the most in-depth and the earliest look at the stocks that we believe are the best stocks in the market.
Join Pro for exclusive access to Josh Brown's best stocks in the market.
I have a structured settlement data. Beauty, but I need cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call 877 Cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
At your next big event, everything needs to feel just right. From the presentation to the products, 4imprint provides outstanding branded gear, guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. Visit 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
Starting my day with NAD has made me feel just clearer for the day. I'm a busy mom, businesswoman. It's become a part of my routine in the morning. It helps me stay sharp and steady through the whole day. I don't have these big highs and lows. I love that it doesn't complicate my routine.
Quebec Energy's up 11% this year. That is the top performing sector. WTI highest in September 30th. This has been a place to be. Schlumberger is up 29%. It's certainly one of the top performing names in the group. Surratt, that's you.
Yeah, we've owned it for a while. And look, these stocks have done nothing for a couple of years. I mean, they've finally kind of rebounded. Schlumberger is a leader in technology. Given what's going on geopolitically, they have businesses all over the world. I think this is a company you want to own. Good, strong dividend, cash flows. And then for the rest of the oil services companies, you've had such consolidation. The Chevrons and Exxons of the world have merged with so many different companies. And look at the balance sheet, the strong growing dividends. We've had this as a great inflation hedge too. Dollar gets debased, oil sold in dollars. I think what you've got is the trend, and to the point we were talking about before, when you've got some money moving and trading also, this is where momentum comes into place. And Joe, right in your alley, this is where money's now moving.
Well, the momentum funds are not there right now. The momentum funds came into 2026 underweight energy. So I think what the marketplace is doing is getting ahead of what will ultimately happen over the coming quarters, where the momentum funds will step back into energy. I don't know if they do it to the degree that they did in 2022, but they're certainly going to increase their positioning there. And you're also unwinding what really has been a significant short positioning in the futures market.
Well, the tide and the times, I guess, were so against these names. Nobody wanted them.
And the rhetoric.
Well, that goes to my times. Yeah. Nobody wanted to be in these stocks for a variety of reasons. It's a reason why, as a group, you only had like 3% of the S&P was in energy. Now, I don't know if that's going to change. I do know that there's a lot of ownership on the desk, which has to be reflective of something. Jenny, of all the areas that you own, this is one of the biggest.
Right.
Total Energies, Williams, Energy Transfer, Plains, Devon, Kinder, and Shell.
So what's interesting here is we have three portfolios. We have the U.S. dividend portfolio, the international dividend portfolio, and a disciplined growth strategy. None of these stocks are in our disciplined growth strategy. They're only in the international income, and they're only in the U.S. dividend income strategy. Why? Because we've never looked at them as a way to chase a commodity price or trade. They've been super long-term holdings, and they've all been predicated on the unbelievable and consistent ability to generate free cash flow. So a lot of the stocks that you just named, Scott, are in the midstream energy space. They have relatively little exposure to the commodity prices, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is that if oil and gas are flowing through U.S. pipelines, they're collecting the money and they're paying them out in steady and growing dividends to the U.S. to the shareholders. That's why I own them. I don't want the volatility of that commodity exposure. In the case case of Total and Shell, those are in our international portfolio. They don't have the midstream space to invest in there. But both of these, they're just huge free cash flow, super stable, strong dividends. They're not chasing anything. They're a place to be where we're not moving to solar, we're not moving to wind fast enough, and we need fossil fuels. So it's a nice place to be, but it's not in it for the trade.
Bryn, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that as investors, especially retail investors and hedge fund that follow retail investors, the commodity trade has just gone parabolic. Energy was the one commodity that had not participated. And I think you're going to continue to see a broadening out. This would not have been on my card going into the year when Trump was saying, I want energy at 50. And really, if you listen to the earnings calls, especially the E&P players, they're like pencils down. Well, now all of a sudden, if you get, the narrative is changing. I think you're going to get commodity investors that have been in gold and silver, platinum, et cetera, moving into this other commodity, which is not participated. I think RSPG, which is the equal weight, is a really good way to play it. It actually just broke out of its 2024 high, so it's had a base for a long time, and you get that equal weighting versus the lumpiness of the XLE, which is really just Chevron and Exxon.
All right. Courtney Reagan has the headlines for us.
Hi, Scott. Senators on the Foreign Relations Committee are grilling Secretary of State Marco Rubio today in a hearing centering on the U.S. military operation that ousted President Nicolas Maduro. Now, Rubio pushed back on claims the U.S. is at war with Venezuela, but said the Trump administration is prepared to use force if cooperation with Venezuela breaks down. By this spring, the 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine is on pace to reach the grim milestone of 2 million troops, either killed, missing, or wounded. That's according to new data from the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Puts the total current number of Russian troops killed, missing, or wounded at 1.2 million, and Ukraine at 600,000. Russia has long been accused of undercounting. Ukraine does not release official figures. And a massive landslide in Sicily, destroying homes and forcing more than 1,500 people to be evacuated. Days of heavy rains triggered the collapse, with many homes dangling on the edge of a newly formed cliff. That is fairly terrifying. Scott, back to you.
Yeah, dramatic pictures. Thank you, Courtney Reagan. Up next, an exclusive interview with the Robinhood CEO and co-founder, Vlad Tenev. Next.
As our country celebrates its 250th anniversary, CNBC spotlights the leaders driving business and the nation forward.
I grew up in a small town in Western Tennessee. When I say small, I mean about 10,000 people, and I'm the middle child of 7. Now, I tell people I won the lottery with 2 winning tickets. I was born in America, and I was born with 2 great parents. So my parents taught us a couple of fundamental things, and that is you couldn't allow your surroundings to limit your vision of your future. Because I could stand in my front yard, and I could look to the north, south, east, and west, and nothing looked like success. My parents encouraged us about the power of education, the power of believing that you could be anything you wanted to be. And so I look back at that and I'm incredibly fortunate. My dad is my ultimate role model. It's great that in one generation, he can go from Jim Crow segregation to seeing his son be the chairman CEO of 2 Fortune 500 companies. And that can only happen in America.
At CLA, we're not just in your corner. We're on it. We're advisors and advocates, planners and patients, consultants and cart returners. We coach third on Saturdays and businesses during the week. We're your neighbors, which means wherever you're coming from, we're right there with you. Wherever you're going, we'll get you there. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors.
At public.com, you can earn a 1% match when you transfer your investments. That's 1% on brokerage accounts, IRAs, and 401k rollovers. Earn an uncapped 1% transfer match. Investing for those who take it seriously. Public.com.
Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher.
Hold on, steak voiceover guy. I got this. Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher. But what's that mean? It means all these steaks are USDA certified tender.
Well, she's right.
Yeah, they love it. I love that they love it. This is why you get Omaha Steaks.
Right now, get 4 USDA certified tender steaks free when you visit omahasteaks.com/tender.
Skip the grocery store and
skip the grocery store and get Omaha Steaks today.
We found a trustworthy pro on Angie who put so much care into our kitchen.
He treated it like it was his baby.
So when we needed a godfather for our baby, I couldn't trust anyone else. There you go.
I do kitchens. Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. That's right, they will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again, guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound, the first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-973-9741 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-9741.
With political pressures mounting, what is the Fed's next move? Does the recent data signal rate cuts ahead, or will a pause be the likely path forward? Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Treasury today hosting a full-day summit in Washington for the launch of Trump Accounts, a federally supported investment initiative for children in the United States. Our Sarah Eisen joins us now from the event with one of the attendees.
Washington. I'm with Vlad Tena, the CEO of Robinhood. As a lot of business leaders join this event, it's nice to see you here.
Yeah, great to be here with you in person.
How's Robinhood involved in this effort?
Yeah, so first off, when we heard about this effort, we were involved in the first White House Trump Accounts Summit early in 2025. And I had heard about it from Brad Gerster from Altimeter Capital and Michael Dell, who have been trying to get this initiative going for many years now. And the thing that I love about it, in the words of the president, most other administrations leave the younger generation with nothing but debt, right? And this is the inverse of that. Like, rather than leaving future generations with debt, how can we give them access to the growth of the country in the form of the S&P 500 companies? And from the very beginning, and you can tell with like the product design and the brand, you can tell this isn't a healthcare.gov, and the president and the administration wants this done at the highest possible quality.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. It's like, how the government is usually not great at building things like this. You know, how do we make sure that it's not like the DMV or the IRS, which everyone hates, and that it's a seamless where, like a Robinhood, where they can pull up their index funds and check their accounts and make it a user-friendly experience.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a financial technology and product design problem, and it's multidisciplinary. I think the great thing about President Trump and the administration is they've gotten the best of the best, both private sector and public, to help bring this program to life. So Joe Gebbia, one of the co-founders of Airbnb, has been doing an amazing amount of design work. And I told the president personally, you know, Robinhood is ready. Probably don't need our help for everything, but however we can make the program a success, because our mission is to get the next generation investing as early as possible. So that's why we love this initiative so much.
Just wanted to ask you about the markets, because we are, hit record highs again today. S&P 7,000. What does the sentiment look like and the positioning around some of the retail traders that use Robinhood? How all in are they right now?
I think that there's a lot of enthusiasm about a few technology waves. Obviously, AI has been a big part of the last couple of years, and people are looking to public markets to get exposure of that. So you're seeing the AI names continue to be popular. Other frontier technologies, be it quantum computing, electric vehicles, space or space ancillary industries, are gaining momentum as well. But also, a lot of the best companies and most innovative companies are private. So one of the other crusades that I'm working on, which I think is very complementary to the Trump Accounts initiative, is how do we get regular people exposure to these private companies and upside? Now you're seeing a world where many of the top AI labs are, private valuations of hundreds of billions, possibly won't go public until they reach the trillions, which means that a retail investor going into an IPO, these companies would potentially have to get up to the hundreds of trillions of market cap for them to get 100x.
Yeah.
So it's not like, buying Apple or Microsoft and seeing 100x return in public markets. I think that's going to be harder to come by. And I think that's a very dire risk that we're worried about with AI that we're working really, really hard to counteract and to mitigate.
Speaking of dire risks of AI, Dario Amodei, much buzzed about, very long post, he's the founder of Anthropic, about some of the dangers facing humanity around AI, both economically, societally. I know you have very strong views on this. What were you thinking?
Yeah, and I really like Dario. I like how, he writes these long pieces and, every year or so he drops one. It's like, it's a me, Dario, But yeah, I think that the danger is we can get distracted by infinitely many low probability risks while ignoring the thing that's right in front of us, which is these private companies are raising capital at the valuations of hundreds of billions, and the people benefiting from that are dozens, maybe hundreds of people. And how can we get that to millions?
You think it's hypocritical?
Well, if retail investors don't get exposure to these companies, then what I worry about is they're going to fight against it. It's not like in crypto. Crypto did this right from a very early point by distributing the value, letting regular people have exposure to it. And now, whenever there's sort of like risks of government overreach, you have an army of millions of people defending the industry. And I think AI, we're at risk of not having to do that. So actually, the Trump Accounts Initiative, I'd love to find a way to get AI companies to donate their shares so that the future generation gets exposure to that as well. And I think we have mechanisms. That's why I'm excited, because this isn't just a one-time donation by the government. It's a platform for private individuals, businesses, philanthropic organizations, churches, to all direct money into the future, rather than just borrowing money from the future and leaving the next generation with higher and higher debt, which is what's largely been happening. So yeah, I think the president has done a tremendous leadership. This program is starting off very, very well, and we're excited to support and do what we can to make it a success.
Yeah, certainly fits in with your ethos at Robinhood. Vlad, thank you for taking the time here at the summit to talk to us.
Yeah,
Appreciate
always
it.
a pleasure.
Vlad Tenev, CEO of Robinhood, on a mission, Scott, to get more investors into some of these private AI companies and share the wealth.
All right, Sarah, thanks for that. Up next, Santoli with his midday word.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HometitleLock.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
We created the club to give investors more confidence in their investing decisions.
The biggest impact is really the confidence in investing my own money.
I wanted to be able to manage and control my own wealth, and Jim gave me the confidence to be able to do that.
The club has made me a more confident investor, and you get to learn from more than
Chụp Palantir hôm nay sao rớt dữ ha? Ai biết lý do tại sao? Palantir rớt quá trời luôn.
Collars and shirts with sweat stains. So I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Hate that I'm sharing real nutrition with all my competition. I know that I need to do things that are going to keep me 1% better. I use Row NAD Plus for focus, for recovery, for drive. I wouldn't recommend something that I don't trust or personally use every day.
Senior market commentator and overtime co-anchor Mike Santoli joins us now for his midday word. About to get real. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, sitting around the round numbers. Obviously, the market knows that on a net basis, Powell Fed meetings and decisions have not necessarily been in the short term necessarily friendly for stocks. Beyond that, I like the kind of bookend effect of having Meta's earnings today, because the last Meta earnings report was October 29th, literally the day Mag 7 peaked relative to the rest of the market. It was kind of that crisis of faith moment about CapEx. Now those things have been in the wilderness for a while. They're starting to come back the last 3 days. So I find the flow story pretty interesting, how the market has reached for the mega caps to kind of bolster it in this period as it remains sort of tired. It's this kind of low momentum, slow moving market, but not able to get more than a couple percent away from the all-time highs.
Well, I mean, people like Wolf, suggest that this today changes that.
Right.
That these earnings are going to force people and push people back into these names in a meaningful way.
Yes.
That the broadening trade is going to suffer.
I think it's plausible. The valuations are friendlier. On average, Mag 7 are 10% off their highs, and that's even worse when you exclude things like Amazon and Alphabet. So, yeah, the makings for that are there. I doubt it's going to trade monolithically. That's what we've learned.
Mm-hmm.
Correlations among tech stocks are basically at multi-year lows. So it's going to be dependent on each company's message.
Sure, although over the last week, I know it's a short sample size, all of those mega caps have run into these numbers.
Yeah, it's been just this kind of rebalancing effect. So we have January flows that are enabling the market to absorb a lot of flux in currencies and in the rotations within the market. So we'll see if it can stay that smooth.
All right, we'll see this afternoon. Good stuff, Mike. Thank you. Mike Santoli. The setup is next.
Markets can move just as swiftly as your day does. And you may be wondering if your portfolio is keeping up. Choosing the right investment can seem daunting, but we've got you covered. High income potential is on the other line. Answer the call. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in the full and summary prospectus at globalxetfs.com.
CVS doesn't want you to know about this new hack to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7 in less than 2 minutes. When I first heard about it, I thought it has to be a scam. But after my failures in bed, I kept thinking, I need to fix this. I can't keep living like this and disappointing my wife. That's when I looked into Friday plans. CVS charged over $45 a pill. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra set me back $406. Walgreens charged me $417 for the same 9 tablets, or $46 per pill. I was sick and tired of those insane prices. So, yeah, I gave Friday Plans a shot. They offer the same 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7. The prescription is free and the shipping is free as well. Even the 20 milligram generic Cialis is the same price. I was skeptical, thinking, all right, where's the hidden charge? But there wasn't one. It all took me about 2 minutes. No phone calls, no doctor visits. It was all so easy. I just answered a few medical questions, and within hours, their doctor approved a free prescription, just like they promised. 3 days later, a discreet package landed at my door. 9 individually wrapped 100 milligram tablets of generic Viagra all for $7. Holding it, I thought, wow, they really delivered on this. It's as simple as they claimed. You can claim this deal by scanning the QR code or going to realfridayplans.com. That night, I tried one. Within 30 minutes, I knew Friday Plans is the real thing. I feel 20 years younger. My wife won't stop smiling. She called me a whole new man. I've been seeing Friday Plans everywhere. It's going viral on Facebook and has a solid 4.7 stars on Trustpilot with impressive feedback. Don't miss out. Get your free prescription by scanning the QR code or going to realfridayplans.com. It takes 2 minutes, and it's going to be the best $7 you've ever spent. Try it out yourself while you still can. Scan the QR code or go to realfridayplans.com.
Crypto at SoFi. SoFi is the first national chartered bank where you can buy, sell, and hold crypto on a platform with the safeguards of a bank. Unlock access to a wide selection of coins. Now you can own crypto and bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. Make a qualifying crypto purchase of $10 or more. Get $10 in USDC on us. Open a SoFi crypto account today. SoFi. Get your money right.
Of a major development in the golf world this hour. Dom Chu joins us with the details. Dom.
All right, so we have a second high-profile golfer from the Live Golf Tour who is now expected to return to the PGA Tour, and that is former Masters Tournament champion Patrick Reed, who you're seeing on your screen right there. He's a 9-time winner on the PGA Tour itself, has had numerous experiences and appearances in the U.S. Ryder Cup as a team member there as well. And this is, again, the second high-profile departure from the Live Golf Tour following Brooks Koepka's departure for the PGA Tour. I just want to give you a statement that came out from the PGA Tour just in the past hour here. Patrick Reed, according to the tour, has informed the PGA Tour of his desire to return. A 9-time tour winner, he is seeking reinstatement as a result of resigning his membership in 2022. Prior to violating any PGA Tour regulations, Patrick is eligible to compete on the PGA Tour as a non-member beginning in August 25th of this year. He may also pursue improved PGA Tour status via the DP World Tour, which is one that's played predominantly in Europe and elsewhere around the world. Similar to anyone reinstated under the returning member program, any former PGA Tour member returning to the tour would be ineligible for participation in the player equity program through the year 2030. So he's going to fit a lot of the same mold that Brooks Koepka's agreement did, although not with the same returning member program that PGA Tour Enterprises CEO Brian Rolap laid out for people like Brooks Koepka to return. But this is a very big development here for sure, and one that's got the golf world buzzing right now. I know I've already gotten a lot of text messages and emails from folks who are trying to kind of get an idea of what this overall means. But a big deal, Scott, and I know you as a golfer can appreciate just how big of a deal this is for a second high-profile golfer to leave the Live Golf Tour for the PGA.
It's a coup for Brian Rolap, who's the new CEO of the tour, as you know, Dom, who came over from the National Football League and has tried to tear a page, if you will, from that league about scarcity value. He's going to overhaul the schedule, according to many reports. He's going to have a greater focus on certain events and the best players in the world playing in all of those events for bigger purses. The real earthquake, as I see it, would be if Bryson DeChambeau made a similar announcement, and then we would have to be talking about the future of the Live Tour in general.
Right, and we're not there, Scott, to your point. And for the record, right, Bryson DeChambeau, John Rahm, Cameron Smith, and others who are very high-profile former PGA Tour members who are now on the Live Golf Tour have said publicly in just the last couple of weeks that they remain committed to the Live Golf Tour right now. Right, we haven't heard any rumblings that any of those are going to go via the returning member program that PGA Tour CEO Brian Rolap laid out. But this is a big move in improving the profile, Scott, of the PGA Tour itself.
Yeah, Dom, good stuff. And I imagine this is a big-time buzz over at Golf Channel 2, our friends and partners and family members over there. Dom, thank you. Now to a quick setup on some of the committee names reporting tomorrow morning, what we call the setup. Honeywell Surat, tomorrow before the bell.
Yeah, it'll be important to see what they talk about. They had the spinoff already. So how's the core business doing and really kind of what they're focused on in the future?
All right, NASDAQ is before the bell as well, Joe.
We own it in the ETF. Earnings expected to grow 21%, 11% revenue growth. IPO pipeline very strong, above all the major moving averages in the bullish trend.
Jenny, TMO, better known as
Thermo Electron. So Thermo Fisher. I'm so old school.
All right, that's the last time we play that game.
No,
Tomorrow
I'm
before the
showing
bell,
showing
Thermo
age.
Fisher.
That's so funny. So it's up 50% since last June. And now it's trading at 25 times earnings. So what we really need, and by the way, the revenue growth is only 5% and the earnings growth is 6%. So it's had a big run. So what we need on this call is reassurance that the government spending cuts are not impacting their business.
MA. You know what that one is?
I do know it's
What is it?
It's MasterCard. It's not MasterCharge, what the other people would say.
Okay. All right.
The old timer.
That's tomorrow before the bell.
Just want to add, Danaher had earnings today too, and expectations were not met, so it'll be interesting to see how Thermo Fisher. MasterCard, again, question on how is this credit card issue going to affect them, and I think you're going to see what the rails do, and it's going to be positive.
All right, good stuff. We'll do finals after this break.
This is Meath. She wanted to take her brand nationwide. With U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, we helped her make a splash. That's the power of Mia, and this is the power of us.
At Public, the high yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
You've seen ads that offer life insurance online in minutes, but don't be fooled. Those policies could cost you thousands more than if you made a simple call to SelectQuote. Because with SelectQuote, a licensed insurance agent will compare hundreds of policies and trusted carriers to find something that truly fits you. This includes options.
Sao cái signal nói gì cái chữ nghe chữ không à? Điện thoại bị gì hả?
SelectQuote. Visit Select.
Vậy thì xin sư phụ nghe chưa?
Rồi giờ nghe rồi.
Có em có hỏi một đoạn tin ở trong cái Pro á. Tại em nghĩ tất là
Cái điện thoại bị gì rồi, khó nghe quá.
vậy hả?
Cái chữ nghe chữ không. Dạ bỏ đâu? Trong chơi đình chat hả?
Giờ trong chém gió phụ.
Trong chém gió.
Cái tin đó mới 45 phút.
Yeah, nếu mà nó nói về cái robot á, cảm ơn Info mà nó nói về robot á.
Vậy thì mua đi sư phụ ơi. Sư phụ.
Hả?
Mua Tết lạnh.
Thì mua ít thôi, chơi IO, chơi mua 20 xe thôi. Gamble 20 xe thôi. Tại vì mình không có xua.
Bữa 437 em vô hết rồi. Giờ em chờ. Sáng em theo cái ST11 của sư phụ em đánh cái con ASTS đó. Được 10 mấy đồng một xe.
Wow, hay vậy.
Dạ. Cảm ơn sư phụ.
Yeah. 10 mấy đồng xe là ăn cả ngàn rồi. Nếu mua 100 xe.
Em mua xe à. Hôm mấy ngày trước đó, nó xuống 104 á. Em mua vô. Rồi sáng này có cái nến của sư rồi đánh. Rồi em sáng hỏi phụ là cái khung 5 phút với khung 15 phút. Với khung 1 phút đó thì có cái nào á. Thì thầy sư phụ nói cái free quay nên không free quay.
Dạ, nhìn cái free quay á, cái free quay nó lên là nó còn lên.
Dạ. Thì hồi sáng hỏi sư phụ nói nó còn lên nữa đó. Thì lúc nó xuống, lúc nó từ 20 cái nó xuống tới 15 xong rồi xuống 14. Thì em vô rau 2.
Good.
Bây giờ nó lên lại 9 thôi sư phụ.
Dạ. Giờ cứ đánh theo C12 là ăn nè. Cũng thua nhưng mà ít thua lắm.
The Fed by its own account is on the high side of
Đúng rồi.
but they're divided by how much? Some
Yeah.
Anh rảnh anh qua bên question and answer, em post cái hình của em, cái laptop của em nó bị cái thằng FA với lại cái thằng tìm hiểu anh yêu, sao nó expand cho bự quá anh Tú.
Expand nó bự. Ồ. Nó bự dữ vậy.
Dạ em không biểu thu nhỏ lên nó cũng ra bự vậy, em bị mất hai cái size hai bên, em coi không được, phải coi bằng cái màn hình bự thì mới coi được. Mà em không biết có ai bị giống em không.
Ok đó. Reset cái chart thử coi.
Em reset đủ thứ ở trading view, là em quậy tùm lum tà lam, làm đủ thứ, cái nào cũng bị.
Mở cái tab mới được không?
Same thing anh Tú, bị luôn. Same thing, tab mới, new tab, new window đều bị hết.
What the heck, sao kỳ đó? Bự dữ rồi.
Em bởi vậy mới thắc mắc là giả tỷ giống như anh resize cái thằng trading view nhỏ lớn thì cái đó nó phải chạy theo đúng không? Của em nó không có chạy theo, em phải làm bự hết nguyên screen vậy mới coi được.
Không, chưa bị bao giờ, không biết. Có ai bị không? Có ai bị như vậy không? Weird. Yeah, không biết. Restart computer chưa? Restart computer thử coi.
Dạ làm hết đủ mọi thứ anh Tú, chỉ có một cách là xài cái monitor bự thì mới không bị thôi.
Ok ha. Phải có lý do. Something not right.
Mà cái FA trước khi mà cái FA á, cái thứ này là cái anh bỏ version mới, nó có nhiều thứ thêm hơn nữa. Cái cũ á thì đợt trước á anh có resize cái window nó chạy theo lớn nhỏ luôn, còn cái này resize nó không chạy theo, nó nằm im nằm đó luôn vậy. Em cũng biết mỗi lần em muốn coi FA hay tìm hiểu em phải lấy cái monitor bự, em sàng với monitor bự để ngồi em coi không à. Bị từ ngày mà anh ép nó vô mấy cái update mới đó, chứ là lúc đó em cũng không để, em cũng không có hỏi, em nghĩ em coi gì cũng ok, mà dạo này nó hơi annoy, mỗi lần em phải nhảy ra nhảy vô hoài thì mới hỏi thôi.
Ha, kỳ ha. Chú bật lên chú đâu bị đâu.
Của anh thử resize cái của anh coi nó có chạy theo, chạy lớn expand theo cái đó không? Anh thử để nhựa xong anh kéo nó bự lớn nhỏ rồi coi nó có giống vậy.
Không, nó vẫn nằm đó à. Không. Đâu bị gì đâu. Không bị. Cực kỳ đó, sao cái computer của
Ý em nói là anh thử resize của cái trading view á, anh zoom in zoom out vậy thôi, nguyên cái trading view luôn, Tuấn lấy cái corner á. Không phải cái đó, không phải cái đó, không phải cái đó anh Tú.
Cái nào?
Không phải cái đó, cái size của thằng trading view á, anh để ngay xuống dưới corner, xuống dưới cũng giống như anh kéo cái trading view lớn bự ra đó.
Sai nằm đâu ta?
Nguyên cái trading view luôn.
How?
Anh đưa lên trên cái top corner gần ngay chỗ bên phải á, nó có cái đó, anh lên trên, lên nữa, rồi anh nhích qua đó, anh bấm thử cái đó coi nó nhỏ là nó đi theo không. Đó, anh thấy nó vẫn nằm bự vậy không? Bây giờ anh thử, anh lấy anh đừng cái đó, anh kéo dưới cái corner, anh để dưới corner mà anh kéo cái size nó bự giỡn vào da, anh kéo bự nhẹ có đi theo đâu đâu thấy không?
Nó đi theo đó.
Đi theo anh Tú, nó bị mất nhiều lắm.
Mất cái gì mà mất?
Mất hai cái cạnh đó, anh đếm anh tổng cộng, anh giờ anh kéo nhỏ lên có 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, anh kéo nhỏ lên đi, anh thấy cái tìm hiểu anh đi, anh mất hết mấy block.
Nó không có đi theo.
Anh thấy không? Anh thấy không? Nó đi, nó mất hết rồi.
Đúng rồi, nó không có theo dạ.
Dạ, ý em nói là vậy đó.
Thì cái này là cái feature.
Anh phải maximize ra mới thấy.
Cái này là feature của trading view rồi. Để hỏi Hưng coi, maybe Hưng biết cách sửa.
Thành ra ai mà laptop màn hình nhỏ giống như em mà 15 16 inch sẽ bị mất nhiều lắm.
Của chị laptop cũng bị mất mà chị ráng coi chị đó, ai già ra em tìm ra được, Bảo Hoàng tìm ra được.
Cái này nó lâu rồi chị, từ hồi mà ảnh release cái version gia bị mà tại em không có nói, phải coi cái màn hình bự mới được.
Của chị màn hình cũng bự nhưng mà có thể chị để hai file, một bên này file của cổ phiếu này, một bên cổ phiếu khác nên nó cũng bị mất.
Dạ đúng rồi chị phải xài full screen mới thấy được chị, còn chị xài mà giống như một nửa bên này một con nữa bên kia con cũng sẽ bị mất à.
Đúng rồi, nó không có đi sai. Thế là đang muốn lên lại. Nếu ai gamble ER tất là thì đánh 20 xe thôi. Meta đánh 20 xe thôi. Tại earning mình không có sure, đừng đánh nhiều.
And still meet its inflation mandate. But I don't think the Fed will stop trying, right? So in that case, we think that the Federal Reserve will still try to act with countercyclical policies and push us a little bit lower. And better that they do that than eventually plunge us back to zero rates in QE.
So you think the bigger concern, in other words, you want them to ease a little bit now so that we don't have an economic blow up that results in zero interest rates again?
Well, we can't always prevent every economic blow up,
Yeah.
but there are all sorts of instabilities. There's some financial instabilities. There's difficulty meeting employment and inflation mandates in a period of technological change. So all of these things are hard for the Fed. I think that 175 basis points and rate cuts has given them a pause today. They're in the neighborhood of doing the best they can.
Claudia, Sam, are you in the camp of more cuts here or no?
I expect there will be more cuts, not imminent. And I do think that the Fed is in a position, they've done 75 basis points of cuts late last year. There is fiscal support coming on early this year, household and business tax cuts. And there's some sign in the data that the labor market may be stabilizing. The unemployment rate kind of leveled off late in the year. So I think the Fed is in a place where they want to gather evidence about what's happening in the labor market and gather a lot more evidence about what's happening in terms of inflation. I just think it's going to take some time, but they are still pointed in the next move is down, not up.
But it sounds like you're saying you're not sure the next move should be down. If the chair sounds like you this afternoon, with Dow's going to be down 1,000 points.
No, well, I think they really want to stick to the evidence and the economic conditions. This is a Fed that has been in risk management mode for years. Like this really is a defining characteristic of the Powell Fed. And they moved on downside risk to employment that seemed to be building. Those seem to have backed off some. We still have elevated inflation. Inflation is still running above the 2% target. There is a risk that we get stuck at the kind of close to 3 and not 2%. And the Fed needs to be sensitive to that. There are some signs in the data, and I think Powell may mention this today, some signs that we are going to get some relief on the inflation side, that's turning, but they just want to build the case before they start cutting further.
I forget who it was on the show a few days ago, Claudia, who said, the president doesn't realize that Powell is the biggest dove on the committee, right? Because he seems to be staking out a position where people could differ. They could say more what you're saying. They could say there's a risk that this becomes entrenched. 3% is the new 2%. The Fed's not going to finish the job. Powell actually has usually taken the other side of that so far. I mean, they did the cuts last year. He's talked about productivity. He seems to be more sympathetic to the labor market. Do you think that's correct?
Well, so Powell is very cognizant of what's happening in the labor market. And if we think about the 175 basis points of cuts that we've seen in the last 2 years, they have been motivated by trying to shore up and give insurance to the labor market. Like inflation is elevated, but inflation is not elevated in a way that you want to risk a recession over it. So, and I think Powell sits very much in the middle of this committee. There's a wide disagreement. There has been for several years now. What's happening with inflation? What is it going to take to get inflation down? There's a lot of disagreement. I think Powell is very aware of the labor market. The Fed has moved to support the labor market, but inflation is an issue too. So it's a big balancing act, and he's done a good job with it so far.
To both of you, Claudia, first to you, are we going to import inflation because of what's going on with the dollar? Does anything happening, and that you see all of the discussion about this, is there anything that you're worried about?
Well, so the piece of evidence the Fed wants to see right now is goods inflation starting to turn down. That's been the reasonable base case. The tariffs pass through. We see that extra inflation that's coming from goods subside. A weak dollar could, put some pressure in the other direction. Like we need to see that improvement. So it's not a good sign, but these aren't huge effects. So I don't want to overstate that issue of the dollar being weaker.
It does make me scratch my head a little bit, Steve, and this is for another discussion, but in the literature, when you look at what Stephen Myron was writing about before he joined the administration and kind of this reorchestrating of the trade system, to Rick's point, you want to keep the reserve currency, but maybe weaken it and do all these things. The concern from tariffs was that the dollar would strengthen to offset that impact. And yet the opposite is happening. So if they run into a situation where we still have tariffs, 30 billion a month or whatever, it's still there, and we have a weaker currency, that could potentially be a double whammy in terms of that imported inflation issue.
The chance that we're going to see sort of somehow a spiral, I think, is relatively low. But I just think clients across the world, our clients at CIO Group, we're seeing lots of concerns that the U.S. is going in an independent direction, that it bears the costs of global tariffs, that there have been very clear things that have happened, some costs to have this trade uncertainty. We've seen tariffs rise $185 billion last year, and yet we've seen manufacturing employment decline every month since April, right? So the costs of uncertainty are very high. And, we take a look, and you were talking about this earlier. I mentioned 4% GDP growth for the third consecutive quarter, and yet the strongest performing assets are gold and silver. So this type of uncertainty is very concerning for portfolios and for investors. Barring that, we should be able to come out of this and put together a pretty strong expansion. So it's very important that U.S. policy uncertainty come down.
So do you then stay exposed to U.S. equities, which have continued to hit new highs, international? I mean, there's a lot of the stock markets globally seem to be quite merry about all these developments, ironically.
The U.S. does some things exceptionally well. Software, commercializing AI, a good deal of what we do in healthcare. But we've incrementally moved to add non-US assets, right? And that is definitely to get exposure. And year to date, we're 4% stronger in non-US equities than we are in the US. And we're keeping allocation to the CIA group in things like assets like gold, which are, again, like you said, behaving like a meme stock.
But you're in it, you're in the trade, you're not fading it yet. That's interesting. Not jumping out just at this moment. We appreciate both of you joining us today to kick things off. Obviously, it'll be a busy next hour. Claudia Sam, Stephen Whiting, we appreciate it. Coming up, 3 Mag 7 companies are also on deck to report results after the bell today. We'll tell you how high or low the bar is ahead of those prints. But first, we'll hear from the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration on that program and the launch of Trump accounts for newborn babies. JP Morgan, I think, is the latest company to say they'll match contributions. 45 minutes until the Fed move on interest rates or lack thereof. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
Anybody who is struggling with alcohol should try Or Health. Within a week, the cravings were completely gone. Or Health is safe, science-backed, and it works. I couldn't believe how easy it was. Alcohol doesn't run my life anymore.
Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
With political pressures mounting, what is the Fed's next move? Does the recent data signal rate cuts ahead, or will a pause be the likely path forward? Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch. Today, 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Weeknights.
A battleground stock is exhausting. You begin to feel like it's your only position that matters, so you forget the rest of your portfolio and any opportunities that might be hit.
Bad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
The Treasury Department's Trump Account Summit is underway in Washington. We've been hearing from a number of high-profile players there all day long. Sarah Eisen joins us now with Social Security Administration Commissioner and IRS CEO Frank Bisignano, a familiar face to our audience as tax season kicks off. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Kelly. It's good to see you. Yes, he used to run Fiserv and now is in charge of, as you say, the Social Security Administration and CEO of IRS. Frank, it's good to see you again.
Great to see you.
So we're here at this event, and it's all about the Trump accounts, which are now law, and people can opt in here. We have that going on. We have tax filing season starting. Is it going to be more complex this year because of all the changes?
Well, of course, change always creates more opportunity to make things better and cause more quality control. So we went through a huge quality control test and runs to make sure everything was in good shape. We declared Monday was first day of filing season, which was on time, maybe even argued by some early. And, we've processed millions of tax returns already and began refunds coming out for those early filers.
I would imagine you're getting them early because people are expecting bigger refunds.
Well, yeah, I mean, we always have a tranche that comes in before, and we don't start the processing till filing season. But you know, we already are sending refunds out on some of those.
What's your guesstimate on how big the refunds will be this year?
Well,
Because it matters for the economy.
I think we think there's going to be, you know, let's call it, these are different estimates out there, but you know, call it 200 billion more of
refunds.
Refund
I mean, that's like a
dollars, you know,
stimulus for the
so
economy.
individuals will get, you know, $1,000 or more. Some would argue 936, but it's all stimulus now. Also, remember, this is going to reduce people's deductions for this year, 26. So it's a double effect. You should expect us to have the best filing season ever. You know, as we did at SSA, we're producing the best numbers ever for the public, and that's what we're going to do at IRS here too.
What do you mean you're producing the best numbers?
Well, if you go to wait times in field office, wait times on the phone, amount of time it takes us to turn around a disability claim, amount of time to take
But
an
don't you have
appointment.
fewer people now after Doge? How are you doing that?
Well, it has nothing. You know, here's the way I look at it. First of all, we are using technology. We are right now are about to pierce 100 million digital users for SSA, and we will roll out in the next few months a mobile app that completely transforms how if you look at our transaction volume, and you'll see this happening at IRS, it's more online than it is in person. You know, the largest thing we do, we had 29 hours of downtime on the web. Now we have none, serving the American public better. And what you're going to see during this tax season is a digital first agency which is able to take all the changes and deliver both
more efficient
for the exactly.
It's what you did with Pfizer. So Frank, there was this revelation that came from the Social Security Administration that members of Doge, when they were working here, were able to obtain private and sensitive information. Can you just tell us what happened with that information and what's being done about this?
Well, I mean, right now, you know, that's under review, right? There's a series of law cases going on, and I think though that the people this is all before my time as commissioner, had assigned access. These were not people who broke into a system to get information. Management had given them access, and they were moving data around. And we did a total review. We saw it, and we reported on that occurred.
But you don't know what's happened, what they've done with that data.
Well, I think we do, and I think it'll all come out. But I would say, you know, we're doing a triple review. But I would say, you know, America's data is secure and in good shape.
Will there be charges here? Or we don't know yet?
No, I mean, it's a much larger. These were all cases that got derived, you know, way before, during that time period where there might have been more chaos than required, and right now we have complete stability.
All right, well, keep us posted on that. If we do go into this partial government shutdown, what will that mean for tax filers and, more importantly, refunds? Does that get delayed?
No, we work through shutdowns, and people don't get paid. And what I saw was the great workforces at IRS and SSA. I mean, every field office was open at SSA. We had people in working on all the preparedness for tax season. I mean, that was an unfortunate Democratic shutdown, but it was not anything that was going to break us, because we know how to come in and do the job. And, you know, on the 24th and the 26th, they were declared holidays, and we gave volunteers the opportunity to come in, and they came in at IRS, and they wanted to get the work done for tax season, and we opened offices at SSA, and 66% of people volunteered. We have great career workers that want to do the right thing for the American public.
All right, so that's good that people's refunds won't be delayed. It was great to catch up with you here at the Trump Account Summit. Frank Bisignano,
All my pleasure.
Good to see you. The Commissioner of Social Security Administration and now CEO of the IRS as well. Kelly, back over to you.
You tried, you know, I've heard $3,500, $3,800, Sarah. It's going to be, you know, the biggest in history, I guess. Tax refund season.
$200 billion. I mean, that's a boost.
Nothing to sneeze at, as they say. Sarah, thank you very much.
Exactly.
Sarah Eisen. Coming up, shares of Texas Instruments soaring nearly 10% today after stronger than expected guidance, and a 70% surge in fourth quarter data center revenue, which they said will now be reported as a separate business segment. We'll have more movers after the break. 35 minutes until the Fed decision. We're counting down to that moment at 2 p.m. Eastern. The Exchange is back after this.
I can't wait to see their faces when we go out.
What seems to be the problem, Sundar?
The belly's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock. He sees work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has Grainger, offering the scale to deliver fast. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Science didn't stop at diet and exercise. Why would you? Super Beats by Human delivers blood pressure support with clinically researched ingredients because cardiovascular health is everything health. Available at your local Costco.
What if you could deliver a seamless hiring experience to millions of employers? That's what Indeed managed to accomplish with help from Salesforce. Agentforce onboards employers, vets job posts, and answers support questions quickly, freeing up valuable employee time. So Indeed can focus on what's important, helping millions of people find the next big opportunity.
I wish I loved my smile. I wish I could get implants.
I wish money wasn't so tight.
I wish I could justify the cost.
I wish my insurance could save me more on dental implants.
See what it can do at ClearChoice. Show us your insurance card and save $5,000 on fixed full double arch implants. That's insurance assurance on a smile that's built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
BriaCell is in its final phase 3 trial for metastatic breast cancer, offering patients cutting-edge immunotherapy. With a novel platform technology targeting multiple cancers, BriaCell is shaping the future of cancer care. BriaCell.
Investing in your goals can feel out of reach. I've been there. But instead of giving up, I found my edge. With SoFi, you can bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. You can trade stocks, ETFs, and invest in IPOs at IPO prices. You even have the freedom to buy, sell, and hold crypto. Because when it comes to your money, you're the playmaker.
Make a qualifying crypto purchase of $10 or more. Get $10 in USDC on us. Open a SoFi crypto account today. SoFi, get your money right.
Welcome back to the Exchange, where we're definitely in a wait-and-see holding pattern here for the Fed decision shortly. But Seagate is helping to push the S&P above 7,000 for the first time today, soaring 20% after beating estimates and giving strong guidance. Its shares are now up 60% to start the year, and that's only the third best performer behind SanDisk and Western Digital. All of those names are leading the S&P today, as you can see there. Lots of green in the chip space and the memory names. Elsewhere, Starbucks is also higher after posting its first U.S. transaction growth in 2 years, with same-store sales climbing 4%, as new CEO Brian Niccol's turnaround strategy appears to be bearing some fruit. That said, they've moderated their gains and are up 1% at this hour, and they're only up 7% since he became CEO 16 months ago after leaving Chipotle. So again, something to keep an eye on in that turnaround there. Gold is hitting a record high and on track for its best month in over 4 decades. You got that right. Silver also back within striking distance of a new high.
Ok, bây giờ Meta. Ok, bây giờ mọi người lắng nghe ha. Bây giờ mình coi con Meta rồi. Ok. Mình muốn tìm hiểu về nó đúng không? Thì cách dùng C12 á là mình phải bỏ qua cái khung daily. Okay, khung daily. Tại vì mấy cái indicator này nó phải khung daily mới work, thì mình kéo này lên cho nó có chỗ. Đấy. Mình turn on cái FA. Okay. Mình turn on cái tìm hiểu anh yêu ha. Rồi, thì bây giờ mình nhìn cái FA tốt không? Quá tốt luôn đúng không? Thằng Meta nó chỉ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cái đỏ. Tức là về fundamental, công ty này là rất là tốt. Mình chỉ cần biết vậy thôi. Ok, tức là mình đã trả lời được một câu. Công ty này tốt hay không? Thì câu trả lời là yes. Dùng cái FA indicator, cái C12 FA ha. Rồi sau khi mình biết nó tốt rồi mình tắt ra đi. Không cần nữa. Kéo này xuống. Rồi nó có chỗ. Ok. Bây giờ mình tính cái long straddle. Thì cái giá hiện tại bây giờ là 671. Ok. Double click. Bỏ vô trong đây. 671. Click OK. Thì cái expected move của nó là 43 đồng. Ok. 43 đồng. Rồi, mình biết cái expected move của nó rồi, mình biết cái long straddle là 43 đồng rồi đúng không? Rồi mình không cần nữa, tắt nó luôn. Rồi bây giờ mình turn on cái gap, mình nâng gap. Ok. Ok. Gap and nâng gap. Thấy không? Chỉ có 3 cái đỏ à. Còn bao nhiêu xanh hết. Tức là cái earning thằng này không có ăn gian. Ok, mình đã quyết định là nó không ăn gian, earning tốt. Hiểu chưa nè? Tức là cái earning good thì mình có thể chơi earning con này. Tesla thì mình làm rồi đấy. Tesla, bật qua Tesla thử. Cũng vậy, Tesla rất là tốt. Ok. Rồi cái tìm hiểu anh yêu. Bấm tìm hiểu anh yêu. Double click. Bỏ cái giá Tesla vô là 395. 395. Úp. Ok. Expected move 41 đồng. Meta 43. Tesla 41. Đúng không? Rồi. Everything look good. Tắt hẳn đi, không cần nữa. Ok. MU sao? Bây giờ để đang lên ngon lành, bây giờ nó rớt lại ta. MU bị sốt.
Sư phụ ơi, sư phụ coi dùm con research đó sư phụ. LRCH.
Mình đâu có chơi mấy con đó đâu.
Bữa nay nó có
Dạ, nhưng mà hai con
nó
này
cũng lớn lắm ạ.
Dạ, hai con này là mình hết tiền rồi, tiền đâu chơi con kia nữa. Ok, để Tú giải thích nè. Thì bạn có C12 làm theo Tú đi, làm y chang vậy thôi. Tú chỉ muốn giải thích hai con này để cho các bạn biết là các bạn những con tóc khác các bạn tự làm, hiểu không? Rồi, thì Tesla với Meta là công ty tốt. Đúng không? Mình đã biết nó là công ty tốt rồi. Một là công ty tốt. Hai là gap và nâng gap ok. Chứ là nó không có khác biệt nhau, chứ là nó không ăn gian rồi. Ok. Ba là long straddle. Bây giờ mình tính long straddle. Tesla là 41. Đấy. Meta là 43. Đúng không? Rồi. Ok. Thì bây giờ cái câu hỏi là mua bao nhiêu xe để chơi giờ. Đấy. Mình dùng cái C12 trong vòng 10 giây. Mình chỉ cần 10 second thôi là mình biết công ty tốt. Gap nên gap ok. Mình tính được cái long shadow trong vòng, vào nó 10 giây hơi quá đáng rồi, trong vòng 1 phút. Bấm là bà trả lời được mấy câu này rồi đúng không này? Thì bây giờ câu hỏi next, mình phải mua bao nhiêu xe? Đấy. Thì bây giờ trường hợp xấu, không tính trường hợp tốt mà phải tính trường hợp xấu. Miss giờ. Đấy. Thì nếu mua 10 xe đấy, nếu mình mua 10 xe thì Tesla mình thua nhiêu? 401. Đấy, Meta mình thua 430. Đúng không nè? Đó là trường hợp xấu. Mình mua xong rồi cái nó ra nó miss earning rồi nó rớt. Nhưng mà nó không có rớt thẳng xuống 43 liền đấy. Nó rớt từ từ đấy thì mình có thể get out. Ví dụ như nó rớt 5 đồng, 10 đồng, 15 đồng, 20 đồng thì mình có thể chạy rồi phải không? Nhưng trong trường hợp xấu á, là mình chạy không kịp đi. Là Tesla mà miss earning mà rất tệ, guidance cái gì cũng tệ hết, là mình thua. Mình mua 10 xe là thua 4.1. Lý do tại sao tôi làm cái này là tại vì cho mọi người biết là khi mọi người đánh IA đó, mọi người không có làm cái bài toán. Hứng là đánh 100 xe, không hứng thì đánh 50 xe, không hứng nữa thì đánh 200 xe là không có được đó, bạn đánh theo tâm linh. Mình phải ngồi mình tính toán. Trong trường hợp xấu xảy ra, Tesla nó sẽ rớt cái long shadow là 41, Meta 43. Thì nếu mình mua 10 xe là mình sẽ thua 4.1 cái 4.3. Mình ok không? Nếu câu trả lời là ok thì mua 10 xe. Ok. Nào. Cái này là ID của Phương 430. Ok. Nếu mình mua 20 xe là mình sẽ thua 820, 860. Thấy chưa? Thì khi mình trước khi ra trận mình đã biết nếu trường hợp xấu xảy ra, nếu mình xui đấy là mình thua bao nhiêu đây, thì mình biết được cái số lượng xe mình đánh là bao nhiêu. Có hiểu tôi nói không? Tại sao mình phải tính cái long ra đâu? Mình tính chơi cho vui? No. Mình tính để mình biết là nếu trường hợp xấu xảy ra mình sẽ thua bao nhiêu. Thì bây giờ các bạn biết được con số này rồi thì các bạn tự quyết định. Nếu bạn chịu nổi 410 thì bạn đánh 10 xe. Bạn chịu nổi 820 thì bạn đánh 20 xe. Còn không chịu nổi thì đánh 5 xe, đánh 2 xe gì đó. Thì từ cái long shadow á, nó đưa mình đến một cái quyết định mình phải đánh bao nhiêu xe, mình gamble bao nhiêu. Hiểu tôi nói không? Chứ bây giờ tự nhiên quánh 100 xe cái nó rớt 4 triệu đồng thua ngàn cái ngồi đó khóc. No. Mình biết trước là cái trường hợp xấu nó sẽ rớt 41 đồng, tại sao quánh 100 xe? Mình phải phòng thủ đấy. Mình đâu có biết được số mình xui đấy. Rớt 41 đồng mà quánh 100 xe thua 4.1 rồi. Mọi người có hiểu tôi nói không nè? Clear? Mọi người clear chưa nè? Cái cách này để mình quyết mình đánh bao nhiêu xe. Lâm research the same thing. Đấy. LRCX. Ok, bấm vô Lâm research. Ok. Rồi, sao? Tôi làm lại lần nữa cho mọi người thấy nha. Ok. Bỏ qua, nhớ là bỏ qua khung daily. Nhiều người tắt Tú email Tú, anh Tú ơi, cái FA của em nó không work. Dùng khung 1 phút sao nó work được? Phải dùng khung daily. Ok, turn on hai này lên. Ok. Lâm research công ty tốt không? Yes. Trong vòng 2 second tôi quyết định tôi không cần làm FA gì hết, là tôi biết công ty này tốt, FA nó rất là tốt. Ok, xong. Không thắc mắc nữa. Không thắc mắc gì về công ty đấy. Rồi long shadow, double click. Giá nhiều? 239. Bỏ vô 239. Click OK. Earning move 17 đồng. Ok. Cái long shadow là 17 đồng. Rồi không cần nó nữa. Tắt lên đây. Rồi turn on cái gap và nâng gap. Very good. Xanh không à, chỉ có một cái đỏ thôi, tức là earning này nó không ăn gian, mình chơi được. Xong đấy. Rồi bây giờ vô đây. Đấy. Nếu mua 10 xe LRCX, trường hợp xấu của nó là 17 đồng đấy, là bạn thua 170. Đấy, tại cái long shadow của nó là 17 đồng đấy. Hiểu chưa nè? Rồi, thì bây giờ mình biết rồi. Trường hợp xấu, Lâm Research nó sẽ rớt 17 đồng. Thì mình mua 10 xe là mình sẽ thua 170. Nếu mua 20 xe, đấy, nếu mua 20 xe là thua 340. Ok không? Nếu ok thì đánh 20 xe thôi. 30 xe là thua nhiêu? 501. 40 xe là 680. Hiểu tôi nói chưa nè? Clear? Cái cách này để mình biết cái số lượng xe mình phải đánh bao nhiêu cho ER, mình muốn gamble bao nhiêu. Thì đương nhiên mình không nghĩ là mình xui đến mức độ là nó rớt mà mình không bán kịp right. Có thể mình bán trước khi nó về 17. Nó rớt khoảng 5-10 đồng là mình sợ anh chạy rồi đấy. Nhưng mà trong trường hợp mình bán không kịp là worst case, tức là trường hợp xấu nhất, là mình sẽ thua 20 xe là mình sẽ thua 340. Thì nếu bạn đánh Lâm Research, bạn chỉ đánh 20 xe thôi. Còn nếu bạn chịu đựng thua nhiều hơn nữa thì bạn đánh lớn hơn. Ok chưa nè? Còn ai có any question? Muốn đánh EO là đánh kiểu đó đó, cho an toàn. Không có gamble nhiều tiền. Tôi thấy các bạn, nhiều bạn đánh game, đánh EO, đánh mấy trăm xe rồi lúc thua ngồi buồn. Đấy, mình biết mình.
Sư phụ hay con sơ Việt Nam nó cũng EO luôn sư phụ.
Dạ, sơ Việt Nam, nhưng mấy con đó tụi mình không có chơi nhiều nên nó không có để ý nó không. Mình chỉ tập trung Tesla, Meta hay là Microsoft. Còn Lâm Research cũng được, sơ Việt Nam cũng được, nhưng mà mình không rành về nó nhiều không. Với thật
cái con đó em bữa nó xuống em mua rồi, giờ em chờ.
Thì nếu mua được rồi thì ngồi chờ thôi.
Dạ. Tại em đeo nó từ hồi lâu lắm rồi đó. Bây giờ tính ra một xe của nó khoảng cỡ 700 mà sư phụ, chứ giá thật của nó 1.700 lần.
Dạ.
Nó click ra đó.
Dạ. Admin để mà ông ra là ông sẽ update website này.
Rồi nãy em bán cái con AES, em bán hết luôn, xong em bỏ vô Tesla.
Dạ.
Em ăn được bữa nay cái con được gần 1.000 đó.
Ồ, hay quá vậy.
Dạ thì em hỏi sư phụ sát đánh lên đi nè, cứ nến trắng thì bán, nến xanh thì mua.
Vậy thôi.
Dạ.
Là kiếm tiền được rồi.
Thì đó kiếm tiền rồi sư phụ.
Mà tại sao mấy người không chịu dùng C12 tôi không hiểu luôn. Nếu không có C12 đánh bằng cách nào trời? Không biết họ đánh bằng cách nào. Chỉ có group mình dùng thôi, chứ mấy người YouTube á, họ nghe vậy thôi chứ mà họ không có dùng. Ít ai dùng á. Chỉ member của group mình là dùng T12. Chắc họ chưa tin tưởng hay không? Thì các bạn nào như Tuyền Võ đó thắng á, thì nói cho họ biết. Chứ còn Tú nói họ không tin. Mấy vì they don't believe me. Thì những người nào thắng thì nói cho họ biết để giúp họ, chứ còn không đánh là thua bể đầu không giỡn đâu.
Em mua cái indicator của sư phụ tầm mấy tháng rồi mà em đánh đó. Chồng em đánh, nhưng mà ông về Việt Nam rồi ông không có đánh thời gian, tại vì buổi sáng đi công chuyện rồi buổi tối ngủ mất tiêu. Rồi em đi qua đi mà bữa trời làm ế quá trời luôn, thôi ở nhà theo sư phụ quýnh thôi. Mà em coi những cái con mà đeo nó cũng 4-5 năm rồi mà nó xuống giá ok với sư phụ. Thì em theo mấy em đánh stop chứ đừng đánh sư phụ nha. Dạ không hơn sư phụ đâu, trong sư phụ. Đánh sư phụ. Sư phụ lắm, không giống với sư phụ.
Sao dám đánh được? Sư phụ có ỷ thiên kiếm nè, có đồ long đao nè, có nhất dương chỉ nè, có độc cô cầu bài nè, vô là chết.
Có người đá. Con không có đá sư phụ được đâu. Sư phụ có sư mẫu đá rồi. Sư mẫu có chơi stop không sư phụ?
Sư mẫu swing không à, mua xong để đó.
Vậy, sư mẫu cũng cảm ơn sư phụ mới nói là xuống lên là bị rất giường phải không?
Đúng rồi. Bà trưởng cái này rớt xuống giường liền.
Sư phụ, sư mẫu của thầy kia ngầu lắm á. Si vừa mua một cái sóc á, lên cái si gài luôn cái xuống luôn sư phụ. Si mua 2 triệu luôn, 2 đồng luôn á.
Chắc là thầy Quang dạy ha.
Dạ, tại Si ngồi trong office luôn mà. Si pro luôn cái đó luôn á. Si đánh cái là Si ăn 2 đầu đi lên đến xuống luôn.
Ngầu hen.
Si còn trẻ, sư phụ thằng nhỏ.
Chắc về Việt Nam quen nhau hả?
Dạ chắc vậy á.
MU sắp về gần hỗ trợ, nhưng mà FOMC meeting vô MU được các bạn. Về sẽ hỗ trợ rồi nè. Vô 10%. Người nào không muốn mua con này thì mua con MULL.
Rồi sư phụ con ốc lồ bữa hổm sư phụ mà request sư phụ. Bữa hổm nó xuống như 81, 82 gì bây giờ lên 9 mấy luôn sư phụ. Bữa nay nè.
Ghê vậy.
Dạ.
Có new gì hả?
Em không biết có new gì không mà bữa nay nó chạy quá trời luôn á. Bữa hổm mà vô là rồi swing là ngọc.
Sư phụ ơi.
Yeah.
Tôi tin C12 đó sư phụ ơi. Nhưng mà tại vì không biết tiếng Anh rành mà không biết làm nữa sư phụ ơi.
Không biết làm là sao?
Dạ không biết download, không có rành gì computer sư phụ. Chứ tin C12 rất là tin nhưng mà không biết.
Chị có con cái gì không?
Chị sau giờ học á, chị đi vô cái chat mà mấy bạn giúp ở trong đó nhiều đó nha.
Dạ, toàn là cứ theo sư phụ mua cái nào khi có cái bắt chước sư phụ mua thì có ăn. Chỉ vậy thôi à.
Nhưng mà chị có con cháu gì không? Kêu nó giúp.
Con nhưng mà nó không rành tiếng Việt. Nhờ nó lắm nó mới làm cho vô cái Discord của sư phụ, tham gia vô cái Discord được đó. Mà hai má con cũng gây qua gây lại hoài, mình không có rành tiếng Anh, mình nói nó thì nó không hiểu. Mà nó nói là mình không hiểu. Rồi tiền tòi rồi mới được vô được cái Discord của sư phụ đó.
Thì kêu nó gọi vô đây thì nói tiếng Anh với nó cho. Chú nói tiếng Anh.
Dạ, muốn lắm đó sư phụ. Không làm được. Nó nói, nó con nói gì má, con không hiểu hết, làm sao con nói được. Dạ thôi để dịp nào khác mà ngoài giờ thuê này thì nói chuyện rồi sư phụ chỉ giùm.
Buổi chiều chị vô sau giờ treat á, chị vô giờ chat á, chị vô giờ chat có nhiều bạn giúp lắm, Cường chi ra người giúp hết, mấy người đã giúp chị
đó giờ chị biết không, chơi đó toàn là nó mua giùm không mà, thích con nào cái nói nó xét giá nó rồi nó mua vậy thôi à, chứ mình cũng không biết xét mua nữa, giờ mới biết thôi, giờ mới biết xét mua với bán thôi.
Mười phút nữa là có, chắc chắn là ổng giữ tiền lời nguyên vẹn rồi, nhưng mà trong cái PDF file đó ổng có nói gì mà nặng hay là nhẹ thì có thể tóc nó cũng có thể move up hay down. Thì khi mà 11 giờ đó thì mình refresh cái website này thì sẽ thấy cái PDF file. Cái website này là của Federal Reserve, Cục Dự trữ. Dịch tiếng Việt là Cục Dự trữ Ngân khố Liên bang. Đấy. Tháng 1, 27 là ngày 27 tháng 8 là kỳ này đó. Khi lát nữa 11 giờ nó sẽ có cái PDF file ở đây. Mình sẽ bấm vô mình đọc. Rồi ông có quantitative easing hay là ông có thay đổi ý kiến gì không? Ông có thả tiền vào market không? Ông có mua mà mortgage backed security không? Vân. Thì
mấy cái con không quan trọng gì em bán nữa hết sư phụ ơi, sợ sư phụ.
Dạ bán hết đi, mấy con lẩm cẩm bán hết đi, dồn tiền mua mấy con big cap.
Bán hết luôn sư phụ.
Dạ, làm lại từ đầu. Mấy con linh tinh nó giữ, nó càng ngày nó càng rớt, nó không biết khi nào lên lại.
Chiều nay mình chỉ cần hai con EA good thôi là bao nhiêu mai market to the moon luôn á sư phụ ha.
Phải cần 3, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. Thì hai
trong ba là good rồi đó sư phụ.
Dạ, nhưng mà thằng Lâm Research với thằng IBM nữa nó cũng ảnh hưởng thị trường chứng khoán.
Dạ làm Lâm tới xà lông của mình.
Dạ, mình mặc dù mình không có mua nó nhưng mà nó ảnh hưởng đến semiconductor.
Dạ.
Thì mình cũng hy vọng là nó biết. Bốn thằng biết hết là mà nó kẹt bay to the moon. Có bao giờ 4 thằng nó biết hết không ta?
4 thằng nó biết hết là coi như là rất mình cười đứt mắt luôn, không thấy mắt luôn á sư phụ.
Yeah.
4 thằng biết là nó kéo nguyên coi như mấy con rùa của mình bay theo hết.
Bay hết liền, dạ.
Sư phụ em nghĩ là cái con mà 3 tháng trước mà tập cho xuống sư phụ là kỳ này cho lên á, cái con mà TXN đó sư phụ, cái đợt đó em cũng chơi IO của nó từ 190 nó xuống, nó còn có 175 nữa, xong nó xuống 1 mấy rồi 1 mấy nó xuống quá trời luôn, rồi nó lên được xíu em cắt lỗ rồi cái em không có để.
Meta 3 tháng trước cũng rớt đó chị.
Dạ đó, nhiều quá đây là thì em nghĩ những con mà bị đập 3 tháng trước á, là giờ 3 tháng này chắc có tương lai á.
Hy vọng vậy.
Giờ có tương lai.
Giờ nó nhả lại một chút à. Nó ăn xong nó nhả lại một chút à.
Dạ bữa hổm á, tư vụ em làm khỉ tư vụ. Trời ơi. Đang làm khỉ meta đó tư vụ.
Làm khỉ là làm gì?
Là đu đỉnh đó cô.
Ồ, đu đỉnh.
Hôm nãy Tôn Ngộ Không đi. Cho nên đến lịch sử.
Không trai tư vụ ơi. Đổi qua tuổi khỉ á.
5 phút nữa. Lúc mình chuẩn bị bấm rồi đó.
Nhưng mà trong nhiều trường hợp trong thị trường chứng khoán đu đỉnh là tệ rồi. Nhưng mà đối với con khỉ đu đỉnh là tốt quá nha. Tại tôi coi nhiều cái chương trình trong Discovery Channel á. Con sư tử nó được con khỉ. Mà con sư tử là nó leo cái cây được, leo trên cây được á. Khỉ leo lên cây nó đứng tuốt ở trên á. Trên đỉnh cây á. Con cọp với con sư tử đâu dám lên đâu. Tại ở trên cái cành yếu á. Anh lên là anh té, thành ra anh thoát chết. Anh đu đỉnh anh thoát chết.
Sư phụ ơi, đu đỉnh rất là chết lên sư phụ.
Nhưng mà nó khôn lắm, nó đứng trên đó là mấy con cọp đâu làm gì rồi nó đâu. Tại vì nó nhẹ phải không? Nó đứng ở trên cái đỉnh được, còn mấy con cọp nặng quá lên là nó rớt liền. Nó không có chỗ để nó bám, hiểu không? Thì nó chỉ đứng ở dưới nó chờ, nó cứ đứng ở dưới nó chờ con kia mà xuống là đớp ấy. Mà con kia nó không chịu xuống. Rồi trong trường hợp đó con khỉ đu đỉnh nó thoát chết. Còn mình thị trường chứng khoán đu đỉnh là tát bóp. Không là tát
nói vậy cũng ai cũng ra mà chuyên gia đu đỉnh.
Đu đỉnh là cũng nhiều khi cũng sống sót á.
Hỏi đu trúng cây nào ngon á, được sư phụ ơi.
Đúng.
Chứ còn trúng cái dở là chết rồi.
Đúng.
Mình nghĩ Lâm research chắc được bộ.
Thì tôi nghĩ là semiconductor in general là cái demand của AI nó nhiều á. Nhưng mà nó ngồi nó tính toán mấy cái EPS revenue mình không biết nó tính làm sao, mình không khó đoán lắm, biết không? Chứ còn guidance là chắc tụi semiconductor guidance ok, thằng ASML guidance tốt, Texas Instrument guidance tốt. Mặc dù hai thằng nó đã miss earning mà nó bay hôm qua, nhưng hôm nay thì thằng ASML bị rớt lại. Còn thằng TX
Sư phụ con này Nvidia nó ì ạch cả tháng luôn, bữa nay nó mới lên được mấy đồng thương luôn.
Yeah.
Nó vượt được 190 là mừng đó sư phụ.
Yeah.
Dạ, nó vượt 190 là hy vọng nó lên tới 198 chị ơi.
Nó nằm dưới 190 gần cả tháng luôn hơn á.
Dạ. Em đang hô nó, em bữa em vô được 187 năm. Em đang hô nó chưa bán, có lời chưa bán, đang chờ nó lên nó làm lâu.
Con đó là con lên của mình bán thôi.
Dạ.
Con còn 1 tháng nữa với EO, thành ra nghĩ là còn 1 tháng nữa nó sẽ đặt lên đặt xuống hoài á.
Chờ nó lên 198 nó lụm cho em xếp rồi.
Bữa cũng mua cái giá 185. Sáng này nó lên 192 cái em bán bớt rồi chạy qua Apple. Nghĩ ngày mai Apple chắc có tưng.
Giờ mình chuẩn bị con nào để mà ổng nói là mình chạy vô mua ta?
Thì con nào tách sóc là được hết á.
Em tin tưởng Tesla sư phụ ạ. Cái tin nó ra buổi sáng là từ em thấy cái tin Pro mà ra đó là đúng đó sư phụ. Có một đợt em cũng mở cái tin
Rồi
lên.
ra rồi đó. Y chang luôn 3.75.
Ok.
Coi con nào chạy. Sư phụ nghe Lucy, nghe ông nói. Hình như nửa tiếng nữa mới nghe ông nói thôi sư phụ.
Yeah. Để coi cái PDF file nè. Bật CNBC nó nói gì? 10 người vote. CNBC.
But they say unemployment has shown some signs of stabilization. Last time they said it had edged up. They also removed some language that said downside risks to employment have risen. That's gone from the statement. They removed language saying there's been a shift in the balance of risks. That balance of risk was towards downside risk to employment. That's gone right now too. Inflation, they said, remains somewhat elevated, removing the language that said it has moved up. New voters, Hammock, Logan, Kashkari, and Paulson. I want to say the statement overall suggests the heat has kind of cooled down on both sides of the mandate for the Fed. A little bit more relaxed about inflation, though they're saying it's still elevated. More relaxed on employment, removing that downside risk concern. And just a little bit of trivia here. I'm pretty sure this is right. We're second time in 6 months that two governors have dissented. Waller and Bowman in July, now Waller and Myron this time around, though the dissent now is for a quarter, not a 50. Perhaps that's a little bit of coming together. The last time before this past 6 months we had that, guys, was 1993. So still quite a bit of disagreement on the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee, though perhaps not exactly as much as we've had in the past. Kelly?
If you had to kind of sum it up one more time, Steve, just as what you think the main thrust of this is, or if there's any real surprise for markets, do you think that there is one? There's not much of a market move. I mean, the Dow's down about 47 points.
I think that their hair is a little bit less on fire. And I guess I could say this for me. You know, you got two sides of the bald head here. You got the two mandates out there. A little bit less on fire on the inflation side, a little bit less on fire on the employment side. They're a little bit more like, we're going to wait and see how this all breaks. I reported earlier on your show, Kelly, that there's going to be two things: a noticeable break to the downside on employment, or an obvious cooling of inflation. Those things, as you note, the Federal Reserve is above the general belief of where neutral is. It's toward the high side of neutral. That's the way Powell has described it. So there's room for them to come down. But coming down now, I think, is going to require an obvious kind of break. It's not going to be a kind of judgment sort of thing at the margin. They'll do it when...
Ok, market đang rớt. Vô. Tại vì mình vô một chút đi. Tại vì chú đoán là lúc mà ông nói chuyện market lên lại. Thường thường 11 giờ mà nó rớt á, thì 11 giờ rưỡi lên lại. Mình gamble mua một chút, kiếm tiền đổ sang, đừng mua nhiều nha. Nếu mua khoảng chừng 1 triệu xe thôi.
Triệu xe.
Chứ đừng mua nhiều nha. Tesla mua khoảng từ 1 triệu đến 10 triệu xe thôi, còn chừa xe lại cho phụ mua, ok? Vô, Tesla, vô MU.
Vô em du luôn hả chị sư phụ?
Vô em du luôn. 2 con nữa thôi. Rồi 11 giờ rưỡi ông nói chuyện mà nó lên nó bán liền. Chạy. Có lời là chạy liền. Hai con đó thôi. Còn ai thích con khác thì mua cũng được. Người nào thích con nào khác đó. Mỗi lần vô 10%, đánh chừng 20 xe, 30 xe gì đó. Đánh chơi cho vui coi cái đó đúng không? Spy lên lại.
Will Trump potentially not be happy with who he's going to be a candidate for and appoint himself? I know I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek, a little facetious, but this puts a lot of pressure because rates will not be coming down.
Well, I wonder if Trump will treat the Fed chair like Henry VIII treated his spouses. We'll see what happens.
I didn't go there.
I just did. Rick Santelli's in Chicago. He's got reaction in the bond market. Rick, there's not a huge move in bonds, but I mean, how close are you watching this? It's soon, at some point, announcement for a new Fed chair.
Yeah, you know, I'm obviously very excited to see who he picks. I have my own thoughts on that, but I don't think any of this is really creating any drama. And that really is kind of a story, whether it's, you know, the criminal investigation, whether it's the back and forth between the administration and the Fed, all of that gives good fodder for newspapers and websites, but it's not showing up in markets, and it certainly doesn't seem to show up in any of the underpinnings of this meeting or the statement. Two-day charts give you lots of information here, Brian. Look at a two-day of 2-year and realize that we are dabbling a lot of action today under yesterday's low yields. And we were at 358 before the statement was read. We moved down about a basis point. We moved up about a basis point. And guess where we're at? Right at 358. If you look at a two-day of 10s, completely different. Yields are doing a lot of work above yesterday's high yields. Once again, that steepening effect, stickiness of the long end. It was basically right around 425 and a half. It went down a little bit, went up a little bit. It's actually net a little bit higher. Maybe the most interesting trade of all is the dollar index. Dollar index has been moving up a little bit, and right now, should it close here, it's actually back above what was the 2025 low close. So it's got some buoyancy. We were discussing earlier, anybody who looks at a dollar index chart past 2003 sees the amount of time over 100 is minimal. So we shouldn't make a big deal about this, but maybe the biggest story is the normalization of all the infractions central banks did for about 7 to 8 years right before COVID hit, and then they really went off the rails with things like QE4. So I think the bottom line to this discussion and questions to Chairman Powell ought to be, why is gold moving up and our central banks largely responding?
That's why I asked our good friend David Kelly that exact first question. Rick Santelli, thank you very much. I want to go to my friend Francis Donald of RBC because I love your view, because we're talking about exchange rates. You don't just talk about exchange rates, you live exchange rates because you're working for the largest bank in Canada. You live in Canada, you get sort of that multicultural view, and you also have to convert a lot of currency just in your personal life. What is the RBC view on the U.S. Fed and what they may or may not be trying to do or inadvertently doing to the U.S. dollar?
Well, look, this Fed is on the sidelines, Brian. I'm looking here at the statement. We're being characterized, the economy is being characterized as solid. The job market is stabilizing. Inflation is elevated. You and I have been through a couple cycles here. You could have paired this statement with a hike and no one would have batted an eye. But markets aren't moving. Why? Because they already know this. This is a mark-to-market statement that tells us what we already know. This is why the Fed is not in the driver's seat. They're in the back seat. Even in this last 10 minutes, we're not parceling comments about this. We're talking about the bond market. We're talking about FX. These are the core drivers of this market and the economy moving forward. The Fed is on the sidelines. They just don't have the green light from the economy, and they're not actually going to be capable of solving what ails the U.S. right now. So what we see right now is that we're going to see a Fed that has to step back, allow fiscal policy and markets to drive the narrative for the next several months at least.
What ails the U.S. economy, Francis?
a whole list of things. We've got enormous amounts of uncertainty, not just with respect to tariffs, but also we actually don't know the current state of inflation in the United States. We still have huge losses of data from Q4 that we don't have any clue on. We may be heading towards another government shutdown that's going to pull that back. What is the future of tariffs moving forward, and how will these large moves in markets impact the U.S. economy? How sustainable is that U.S. dollar weakness? All of these are putting big question marks around where we're going next. Meanwhile, we are seeing some weakness in trade-related sectors, and guess what? 25 basis point cuts isn't going to bring back U.S. manufacturing right now. They're facing a whole other set of issues in play. This is not a particularly interest rate sensitive economy. It's not one that the Fed needs to deal with very specifically. They need to move to the side and allow some of these dynamics to play out.
But if I could put it, Jim, David, just sort of, this is on the margin a hawkish reaction. It is. The dollar's up 0.5%. It's not a big deal. We haven't heard from the Fed chair yet whether he's going to kind of confirm that direction or not. I think the market's waiting for perhaps a little bit more color on that front.
I think that's right. And I think it's interesting to see because the Fed is in a predicament. This is the first time we have seen with new all-time high in the S&P 500, Fed meeting, 3 of the Mag 7 names are reporting afterwards. So it feels like the market's a little coiled here. But at the end of the day, the market reaction, somewhat muted. But we are seeing positivity. Look at the broadening of the market, Kelly. Yeah. 65% of the S&P 500, just to push back a little bit on Francis, north of the border there, 65% of the S&P 500 is outperforming the S&P 500, meaning the U.S. economy is strengthening, not weakening.
Mm-hmm. We have a couple of people kind of in the hopper here. Mike, stand by for a second. Jim, Karen, we're coming back to you as well. Steve Leisman has a little bit more from the Fed itself. Steve, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble seeing this. You know, Kelly, usually between you and me, there's a piece of paper between our different views here, but I'm having a little trouble seeing this as hawkish for the following reason. It was the prior guest who made the correct statement, actually using the same phrase I used, which was marking to market. The Fed could not avoid the GDP numbers. It could not avoid the date.
Có lời rồi. Ok, ai nãy vô mua Tesla MU là đang có lời chút mà. Let's go MU, let's go. Nó có đụng kháng cự nha. Alright. Bán nha. Ok, sư phụ bán MU. Lời chạy liền. Tức là chưa lên. Tại vì MU lý do bán là tại thấy cái kháng cự đây nè. Ăn là sư phụ mua lúc MU mua lúc 4.30 ăn được 3.50 đồng. Giọt. Chết lại đó. Nó có thể lên nữa đó nhưng mà mình ăn mấy trăm chạy. Có kháng cự hơi ớn. Tesla, come on, let's go.
Tesla chờ sau IO.
Yeah, nhưng mà IO thì mình lát nữa 11:30 á, mình coi cái market nó lên hay xuống mình mua tiếp cũng được. Tại vì cái lời nói của ổng trong vòng vài phút mình kiếm vài trăm thôi, chạy. Còn Tesla thì chưa bán được, nó không chịu lên.
Ông mà cho Tesla lên được 10 đồng và sau cái IO mà Tesla lên được 4 triệu đồng nữa là cộng là đồng sư phụ ơi.
Yeah. Cái làm này sao lừng chừng không chịu đi trời.
in office that's going to basically try to do what he thinks.
They can do that on short rates, but the only way to get long rates down is you're going to have to crush inflation and crush the economy.
Or Operation Twist again.
No, it's still not going to work unless you have a recession. You're not going to get those long rates down significantly. And we
real quickly, to this discussion, we've seen some movement in the Fed chair odds. I just want to show this on the screen for a second. Kalshi has now put Waller, I think, given him a little bit of a pop after this. So here, Reader's dropped down to about 30. Now he's still on top, 36% chance. There's Warsh at 27. There's Waller at 14. Hassett at 7. So Reader's odds dropped more than
1%.
Reader's down about 10 points in the wake of this, while Waller has been ticking higher since his descent. If that,
well, yeah, it's because of that descent, because he didn't dissent the last time around, and there was.
But they cut the last time.
Well, yes, but he could have dissented in favor of a more aggressive set of cuts. I mean, presumably, if he thinks you have to need another 25 now, he might have thought we needed.
Ông Fed ông remove cái chữ mà kỳ trước ông nói là cái market có risk gì đó, nhưng trong cái lá thơ không có. Tức là cái lá thơ này là dovish, tức là giọng nhẹ, thì market nó phải bay, nhưng mà nãy giờ chưa thấy nó bay. Trước ông nói là there's a risk, cái market gì đó quên mất tiêu rồi, nhưng mà không ông không nói, không nhắc. CNBC nó cũng nói vậy, nó nói ông không nhắc cái chữ đó, thế là market nó phải bullish right now, nhưng mà nó vẫn lên trình, nó chưa muốn lên. Nghe CNBC nữa.
Bây giờ nó đang chờ 3 con kia đó sư phụ ơi.
Dạ, nhưng mà cái này nó làm cho market bay liền à. Tại sao không bay trời?
Nếu không có IA 3 con kia là giờ nó bay rồi, tại vì bị 3 con kia nó tất kịch nó cứ xoay quay vòng chỗ này thôi sư phụ.
Cũng có thể à. Chắc là muốn lên lại.
Sư phụ ơi, uống thì mặc ả, lên thì mặc gì sư phụ?
Lên thì đi nhậu.
Ồ.
Đó, hình như nó muốn lên lại, market muốn lên lại sao? Đó. Thế là lên lại chút à. Nhưng mà giống như nó không có sức nó lên, tại vì cũng có thể là nó sợ IR. Nó đang sợ IR, nó không dám lên. Market should be up by now, mà nó không up by chịu.
Housing affordability, bring that long end of the curve. So I talked about Operation Twist, Kelly. If you bring in Operation Twist and you bring the duration of the portfolio longer, you bring down those interest rates, that's going to accomplish the goal, if not even better than the outcome of just cutting 25 basis.
Okay, hold on. That's a great point, Chubby Checker. I love the Twist reference. Okay. Francis Donald, go
Chubby. I was like,
because Chubby Checker.
That's a little true. That's a little true.
No, you're husky. It's a different. Same. By the way, we're the same size, so it's all good, brother. Francis Donald, help us out here, because here's where the confusion is. Jim Bianco, bond market guy, super smart guy, posted this tweet basically showing this idea of a K-shaped economy, right? Where consumer sentiment goes down, but the market goes up. There's the tweet. Orange line, consumer. Blue line is stocks. We have consumer confidence at a 12-year low and American stocks mostly at an all-time high. From an economic perspective, any reason why this is happening?
There's a long list of reasons why we see all sorts of K's in the U.S. economy. But as we're having this discussion, Brian, we just need to take a big step back. Next month, we're going to celebrate the 5 5-year anniversary of inflation above 2% in this US economy. And we don't even talk about that anymore. We got a Fed that is maintaining a dovish bias. We have dissent towards further cuts. And meanwhile, we have households who are raising their hand repeatedly saying food inflation is too high, electricity is rising, the cost of living crisis is still very much in play for a lot of reasons. And yet that seems to be swept under the rug as we talk about some of the other minutia associated with the Fed. I just wish we'd take a big step back and say, all right, if we're going to run inflation above 2% persistently, what does that mean for central banking? What does it mean for the economy?
Well, how do we fix it? Okay, Francis, I don't know how you're going to celebrate that 5-year anniversary, maybe overpay for a cake, right, because of inflation. But how then do we break it? How do we break inflation? Because I think you're exactly right. I think everybody watching, they're hearing about the Fed. They don't care. You know what they're mad about? They're mad that a burger is $20 when 4 years ago it was $12, right? And next year it'll be 21. It won't be 30, but it's going to keep going up. How do we break, and the electricity bills, to your point, and who can afford rugs? Okay? So how do we break that without breaking the economy?
There's a whole range of reasons why prices are higher and have been persistently, and a lot of them are supply side issues. Tariffs are impacting goods inflation, maybe not to the degree that many expected, but they are lifting goods. We have droughts that are happening in South America that are contributing to coffee prices. Now, I'm not blaming the Fed for above target 2%. In fact, I would say a lot of the inflation in the system isn't interest rate sensitive, to your point on housing. But at first, just an acknowledgement that inflation is still running ahead and contributing to some of this weak consumer sentiment would be a welcome relief, I think, not just for consumers and for market participants, but also for central banks around the world that are grappling with this issue.
David, do you want to kind of give us a final comment then from a practitioner's point of view? So we've got the conference now at 2:30.
Yeah.
You said you're skeptical of the need to kind of maybe lower rates a lot more from here. But the Fed chair seems more sympathetic to that point of view, to the idea that you can bring them down a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Fed, I think they are laying the groundwork for giving them the option to cut rates maybe once in June, maybe once in December. And I think by next year, I think we could be looking at a completely different picture with the economy, with both growth and inflation falling below 2% in 2027. I think that's possible. So then you may have an excuse to cut rates. But right now, there's a lot of uncertainty ahead of us, and it's way too soon for the Fed to be cutting rates.
You're a little more bearish longer run.
Well, I think that inflation is going to go away, and I think I think you're going to have the Democrats are going to take over the House. I think, and if they do, more fiscal stimulus is gone. Because right now we're just about to have a boatload of fiscal stimulus through income tax refunds. We're probably going to get a second dose through a tariff rebate check. But that gravy chain comes to an end.
Maybe Powell should just say that. If they have to skate, if they're going to act with 18-month lags with monetary policy or whatever, then maybe 27 anticipated weakness does matter.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of ifs and mays before you get there.
Yeah. Tim, Karen, quick final thought.
Yeah, I think, look, I mean, the way that we break this cycle is that you have to have a stronger economy, higher wages, better productivity. So therefore, you don't get this big boost in inflation and we keep chasing our tails. So look, ultimately, I think what is in process right now in this K-shaped economy is that the
market should be up. We're nó không up. Đang chờ ông Jerome Powell ra nói chuyện. Đây, nhiều khi mình hiểu là một chuyện nhưng mà tụi phố tường nó suy nghĩ khác mình nữa. Theo ý sư phụ là market nó phải up by now. Bởi vì cái lá thơ của ông rất là dovish, không phải là hawkish tone, dovish tone, tức là lời nói nhẹ nhàng á. Market should be up, mà nó không lên rồi thua, không đoán được. Nếu mà hỏi Tú á, tôi nói giờ là market spy nó should go up.
Nào quên
hả?
Quên Fed nói rồi.
Anh nói ông muốn nói chuyện anh Tú mà em đưa cho anh.
Ai muốn nói chuyện?
Dạ bạn của em. Em đang muốn nói chuyện với anh Tú là phải vô Discord mà ông cứ đòi phải nói chuyện riêng. Em nói no, vô Discord đi rồi nói.
Đó, hình như nó lên lại. Market đang lên lại. That's the way it should be. Nó phải lên. Tại vì cái lá thơ sao mấy con cá mập nó đọc chậm tiêu dễ sợ luôn, cái lá thơ là giọng rất là nhẹ. Nhưng mà lúc mà nhà báo á, tụi nhà báo nó hỏi ông những câu hóc búa, ông giận lên ông nói tùm lum rồi mắc kệ nó cũng có thể rớt, hiểu không? Nhưng mà cái nốt mà Fed gửi ra hôm nay á, là cái tone rất là dovish. MU nó lên lại nè. Để bán lúc 4 cent, giờ lên 434, 40 mấy cent, 50 mấy cent luôn, lên luôn à. Tesla thì chưa bán, Tesla chưa có lời. MU lời được 3 đồng 10 cent gì đó, chạy luôn. Giờ lên, đang lên nữa, SPY đang lên lại đó, thấy không? That's the way it should be. SPY lên lại thấy không? Nó should go up. Nhiều khi mình đoán vậy thôi, nhưng mà market nó phản ứng ra sao mình đâu biết được đâu. Mình chỉ đoán được thôi, chứ còn theo cái tình lý á, là nó phải lên. Nhưng mà đến lúc ông nói chuyện nó có thể rớt nha, thì mình không biết được. Lát coi rồi. Mà ông lúc nào ông cũng mặc cái cà vạt màu tím, chứ đâu bao giờ mặc màu khác đâu. Đã có một lần tụi CNBC hỏi ổng thì ông nói nếu ổng mặc màu xanh á thì đảng Cộng Hòa ghét ổng, nếu ông mặc cà vạt màu đỏ đó thì đảng Dân Chủ ghét ổng, thành ra ông mặc màu tím chính giữa. Không ai ghét ổng.
Sư phụ ơi, lên tàu với sư phụ.
Hả?
Giống như mình ngồi máy bay mà hả, nó gặp thời tiết xấu.
Yeah. MU đi luôn rồi. Người nào chưa bán MU thì lo bán kiếm lời. Nếu có lời thỏa mãn chạy.
Afterwards as well, let's turn back to KKR Financial's Jeff Kilberg, and with due reason, because the press conferences are notoriously volatile. So why lay your bets out before we hear from the chair?
And that's the forward guidance. We really want to understand that forward guidance. What is Fed Chairman Powell going to talk about? He only has a couple more meetings left, Kelly. This is his first and last one of 2026 for the month of January. And will he make it to May of 2026? Will President Trump appoint someone differently? So there's a lot going into this press conference. Couple that with we are seeing 3 of the Mag 7 reporting afterwards. It feels very coiled here, and that's why we're seeing a bit of a stalemate. The word of the day, stalemate.
Okay, but hold on. We're entering year 4 of a bull market. The average return on a bull market in the 4th year after double-digit gains is 14.7%. Doesn't mean we're going to get those gains. But his history is on your side. So the 5th time, by the way, in 100 years, we might have 4 double-digit returns in a row. Is there anything you've heard from Jerome Powell that puts the market rally at risk?
No, not yet. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing in this year 4 of the rally, we're seeing a broadening. The equal weight S&P 500 is outperforming, beating the brakes off the S&P 500 total return. And you can attribute that to a lot of the Mag 7 profit taking we saw in the end of 2025, Sully. But what's interesting in this broadening, 65% of S&P 500 stocks thus far in earnings season are outperforming. So I get excited about the profits. We talk about profits being a more important input to the economy. But yes, what Fed Chairman Powell says, or what President Trump says about who's coming in to potentially play the part that he wants of lower interest rates is critically important.
Anybody better for the markets? Reeder, Walsh, Waller?
I think Rick Reeder is a practitioner. He understands it. Obviously, coming out of BlackRock, he's the guru. So having him control the innovative toolbox more so than one of the others. But they're all great candidates. I don't get into politics, silly, but they're all great candidates. But Rick Reeder would be interesting because he could really come up with a couple different things to help the economy, maybe not lowering the front end of the curve, it's the back end of the curve.
Here it comes, Chair, but it's the whole composition of the board for financial regulation and all the rest of it. So as mentioned, here comes Fed Chair Powell.
Sao giờ hưu nó đi chậm hơn ha?
And stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization.
Giờ hưu nó đi chậm.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis.
To conclude, the Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that, you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with, I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you.
Mấy thằng stupid analyst hỏi question về kinh tế, hỏi về chính trị không?
Legal case in the Fed's 13-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're getting through the distortions in the data from the shutdown. However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still.
Không, lúc mà 11 giờ market nó đỏ đúng không? Bây giờ nó xanh lại hết rồi đấy không? NVD bay, SOSL bay, MU bay, Lâm Research bay, SPY lên lại hết rồi đó. Có lời là chạy nha.
Data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today. But
exactly,
and some ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Good answer.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV.
Nó muốn gài ổng để ổng nói ra để mà ổng về phe nào á, hiểu không? Là market nó sẽ rớt. Mấy thằng analyst này should stay home. They should not be there.
Anticipate a decision.
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave at all under the circumstances?
Again.
Come on.
I don't.
Thấy mấy thằng nó hỏi những cái vụ chính trị không à?
Questions but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might, lead to a similar answer. We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days. What do you think is driving the US currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency, and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But I mean, what's your view on the market movements? I mean, what do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying?
Come on.
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury.
Frustrating mainstream media, mấy cái đài media của cánh tả đó. This is stupid shit. Cái này là economy, not politics. Mà ông đã nói nhiều lần, ông không trả lời mà cứ hỏi hoài luôn.
Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the Beige Book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made, what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer, thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the SEP and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. And maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range, but so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy is significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course, no one knows with any precision. Is that you had a follow up?
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the SEP from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amir. Chair Powell, Mara Moakley from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook, and all that. And we're in a position where we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the two goals and how big those and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2% x the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, if we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the Band-Aid as roughly balanced right now?
Ok, để confirm, ổng vừa nói câu này, tóc nó bắt đầu nó đang bay lên lại á, là cái Fox Business News hỏi là cái tariff nó có ảnh hưởng inflation không? Ổng nói không. Ổng vừa nói câu đó, bây giờ market tóc nó đã bay hết trơn rồi đó.
Hard to say. And we think our policy is in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
Oh, I'm wondering, you a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with your mandate. That the 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So expectations have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Andrew. Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted, and I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think that the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other.
Này ai theo sư phụ mua MU lúc 4.30, ăn 6 đồng 7 đồng rồi chạy đi ha.
Investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
Thanks.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse, you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. Clearly, a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments too on inflation, though.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now. Anybody's base case that the next move will be a rate hike. But ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Hi, Victoria from Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen that U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot, really for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But, right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment. And so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with. And that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not what Japan is either. But it's certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer term rates from our moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator.
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, it's, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution. If people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important. And the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I mean, I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labour market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labour market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, and I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And then one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, your strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts and all of that?
So you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. And consumer spending, although it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good. And We're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from. But the economy overall, the growth is on a solid footing. It looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple of things. One, there's something to it in that we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything. They're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands and they're buying less and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control, and frankly to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build out as being positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs? And how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time is rising productivity. So and we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may in any case see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Bayi from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December. And that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress. But the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs. And ultimately, we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9 month period. And you can see for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But, we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think, we will be able to see.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is a lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and the trade, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but it would depend. It depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing. And at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is. You need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Another is that, our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late. And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind-Barons. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? A summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model. And we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here and like maybe happening now with AI, we're all over that. And, everyone studies those periods and, we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not, no one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, and it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data, and our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Phụ ơi, cái con ốc lò nó bay lên 9,4 luôn á sư phụ. Dạ, tại vì nó có tin nó là nó làm bên gì đó lò phản ứng hạt nhân á sư phụ. Thì bây giờ chắc giờ tới thời AI nó cần á sư phụ. Nó lên lại thì mấy cái tụi analyst nó đánh giá là lên tới 130 mấy đồng một xe đó.
OK LO hả?
Dạ đúng rồi sư phụ. Nó là bên hạt nhân mà. Điện hạt nhân á.
Mấy con này tuần trước mình cũng có chơi. Này lên 9 đồng luôn. Yeah, ổng trả lời cái vụ tariff với cái vụ AI. Ổng nói AI là good cho economy, thành ra market nó lên lại. Nhưng mấy thằng analyst tôi không hiểu nữa. Đây là một buổi nói chuyện về kinh tế mà nó có hỏi chính trị, nó muốn gài ổng không để ổng trả lời để cho market rớt hay sao. May là ổng nói là ổng không trả lời không, ổng không muốn involve. Tụi nó cứ muốn ổng mở miệng ổng comment là ổng comment là market nó rớt lên. Tại vì ổng không thể nào binh ai được á, ổng không binh ông Trump được mà cũng không binh đảng Dân Chủ được, ổng phải đứng chính giữa hay không. Mà tụi đại cánh tả ABC nè, NBC nè, MSNBC nè, Bloomberg toàn hỏi chính trị không. Chỉ có cái cô mà làm cho Yahoo Finance đó là hỏi về kinh tế thôi. Họ không biết cái mục đích của họ hỏi mấy cái câu đó để làm cái gì, không hiểu. Mình có cơ hội ngồi đó mình hỏi những cái câu để mình giúp kinh tế, hay là thắc mắc về thị trường chứng khoán hay là tiền lời, phải không? Cái thời giờ ngồi đó mà hỏi 3 câu tầm nhàm không à, tôi cũng không hiểu nổi. They should get fired. Nếu mà Tú là boss, Tú đuổi hết cả đám luôn. Hiểu tôi nói không? Cái job của những người đó là tới để vặn vào ông Jerome Powell về tiền lời lạm phát. PPI, CPI right? Chứ không phải là tới đó hỏi những câu chính trị mà ông đã bao nhiêu lần ông đã không trả lời, cứ hỏi hoài luôn. Làm như là tụi nó muốn cố tình muốn market rớt hay không? Nó gài bẫy ông để ông trả lời á. Nhưng may là ông không trả lời, ông thôi market nó rớt thảm thiết luôn, không giỡn đâu.
Boss của mấy người đó kêu họ hỏi mà sư phụ.
Vậy thì thua. Boss của mấy người đó hỏi thì mình thua rồi. Maybe true, maybe mấy ông
Một
market.
meeting nào cũng có những người như vậy mà.
Yeah.
Đâu có sao lạ gì sư phụ ơi.
Thì đồng ý, nhưng mà mình không hiểu cái job là tới đó không phải là hỏi về chính trị. Muốn hỏi chính trị vô Nhà Trắng hỏi. Ở đây là người ta bàn cãi về kinh tế, về lạm phát, nó hỏi chính trị không. Chán này, nó cố tình phải không? The intentional. Anyway, có ai có thắc mắc gì không? Bây giờ ngồi chờ đến 1 giờ là có earning của 3 cá mập, 3 khổng lồ.
Mấy cái con ER hôm nay á sư phụ, con Tesla, con Sư Việt Nam nó đang xuống, con Meta với lại con âm dầm.
Meta đang negative, chỉ có Tesla là đang cộng. Hỏi những cái câu đâm, nếu mà Tú ở đó, ok, Tú sẽ hỏi ông 2 câu. Câu thứ nhất là ông nói là ông giảm tiền lời 2 chấm. Khi nào? When? Theo cái kiến thức của ông, theo những cái data ông có đó, ông nghĩ khi nào mới xuống 2 chấm? Đấy, đó là những câu hỏi mình nên hỏi ông. Rồi điều thứ hai là khi nào ông mới làm quantitative easing? That's it. Hỏi 2 câu đó thôi. Còn mấy câu khác đâu có liên quan gì đến ổng đâu. Mà mình có cơ hội đó là mình hỏi những câu vậy nó để nó cho mình hiểu được cái tình trạng kinh tế nó sẽ đi đâu đấy. Thứ nhất là khi nào ông giảm tiền lời xuống 2 chấm? Năm nay, năm sau, năm tới, 26, 27, 28. Đấy. Khi nào ông do QE, quantitative easing? 2 câu đó là quan trọng nhất mà không có một thằng reporter nào hỏi 2 câu đó hết. Unbelievable. Why should they get paid? I don't understand it. Mấy thằng đó lương đâu có thấp đâu các bạn. Mấy thằng ngồi đó là toàn lương cả 2, 3, 500 ngàn năm đấy. They don't even ask 2 cái question căn bản nhất. I don't get it. Không hiểu nổi. Những câu quan trọng không chịu hỏi. Khi nào ông giảm tiền lời? Đấy. Khi nào ông thả tiền cho market? That's it. 2 câu đó là quan trọng nhất mà trong nguyên cái cuộc họp không có thằng nào hỏi 2 câu đó hết. Tôi rất là ngạc nhiên luôn. Hỏi trên trời dưới đất, hỏi cái chuyện mà một đứa học high school nó cũng trả lời được, không cần phải hỏi ông. Okay. Hỏi những cái câu mà mình không trả lời được, mình nên hỏi đấy. Khi mình đặt cái câu hỏi là mình hỏi cái câu mình không trả lời được để cho ông trả lời. Còn nó hỏi chuyện trên trời dưới đất không, thiệt tình. Mọi người nghĩ sao? What you guys think? Cái cuộc nói chuyện hôm nay. Nhưng mà ít nhất là cái giọng ông Dovish không? Ông không có hawkish. Thì đó tôi nói các bạn, hồi nãy các bạn mua MU, mua Tesla, bây giờ các bạn ăn rồi thấy không? Tại vì 11 giờ mà nó đỏ, 11 rưỡi nó xanh. Khi tôi thấy 11 giờ nó đỏ là tôi kêu các bạn mua MU với lại Tesla. Bây giờ là lời rồi. Có lời rồi đúng không? Ai có lời là lo bán đi, tại vì trước khi IO bán trước khi IO, tại vì IO nó ra mình không biết đường đâu mò luôn. Ai có thắc mắc gì không? Question? Thì im ra này ngủ nè. Hay là đang ra Walmart mô tả cho 1 giờ. Chuẩn bị cho 1 giờ.
Đang đi mô tả sư phụ ơi.
Hôm qua có ai chơi con Seagate không? STH á?
Không. Quên luôn rồi, không có chơi. Hôm nay nó bay không?
Trời ơi, em ăn được 60 đồng một xe.
Wow.
Hồi hôm qua thấy nó rớt, thế ra IO nó biết mà tại sao nó rớt, nhưng mà kệ cứ để nó, xong rồi cái sáng tự nhiên nó lên 400, thấy 400 hết. Mừng, ngồi chè mừng. Cái con Sandisk nó cũng bay lắm á sư phụ.
SNDK.
Dạ, con đó sư phụ mình miss con đó big time.
Yeah. Mẹ nó bay 45 đồng luôn.
Hồi sáng nó lên tới 446 hay sao á, con Seagate á.
Nó miss earning hả? Bây giờ nó 446 luôn rồi đó, 447 rồi đó.
Wow, Seagate lên dữ ha, 75 điểm luôn.
Đó, em ra lúc đó 42 mấy là ra rồi, sợ chạy rồi.
Em đi trade hay sao?
Em đi chơi chị, hôm qua em chơi IO đó.
Em đi trade vậy là con rồi.
Con Sandisk hôm nay cũng lên quá trời.
Em nói con gì?
Sandisk.
Sandisk.
SNDK.
Sandisk, dạ, Sandisk nó lên mấy bữa nay. Nó
Ngày
lên
mai nó có IO đó.
mai có mai với nói chung với Apple. Chị nghĩ ngày mai á, nó đập Sandisk á. Nó đẩy lên kiểu vậy là nó đập chết luôn á.
Thôi nếu vậy sáng mai em ra, chứ hồi nãy giờ em vô nó không có cho ra, tại cái account của em cái phone nó siêu có settlement nữa, không có
Dạ,
sale.
em bé đầu ra đi, mấy con này á nó thâm mấy tuần nay rồi. Hôm bữa nó lên
bữa nó rớt xuống còn 313 nhé không, 313 14. Chị cũng vô đây thuê chút xíu rồi chị chạy ra chị sợ mấy con này đó, mà từ đó cái nó thông tới 528 luôn á, trong vòng 2 tuần. Em chơi trong account IRA hả?
Của em account của em là IRA ở bên Vanguard, nhưng mà nó cho em mở cái account bên Swap trên cái Swim á. Nhưng mà em không có, nó không có cho em merchant, em chơi phải có settlement.
Xịt nó đi, em xịt nó margin, nếu mà margin mà trên 25.000 là nó cho em margin đó.
No, nó không cho, em nói nó nói cái account này mày là cash account từ IRA gì cái nó không cho.
Tại vì chỉ có IRA mà, chỉ có IRA với Fidelity là very conservative mà nó còn cho nữa.
Mà như của chị là ở bên của chị trade bên Fidelity luôn, của em là Vanguard.
IRA
Nhưng mà xong nó mở nó nó mở cái account gọi là PCS gì á, ở bên nó cho mở như vậy để trade, nhưng mà một năm nó đâu mình đóng có mấy chục đồng mà, nhưng mà nó không có cho mình trade day trade như vậy, phải có
đâu có account nào mà mấy cái broker nào mà lấy tiền của mình đâu.
của em có cái thằng Vanguard nó lấy chứ không phải thằng Swap. Vanguard nó allow em mở cái account như vậy, xong rồi nó chạc một năm mấy chục đồng. Cái này em định hỏi sư phụ, tại cái account của em là bây giờ là nó là traditional IRA đó, cho nên em muốn hỏi là em có nên đổi qua cái gì cái Roth IRA không, cái mà đã đóng thế trước á, xong rồi mình trade mình để long term, tại cái này long term account, xong rồi để 11 khỏi bị đóng thuế.
Cái đó gọi là backdoor conversion Roth IRA. Mấy cái này là em nên hỏi về thuế, tại vì mỗi năm á, em coi cái bracket của em bao nhiêu phải không? Nếu mà còn room á, thì em nên convert qua, tại vì em còn trẻ, convert qua Roth á, nó lợi. Nhưng mà không có lợi nếu mà em làm lương cao nha, em làm lương cao quá thì em phải contributable pre-tax account chứ, để em trả bớt thuế.
Bởi vậy em bị cái dính cái đó.
Dạ, em phải hỏi mấy cái này, em phải consult with ông thuế, người thuế, hoặc là còn không em research about it.
Dạ, thank you chị.
Chạy hết chưa hay là mấy người còn ôm? Có lời là chạy. Đợi ER tính tiếp. Thế là không chạy ra rớt không? Cắm đầu xuống liền.
sợ chơi EO với thép làm sư phụ ơi. Lúc mà nó pick hay là nó miss nó cũng bị đập à. Đa số là vậy.
Chơi EO đấy con làm thích nhất không? TSM á. TSM là cũng lên.
Đánh 10 xe thôi, đánh 10 xe tới là cho vui thôi. Để mà tập trái tim cho nó mạnh chút. Đâu cần phải nhiều đâu, để chơi thôi. Dạ, mấy thằng analyst tú rất là thất vọng.
Hình như lần nào cũng vậy.
Dạ, lần nào cũng vậy. Hai cái câu hỏi đơn giản nhất mà không hỏi. Khi nào ông giảm tiền lời xuống 2 chấm? Khi nào ông thả tiền vào market là do kiwi? Hai câu đó là cái chót của ông, bắt ông trả lời. Không bao giờ hỏi đâu. Dạ, nó gài sao? Hỏi mấy câu stupid không? Tự nhiên hỏi chính trị, hỏi về ông Trump. Ông đâu có liên quan gì ông Trump đâu. Sức mấy ông trả lời. Tại ông cũng khôn lắm rồi. Ông trả lời bên nào, ông cũng bị bên kia đập. Đấy. Mà đưa người ta vô cái thế kẹt. Đưa người ta vô thế kẹt đội người ta rồi. Giờ nếu mà ông nịnh ông Trump á, thì đảng Dân Chủ sẽ đập ổng. Mà ông chống ông Trump á, thì ông Trump sẽ đập ổng. Đường nào ông cũng chết á. Tại sao bắt người ta vô cái thế kẹt, ta trả lời nhưng phải tụi nó phải tế nhị phải không? Ông không thể nào trả lời được, ông không muốn về phe ai đó, tại về phe nào ông cũng chết hết á. Về bên trái thì bên phải đập, về bên phải thì bên trái đập. Thành ra ông không bao giờ ông trả lời đâu. Mà lì lợm cái sợ cái thằng đầu tiên hỏi câu về chính trị, ông không muốn dính về chính trị. Thằng thứ hai lại hỏi, thằng thứ ba lại hỏi, thằng thứ tư hỏi, 4 thằng hỏi liên tiếp. Ông để trả lời nói. Tức là nó cố tình nó muốn khui miệng ông á. Chứ khi mà mình phải tế nhị, mình thấy cái người đầu tiên hỏi mà ông không trả lời thì đừng hỏi nữa. Những cái câu quan trọng không chịu hỏi. Khi nào ông giảm tiền lời 2 chấm, khi nào ông kiwi. Hai câu đó là rất quan trọng luôn. Anyway, thành ra nhiều lúc nó muốn chọc tức ổng á, rồi ổng nói tầm bậy bạ là tóc nó rớt liền. May là hôm nay ổng cool down, ổng không có trả lời không. Ổng trả lời là ổng banh sát liền. Bên nào ổng trả lời bên nào bên kia sẽ tấn công ổng. Ổng không có đường thoát. Anyway, giờ ngồi chờ, có ai có question gì không? Ngồi chờ Tesla thôi sao vậy? Chờ Tesla giờ SNDK nó tiếp tục lên. CNBC.
About 8 to 10% on average, every time, 12 in a row. Last March, April, when the S&P went into a significant correction, the dollar did not go up. It went down 8 to 10%. And what we see as a safe haven appears to be tangible assets. Obviously, gold and silver, not Bitcoin. Bitcoin's down over the past year. It's fascinating that with all the enthusiasm and you know, sort of star power allure that Bitcoin had for such a long time, it's fascinating that we could have, you know, a 90% rally in gold over the past 12 months and Bitcoin is down. I think that's a sign of something. I think it has to do with these opaque private markets that seem to be running into incremental trouble. I think that the people, investors, are starting to look for things that are real. They're more interested in things that are real and getting more sober about things that are hype. And I think that that's going to be an accelerating trend, and it's already well underway. And that train just keeps on rolling, as I've said twice now already.
Right. Let me lastly. By the way, I'm assuming that the new roundtable prime that you've done, which is your annual conversation, if you will, or plural, with some market thought leaders, explores a lot of that. Let me ask you this, because the prediction markets are abuzz with who's going to be the next Fed chair. I mentioned what Jay Powell said about his advice to the next one: stay out of elected politics, don't do it. If they called you and said, who do you think will be best in that seat following Chair Powell, of Mr. Reeder and Warsh and Waller and Hassett, what would you say?
I think I would go with Waller. I think he's less likely to be manipulated. But you mentioned the Roundtable Prime. We have Jim Bianco has been on the Roundtable Prime for years, and we were talking about Fed chair there. And he said, I don't care if it's Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, or Kevin Costner. And I thought that was pretty funny. But the Roundtable Prime is up for replay at doubleline.com, and it's real. It doesn't take forever to watch. You can watch it in about an hour and a half, and you can certainly skip around. And I thought it was the best Roundtable Prime we've had, having done it for about 8 years. So thanks for bringing that up. But I don't really have an opinion that much about a Fed chair. I want somebody that's strong. I want somebody that wants to have fiscal rectitude. And I don't know exactly if any of these would fit the bill for that. But I'm a steward of other people's money and my own wealth. And so I can't control what's going to happen. All I can do is try to think about it and prepare and make moves based upon who ultimately gets selected and how they start to approach the rhetorical part of being Federal Reserve chairperson. I'm not really worried about any of these people. I'd be worried about Myron. I think we would be running a very weak dollar policy, and we would be running into a very significant inflation policy if we were slashing interest rates to below the inflation rate. I think that'd be a huge mistake.
Well, he was a dissenter today, along with Mr. Waller. They wanted a 1/4 point cut. Yeah. So we shall see, and it's always good to talk to you and get your up-to-date investment advice, as always. Jeffrey, thank you. We'll see you after the next meeting.
All right. Good luck, everybody out there. Thanks, Judge.
All right, you be well. That's Jeffrey Gundlach. Coming up next, of course, we're just moments away now from mega cap earnings hitting the tape. We have an all-star panel standing by to get you set up for Microsoft and Meta and Tesla. The Market Zone's next.
AI technology is shining the way for today's consumer electronics leaders. Prisma Airs, the world's most comprehensive AI security platform, helps your own brave innovations light the way. Be a genius. Deploy bravely.
Bitcoin Well is building a productive Bitcoin treasury. This means combining Bitcoin financial services with a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Learn more about how Bitcoin Well is helping people replace their bank at bitcoinwell.com/investors.
At Baird, we offer a unique perspective on wealth management.
Because you offer a unique perspective on what a life should look like.
We listen and really get to know you. Then we customize a plan, especially for you and your family.
From making your tax burden less of a burden to estate and trust strategies that protect your loved ones.
And an investment portfolio that powers your financial goals.
When the focus is on you, it makes all the difference.
Weeknights. A battleground stock is exhausting. You begin to feel like it's your only position that matters, so you forget the rest of your portfolio and any opportunities that might be hit.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Could you please submit your expenses today?
You could keep reminding your coworkers to submit their expenses. Or you could let Ramp do it. Never chase a receipt again. Finance.
Renovation? Meet innovation. With the Bathfitter PermaFit solution, we measure with laser precision and custom manufacture your bath or shower so it fits perfectly over your old one. We install in a day with no demo or mess. For over 40 years, Bathfitter has been creating durable baths and showers with seamless watertight walls that are grout-free and easy to clean. It's a smart, custom-made, cost-effective solution, and it's guaranteed for life. Go to bathfitter.com.
I started Kitsch with one goal, rethinking how we care for our hair. Our rice water shampoo and conditioner bars are packed with proteins, vitamins, and amino acids which support healthy hair growth. Find out more at mykitsch.com.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Power E-Trade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade for Morgan Stanley. Try the new Power E-Trade Pro today.
We're now in the closing bell market zone, and we are just moments away now from mega cap earnings out in overtime. Full team coverage for you today. Steve Kovac looking at Microsoft. Julia Borsten is.
Bây giờ mình đặt cái câu hỏi á, là giữa thằng Tesla và Meta, hai thằng đều rớt hết. Cái probability là bao nhiêu phần trăm? Mọi người nghĩ sao? Anybody?
Sư phụ ở lại sư phụ.
Thằng bây giờ 1 giờ có earning của thằng Tesla và thằng Meta, đúng không? Bây giờ hai thằng đều bị rớt hết. Cơ hội là bao nhiêu phần trăm?
Cơ hội em đoán chỉ có là 1-2% thôi.
Thì bây giờ cái
cơ hội gì sư phụ? Cơ hội
nó bị miss earning, hai thằng đều
cơ hội nào à?
Thì ý tôi là vậy nè, cái long straddle của thằng Tesla là 41 đồng. Tức là nếu mà nó miss thì nó sẽ rớt 44 đồng. Thằng Meta cũng thằng Meta nếu mà nó miss nó sẽ rớt 44 đồng. Hai thằng bằng nhau ha. Thì giờ cái cơ hội hai thằng đều rớt hết 44 đồng là bao nhiêu phần trăm? Ý là sao? Bây giờ mình gamble, ví dụ mình mua 10 xe Tesla, 10 xe Meta. Chỉ có một cách mình thua là hai thằng đều rớt hết. Còn nếu thằng rớt thằng lên là mình què. Mà nếu hai thằng lên là mình thắng. Ví dụ mình mua 10 xe nó lên 41 đồng là mình ăn được 400 đấy. Thì 1 là mình ăn 800, 2 là què, 3 là thua 800. Thì cái cơ hội thua 800 là bao nhiêu phần trăm? Hiểu tôi nói không?
Em nghĩ cơ hội mà thua chỉ có 10% thôi, chứ cơ hội thắng cái hai con á, nếu mà rớt xuống luôn hai con một lần luôn á, thì em nghĩ cái 10% thôi, chứ cơ hội ăn em nghĩ 90%.
Vậy thì tại sao mình không mua chơi earning? Ví dụ mình thấy mình thử kỳ này đi, mình mua 10 xe tức là 10 xe Meta thử coi. Hiểu tôi nói không?
Dạ được.
Tức là mình chơi theo cái xác suất. Hiểu không nè? Ê vô 10 xe Tesla, 10 xe Meta, ok vô. chơi 10 xe cho vui nè, cho nó hồi hộp.
Hình như sư phụ ơi, hỏi chị, hình như long straddle của con Tesla hình như 25 đồng chứ không phải là 4 mấy đồng đâu.
Vậy hả? Long straddle của Meta là nhiêu?
bốn mấy đồng á, còn Tesla 25 đồng mấy chục sen thôi.
Vậy thì mình phải mua 20 xe Tesla cho nó bằng.
Yeah.
Right? Mình xui lắm mình thua cả hai.
Anh Tú đoán cái giao Tesla lên không anh Tú?
Tú đoán lên á.
Dạ.
Tú đoán là nó sẽ miss ER. Nhưng mà cái guidance nó tốt và thằng Elon nó sẽ nói về cái robot. Còn nếu ông thần không nói về robot á là tóc nó sẽ rớt ạ. Đi lại nói về Cybercab, FSD, Robo Taxi tiến triển ra sao rồi. Tức là ăn thua cái guidance.
Dạ chứ cái delivery là cái số liệu nó đã không có bằng quý trước rồi.
Đúng rồi.
Hình như có tin tức Tesla SFT có một nước ở Âu Châu đó đang approve đó.
Thì thằng Elon nó đã nói là cái gì đó là tháng tới là Âu Châu với lại China mà. Âu Châu với China được approve. Thì nếu mọi người nghĩ hai thằng lên cơ hội cao hơn là hai thằng xuống á thì mình chơi ER. Còn nếu các bạn nghĩ là cái cơ hội hai thằng xuống nhiều hơn thì đừng chơi. Đánh 10 xe thôi, 20 xe gì đó cho nó hào hứng. Đánh chơi cho vui thôi chứ đừng đánh nhiều tiền.
Sư bộ theo em nghĩ giá này là very good đó sư bộ. 50-50 đó sư bộ.
Cái giá là đâu có thành vấn đề đâu. Nó ảnh hưởng gì cái giá. Nó biết là nó biết mà nó không biết là nó không biết. Microsoft đang suy hả? Microsoft đang lên hả? Microsoft cũng ER luôn đó. Mình quên thằng Microsoft ha. Microsoft đang lên lại. Nhất quá tam. Chơi 10 xe Microsoft luôn. Chơi cho vui thôi.
Đi xa đây sư phụ.
10 y chang luôn. 10 xe luôn. Chơi 3 thằng không lẽ mình xui. Right. Mình phải thắng 2 trong 3 chứ. Vô 10 xe.
Nhất quá tam gì ba cái sư bộ. Vô ba đi sư bộ.
Thì đó vô luôn là 3 thằng á. 3 thằng đều nhau.
Anh em luôn sư phụ, 4 luôn.
Không 4 thì dễ què lắm. 3 thôi, một ăn thì thua. Meta rớt. Meta đang rớt, ghê vậy. Tại sao vậy? Meta. Microsoft.
Rock nó nói nó bullish ER Tesla luôn anh Tú.
Hả? Sao?
Nó thằng Rock á, em hỏi Rock á. Nó cô nó thì nó bị as bullish.
Cái gì bullish?
Tesla á. Em hỏi AI của Rock á.
Chưa chỉ hai thằng đang rớt à? Meta lên lại, Microsoft đang lên. Nếu mà ba thằng nếu mình thua ba thằng thì phải làm sao?
Vậy câu.
Không, phải đi ra mua cái chậu. Cái chậu xong rồi mua cái chậu xong rồi mua tiền á. Tiền mà được cúng á. Đốt cháy để xong mình nhảy qua xả xui. Việt Nam hay có cái màn đó đấy, đốt lửa nhảy qua cho xả xui.
Sư phụ chơi giống như chơi bầu cua á, mỗi tụ đặt cái.
Vậy đánh vậy cho nó hào hứng vui. Microsoft lên nha.
Wow, Microsoft lên dữ ha.
Sofa đang lỗ 15 đồng.
Em đặt tụi Meta. Sư phụ ơi.
Meta đánh ba thằng đi, đều đi. 5 xe gì đó, anh đánh cho đều đó. Một trong ba thằng, hai thằng thắng là mình thắng, còn mình xui lắm á là ba thằng rớt hết là mình thua. Chú nghĩ phần trăm mình thắng cao, tức là phải có hai thằng biết, không lẽ hai thằng miss thì mình chỉ có thua một thằng thôi, còn ba thằng miss luôn là phải nhảy qua lửa nó sẽ xui.
Như 3 tháng xưa rồi short nó lên đó, PR nó lên đó.
Thì đó, Microsoft đang lên nè, mà hai thằng kia đang xuống, thằng kia đang cắm đầu.
Tesla mỗi lần ra ER làm khổ mình.
Mình làm giàu cho qua mặt.
Mấy khác ra ER không có sợ Tesla nhất luôn. Hô nhiều quá.
Elon nó nói tầm bậy bạ.
Không, nhưng mà hôm nay thì tự tin lên đi chị.
407 nha, 408 nha.
Dạ.
Hai thằng có nến đỏ, một thằng có nến xanh. One more minute. Rồi, Meta rớt, Tesla rớt. Chưa ra earning mà nó cắm đầu rồi. Ghê vậy. Wow. Đâm Tesla. Wow. 430 luôn. Ghê thế.
Kỹ xuống quét tóc.
Hả?
Nó quét tóc lát.
Ừ,
Option đó sư phụ.
đúng rồi, nó quét stop thành đó, đúng chính xác.
Ăn là nó mới nhả. Kỹ mình ăn hột không? Thịt mình ăn hột.
Microsoft thì lên đồng. Đấy, cũng xuống. Ôi, Microsoft rớt 20 mấy đồng luôn hả? Really?
Đó em nói mà.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nó nhử đó sư phụ.
Nhưng mà Microsoft nó chưa có ra earning mà.
Em nghĩ nó quét. Bị vậy hoài à.
Meta lên.
Đâu, Meta cũng đang còn đỏ. Đây nè, Meta ra earning nè. Mà nó cho ra earning kiểu này khó đọc lắm. Khỉ gió mày.
Microsoft ra thấy nó debit rồi.
Nó ra kiểu này không có đọc được. Khó đọc lắm mà chờ nó đi. Khi nào nó ra cái kiểu mà biết hay không biết cho tôi biết. Rồi Meta đang, Tesla đang nhảy lên nhảy xuống chưa biết đi đường đâu. Còn thằng Meta đang rớt. Microsoft đang rớt luôn, ghê vậy. Hai thằng rớt thảm. Nhưng mà chưa thấy earning mà. Chỉ thấy thằng Meta thôi. Microsoft ra rồi hả? Sao cái bang Singapore này chậm dữ đó?
Bây giờ là cái lốt vô nè sư phụ ơi.
Microsoft
Nó lốt cái xong nữa là
no, Meta đang rớt thảm luôn á. 2 triệu đồng à? Ây giời ơi.
Thấy Microsoft ra rồi sư phụ. Nó ra thấy giống như nó biết mà.
Sao bang Singapore nó chưa đưa ra ta? Mày không thấy sao thằng bang Singapore chậm dữ à? Biết mà sao rớt?
Microsoft sư phụ.
Đây nè, biết nè, Meta biết luôn mà tại sao rớt? Meta biết EPS biết revenue luôn.
Thôi bây giờ vô Meta với Microsoft giờ được rồi.
Hay là tại vì nó cái guidance nó tốt. Guidance nó xấu.
Nó mới ra mà sư phụ chưa ra guidance đâu. Số này là chắc bọn cá mập nó hù á.
Em vô 10 share Microsoft. Em biết sư phụ rồi.
Meta platform biết hết mà. Kỳ vậy.
IBM nó bay à.
Ôi. Chắc phải mua DCA quá. Tesla biết. Really? Tesla biết earning. Are you kidding me? Tesla biết.
Để tin vào mắt mình á.
Oh my.
Rồi sao chuyên dạy sư phụ?
Vậy là nó dụ rồi, bị dụ rồi.
Ok, phải mua Meta với lại mua Microsoft DCA thôi, tại vì Microsoft cũng biết mà phải không?
Yeah, thấy nó ra nó biết mà.
Ai sướng hết.
Em dùng ít Meta.
Dạ, vô 5-10 xe thôi, đừng đánh nhiều nha các bạn. Cái này đánh chơi cho vui thôi. Kiếm tiền đổ xăng thôi.
Em thấy 40 mà em vô không kịp sư phụ, tại vì em quên bỏ extension hour. Phải vô tới 49 luôn.
Không sao, mấy cái tóc này tóc tốt mà. Ủa,
Meta đang lên lại à?
tại sao Microsoft rớt? Why? Ồ, tôi không ngờ thằng Tesla we will further invest infrastructure to support robot. Oh, good news cho Tesla nha. Tesla nó beat earning, Microsoft earning. Tesla nó beat earning á, rất là ngạc nhiên luôn á. Nó beat by
Biết
5%.
earning mà nó không chạy sư phụ ơi.
Tesla đang lên lại mà.
Đang lên mà, đang lên. Đang hot. Sẵn đã được rồi.
Còn Microsoft nha.
Đang lên từ từ. Đang lên từ từ. Đang lên từ từ.
Đang lên nè.
Còn Microsoft thì sao? Microsoft tại sao rớt vậy? Beat earning tại sao rớt?
Wow, trước giờ đóng cửa bán Nvidia gì có tiền chơi rồi. Chưa giờ vô vô Meta rồi.
Lên mà.
Lên thiệt là lên nóc nhà, lên nóc nhà là lên nóc nhà.
Trời ơi, trời thế sao sao dễ thương quá.
Yeah, giờ đã quá.
Nó làm cho mình bầm dập.
Wow, Tesla lên mạnh á. Tesla lên mạnh á.
Sư phụ ơi, bây giờ cá độ là
Cho nào bắt tay.
Cá độ gì?
em nói là em gửi tính là lên ổ.
Ủa sao Tesla lên 500 rồi?
Nếu mà có cá độ em.
Hả? Tesla lên 500 rồi. À quên 445.
Sư phụ, bắn gì? Sư phụ.
Đang chọc với người mà hù với người là lên 500.
Sư phụ á. Sư phụ khoảng nhiêu là bán được sư phụ hà?
Trời ơi,
460 bán.
có lời hả? Bây giờ có C12 chưa? Hồi nãy cái long shadow sư phụ tính là nhiêu? Ai nhớ?
25 đồng.
25 điểm.
Ok, thì lên cỡ 22 là bán. Long shadow của nó 25 mà giờ này bán chi? Đó lý do tại sao mình tính long shadow đấy.
Nó tức là sư phụ tính tới 41 đồng.
Ông tính là có 25 à? Tính là
41.
Không, sư phụ tính 10 độ.
Không, Tesla 25 mà. Meta là 41. Tesla có 25.
Bởi vậy kêu
Tesla 25, Meta mới là 40.
Bởi vì mới kêu mua
Meta 43.
Lúc nãy Meta 43.
450 mấy đồng là ok rồi, 460 around là ok rồi.
Wow, Meta lên quá đã, lên 700 bán á.
Có ai có số điện thoại của Bill Gates không? Để hỏi ổng tại sao ông làm ăn
Em có này chưa?
Sư phụ gần nhà. Sư phụ gần nhà ổng mà sư phụ.
Sao làm ăn kỳ này mình lần nào Microsoft cũng lên hết trơn á. Sao kỳ này mình chơi rồi lại xuống?
Thì em
Thiệt tình.
Em nghĩ là nó xuống.
Tôi nghĩ trong 3 con á.
Cái vía của group anh nè.
Trong 3 con á là tôi nghĩ là Microsoft là con sẽ lên á. Tôi không nghĩ là nó xuống.
Em đặt đúng sư phụ ơi.
Những gì mắc mát sẽ lấy lại sư phụ. Cỡ tháng 2 rồi. Hồi nãy em cũng có đoán đó, 90% là Tesla với Meta nó lên. 10% là hai con nó xuống.
Vậy là mình thắng 2 thua 1, đúng không? Thua Microsoft mà thắng 2 kia.
Dạ. Dạ.
Vậy là mình ăn chứ đâu có thua đâu.
Vậy là 2 đến 1 không chục cũng quen.
Mình chơi cái này là mình cái pháp
Nhìn thấy con meta nó lên,
đúng không?
nhìn con meta lên nhìn thấy đẹp quá.
Mình đánh cái này là mình khó thua lắm, mình đánh probability. Ui may quá, nãy tôi phụ đi xe con meta thêm 10 xe nữa. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Bắn luôn.
Bây giờ chúng tôi ăn đủ rồi, chúng tôi bán nha. Coi nhiêu rồi? 26 đồng ghê vậy. Không, Long Shadow 41 đó. Chờ nó đi. Chờ nó chút. Lên khoảng 30, trên 30 là bán là vừa.
Rồi meta ăn quá không sư phụ?
Yeah. Bây giờ là 700 hả? Set 700 đi ha, 700 bán ha. Đồng ý chưa?
Dạ. Đợi lên chút xíu nữa sư phụ, sắp 700 rồi.
Thì đó, giờ sư phụ
tham mất nhiều.
Sư phụ set 700. Ok, sell, preview, place order. Ok, nếu lên 700 là bán thôi. 700 là không tham lam, tại vì Long Shadow nó 41 đồng. 44 đồng nhưng mà mình không có muốn gamble hiểu không? Hay là chờ thêm tí nữa. Mọi người nghĩ sao?
Chờ meta hả?
700 cũng ok rồi sư phụ. Tại sao số sweet nữa 700 rồi đó.
Rồi bán rồi, nó bán giùm rồi. Ok, một con chạy 20 xe, ăn được 500 mấy hả? Ghê vậy. 30 đồng 20 xe là ăn coi như là 500 mấy đó. Nhưng mà thằng Microsoft làm mình thất vọng quá. Microsoft làm thất vọng quá. Tesla.
Chơi hay không quan trọng.
Tesla thì nhiêu?
Sư phụ ơi, cho con.
Yeah.
Sư phụ.
Sao?
Quốc Bình ơi, ai có đu Metro đợt trước á, out đi nha. Đang lên Meta lên á, out Metro hết đi nha.
Tesla của chúng ta thì không bán, giữ luôn. Giữ luôn. Anh Mút kỳ này chắc anh Mút nói chuyện robot rồi, tại vì nó nói nè, cái guidance của nó nói là subscription rồi. Nhưng mà tôi không ngờ là thằng Tesla nó biết. Khỉ gió ba thằng nó biết hết. Microsoft biết, Meta biết, Tesla biết, mà chỉ có thằng Microsoft rớt. Mọi người tìm hiểu lý do tại sao, chắc là guidance của Microsoft bị gì rồi, có vấn đề gì không? Sư phụ bán Meta 700 rồi. Là 28 đồng mà 20 xe là ăn.
Quá ngon sư phụ. Sao Tesla mình đâu bán hả?
Tesla nó Long Shadow của nó nãy tính nhiêu quên rồi, 25 đồng phải?
25 đồng dạ.
Giờ nó mới
25 đồng.
Mà nó có mới 14
rồi. 455 đó.
450 bán. Quyết định vậy đi.
Ok, vậy em set 450 luôn.
Set 450 đi, set 450 là bán. Đừng có tham lam.
Dạ.
Trời ơi, nãy giờ lo cạo tuyết.
Mày ra cạo tiếp đi.
Đi chính mình đi chạy vòng vòng. Chạy xe vòng vòng kiếm parking.
Ô mà nhờ hang sàn
cạo tuyết. Giờ có hút tiền cạo tuyết rồi hút tuyết tội gì?
Ta lo cạo không cạo tuyết.
Microsoft lên lại hả?
Dạ, ông chừng mấy cái even ạ.
Không, mình ăn rồi, sao phi ăn được? Mình ăn hai thằng mà.
Không, em nói hồi nãy sư phụ mua trước khi
dạ mua trước khi đang rớt, đang thua.
Em thì ăn rồi, nó rớt em mới mua. Em tính chơi nhưng mà thấy nó rớt rồi mua.
Ăn hai con này rồi, thua con này thôi.
Ủa gì con nào biết, con nào không biết sư phụ?
Ba con biết hết.
Ba con biết hết.
Nhưng mà không biết.
Wow, vậy ngày mai
con luôn.
Không hiểu tại sao thằng Microsoft nó biết mà nó rớt, nhưng mà hai thằng này biết lên. Thằng Microsoft lại rớt. thường Microsoft nó hay good earning good lắm, mà lần này nó lại lẹt đẹt. Cái thằng không ngờ là thằng Tesla mình nghĩ là nó miss earning mà nó lại biết. Chắc bởi vì cái renewable energy.
Còn Lam Research sao chứ bộ?
Lam Research đang lên, chắc biết rồi đó. Lam Research đang lên. Come on Bill Gates, let's go. Get back up. Năn nỉ Bill Gates, get back up. Meta ăn ngon thiệt ha, 20 xe, 28 đồng ăn 560 chết lại ra.
Wow, trời bữa hổm nó
Yeah.
60 đồng cả chập. Tụ.
Như thằng này thì con Meta tại lúc nó rớt cái vụ mua thêm á. Mua thêm 10 xe nữa. Anyway, nhưng mà con này nếu mà thua, con này mua có 10 xe à, nếu mà thua thì đang thua 100. Quên, đang thua 2 chấm. Mà ăn con này, ăn con Meta 5 mấy rồi, vẫn còn ăn vừa chưa tính Tesla. Tesla cũng có 20 xe. Giờ đang ăn 200 mí, bù qua thằng Microsoft, tức là coi như là thằng Tesla gỡ qua Microsoft, còn ăn thằng Meta thôi. Thì nó đánh kiểu này mình ngồi mình tính toán vào cái probability, 3 thằng rớt hết, rất là hiếm đúng không? Phải có hai thằng beat, một thằng miss. Mình chơi kiểu này là mình chơi theo xác suất probability mà nó về phía mình hết.
Sư phụ con nào sơ bệnh mà em nó cũng biết IA luôn sư phụ. Em có tiền lốt vô được có sư.
Nào hả? NOW.
Vô sư phụ vậy.
Nó đang rớt đó. Tại sao vậy? Nó biết IA sao rớt nè, đang rớt á. Cẩn thận nha.
Chắc nó quên.
Con gì mà biết IA mà rớt? Con nào hả?
Sao biết nào nha?
Nào. Mấy con này không biết, không rành.
Con Sabina là mấy cái con mà nó làm về software đó, cho công ty á, tụi Boeing nó cũng dùng Sabina.
Yeah.
Enterprise là dùng ServiceNow hết.
Yeah.
Thôi Tesla biết là em an tâm rồi. Cứ sợ phải đi làm lại.
No, làm gì nữa. Giờ enjoy your life.
Dạ, thực ra mới retire ấy, mình cũng còn sợ lắm chứ bộ, nó chưa có stable á.
Ui, gì đâu sợ. Tesla.
Em có nói rồi, đánh Tesla hôm nay tự tin lên chú.
Tesla tương lai là sáng lạng. Sợ.
Tương lai sáng lạng ha.
Giờ cái người giỏi nhất trên thế giới và thông mức trên thế giới này bây giờ là ai?
Elon.
Anh Musk trai.
Vậy thôi chứ nó là CEO của công ty. Nó là CEO của công ty Tesla, mình còn sợ gì nữa? Mình chỉ sợ nó bị cô nào bắt cóc lên ma luôn thì mình sợ cái đó thôi. Nó biến mất trên thế giới chừng nào. Nó còn sống là Tesla sẽ bay. Không bay sớm thì cũng bay muộn. Mình có thời gian 5 năm để chờ nó mà sợ gì.
Sư phụ ơi, tánh em nhát mà em thấy mấy người chơi vui quá em bắt trước.
Ủa nãy
em
giờ
thấy
đâu
Microsoft.
Nãy giờ Brandy.
Nãy Microsoft nó rớt xuống á, em nhảy vô em mua cái 5 xe xong rồi em ăn 50 cũng chạy rồi.
Tại vì Brandy làm sư phụ quê độ với ông Jerome Powell nha.
Sao vậy?
Vì nãy ông Jerome Powell ông lên ông cầm cái laptop cũ quá. Cái nói tôi gọi ông á, nói là Brandy sẽ tặng ông cái laptop mới. Nhưng mà gọi không được Brandy rồi thôi, khỏi tặng luôn.
Em có bạn tới thăm cho nên em cũng mất một khoảng thời gian không có nghe sư phụ nói. Cái hồi nãy nghe mấy người gì rồi mà chơi vui quá đi, cái em không có dám vô con nào hết. Lúc mà sư phụ kêu vô trước 1 giờ đó em dám vô, em ngồi em coi thôi, ai ngờ con Microsoft nó rớt quá, nhảy vô bỏ 5 xe cho vui thôi, thấy ăn 50 lần chả mất tiêu rồi.
Tại vì ông Jerome Powell nãy lúc mà ông nói chuyện, ông thấy cái laptop của ông rất là cũ. Là thường thường những công ty lớn á, của chính phủ á, họ mua laptop 5-10 năm họ mới upgrade. Là cái laptop của họ rất là cũ. Ok.
Họ thua mình luôn ha.
Microsoft earning highlight cloud service grow 20%. So what's the deal here? Microsoft good earning. Productivity 16%, cloud 29%. Personal computing giảm 3%, maybe cái này. Nhưng mà everything else look good.
Đi nhậu sư phụ ơi.
Sẽ provide guidance trong cái earning call. Vậy là chưa chắc nha. Chưa chắc Microsoft rớt nha. Nó chưa cho cái guidance, nó nói là cái guidance sẽ nói trong conference call. Thì thằng how do you spell his name? Satya Nadella, anh Ấn Độ CEO. Satya đúng không? Tôi có đọc anh là Satya. Thì cái anh CEO này nói trong earning call guidance tốt là Microsoft có thể bay đó. Đúng không? Nó đây nè. Company will provide guidance during conference call, tức là nó chưa cho guidance. Thường á, Microsoft guidance của nó tốt. Mà tại sao nó rớt? Trong 3 thằng á, nếu mà nãy kêu mọi người tú đoán á, là tú đoán thằng Microsoft sẽ beat everything. Mà mình lại đoán sai, nó là cái thằng rớt. Ok. Microsoft lên lại nè. Bình tĩnh mà rung. Microsoft cái earning nó tốt mà đâu có gì xấu đâu trời. Biết hết.
Em đang hơi sớm rồi sư phụ ha. Em đang hơi sớm rồi, nãy em mua nó 447 sư phụ.
Nè, nhìn nè, Microsoft beat, ok. Meta beat. Tesla beat luôn. 3 thằng beat hết. Có mình thằng Microsoft rớt à? Để chụp cái screenshot này mình giữ lại.
Nó đang bắt cấp sư phụ, nó đang quay đầu lên lại mà.
Thì hy vọng vậy đi. Không lẽ mình thắng luôn.
Em mua được giá 447 đi sư phụ. Nha. Sư phụ mua giá nhiêu vậy?
Mua trước giờ đóng cửa, whatever cái giá đóng cửa, sư phụ mua giá cao lắm.
Sư phụ
đu đỉnh. Đang làm cái đang đu đỉnh con.
Em mua được cái giá 447 á, mà em nhát của em vô 5 xe, vô 10 xe ngon rồi.
Sư phụ đu đỉnh an toàn luôn.
Cái Meta là 700, sư phụ bán lời 600. Ô ghê vậy. Tại sư phụ set 300 là ăn 20 xe là ăn 600 con Meta. Còn Tesla chưa bán. Còn Microsoft thì đang đu đỉnh thành công. Mà đang lên lại nè.
Đu đỉnh thành công. Lên lại giờ 65 rồi, 65.
Nhưng không sao, mình thắng 2 thằng, thua 1 thằng là mình vẫn thắng, đúng không? Mình chơi cái kiểu này an toàn đúng không? Rất là an toàn, tại không lẽ 3 thằng rớt hết. Quá xui luôn.
Rải đều.
Bởi vì nếu
em dồn hết luôn sư phụ.
Vào Tesla hả? Dồn hết vào Tesla hả? Good.
Em dồn Meta Tesla. Em thấy thằng Microsoft em thấy cái điệu mình lên là em nghi.
Nhà Brandy có mấy cái chậu nhiều không cho mượn?
Dạ để em gửi qua sư phụ.
Để mà đốt lửa, xui quá nhảy qua lửa cho nó bớt xui.
Xui gì sư phụ, ăn ngon lành mà xui gì?
Không
đâu có xui đâu. Không có chừng. Đốt hết.
Không, ý nói
ăn Meta là ngon quá trời luôn mà.
Biết rồi, ý nói là nếu mà 3 thằng mà rớt hết đó là quá xui luôn. Là phải làm gì cho xả xui. Không thể nào 3 thằng rớt hết được.
Em nghĩ mà 3 thằng mà rớt hết là chắc thị trường đỏ hết luôn á sư phụ.
Mà 3 thằng mà rớt hết là ngày mai mình khóc luôn á.
Dạ.
Ngày mai mình khóc luôn là rớt.
Bữa hổm Tổng thống Trump nói đầu tư vô hết đi.
Nhưng mà mình đánh cái ER kiểu này là nó an toàn đúng nè. Mình risk nhưng mà mình risk có sách vở ra qua đúng không?
Meta hơn 700.
Đến 702 rồi. That's okay. Ăn 600 là được rồi, không có cần tham lam phải không? Nhưng mà đây là lý do tại sao mình phải tính cái beta, cái long straddle. Mình biết cái long shadow của nó là 44 đồng thì mình muốn nhát thì bán sớm. Còn người nào gan á, để lên khoảng chừng 40 đồng bán cũng được. Thêm 8 đồng nữa bán cũng được, tại vì cái long shadow nó 44 là. Ok, Tesla.
Cái long shadow của cũng Tesla 25 đồng mà sao nó không lên cho Vũ ha?
Tesla lên
Tại
về
vì
nó
nó-
kéo nguyên cả
Tại vì đó
cái
là
market lên rồi.
tại vì Tesla nó đang chờ earning call.
Tesla cũng lên, Microsoft
Tesla nó chờ earning call.
IBM lên rồi.
IBM tại vì không có rành nó thì nó không dám.
Nãy mình không mua IBM sư phụ, IBM cũng lên nè.
Nhưng mà tại không rành về nó đó thì nó không biết gì về nó thì nó không có theo dõi thì nó không có dám nữa. Mình phải đoán được thằng nào nó lên phải không? Như Microsoft mà nó bán Office 365 này nọ kia mình biết. Còn IBM bây giờ nó làm gì mình không có theo dõi, mình không có rành. Nó sợ mấy người mua là thua biết không?
Dạ,
Sư phụ.
Dạ.
Sư phụ, tại 2 tháng trước á, chuyện với cô đó cũng làm trong Meta. Meta đã phát triển dữ lắm luôn.
Đúng, Meta.
Em mới mua Tesla.
Meta nó là Metaverse á. Tesla hả? Nói Tesla hay Meta?
Meta sư phụ, Meta.
Meta nó đang làm Metaverse nhưng mà nó bí mật, nó không có nói cho mình biết nó làm cái gì. Nó giữ bí mật.
Đó, có nhân viên nói rồi sư phụ. Nói rồi đó.
Nếu mà người
em mới mua.
Earning call. Okay, right here.
Các bạn ơi, thank you em. Nãy chị nghe em mua Microsoft thì cũng mua cho em đó. Chị Benny ơi, chắc là message chị Benny.
Ơi,
Check the message.
ok.
Meta earning call 1:30. Meta có trước. Sao mình đọc được ta? Nó chơi nhạc ghét quá tắt.
Có phải Cindy text message cho chị không vậy? Dạ, Cindy chị. Rồi đó, chị check rồi đó.
Cái thằng Service Now nó uống tròn đấy, cái chắc mặt đó, có ai muốn mua thì lốt.
Sư phụ.
Dạ.
Sư phụ có mua Meta không vậy?
Mua rồi, ăn 600 chạy rồi.
Trời, giỏi vậy.
Trời ơi, cao thủ mà. Nhưng cao thủ
võ lâm nha.
Cao thủ Meta nhưng mà đu đỉnh thành công Microsoft.
Ồ vậy à, mua Microsoft à?
Thì tại vì tụi này suy nghĩ như vậy.
Dạ.
Tú hỏi cái câu Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, 3 con phải. Mình mua đều mỗi đứa 10 xe theo cái straddle. Thằng Meta long straddle của nó là 4 mấy, mua 10 xe. Tesla long straddle 20 mấy, mua 20 xe. Microsoft cũng 20 mấy, mua 20 xe để cho cái long straddle nó bằng nhau. Thì trong 3 thằng, nếu mà 3 thằng rớt hết là mình quá xui đúng không? Thì mình nghĩ là sẽ có 2 thằng thắng, 1 thằng thua là mình vẫn ăn. Thì turn out đúng, thắng thằng Tesla, thắng thằng Meta mà thua Microsoft mà vẫn ăn như thường. Chơi kiểu này quá chắc luôn.
Chơi kiểu này có lý à.
Yeah, thì ra chú kêu mọi người mua đó, mua ba con luôn. Thì mình giờ mình đang thua thằng Microsoft, nhưng mà Microsoft mình mua có 10 xe à. Tại 2 thằng kia cái long shadow mình mua nhiều hơn, hiểu không? Với tại vì hồi nãy thằng Meta lúc nó rớt á, mà sư phụ thấy nó beat earning là sư phụ kêu mua thêm đi DCA, rồi nó mua thêm 10 xe nữa. Tại vì nó beat earning nó rớt, nó mới ra earning nó rớt xuống, nó đỏ luôn.
Dạ.
Xong nó quay
Có
đầu
mọi người lên trước còn giữ mê tú à, không biết ra được hết chưa không biết.
Ok, đợi coi.
Meta lên 712 rồi đó sư phụ.
At this time, I would like to
ngày mai
welcome
Meta lên
everyone to
nữa
the
đó,
Meta
lên
fourth quarter and
giá
full year
là 730
2025
hơn
earnings
nữa.
conference call.
Đang nghe
All lines have been placed on mute to prevent any background noise.
Meta
After the
earning call.
speaker's remarks, there will be an opportunity to ask questions. If you would like to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad. To withdraw your question, again press star 1. We ask that you limit yourself to one question, and this call will be recorded. Thank you very
Meta
much.
lên thêm, nó lên hơn cái long shadow đúng rồi.
Meta's Director of Investor Relations, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to Meta Platforms' fourth quarter and full year 2025 earnings conference call.
Meta lên hơn long shadow luôn á.
Mark Zuckerberg, CEO, and Susan Lee, CFO. Our remarks today will include forward-looking statements, which are based on assumptions as of today. Actual results may differ materially as a result of various factors, including those set forth in today's earnings press release and in our quarterly report on Form 10-Q filed with the SEC. We undertake no obligation to update any forward-looking statement. During this call, we will present both GAAP and certain non-GAAP financial measures. A reconciliation of GAAP to non-GAAP measures is included in today's earnings press release. The earnings press release and an accompanying investor presentation are available on our website at investor.atmeta.com. And now I'd like to turn the call over to Mark.
All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We ended 2025 strong with more than 3.5 billion people now using at least one of our apps every day. That includes more than 2 billion daily actives each on Facebook and WhatsApp, and just shy of that on Instagram. Our business also performed very well thanks to record-breaking holiday demand and AI-driven performance gains. We are now seeing a major AI acceleration. I expect 2026 to be a year where this wave accelerates even further on several fronts. We're starting to see agents really work. This will unlock the ability to build completely new products
Meta lên 50 đồng luôn. Kinh hồn.
In 25, we rebuilt the foundations of our AI program. Over the coming months, we're going to start shipping our new models and products. I expect our first models will be good, but more importantly, will show the rapid trajectory that we're on. And then I expect us to steadily push the frontier over the course of the year as we continue to release new models. I'm very excited about the products that we're building. Our vision is building personal superintelligence. We're starting to see the promise of AI that understands our personal context, including our history, our interests, our content, and our relationships. A lot of what makes agents valuable is the unique context that they can see. And we believe that Meta will be able to provide a uniquely personal experience. We're also working on merging LLMs with the recommendation systems that power Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and our ad system. Our world-class recommendation systems are already driving meaningful growth across our apps and ads business, but we think that the current systems are primitive compared to what will be possible soon. Today, our systems help people stay in touch with friends, understand the world, and find interesting and entertaining content. But soon, we'll be able to understand people's unique personal goals, and tailor feeds to show each person content that helps them improve their lives in the ways that they want. This also has implications for commerce. Our ads today help businesses find just the right, very specific people who are interested in their products. New agentic shopping tools will allow people to find just the right, very specific set of products from the businesses in our catalog. We're focused on making these experiences work across both our feeds and across business messaging, significantly increasing the capabilities of WhatsApp over time. New kinds of content will soon be possible as well. People want to express themselves and experience the world in the most immersive and interactive ways possible. We started with text, and then moved to photos when we got phones with cameras, and then moved to video when mobile networks got fast enough. Soon, we'll see an explosion of new media formats that are more immersive and interactive, and only possible because of advances in AI. Our feeds will become more interactive overall. Today, our apps feel like algorithms that recommend content. Soon, you'll open our apps and you'll have an AI that understands you and also happens to be able to show you great content or even generate great personalized content for you. Glasses are the ultimate incarnation of this vision. They're going to be able to see what you see, hear what you hear, talk to you and help you as you go about your day, and even show you information or generate custom UI right there in your vision. Sales of our glasses more than tripled last year, and we think that they're some of the fastest growing consumer electronics in history. Billions of people wear glasses or contacts for vision correction, and I think that we're at a moment similar to when smartphones arrived, and it was clearly only a matter of time until all those flip phones became smartphones. It's hard to imagine a world in several years where most glasses that people wear aren't AI glasses. For Reality Labs, we are directing most of our investment towards glasses and wearables going forward, while focusing on making Horizon a massive success on mobile and making VR a profitable ecosystem over the coming years. I expect Reality Labs losses this year to be similar to last year, and this will likely be the peak as we start to gradually reduce our losses going forward while continuing to execute on our vision. As we plan for the future, we will continue to invest very significantly in infrastructure to train leading models and deliver personal superintelligence to billions of people and businesses around the world. I recently announced Meta Compute with the belief that being the most efficient at how we engineer, invest, and partner to build our infrastructure will become a strategic advantage. Dina Powell-McCormick also joined us as president and vice chairman, and she will lead our efforts to partner with governments, sovereigns, and strategic capital partners to expand our long-term capacity, including ensuring positive economic impact in the communities that we operate in around the world. An important part of Meta Compute will be making long-term investments in silicon and energy. We will continue working with key partners while advancing our own silicon program. We're architecting our systems that we can be flexible in the systems that we use, and we expect the cost per gigawatt to decrease significantly over time through optimizing both our technology and supply chain. The last thing that I want to mention is that I think that 2026 is going to be the year that AI starts to dramatically change the way that we work. As we navigate this, our North Star is building the best place for individuals to make a massive impact. So to do this, we're investing in AI native tooling so individuals at Meta can get more done. We're elevating individual contributors and flattening teams. We're starting to see projects that used to require big teams now be accomplished by a single very talented person. I want to make sure that as many of these very talented people as possible choose Meta as the place that they can make the greatest impact, to deliver personalized products to billions of people around the world. And if we do this, then I think that we're going to get a lot more done, and I think it's going to be a lot more fun. All right, that's everything I wanted to cover. This is going to be a big year for delivering personal superintelligence, accelerating our business, building infrastructure for the future, and shaping how our company will work going forward. As always, I am grateful for all of the hard work of our teams and to all of you for being on this journey with us. And now here's Susan.
Thanks, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin with our segment results. All comparisons are on a year-over-year basis unless otherwise noted. Our community across the family of apps continues to grow, and we estimate more than 3.5 billion people used at least one of our family of apps on a daily basis in December. Q4 total family of apps revenue was $58.9 billion, up 25% year over year. Q4 family of apps ad revenue was $58.1 billion, up 24%.
Microsoft có gì về giá siêu rẻ rồi lốt lưu ý ơi.
In Q4, the total number of ad impressions served across our services increased 18%. Impression growth was healthy across all regions, driven primarily by engagement and user growth to a lesser degree at
458 trong giá siêu rẻ ở đây là một là Microsoft nha. Microsoft nhưng mà cũng đừng có vội là lốt Microsoft, đừng có vội lốt Microsoft nha. Wait tomorrow. Để khi mà nó rớt nó còn rớt nữa ngày mai đó, đừng có vô vội.
Ông lát nữa nó có earning call nó sẽ nói cái guidance. Nó chưa đưa ra guidance, nó nói trong nó nói là cái
nó đang rớt 461 là siêu rẻ mà đang rớt còn 458 mà 5859 là sư phụ. Dạ nó rớt nữa đó, nó còn rớt nữa đó, đừng có vội. Meta sư phụ thấy giảm ha không? Lên sắp sửa 730 đó, ngày mai lên nữa đó.
mất tiêu rồi.
Còn thêm con King Kong Apple nữa sư phụ, con đó quyết định số phận. Jaden ơi, con peo cho nó rớt đó, em có lốt từ từ vô không vậy? Em đang lốt từ từ này chị. Chị cũng vậy á. Dạ. Mà càng lốt ở chút đỉnh là rớt xuống, rồi rớt cho chút đỉnh là rớt xuống. Dạ, em biết chị thích con này mà. Cứ từ từ lốt vô đi. Con này ok mà em thấy như nó đang bị đì thì phải. Bị đì nhưng mà chị nghĩ là trong thời gian này bị đì EO nó sẽ bay đó. Mà nó lên con này nó đi nhưng mà nó lên 10 đồng, mười mấy đồng là chuyện bình thường. Vậy là chị mừng các em đồng hành với chị ha. Chị có mua mê đà không chị? Từ xưa đến nay đến giờ chưa bao giờ đụng tới mê đà hết trơn á. Không hiểu sao không thích nó. Bữa hôm em thằng này nó khôn lắm về chính trị cũng như tất cả mọi thứ em nói rồi, nó làm nhiều mảng lắm. Thằng này nó làm ăn ngon mà mê đà. Vì là sư phụ cũng thích về đây, nó cũng khôn. Nó khôn, nó cũng kín đáo, nó không có về chính trị á, về chính trị thằng này nó khôn lắm chị, cho nên là em đúng rồi, nó kín đáo, nó có tham gia đó chứ phải không đâu, nhưng mà nó kín đáo hơn. Dạ nó khôn khéo á chị, về chính trị nó khôn khéo. Nhưng mà không hiểu tại sao từ xưa đến nay chị chưa bao giờ đụng nó vô lần nào đó, chị không biết làm sao á. Không thích nó. Dạ, bữa hôm nó rớt xuống 600 á, em có lốt thêm và ăn ngon, mê đà ăn ngon quá. Bây giờ em còn giữ hả? Dạ em vẫn giữ mà em ăn ngon rồi, em sư phụ nói. Dạ sư phụ cũng thích mê đà mà. Với lại giá nó cũng mắc quá em ơi, cho nên chị thấy thôi, nếu mà mình ôm nó swing trade á thì sợ kẹt vốn, không có vốn cho day trade cho nên oh my god 736 ơi sư phụ ơi, mấy nào oh my god unbelievable.
Sáng giờ em nhà nghèo cha mẹ nó thì điểm bắn beta cái mê tú ra vô để cái chị PST
mua thêm đất là
dạ, ai có mê tú cũng ngon nữa.
Mua thêm Tesla đi, nếu mà ai muốn mua thêm Tesla swing mua ít thôi.
Last time Meta earning nó ra là trong ngày nó ra được 85 điểm luôn á, không biết là kỳ này lịch sử có lặp lại hay không, nhưng mà thấy cái Meta mai nó lên nữa đó JC, mai nó lên nữa đó. Dạ. Em thấy nhà mình nên lót thêm thích là earning là quá good luôn hả? Thích là earning tốt luôn. Chị Sì ơi, chị Brandy đây, ở chị Sì rảnh đó, vô check cái message nha, nếu mà rảnh đó nha.
Dạ.
Sáng giờ không thấy chị Sì đâu hết trơn á.
Mấy ngày nay luôn chứ không phải sáng giờ, mấy ngày nay luôn, không thấy chị Sì lên tiếng.
Dạ mấy ngày nay em bị bận á chị, thành ra không có lên tiếng, nhưng mà ngày nay là cái ngày vui nhất của nhà cho nên ráng tranh thủ vào.
Không, bữa nay hên của em nghỉ ở nhà. Chứ cái đợt năm kia không thì vui quá trời luôn chị.
Vậy tốt rồi. Thấy earning của Tesla tiếc mừng quá trời luôn á, mới lúc trước cũng lo lắm luôn, mà thấy gì là quả là good news. Chúc chắc nghĩ là Tesla biết là nhà mình sẽ gặp nhau ở Huntington Beach đó, cho nên là cho có tin vui hả.
Ừ. Chị chưa bao giờ chi do em, chưa bao giờ, đây lần đầu tiên mà chị thấy vui quá, chị thấy sư phụ rồi mấy người tham gia rồi vui quá, chị cũng bắt chước nhưng mà chưa, không có dám vô liền. Cái ai ngờ cái sư phụ nói Microsoft biết mà sao rớt, cái tự nhiên cái chị thôi chị chọn Microsoft, chị vô chị mua nó, lúc đó chị mua nó giá nó rớt xuống 447, chị mua được giá đó, cái nó bay lên, cái chị thôi chị chúng chị cũng nhát nữa, ơi có ăn chạy cho rồi. Ai ngờ giờ nó lên hình như 4 số mấy vậy, nó rất lợi không em?
Dạ đúng rồi chị.
Chắc lúc đó chị mua được đấy hay sao, chị lúc đó là 447. Sư phụ nói sư phụ đu đỉnh bền vững kìa.
Đu đỉnh thành công.
Sư phụ ra chưa?
Ra Meta rồi, nhưng mà Microsoft chưa, tại vì muốn coi cái earning call của nó.
Dạ.
Sư phụ đoán cái ra là bóp luôn không sư phụ?
Sư phụ, Tesla biết hết mà lên yếu quá ha, lên có mấy
Tại tụi nó sợ cái earning call.
Dạ, thằng ông nội muốn nói chuyện mồm miệng quải đó. Mỗi lần nó nói là rớt, mỗi lần nó nói là rớt, người đang lên ngon lành nó nói là nó rớt là ngộ.
Rồi mẹ tài lên 7-4 mấy rồi chị, cho nên ơi, trời, về ăn Tết đúng không?
Dạ, chị thấy rồi, Katie, dạ, I know. Mà cái kiểu này lên 750 là easy luôn á.
Đúng rồi chị ơi, nó 800 mấy lận mà, nên là thành ra chờ 800 mấy. Tại hôm trước em có nói chuyện với cái cô làm trong Meta, nói là mua Meta đi, nó lên, nó chuẩn bị nó lên đi lắm đó. Ê, em mới tin tưởng mua Meta.
Nhưng mà vừa rồi Meta all-time high nó là bao nhiêu vậy em?
800. Em không để ý còn 800.
Chắc từ từ nó cũng bò lên lợi đó ha, thế nào nó cũng bò lên, nó hit all-time high lần này đó.
Tesla, con Meta IO kỳ rồi nó cũng cỡ 750 mà nó rớt, tại vì nó bỏ ra capex nhiều quá, nó spend capex nhiều quá, xong giữa chừng cách đây một tháng á, thằng Mọt nó nói là nó bớt capex lại, nó bớt lại, xong nó có lay off á, cho nên kỳ IO kỳ này là cái cơ hội để che lên rất là nhiều.
Đó, đủ thấy thằng CEO thằng này cực kỳ khôn ngoan luôn á.
Nó kỳ rồi nó capex nó spend quá cho nhiều, cái người ta tự nó tại sao mày bỏ tiền vô nhiều quá đó, xong rớt quá trời, xong nửa chừng cái cận tháng sau cái nó khớt lại, nó cứu lại, nghe ra thằng này nó khôn lắm.
Đủ biết là nó biết sai chỗ nào mà nó sửa chỗ đó đúng không? Nó cực kỳ
đúng rồi, nó thấy sai là
khôn ngoan luôn nha. Em rất là tin tưởng vào cái thằng Meta này, nó khôn về vấn đề làm ăn, rồi nó khôn về vấn đề chính trị, nó rất là khéo luôn.
Cho nên hồi nãy mà nó vừa ra IO mà nó vừa ra mấy con số nó biết đó, mà con số Meta nó rớt nữa, thành ra số lúc đó vô là quá ngon luôn.
Dạ, ngon quá trời luôn. Sư phụ chết kịch quát bán sớm.
Yeah. Tại nó long shadow của nó chỉ có 45 mà không ngờ nó lên mạnh vậy. Lên hơn
Không,
lâu.
em
thấy
em bán còn sớm hơn
lên.
sư phụ nữa, em bán có 4695 mà.
Em chưa bán sư phụ ơi, chưa bán.
Gan to ha. Gan to thì làm giàu.
Gan to hơn sư phụ rồi đó.
Quá to luôn. Nói chung là mình cảm thấy ăn cái số tiền mà mình cảm thấy thoải mái là mình bán thôi, không nó lên thì kệ nó thôi.
Thôi kệ đi, có còn hay không sư phụ?
Trong vòng 1-2 phút mà ăn 600 thì muốn gì nữa, chạy ra rồi. Bây giờ nó lên nữa thì so be it. Chỉ có thằng Microsoft là nghĩ
nó ăn là ngon lành rồi.
Nghĩ là nó biết mà nó không biết, thiệt tình.
Này nha, mà em thấy Microsoft là 10 lần. Microsoft 10 lần là hết 10 lần biết nha. Ít khi nào mà nó rớt, mà sao lần này nó rớt nó cũng hơi hiếm.
Trong 3 thằng nếu mà đoán thằng nào mà có cơ hội biết nhiều nhất là thằng Microsoft.
Chính xác.
Trong khi hai thằng này
là Microsoft là em để ý 10 lần như 10 lần nó IO là nó lên dữ lắm. Mà lần này biết là xui.
Bởi vậy.
Nhiều khi có bây giờ mình nghĩ là nó chắc cú kiểu đó rồi tụi cá mập đánh ngược lại. Always.
Không có đâu, nó trong cái earning nó phải có cái gì á, mình không thấy mà tụi nó thấy được, mình không thấy. Trong cái
nhiều khi có lý do thì sư phụ, không? Nhiều khi lý do thôi.
Nhớ đợt trước có mấy ngày là nó nói về Microsoft bị cái gì á, em không để ý, nhưng mà em nhớ là nó không có tốt, thành ra đẩy cái sư phụ em mua, em có mua.
Chị định mua đúng con này là
Nó spending money hơn nhiều á, cho nên nó
thằng nào 3
thằng em mua đúng một con Meta, còn Tesla với Microsoft không mua tại không có feel good lắm. Meta tự nhiên lần này em lại feel good lần này.
Hai rưỡi nghe earning call của Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
A lot of things has to go right for that to happen. And your point about concentration is the biggest one. And then when you think about Microsoft is going back and forth, they're trying to get into Anthropic. Anthropic just wants this co-work product. That's going to compete with Copilot. You know, it just seems like it's about as clear as mud who the winners are going to be here.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Do we stick around or what do we do here?
You may hang out.
No, because I don't sit
nearby.
here.
Don't sit here.
Yeah.
Move elsewhere.
You stay here, I'm leaving. Okay,
All right.
good idea.
Overtime, be right back.
How do you measure success? Is it a number, a record, a headline? Is it what you take, or is it what you give? How do you know when you've made it? How do you know when you reach the top? Well, I'll let you know when I get there.
I started paying attention to gut health when I saw how many different things it's linked to. People rely on me. The kids rely on me. My team at work relies on me. And having balanced gut health really leads me to help balance the rest of my life.
At public.com, you can earn a 1% match when you transfer your investments. That's 1% on brokerage accounts, IRAs, and 401k rollovers. Earn an uncapped 1% transfer match. Investing for those who take it seriously. Public.com.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
And starting at just $99? Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
When was the last time you made a return like this? Options often offer higher returns than stocks, cost less, and can reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Endurance has you covered. It was like almost a $6,000 job. Endurance covered it.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-866-265-1741 for a free quote.
So much stuff is put on the internet every day. We haven't even find their customers anymore.
So Jeremy raised a ton of money, acquired an AI company, and built Rad Intel. Over $50 million raised, and contracts with Fortune 1000 clients. The results speak for themselves. Current rate until November 20.
Some mornings the road calls for more than just horsepower. It asks for intention, precision, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to announce itself. It's the details, how you carry the moment that sets the tone. This isn't just about looking sharp, it's about feeling ready. Crafted for motion, built with purpose, designed to perform from sunrise to last light. Collars & Co. Presence starts here. Try it for yourself today at collarsandco.com.
Introducing Chipotle's new high-protein menu with real chicken, grilled fresh, no antibiotics, no fillers, ever. Starting at $3.50, packed with protein. Chipotle's new high-protein menu is real protein you want to eat. Chipotle, for real.
A lot of big decisive moves in the after hours on the part of Meta and Microsoft, but not necessarily a read through to the big one tomorrow, which would be, of course, Apple.
Apple is kind of its own thing. Also reinforces this idea the Mac 7 are not monolithic. They go their own way. You have Microsoft down, although we do have the conference call coming up, so you never know what they might tell us. But yeah, Apple is a big one. Did back off today during the regular session.
Yeah, again, the Microsoft conference call starts at 5, and of course they give guidance on that call, so we never know what's going to happen. You want to watch Fast Money for that.
Absolutely, and that does it for overtime.
Fast Money begins right after this quick break.
AI is empowering today's telecom leaders to envision radically new and faster ways to communicate. Prisma Airs, the world's most comprehensive AI security platform, lets your own brave ideas speak to the world.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Do you know where your money goes each month? Take a deep breath
and follow the flow of your finances with Monarch. All your money, one clear view, total peace of mind.
At Enterprise Mobility, we never stop looking for new mobility solutions. Because sometimes the best road forward is the one you didn't expect.
Breaking earnings news. Tesla, Meta Platforms, Apple, Chevron. Market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Live from the Nasdaq market site in the heart of New York City's Times Square, this is Fast Money. Here's what's on tap tonight. The Mag 7 earnings kickoff. Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla all on the move. We're dialed into the calls and bring you all the details on the latest quarters. And the Fed in focus, the central bank taking a break from recent rate cuts as the economy improves, but inflation remains elevated. All the details from the decision and what it means for the markets as the S&P 500 crosses 7K for the first time. Plus, Starbucks loses its buzz after a strong start to the session. AT&T pops after its latest earnings report. And a luxury letdown. What had LVMH stock thinking in today's session? I'm Melissa Lee, come to you live from Studio B at the Nasdaq. On the desk tonight, Tim Seymour, Dan Nathan, Guy Adami, and Michael Kontopoulos, Deputy Chief Investment Officer at Richard Bernstein Advisors. Welcome, Michael. And we start off with that $6 trillion earnings night. Shares of Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, all on the move after their latest reports. We've got full team coverage standing by. Steve Kovacs standing by with Microsoft. Philip Bowes got Tesla, but we start off with Julia Boorstin on Meta's massive move. They are higher after reporting earnings and revenues that beat estimates, giving strong guidance. Julia.
Yeah, that's right. Metashare is shaking off concerns about growing capex with much better than expected first quarter revenue guidance. The company did guide to 2026 capital expenditures in a range of 115 to 135 billion versus the 110 billion consensus estimate. But CEO Mark Zuckerberg and CFO Susan Lee are on the call explaining right now what that will buy them. Mark Zuckerberg saying AI will enable agentic shopping, increase the capabilities on WhatsApp, and improve content creation. Plus, we heard a lot throughout the call so far about AI improving internal development, enabling fewer employees to do more. Meta is also improving its core business, reporting a 6% increase in average price per ad, with increasing monetization efficiencies, as they put it. And some positive news for some of their newer businesses. Sales of their glasses more than tripled last year. They said Threads is seeing momentum and is expanding to more countries. They said paid messaging on WhatsApp now has a $2 billion run rate. Melissa?
All right, Julia, thank you. Julia Boorstin, again, the stock is up by about 9% here. There seemed to be a big overhang on Meta going into this report, concerns about CapEx, that CapEx and expenses were going faster than revenue here.
Well, and the CapEx, by the way, grew faster than expectations, which tells you just how good these numbers were and just how good the guide was. And this is a growth company again, or maybe never wasn't. But the fact that they delivered revenues 24%.
Hello YouTube, mà tụi này đang chờ earning call của Tesla.
Consider not FX neutrality, but the dynamic somewhere 25-26%, significantly better than the 21. That to me is what the story is about. Operating margin improves, and here's a company that's getting the benefit of AI now, along with the CapEx. So if you're going to come in 15 to 20% higher on a high CapEx number than the street had, you better deliver what they did. And boy, it seems like the street doesn't, the market loves the fact that this is a company that's executing now in the AI world.
Yeah, and if you want proof of monetization, I mean, you could take a look at what is going on with WhatsApp, which is already the area that was turning on the monetization, but it looks like AI is supercharging that, which is great news for investors.
And you're seeing in the form of operating margins, as Tim just said, north of 41%, free cash flow north of $14 billion, which was much better than the street was looking for. And the guide was great, which people then will say, you know what, we're okay with the spend being between probably 125 and 130 billion dollars. And valuation, there's still a valuation component that is attractive here. And we said, I think last night collectively, that the setup for Facebook was, you walk in here, it's up $50 or so, and that's what's happening. The question is this good enough to get it through that 796 level? that we saw the prior all-time high? And I think the answer is probably yes.
Yeah, you just mentioned WhatsApp, and this is again a platform that they've never really monetized, right? So if they're going to be charging businesses, right, to use this service, and they have a couple billion, I think, monthly actives, that sort of thing. I mean, that does move the needle. I don't think Threads and the monetization there is probably going to move the needle. If you just go and think about what Twitter was doing in revenue, right, when they were still public, I think it was like $5-6 billion or something like that. So at the end of the day, I think WhatsApp is probably the more important thing. And then you guys just outlined how are they using this technology internally to better serve ads. And that was a big part of the first leg of the story with Meta over the, I don't want to say 23, 24. I think that abated a little bit over the last 6 months because maybe they were kind of pushing on the string. And then investors are like, wait, they don't have a cloud business like the other hyperscalers. So maybe this is not the sort of name that they want to be involved in. And then kind of Google picked up the mantle at that point.
I mean, going into this quarter, there was a narrative. Is this going to be the quarter where a reduction in CapEx spending or flat CapEx spending would actually be rewarded as opposed to increasing? We flipped that on its head basically tonight with Meta's results. So what's your read through here?
Yeah, I mean, so far, clearly, very early in the season, the market's rewarding CapEx once again. Listen, I think in the long run, the CapEx spend is really going to end up hurting these companies and likely the valuations as well. What we're seeing, whether it's Meta or Amazon, many of the hyperscalers are starting to issue tremendous amounts of debt backed by hard assets. And one of the things that was so appealing about these large mega cap growth companies were that they were asset light. Now they're asset heavy. In a technology, listen, this is gonna be surprising. I'm the biggest technologist out there. I love technology.
You do.
Because I
Wait,
love
bigger than Guy Adami?
even bigger than guys. That's impossible. But because I love technology, what I also know is that the technology changes incredibly rapidly, and they're issuing long-term debt on a technology, on hard assets, on technology that can rapidly evolve and be obsolete in not very long. Now, listen, individual companies you'll have winners. You're gonna have individual companies that aren't. Who's to say what Meta ultimately becomes? But in general, I think the space could be under pressure in 2026.
That was your piece in the FT, by the way. That's what we're showing.
Which outstanding job by you, which is exactly right. I mean, I think, in my opinion, I think Facebook wins this. And as long as their margins continue to improve, people will look past the spend. Now, quarter by quarter, it's hard to say. I don't know why people were so exorcised the last time around, but now they're realizing actually this is a company along with Walmart that's figuring out how to use AI to their benefit.
I think this was a relief, and that's part of this reaction. But as we've talked about the characteristics of the stock and the behavior of the stock and the key levels, I mean, stock was $580 on an intraday back in late November of 25, and is already now up to $730. The stocks have effectively done zero over the last 12 months, and I think these levels are going to be tough to get through. I think we're going to need to see that next level. This was a relief that, okay, op margins are okay. CapEx is somewhat a trade-off. I'm not sure the stock's ready to run that hard. It's not that cheap, even though I think they're world-class. And by the way, rest of the world, the growth, you think the U.S. stuff was good. Rest of the world, especially where WhatsApp, by the way, is where people use this thing, that which is going to grow 4 times, it was over 33% growth.
Yeah, by the way, outside of the U.S., the ARPU, the revenue per user, is so much worse outside of the U.S. Let's just be really clear on that. And just going back to your FT piece, I mean, Facebook was actually Meta was one of the first one of these major hyperscalers to do a creative deal to fund the expansion or the build out of the data center down in Louisiana. So that's one I think you got to put on your radar, and I can't wait until the next one. You're right, Mike.
I just don't think it's a coincidence that they're all off balance sheet debt.
Yeah. Let's get to Microsoft. Big move in the after-hour session. They're moving lower despite top and bottom line beats. Steve Kovacs in San Francisco. Excuse me, with the details on that one, Steve.
Yeah, Mel, it's the top and bottom line beats. Everyone knows about that. But what we're really focused on here and what's driving the price, Azure cloud growth was a bit of a disappointment. It came in at 39%. Street wanted to see 39.4%. So perhaps you see that chart there could be moderating a bit. So some concerns there. But the other thing in this report I want to point out is the remaining performance obligations, which jumped 110% to $625 billion, and 45% of that, I'm showing you right here, is just from OpenAI. So you can see out of that RPO number how much exposure the company has just to OpenAI. Now, they also try to talk about how they diversified beyond there, and non-OpenAI companies, their RPO during that period, they went up 28%. And in fact, Microsoft makes a point of calling out Anthropic. You might remember last fall, they had that new deal with Anthropic where they're going to be an investor, and Anthropic is going to be a new Azure cloud customer. So that's all baked in there as well, but still massive exposure to OpenAI. Now on the CapEx front, you guys were just talking about that with Meta. For the quarter, Microsoft said they spent $37.5 billion. That's up 66%. And we just keep seeing this accelerate quarter over quarter, even after Microsoft said the growth rate this year was expected originally to be slower. They just can't keep up with the demand. And I'll point out, as I was just showing you in that last graphic, we see $72 billion in spend in just the first 6 months of this fiscal year. That is very close to the total spend they did in all of fiscal 2025. So we're going to see a huge number at the end of the year next summer, guys. The call starts 5:30. Expecting some more information from Satya Nadella and Amy Hood that could turn the stock in a different direction, guys.
Including guidance, possibly. Steve, thanks.
Yes, guidance.
Steve Kovac, yeah, and usually they give the guidance more off the air. So that's really helpful. But in terms of this, the concentration of this RPO number, feels like we've seen this story before. We saw it certainly with Oracle's RPO and the concern about concentration there. I asked Brent Thill about that because we talked to him on Overtime, and he said, this is different. Microsoft margins are moving higher. It's a more diverse business. It is not the same. And yet we're seeing the stock down 5%.
Yeah, I think again it wasn't enough. It's certainly not fooled by the EPS number that's inflated by some of this ChatGPT stuff. I think that the M365 cloud deceleration is disappointing. I think Azure just not enough. Not enough acceleration is what people wanted to see. Not a terribly cheap stock. Still really waiting to see these guys. Seeing also, the question about what they're doing with their own AI chips and just how much of a distraction that could be from their core business and how much CapEx to come.
Last night I sat here, I thought the setup was really good in earnings, despite the fact that it had rallied 9% from the recent low. And this quarter, 39% growth, maybe not good enough. I think what it comes down to is there's a concern around the software side of the equation, and you're seeing it clearly in Oracle. Now you're seeing it in Microsoft. Now, I still think valuation is a problem. It's been a problem, but what's a bigger problem potentially is that huge gap we have from that move I think we saw in April from a 405 or 420 up to the recent highs that we saw, and it hasn't traded well since October. So that's hanging out there like this, wait for it, Dan, sort of Damocles. With that said, I don't think it's a terrible quarter at all.
Again, I don't know what that means. I'm going to have to go to what to look it up?
The
Chat GPC.
ETC.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say, we've spent a lot of time talking about the circular nature of a lot of investing. I think another way to think about it is also the frenemy aspect of this, right? So, Michael just told us, the other Michael Kovac, just told us about this relationship with Anthropic. They invested in him. They get the cloud contracts. Okay, that's the circular nature of this thing. The Information has a story out today, and this is to your point about the software stuff. Microsoft moves to respond to new threats from Anthropic. So Anthropic, a company that uses their cloud that Microsoft has invested in, launched a product called Cowork. Not by design, by design, right? Microsoft product's called Copilot. And all of a sudden now, Microsoft, they're running around trying to say, are these guys going to disintermediate us by putting this out there, undercutting us on price? And, basically the whole upsell with Microsoft 365 is like, pay for this Copilot. It's powered by OpenAI. So this is going to be increasingly confusing, I think, to a lot of investors. And we don't have a lot of clarity on basically OpenAI and Anthropic on their fundamentals or on their financials, that sort of thing. So it's going to continue to be one of these situations where I think it's going to get harder for public market investors.
Right. And then there's, of course, just the general weight on valuations in the sector, which just naturally pulls this one down, despite it being a premium, let's say.
Yeah, it is, and I'm not ready to say the software's dead, but I do think this of 110% RPO increase, 45% being OpenAI, that's scary. That is circular at its finest, and it's messy. Dan, we're talking about customers or competitors, Meta doesn't have this. I think it's very different. They're going straight to the consumer, and they're showing the margin.
We do want to get to Tesla stock. That stock is trading higher even after posting its first annual record drop on record, and so much tonight. Less than 20 minutes until that call kicks off. Phil LeBeau's got more on this one. Phil.
And Melissa, I think the stock is moving up because there's a number of things in here. If you are a Tesla bull, you're saying, yeah, I like what I'm seeing and I like what the possibilities are for the future. Let's start first off with the fourth quarter results. They beat on the top and the bottom line, earning 50 cents a share. The street was expecting 45. Revenue, slightly better than expected, though it is down 2.9% compared to 2025. By the way, that is first annual decline in revenue as a company. Not a huge surprise given the fact that we saw a fall off in annual deliveries, down about 16% in 25 compared to 24. So it's only natural to assume that you may see revenue fall off a little bit. But within the earnings announcement, a couple of nuggets in here that people are focusing on and saying, well, now that's interesting. One of them is, for the first time, Tesla is divulging its full self-driving subscribers. And they say that they saw a sequential growth of 100,000 subscribers in Q4 versus Q3. They now have 1.1 million FSD subscribers, up 38% year over year in the fourth quarter of 2025. Obviously, that's going to be huge for the growth of autonomous vehicles, and that's part of the outlook that people are going to be focused on when the conference call starts in about 15 minutes. What is the robotaxi service plans? How is it planning to expand? They gave us a little bit of color about that within the earnings report. We'll talk about that in a bit. Cybercab begins volume production this year, according to the company, and Optimus robot development, the Generation 3 Optimus robot, the one that they ultimately plan to take to market, they are going to be showing that in the first quarter, according to the company. As for the robotaxi rollout, they are adding these cities on their target list for 26: Dallas, Houston, Phoenix, Miami, Orlando, Tampa, and Las Vegas. Remember, they are just now, on a very limited basis, starting to take the human observational driver out of the vehicles that are part of the robotaxi rollout in Austin, Texas. But that's their plan as they look to expand in 2026. Don't forget, we have the conference call coming up in about 15 minutes, Melissa, and I think people are going to be focused on that. And Elon Musk perhaps talking a little bit more about the $2 billion investment that Tesla has made into XAI. Melissa, we'll send it back to you.
Definitely. Phil, just a quick question on Optimus. Generation 3 to hit the market. They're going to show it off sometime in the first quarter. What did we see here at the NASDAQ in the front? Handing out gummy bears in a very clumsy fashion.
I believe that, I'm not sure if that was Generation 2, Generation 1, what it was. So I wouldn't be able to give you a qualified, educated answer in terms of what was there.
Okay, Phil, thank you. Phil LeBeau. I mean, I really hope it was one. It was doing a very poor job. It could barely clutch the little packets of candy.
Well, human beings and Haribo go hand in hand.
But anyway, they basically gave everything that you would want in terms of what you wanted to hear from them, right? Mass production of Cybercab and robotaxi rollout, FSD subscribers.
Yeah, except for their core business was down. I don't know. I almost want to defer to our Tesla bull here, who's I'm staring across the table at. But
silver lining guy.
Yeah, but I do think that if this is those things are the reason you own this stock at these levels, not because of the core business. I'm not someone that owns the stock.
Yeah, we gave up on this one, I think, a couple quarters ago. We just said, listen, here's the first time in 15 years since the company went public that the bulls and bears agree about that EV business, that it sucks. And it's not growing. I mean, like, that's it, right? So you have
not important.
Well, you have $1.5 trillion meme stock. And I'll just say this, the bake off for the SpaceX IPO has been going on now for the last week, 2 weeks or something like that. Every banker, obviously, they're going to be really bullish on it. Everyone wants a piece of it. They're saying it's going to be a blockbuster, going to be $1.5 trillion. Now, think about this. It's going to come in June. If you are an investor in Tesla and you have all this pie in the sky stuff that you have to believe in for this stock to continue to move higher, might you kind of move over to SpaceX a little bit, especially if you are just an investor who hasn't had access to the private markets, because that's a business, Starlink, and then all the other stuff with space, they're going up into space. They're doing that sort of thing. And so to me, that might be a push and pull that you see from investors. And then, Phil just mentioned this $2 billion investment in XAI. That's a $230 billion valuation for that sort of thing. I suspect Tesla buys that company this year, and he really wants to tighten things up and have a two-horse race between these two companies.
Just looking at the last three companies, Microsoft, Tesla, and Meta, I think it's interesting to see that they're all diverging. One's up 5, one's essentially flat, one's down 5. And you're starting to see some divergence between the Mag 7 now. I love that. you're starting to see some broadening of markets. You're starting to see diversification of the Mag 7. You're starting to see winners and losers. That's what's supposed to happen in markets. You reward earnings growth. And if the earnings growth is there, the stocks will do well. And if the earnings growth is not there and the core business, to Tim's point, is not performing, there's no reason why investors are going to reward high valuation companies.
This will be fun over the next day or so. I mean, when margins are deteriorating, people say how it's not an auto company, you're focused on the wrong things. Watch tomorrow how many people point to gross margins for automotive being 20.4%, well ahead of the street. Even if you pull out the regulatory credits, it's still better than expected. Now, people will champion that. If it's not important on the way down, it shouldn't be important on the way up. With all that said, I think still the reason to own the stock, if you want to, is because his pay package is linked to stock performance, one of the 18 metrics. To me, that's the overriding condition here.
Coming up, we'll bring you all the details from tonight's Mag 7 conference calls and get reaction from Fast Money friend Gene Munster, plus more after-hours moves in IBM and Southwest Airlines. The details straight ahead. But first, do not let the earnings action distract you from today's Fed decision, what the central bank had to say about rates and the economy, and the latest shift in odds for Chair Powell's replacement. Don't go anywhere. Fast Money back in 2.
Today's digital world is full of risks. I present to you the world's most protected business.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats. How are people supposed to get in? There's no door.
Somebody say door? Light them up, Bobby. My man.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named the best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
We created the club to give investors more confidence in their investing decisions.
The biggest impact is really the confidence in investing my own money.
And you get to learn from more than just your own experience.
Get invested. Go to cnbc.com/join Jim.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Yeah.
Asking your body over this.
Anh ơi, có một cái sao nghe cái tiếng kèn anh lấy đâu vậy anh Tú?
Không biết ai làm á. Chú không biết tiếng kèn đâu ra.
Em tìm trong cái list không có cái tiếng kèn anh Tú ơi, có cái tiếng nhiều loại tiếng lắm mà không có tiếng kèn ở đâu. Anh Tú có cái tiếng kèn nghe đã thì á.
Không biết ai làm á, chứ Tú không có làm. Lâu lâu nghe ai bấm kèn vậy mà không biết ai làm.
Anh muốn hỏi tiếng kèn gì? Vũ Bảo Hoàng.
Trong Discord á, lâu lâu kêu
lâu kêu cái hon, nó kêu cái tiếng kèn giống tiếng kèn xe tải vậy.
Em biết cái đó rồi. Cái đó là bên bên cái Discord của mấy cái group bên kia kìa, của bên anh Hào á. Ví dụ thắng hay thua gì nó kêu hoặc là cái gì nó kêu tiếp một cái đó không?
Nhưng mà group mình cũng có luôn. Mà không biết là ai là người bấm.
Cái này nó kêu cái tiếng kèn à, cái tiếng kèn giống như kèn hành quân giờ lắm.
Chứ không phải, dạ em biết cái tiếng kèn đó.
Mà sao một cái được đó. Tesla nó nhảy dữ vậy em Tú?
Đó, cái đó.
Đó, cái tiếng kèn nó kêu đó.
Ai bấm vậy?
Đó, em biết mà.
Người nào biết? Người nào bấm vậy?
Ở bên cái này nó không together. Trong cái phần cài đặt á, năm bên chỗ bàn phím Samsung nó có sư phụ. Dạ đúng rồi á, nó có
Thế
tại vì
là
mình không
đang
biết
bay tiếp à, thế là đang bay tiếp à.
em
Nó phá kháng cự luôn rồi. Nó có cái kháng cự ở 448, nó 448 rưỡi nó phá luôn rồi.
Wow, bây giờ nó lên là 449 rồi kìa anh Tú.
Dạ.
450.
Nhờ Tú á.
Mà sao tự nhiên nó đóng cửa nó nhào xuống 425 rồi anh Tú. Rồi nó quay lên 448. Trời ơi.
Tại vì Tú mới mua 100 triệu xe đó nó lên.
Em nhớ cái hôm thứ hai anh Tú nói đó là cái 448 á, là 70% nó phải lên tới 448 mà chưa gì tới 3 ngày nó đã lên tới rồi anh Tú.
Đúng rồi.
Đó là cái chương trình của anh lập ra nó hay chỗ đó đó.
Nó beat earning. Ok, thằng Meta beat earning, hai thằng nó lên. Thằng Microsoft cũng beat earning luôn, nhưng mà rớt. Nhưng mà thằng Microsoft nó chưa cho cái guidance 2:30 nó mới cho guidance. Thành ra có thể 2:30 có thể rớt, có thể lên lại, who knows. Nhưng mà tới là lên lại 450 rồi đó, sắp sửa 450 rồi.
Dạ.
Elon Musk mà nói chuyện ngọt ngào tình cảm là nó lên 460 470 luôn á.
Có lý.
Sư phụ ơi.
Dạ.
Sư phụ ơi, em bây giờ em wish là em ước gì nè, chắc là nó sẽ lên giống của Meta đó sư phụ, là cái goal mình đạt rồi đó.
Dạ.
Cái sư phụ ha.
Dạ, nhưng mà tại vì Mark Zuckerberg chân hình như nó người nó ốm hơn á, nó chạy nhanh hơn là Elon Musk hơi overweight, chạy chậm chút.
Chắc vậy quá. Nhờ mấy đứa con Meta nó có vỏ mà sư phụ.
Hả?
Meta nó có vỏ nha, mà Elon Musk ở này không học võ gì trơn.
Elon Musk lo đẻ con nhiều quá là bây giờ bụng bự chạy không nổi.
Bây giờ bụng nó bự thiệt luôn đó.
Mai là rất mình vui lắm rồi.
Tại sao mà nó lên 500 khó quá sư phụ, ị ạch mít luôn thì khổ ghê.
Chế đình coi
498.
Chế đình
498 50 là chị.
Chế đình trưởng ban trật tự đi tìm Nathan coi hỏi Nathan khi nào Tesla về 410 báo.
Thành chuyển qua chơi Meta với em rồi. Em nói bữa hôm mua có bao nhiêu 633 mà Nathan nói chứ bị đu đỉnh. Em nói 633 mà đu đỉnh gì cha, đợi chút xíu đi rồi nó lên. Rồi bữa hôm mua cho con gái đâu 10 xe cũng giá gì đó, nãy ở trong cái trên chat có nói chuyện với em, mua cho con gái 710 cũng bị đu đỉnh. Đó kê sợ thì bán đi, nhưng mà theo em là Meta thế nào nó rít lên ngàn là ý gì với sư phụ?
Yeah.
Sư phụ ơi, vừa rồi có hai thánh TA đó sư phụ, nói chắc là về 410 hay là 385 đó sư phụ.
Yeah.
Ai nói vậy?
Mấy thánh TA.
Thánh TA đó.
Đúng rồi.
Thì nãy em nói với lại tin, em nói với tin đó, em nói không ấp thì đau, không đau thì ấp.
Bây giờ Microsoft mà nó có good guidance nó bay lên nữa là đẹp.
Em mong con Apple của em kìa, lên xinh mít luôn.
Không, Apple đi chậm chậm không sao đâu. Không mua của sư phụ.
Trời chị hôm bữa em cũng có hốt chị Đình, cái xong rồi hồi nãy Meta nó xuống á chị, trời em bán xong em nhảy qua Meta, trời hên quá.
Ồ vậy hả, ngầu vậy. Hốt được Meta lúc đó gì?
655.
Là trời lời, quá trời lời rồi.
Gần 100 đồng xe luôn.
Lời cũng giống sư phụ. Sư phụ ơi, không phải hồi nãy em gan to đâu sư phụ, mà lúc mà em bán á, cái lúc mà nó rớt á, lúc mà nó lên á, nó không cho mình bán sư phụ. Nên thành ra em còn giữ. Chứ thôi em bán cái lúc mà 700 rồi.
Vậy cũng hay.
Tại vì không có để scan áo rồi cho nên bán không được.
Này trời không cho bán, trời kêu còn lên nữa.
Số trời thương đúng không?
Dạ đúng rồi chị. Làm vắng quá trời phải thương chứ không thôi là chết á.
Trời thấy ai có lòng là ông trời thương à.
Ở đâu?
Sư phụ kỳ này sư phụ đón earning của earning của Tesla hơi bị sai đúng không? Em nghĩ tại vì sư phụ đổi cái indicator của sư phụ là Blue Angel đó. Có lý không sư phụ?
Không. Nhưng mà
chưa có xong mà, Blue Angel chưa xong mà.
Chưa xong. Em mấy tiệm nail nào ế có cần sư phụ giúp đỡ không? Sư phụ gửi mấy homeless tới làm nail.
Sư phụ ơi, không trả tiền đâu mà trả tiền sư phụ.
Ở tiểu bang Cali hả?
Em không có làm nail, em làm về sạch.
Về tóc
Đâm
hả?
với eyelash chứ sư phụ. Đâm với eyelash chứ sư phụ.
Nhưng mà ở đâu?
Trời,
Tiểu bang nào?
Làm xong mà nó không trả tiền đó sư phụ ơi, chán lắm luôn.
Nhưng mà ở đâu? Ở tiểu bang nào? Thành phố nào?
Ở thành phố chung với chị Tracy ở Sacramento á sư phụ.
Ồ, chỗ đó homeless nhiều lắm, để sư phụ tách nó qua hớt tóc. Tóc tụi nó dài lắm.
Em thấy đủ sư phụ ơi, em chỗ nhiều đủ rồi.
Sư phụ tào lao.
Chỗ chị Tracy ít lắm, chỗ chị Tracy ít homeless lắm. Cái khu đó xa khu châu Á mình đó là ít lắm, còn chỗ em khu châu Á nhiều.
Trời, Cali homeless nhiều lắm sư phụ ơi.
Thì đó, con cưng của mấy con cưng của ông Gary Newsom mà, rồi tất cả họ đang
sư phụ bu xia sư phụ tiêu cũng nhiều lắm mà, tại tiểu bang dân chủ hình như là em thấy nhiều lắm luôn á. Hồi xưa em ở bên Cộng hòa ít lắm, ở bên mấy tiểu bang Cộng hòa ít lắm, không có nhiều.
Ông Gary Newsom là mú gà. Meta xuống lại rồi.
Ông Newsom em không có thiện cảm cho ông chút nào á. Từ lúc mà ông phán một câu á hả, Covid lây lan là do mấy người làm nail ra, là em quê với ông quá trời luôn á.
Ông nói vậy hả?
Đúng rồi sư phụ, ông nội đó nói chuyện vô duyên tào lao, mà em không hiểu tại sao mà làm được bao nhiêu năm trời, hay thiệt chứ.
Nghe nói giờ sắp có một cái virus mới ra đó.
Virus của Ấn Độ đúng không?
Đúng rồi, nghe nói cái này còn nguy hiểm hơn Covid nữa.
Cái đồn đoán vậy thôi, nó mới có mấy case thôi anh ơi.
Ok, tới giờ rồi.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of change along the way, but that is what I see as the most likely outcome. So I think that it makes sense to update Tesla's mission to reflect that goal. And obviously along that way, we're going to keep improving safety, driving down the cost of goods, and getting people access to anything they need without compromise, and still making sure that the environment is great, nature is great, and people can have whatever they want, which seems like probably the best future. I'm open to other ideas, but that sounds like if you could say what is the best future you could possibly imagine, I guess it would be that everyone can have whatever they want, including amazing medical care, but we still keep the beauty of nature and Earth. I think that's probably the best outcome. And we're seeing obviously the first steps along that way this year for Tesla, first major steps as we increase vehicle autonomy
and begin to produce Optimus robots at scale. We're making very, very big investments. So this is going to be a very big CapEx year, as Bible will get into. That is deliberate because we're making big investments for an epic future. So I think all these investments make a lot of sense. We'll continue to make sure that when we do spend capital, it is spent very efficiently. But it's a lot of things. Major investments in batteries and the entire supply chain of batteries. We're also going to be significant manufacturers of solar cells, and we're making massive investments in AI chips. So, but I think these will all make a ton of strategic sense, and then I guess I have like one. I guess it's not exactly bad news, but it's time to basically bring the Model S and X programs to an end with an honorable discharge, because we're really moving into a future that is based on autonomy, and so if you're interested in buying a Model S and X, now would be the time to order it, because we expect to wind down S and X production next quarter, and basically stop production of Model S and X next quarter. We'll obviously continue to support the Model S and X programs for as long as people have the vehicles, but we're going to take the Model S and X production space in our Fremont factory and convert that into an Optimus factory, which will, with the long-term goal of having 1 million units a year of Optimus robot.
Elon nói là sẽ discontinue Model S và Model X và dùng những cái chỗ đó để làm robot. That's a good news.
But it is time to bring the SX programs to an end.
1 million robot a year.
Shift really. It's part of our overall shift to an autonomous.
Cái đi xếp model của sư phụ dùng chỉ có 250.000 con à, mà Elon nói 1 million luôn.
Once there, the future is autonomous. So let's say with respect to full self-driving and robotaxi, people are obviously following with very close attention the progress of FSD, and you can experience it for yourself. If you've got a Tesla, you notice with every software update, the car gets better and better at autonomy, and we're we're able to do our first rides with no safety monitor in the car in Austin. These are paid rides, so these were just sort of randomly selected paid rides with no safety monitor, and I think maybe as of maybe yesterday or so, we actually don't even have a chase car or anything like that. So these are just cars with no people in them, and no one's following the car in Austin. So we obviously are being very cautious about this because we want to have no injuries or serious accidents along the way. So I think it makes sense to be very cautious, but you'll see the amount of autonomy increase dramatically, I think, every month essentially. So and then there will also be an opportunity, something we've talked about for a long time, for existing owners of Teslas to add or subtract their cars to the fleet, kind of like how Airbnb works, where you can add or subtract your house to the Airbnb inventory. And I think probably the value of the Tesla, the sort of partial people adding or subtracting their costs to the Tesla autonomous fleet is probably a little underweighted by a lot of people, because we've got millions of cars with AI4 that can do this. So it's that it might potentially, I think it will provide an opportunity for a lot of customers to earn more by lending their car to the fleet than their lease cost to Tesla. Which is it's kind of like you get in that scenario, you basically get paid to own a Tesla. It's quite a good scenario. And we expect to have fully autonomous vehicles in
when?
Probably, I don't know, somewhere between a quarter and half of the United States by the end of the year.
Wow.
Pending regulatory approval. A big factor would be if there's some kind of federal preemption for
That should be a good news.
autonomous vehicles. In the absence of that, you kind of have to go on a city by city or state by state basis. But nonetheless, we even if it is city by city, state by state,
Cái này
we
Tesla
expect
should
to
go
be
up.
in, I don't know.
Nói là expect fully autonomous, tức là unsupervised á, là the end of the year, khoảng 250.000 chiếc.
Vừa năm sau đó xong lên 2 đồng vậy.
Rồi, that's a good news. That's a good news. Giờ cái next là có nói về robot không?
Yeah, and energy will have very high growth.
Chú thích nghe cái anh này á, là anh nghe Elon nói xong anh take note luôn để mình đọc á.
The solar opportunity is underestimated. We think the best way to add significant capability to the grid is, or energy to the grid, let's say it's powering AI data centers, is solar and batteries on Earth and solar in space. So that's why we're going to work towards getting 100 gigawatts a year of solar cell production.
Wow.
Integrating across the entire supply chain from raw materials all the way to finished solar panels. Maybe a bit more about Optimus.
There we go.
We'll probably unveil Optimus 3 in a few months.
Wow.
And I think it's going to be quite surprising to people. It's an incredibly capable robot. And as I mentioned, we're
Optimus version 3 lần đầu tiên Elon nói chuyện này đó nha. Là back in few months. That's a good news. Tesla sẽ bay cho coi.
No, because it is a completely new supply chain. There's really nothing from the existing supply chain that exists in Optimus. Everything is designed from physics first principles. So that means the normal S-curve of manufacturing ramp will be longer for Optimus than it is for products that have at least some portion of an existing supply chain. Like when everything's new, the production rate will be proportionate to the least lucky, least confident part of the entire supply chain. And if there's 10,000 things that need to go right, it's, it only takes one to be slow to lag that. But so it will be sort of a stretched out S-curve, but I'm confident that we'll get to 1 million units a year of in Fremont of Optimus 3. And this Optimus really will be a general purpose robot that can learn by observing human behavior. So you can like demonstrate a task or literally verbally describe a task or show it a task.
Wow.
Even show it a video, and it will be able to do that task. So it's
holy cow.
It's going to be a very capable robot. I think long-term Optimus will have a very significant impact on the US GDP. Like it will actually move the needle on US GDP significantly. So,
tức là cuối nó dự định làm 1 triệu chiếc xe ha. Nhưng mà con robot mà Optimus version 3 á, là ví dụ mình mua nó về nhà xong mình chiên cái trứng. Mình đứng mình chiên cái trứng, mình dạy nó nhìn, nó sẽ làm theo được. That's incredible. Tức là mình muốn nó làm cái gì, ví dụ mình muốn cắt cỏ, mình ra mình cắt cỏ, nó nhìn mình cắt cỏ nó làm theo. Ý của Elon là vậy á.
It's like, I don't know how you create value by solving easy problems. So there's a lot of hard problems that the Tesla team is going to solve, but it's an incredibly talented, hardworking team. And I'd like to thank actually everyone at Tesla for their incredible hard work. And it's an honor to work with such a talented group. So thank you to everyone who is supporting this mission. The future is more exciting than you can imagine.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Elon. And next we have some remarks from Vaibhav.
Thanks, Travis. So Q4 25 was an interesting quarter in a couple of respects. On the autos front, while in Q3 we saw a surge in US demand before the IRA consumer credit cliff, pulling in some demand from Q4. In other parts of the world, we saw increase in demand leading to record deliveries in smaller countries like Malaysia, Norway, Poland, Saudi Arabia, and Taiwan, while continued strength in the rest of APAC and EMEA. We therefore ended 2025 with a bigger backlog than in recent years. Note that none of these countries have the latest version of FSD supervised available yet. On the storage front, we hit yet another record in terms of deployments. I would like to thank our customers and Tesla in continuing this momentum. On the automotive margins front, automotive margins excluding credits improved sequentially from 15.4% to 17.9%. The automotive gross profit was flat sequentially despite 16% lower deliveries, primarily due to regional mix as we had proportionately more deliveries in APAC and EMEA. As we look to 2026, with the progress that has been made with autonomy, our focus is on ramping production at all our factories. Our biggest constraint globally continues to be on the battery pack front. While our teams have been creative in trying to resolve the situation by now putting 4680 cells in non-structural packs, we continue to iterate, improving things from here on. FSD adoption continued to improve in the quarter, reaching nearly 1.1 million paid customers globally. Of these, nearly 70% were upfront purchases. It is important to note that beginning this quarter, we are transitioning fully to a subscription-based model for FSD. Therefore, net additions to this figure will primarily be via subscription model and in the short term will impact automotive margins. On the energy front, we achieved yet another record in terms of gross profit for the quarter and ended the year with nearly $12.8 billion in revenue, a 26.6% year-over-year growth. This was the result of high deployments in all regions and continued strength in demand for both Megapack and Powerwall. As we look at 2026, our backlog remains strong, well diversified globally, and we expect increasing deployments with the launch of Megapack 3 and Megablock. However, we expect margin compression from the increased low-cost competition, impacts to market from policy uncertainty, and the cost of tariffs. Services and others margin declined from 10.5% to 8.8%, primarily from higher employee-related costs for service centers as we start preparing for the ramp in activity from the growth in the fleet size. We did see a momentum in margin. We did see an improvement in margin from our supercharging business, which is included within services and other. Additionally, note that our robotaxi business related costs, while not material, are also included within this. Given that we're still in the early phase of our fleet deployment and are still doing a lot of validation testing, the revenue and cost per mile metrics are not meaningful to discuss at the moment. Then on total gross margin front, we ended the quarter with over 20.1%, something which we haven't achieved over the last 2 years. This improvement came despite the impact of lower fixed cost absorption and the impact of tariffs, which were in excess of $500 million in Q4. Operating expenses increased sequentially, primarily from increased stock-based compensation for employees, and as we started recording charges for one operational milestone under our 2025 CEO Performance Award that was deemed to be probable over the war term. Additionally, our spend on AI-related initiatives and new products like CyberCab, Semi, Optimus, and Megapack, etc., continues to be on elevated levels, and we expect this trend to continue for the full year 2026. Net income was negatively impacted from mark-to-market charges on a Bitcoin holding, which depreciated 23% as compared to the last quarter, and the impact of unfavorable impact of FX, primarily from our large intercompany borrowings. On the free cash flow front, we ended up at 1.4 billion. We did end up CapEx being slightly below our previous guidance of 9 billion. But like as Elon already mentioned, this year is going to be a huge investment year from a CapEx perspective. And at the moment, we're expecting that CapEx would be in excess of 20 billion. We'll be paying for 6 factories, namely the refinery, LFP factory, CyberCab, Semi, a new mega factory, the Optimus factory. On top of it, we'll also be spending money for building our AI compute infrastructure, and we'll continue investing in our existing factories to build more capacity. And then, also the related infrastructure along with it. And we'll also further expand our fleet of robotaxi and Optimus. While this may seem a lot, we believe this is the right strategy to position the company for the next era. And we'll make such investments, as Elon mentioned, in a very capital efficient manner. Note that this does not include potential investments in solar cell manufacturing or our TerraFab, as we're still in early phase, and we plan to provide an update in future quarters. We're starting not the next chapter, but a new book on the progression of this company. 2026 year would be when all of this began. While at times it feels daunting, it is going to be the most exciting change in Tesla's history, and we could not have even dreamed of embarking on this journey without the support of our customers and our investors. Thanks for again showing the confidence in us, and let's get ready for a future of amazing abundance. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Now we're going to head over to investor questions. As always, we will start with questions from say.com. The first question is, Today, there are approximately 90 million cars sold globally each year. Does Tesla have a view, based on its robotaxi ambition, what this number will be in 5 or 10 years? And how does this impact Tesla's EV strategy to have more models?
Yeah, thanks, Travis. As Elon said, the future is autonomous, and obviously autonomy and CyberCab are going to change the global market size and mix quite significantly. I think that's quite obvious. General transportation is going to be better served by autonomy as it will be safer and cheaper. And over 90% of vehicle miles traveled are with 2 or less passengers now, which is why we designed CyberCab that way. In this new autonomous market, we at Tesla have the advantage of efficiency, cost, and manufacturing at scale that really no one else has. And we've built that over the last decades. And we believe that that segment that we are creating will grow millions year over year.
Just to add to what Lars said there, the point that Lars made, which is that 90% of miles driven are with 1 or 2 passengers, or one or two occupants, essentially, is a very important one, because that implies that the CyberCab, which is a dedicated 2-seater dedicated robotaxi. It's a little confusing with the terms robotaxi and cybercab. Sorry about the confusion, but and in fact, in some states, we're not allowed to use the word cab or taxi, so it's going to get even more strange. It's going to be like cyber vehicle or something, cyber car. But the cybercab, which is a specific vehicle model that we're making, does not have a steering wheel or pedals. So this is clearly, there's no there's no fallback mechanism here. It's like this car either drives itself or it does not drive. And we expect to start production in April. As always, it's an S curve of the production rate is an S curve. So it starts off very slowly and then grows exponentially. Then you hit the linear, and then ultimately, it asymptotes at whatever your target volume is. So, but we would expect over time to make far more Cybercabs than all of our other vehicles combined. Given that 90% of distance driven or distance traveled, exactly, no longer driving, is one or two people. I think it's like 80% is just one. So it would mean that long-term Cybercab would make several times more Cybercabs per year than all of our other vehicles combined.
Great. Thank you so much. The next question, a bit related. Are there still plans to launch new models to address different price segments and vehicle types, which could materially expand the TAM for Tesla?
Yeah. To further on what we were just talking about, we've launched our least expensive models ever over the last few months and are continuing to expand those models globally. And over the last decade, we have continually brought down the cost of our vehicles without sacrificing range, performance, or premiumness. And we'll continue to do that, as Vaibhav said, investing in our factories. But these are all trade-offs of where we spend our time or money. And to Elon's point just now, with Cybercab coming, we are aiming to bring that Tesla premium ride experience to our largest market yet. That could be 5 or 10 times our current levels of production. This new autonomous market, you have to start thinking about us as moving to providing transportation as a service more than the total addressable market for the purchased vehicles alone. And of course, we do have plans to have robotaxis in various shapes and sizes, but obviously Cybercab will be the grand majority of that volume.
Yeah, the vast majority of miles traveled will be autonomous in the future. I would say probably less than, I'm just guessing, but probably less than 5% of miles driven will be where somebody's actually driving the car themselves in the future, maybe as low as 1%.
Great. The next question is, historically, Tesla has spoken about gross margin per model. Are there standalone gross margin targets for the current models, excluding the benefits for FSD sales?
We've talked about this with the previous two questions, but transportation, as we know, is changing. We cannot keep applying the same framework from a car sales model to the future.
Nói gì?
Tesla xuống lại cái nên mua cho lại không sư phụ?
Yeah. Tại vì nó toàn tin tốt không mà, tại sao tụi nó short Tesla bây giờ nó bán. Cybercab là tháng 4 bắt đầu sản xuất. Robot là cuối năm nay sản xuất. Toàn là tin tốt không à. Rồi con robot là nó sẽ làm được cái mình dạy nó cái làm cái gì nó làm theo. Mà không hiểu tại sao Tesla nó rớt. Tụi nó muốn short hay sao không? Giờ mua đi nó lên lại bây giờ.
Nó mention khác gì đấy anh?
Đó, Tesla lên lại 8 đồng rồi hay 10 đồng rồi đó.
Tiền luôn sư phụ, nhầm luôn á.
Versus being driven.
Microsoft cũng đang muốn lên lại.
Cab is, like I said, super optimized for minimum cost per mile and also for a much higher duty cycle. So it would expect Cybercab to be used, probably 50 or 60 hours a week instead of the 10 or 11 hours a week that a driven vehicle is used. So typically people might drive their car for an hour and a half a day on average, so it's like 10 hours per week out of 168. But I think an autonomous vehicle is likely to be used probably 5 times as often, which means that you need to design the vehicle for much more wear and tear per unit time and much more resilience. It's more like a commercial truck. That's in continuous operation or close to continuous operation is how you design an autonomous vehicle. And so we will have larger vehicles in the Cybercab in the future that are designed for full autonomy. And we've actually shown pictures of this and in fact have shown prototypes. So this is not exactly a secret. In fact, we've given people rides in them. So, we're not keeping this, hiding this light under a bushel here. It's like we're literally saying what we're going to do and have said what we're going to do for a while. I think long term we would really the only vehicles that we'll make will be autonomous vehicles, with the exception of the next generation Roadster, which we're hoping to debut in April. Hopefully. It's going to be something out of this world.
Wow, April.
Fantastic. The next question we unfortunately have to skip because it's not related to Tesla, and we would like to remind folks who use the Say platform to please focus these questions on Tesla. So with that in mind, we're going to move on to the next question, which is, what is the current bottleneck to increased robotaxi deployment and personal use unsupervised FSD? The safety and performance of the most recent models. Is it the safety and performance of the most recent models, or is it people to monitor the robotaxis in car or remotely, or is there some other blocker? I don't know, Ashok, if you want to kick off on this one.
Yeah, we have scaled the robotaxi service that's
Microsoft lên lại.
over the last year in order to just learn the scaling problems without having to like wait for unsupervised. Basically, like two goals. One is like learn as much as possible from the fleet with the safety monitors, and secondly, we laser focused with the engineering team to solve the unsupervised FSD problem. I think we did both. Like
Microsoft chắc có good guidance nó lên lại, đang lên lại.
Yeah, the long tail of issues that we were able to turn through, and then in the last couple of weeks, we had started our unsupervised robotaxi service to public customers in Austin. I think some customers took rides last week, and also the service continues today without any rear car, something like that. Separately, we did scale the fleet size in the Bay Area and in Austin, and through that we learned issues with charging and other issues that we would have seen once we sort of like scale the unsupervised fleet. So both are happening in parallel. A variant of the software that's used for the robotaxi service was shipped to customers with V14, and customers saw a huge jump in performance, like a lot of happy feedback from customers. And since then, we have improved the software significantly as well. And customers will continue to see with their own software releases that the software is so good that they're like screaming to remove the driver monitoring software because they're bored inside the car too much.
Adding to that a little bit with what Ashok said about learning about our charging and service needs, we're using our vast network of charging and service centers that really only Tesla has in this space to jumpstart our infrastructure build-out needs to get ahead of robotaxi and autonomous vehicle demand. And we expect that because of this network, we are the only company capable of scaling at the rate that is needed for the tsunami of autonomy that is coming.
Yeah.
Great. Moving on to the next question. After the unveil of the Cybertruck, Elon stated that if it didn't sell well, Tesla would build a more conventional looking pickup. How practical would it be to create this new design on the Cybertruck architecture, and could it be conveniently built on the existing production lines?
Actually, in its segment, Cybertruck continues to be a leader and is selling more than any other electric truck out there, while our competition continues to pull back. But to the question itself, from a line standpoint, we always design our lines to be super flexible. We built 3 and Y on the same line. We built S and X on the same line still, showing that we can do that. The Cybertruck line was designed in the same way and is one of our most fully ready for autonomy platforms.
Yeah. But yeah, we will transition the Cybertruck line to just a fully autonomous line. And there's obviously a market there for cargo delivery, like you say, like localized cargo delivery within a city, within a few hundred miles, something like that. There's a lot of cargo that needs to move locally within a city, and an autonomous Cybertruck could be very useful for that.
Great. Moving on to the next question. Regarding Optimus, could you share the current number of units deployed in Tesla factories and actively performing production tasks? What specific roles or operations are they handling, and how has their integration impacted factory efficiency or output?
Yeah, I mean, we're still very much at the early stages of Optimus. It's an R&D, it's still in the R&D phase. We have had Optimus do some basic tasks in the factory, but as we iterate on new versions of Optimus, we deprecate the old versions, and so it's not I wouldn't say it's like it's not in usage in our factories in a material way. It's more so that the robot can learn. We wouldn't expect to have any kind of significant Optimus production volume until probably the end of this year.
Great.
Like Optimus Gen 3 is an awesome robot that
it is awesome.
It's an awesome robot that minimizes any differences. It's basically, it looks like a human. People could be easily confused that it's a human. And this helps our strategy for the AI too, because you can learn from how humans do these tasks, and it's very easy to teach the robot to do in the same way as opposed to previous robots.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing I should say, is there's a lot of news of various companies announcing layoffs and whatnot, but at our Tesla factory in Fremont, we actually expect to increase headcount over time, and to significantly increase output from our factories. So we don't have any layoff plans. We expect to actually increase headcount.
Great. The next question, similar to the other autonomy questions, but slightly different. When is FSD going to be 100% unsupervised?
Well, it is 100% unsupervised in FSD. Is 100% unsupervised. I mean, we obviously have cars operating with no one in them and no safety monitor and no follow car or anything like that in Austin right now. For customers, we're being just very cautious with the rollout. I mean, with each successive version, as we prove it out, and we make sure that there are no sort of unique issues in particular cities, because sometimes you get some very difficult intersection, and it'll be an intersection where a lot of humans have accidents. By the way, there's some pretty nutty intersections where there are a lot of humans make mistakes and have accidents in various cities. So we want to make sure that FSD can handle those unusual intersections. Like if you take LA, for example, where Wilshire and Santa Monica combine is there's about 20 traffic lights, and people are constantly having accidents there. So you want to make sure that FSD can handle unique things in a particular city. And we're also just being paranoid about safety. But with each successful release of FSD, we will reduce the amount of driver monitoring that's needed proportionate to the safety of the FSD build.
Great. As it relates to robotaxi, what has surprised you about the rollout so far? We've talked about what's constrained the fleet expansion to date, but it appears there are 200 vehicles based on public tracking. Is that something that we can confirm?
I wouldn't say there's anything that really surprised us because we are a large fleet. We had all the metrics, so there was not sort of a surprise. It was just continued work to grind down on the long tail of issues, and that's what enabled us to launch the unsupervised service in Austin.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of robotaxi vehicles carrying paid customers, I think we're well over 500 at this point between the Bay Area and Austin.
There's varying amounts of vehicles depending on the load, but you can have more vehicles during peak times and then fewer vehicles in the off hours.
Yeah. This will probably double every month type of thing. It's on an exponential curve.
I mean, one other thing people forget that we've been deliberate on all this in the sense that we have the supporting infrastructure already been in place, whether it's service centers, charging. Yes, we'll have to augment as the fleet grows, depending upon the density of where the demand is and whatnot. But it's not something like we just stumbled upon it and we're starting to. We've been at it for years. Yes, not every city is designed the same way. Same thing, our infrastructure is also not the same in every city, but you have to give us credit that it's been a journey. And like Lars said, if there's some company which can do it, we've already been at it, so we should be able to deliver much better.
Great. The next question is about chase cars, which we already covered. So moving on to the last question. Elon, you've been spending significant personal time on Tesla's chip design.
Yeah.
What was the forcing function behind this increased involvement? And do you think external chip sales will represent a significant portion of Tesla's valuation by the end of the decade?
Well, I mean, I tend to spend time on whatever the most critical issue is for the company, and completing the AI5 chip design and having it be a great chip is arguably the number one most critical thing to get done, which is why I'm spending more time on that than currently anything else at Tesla. Spend pretty much every Saturday on this, and a chunk of every Tuesday. So it's like if I'm spending my Saturdays on something, it's going to be something pretty important. I do think AI5 will be a very good chip, and I feel quite confident about the design at this point. And then AI6, which will follow that, it'll be aspirationally would follow that in under a year, will be yet another big leap beyond AI5. So I feel pretty good about our chip strategy right now. But in terms of selling it outside of Tesla, we first need to make sure we have enough chips for all of our vehicle production and all of our Optimus production, and then we will actually use the AI5 chips in our data centers. We already use the AI4 chips in our data centers, so when we do training, it's a combination of the AI4 chips and NVIDIA hardware primarily that we do training with. So, but you say by the end of the decade, I mean, it's like things are changing so fast that it's hard to imagine like what happens at the end of the decade. I mean, we might. I mean, when I look ahead at say what's the limiting factor for Tesla growth, if you go say 3 or 4 years out, I think it actually is chip production. Is there enough AI logic and enough AI and enough memory, enough RAM for our volume, and right now I see that as being the thing that probably limits our growth in 3 or 4 years, which would imply that we're not selling chips outside of Tesla because we need them. In fact, I think I think it's going to make sense, and this is definitely going to be a sort of a controversial thing, but I think Tesla needs to build a terafab. I mentioned this at the shareholder meeting, but even when we look at the output of the best case output of all of our key suppliers, and I'd say even beyond suppliers, they're like strategic partners like Samsung, TSMC, and Micron. And we say like, what's the most you could possibly make? Then it's not enough. So I think in order to remove the constraint, the probable constraint in 3 or 4 years, we're going to have to build a Tesla terafab, a very big fab that includes logic, memory, and packaging domestically. And that's actually also going to be very important to ensure that we are protected against any geopolitical risks. I think people may be underweighting some of the geopolitical risks that are going to be a major factor in a few years. So now, a lot of people will say like, that's crazy. Fabs are really hard. I'm like, yes, I know fabs are really hard. I don't think they're easy. But
We do
we do a lot of hard things. You know, we didn't used to have car factories. That we didn't used to have battery cell factories or lithium refineries or you know, mega pack factories or you know, all these other things. We figured it out. So I think it's I think if we don't do the Tesla Terafab, we're going to be limited by supplier output of chips, and I think maybe memory is an even bigger limiter than AI logic. So you know, for example, we have chip supply deals with TSMC in Arizona and Samsung in Texas, but currently there are no advanced memory fabs at scale in the United States. There are zero, literally zero. Hopefully, you know, Micron will have something going in a few years. They're all headquartered in Idaho, you know, where they make a lot of potato chips. We need to make computer chips too. Anyway, we're working with our strategic partners on the chip front, memory and logic. But I think we got to also try our hand at building a large scale fab that integrates logic, memory, and packaging. And if we don't do that, we're just going to be fundamentally limited by supply chain, especially if there's some in a worst case geopolitical situation, it would be quite a severe situation. So I think it would be, quite frankly, I think it'd be crazy not to try the Terafab. So yeah, great. We'll have a bigger announcement on this in the future.
Awesome. With that, we're going to move on to analyst questions. The first analyst is Emmanuel from Wolf Research. Emmanuel, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Great, thank you so much. It's Emmanuel Rosner from Wolf Research. My first question is on the CapEx. You signal a pretty large increase to over $20 billion for this year. Was hoping to better understand where the investments are going. Any way to dimension for us which of the product line or technologies account for the bulk of the increase, and also do you view this as like one time in nature 2026, or I guess how much of this is an ongoing level of high spending for a number of years? And then just finally still on that, with that level of spending, you're going to be burning cash. How should we think about the cash balance or any other way to finance this?
Yeah, so Emmanuel, I tried to put this in my opening remarks too, but I'll try and go a little bit deeper. There's about 6 factories which we are starting production in this year. So there's a lot of cash CapEx which is going into that. Then as we are trying to scale Optimus, we need a lot more compute. So we're putting more money towards compute as well. And then, for training.
Yeah.
And then we're also going to be spending money to expand the capacity at existing factories. On top of it, we're just keep in mind that none of these numbers which I shared of 20 billion factors in anything to do with the solar fab or the semiconductor chip fab. Those would be, as Elon mentioned, would come later on. And you think your second part of your question was, is this one-off or would we expect more? I think we're getting into this investment phase because we have big aspirations. And when you look at it, some of these aspirations are, I call them as infrastructure play, especially if you have to do a chip fab and we have to do a cell manufacturing fab. Those are infrastructure plays. And that funding takes a little bit longer. And you would be in an investment cycle for a little bit longer. Initially, third part of your question was, how are we going to fund it? Initially, obviously, we have over 44 billion of cash and investments on the books. So we'll use our internal resources, but there are ways where we can fund it, especially when we look at the robotaxi fleet, because, you know, anytime you have a consistent stream of cash flow, you can go and get money from the banks. And we have had conversations with banks about it. And that is something how we're going to do it. And then on the infrastructure play side, yeah, like I said, we don't have a number yet, but given that it's an infrastructure play, it's a longer tail, we will have to look at a little bit more in terms of how we fund it, whether it's through more debt or other means.
Great. Our next question comes from Andrew from Morgan Stanley. Andrew, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Great. Thanks so much for taking the question. I just want to start on the XAI investment that you guys announced today. You know, you talked about there being some collaboration, you know, between the companies. So I'm just hoping to get more information, or if you're hoping that you could shed more light on what that looks like, and maybe how the work XAI is doing can be leveraged at Tesla and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the disclosure, which we also put in there, we do talk about this is literally a furtherance of our Master Plan 4. And even today, if you look at Tesla vehicles, we are using Grok in there. And as we look at things, whether we can do it ourselves, yes, there are a lot of things which we can do ourselves. But if there are things which XAI can help accelerate our progress, then why should we not do that? And that is the reason why we've gone ahead with such an investment, because this is part of the strategic initiative. Because as it is, if you remember, I talked about how many things which we're doing ourselves. If there are ways and means we can find efficient ways for others to help us, and XAI literally fits into that mold. So that's why we went ahead with it.
And we just had like a lot of investors ask us to do this. There was like a lot of, you know, investor, Tesla shareholders said like we should invest in XAI. So that's like, we're just doing what shareholders like asked us to do pretty much. But Grok will be, you know, very helpful in, say, maximizing the efficiency of the management of a large autonomous fleet. So, I mean, if you've got an autonomous fleet that's, you know, in the future, 10 million vehicles or tens of millions of vehicles, then optimizing the efficient use of that fleet, Grok will be, I think, way better than any heuristic solution or sort of manually managed solution. And if you say you're managing, say, a large team of Optimus robots to build a factory or build a refinery, you know, and say a rare hypothetical, like this is a hypothetical example, a rare earth ore refinery, which we do desperately need in America. Then you say, well, what's going to organize the Optimus robots to build that ore refinery? That would, you know, you need an orchestra conductor. And so then Grok would be kind of the orchestra conductor for the Optimus robots to build the, hypothetically, and it might not be hypothetical in the future. I'm just saying it's not currently on our plans. But you know, we do need a lot more ore refining capacity in the U.S. So then what's going to manage, let's say 1,000 Optimus robots to
You're on mute right now, so I'm not sure if you're trying to ask a follow-up question. Ready. We're going to move on to the next question, which is coming from Dan Levi at Barclays. Dan, please feel free.
Great, thank you. Elon, you talked about some of the constraints on memory. Given the very tight supply, Are there any near-term constraints on procuring memory? And if there are, to what extent could you look at modifying the functionality in the vehicle, similar to what you did in 21 when we saw shortages on MCUs? And maybe how are you thinking about bridging in the next few years?
Well, the Tesla AI is very compute efficient and very memory efficient. So I think one of the metrics one should consider for any given AI model is the intelligence per gigabyte, especially when you're constrained on RAM. Having an AI that has very high intelligence density per gigabyte. So you can say like for a given number of gigabytes, how much functionality can you get out of it? I actually think Tesla is ahead of the rest of the world in intelligence density of AI by an order of magnitude or more. Like this is going to sound like a pretty bold statement, but I kind of know what the intelligence efficiency of the big models are, like Grok, and like the honest and a bunch of the other models. And I Tesla's AI is like, in terms of its memory efficiency, I think more than an order of magnitude better. So that puts us in a pretty good position actually for scaling. And we actually do think that we do have a solution for logic and memory for, let's say, the next roughly 3 years. But if you start going beyond 3 years, and we look at the scaling plans and how many fabs are getting built, and especially if you factor in geopolitical uncertainty, there's always risk that maybe those chips don't arrive that people were expecting to arrive. So that's why I think we need to have more fab capacity in the US, just in case chips don't stop arriving for any reason. But this is really existential for Tesla, because if Optimus is completely useless without an AI chip. It's not like at least the cars we can put steering wheels and pedals in or retrofit them if need be. But Optimus is just a mannequin without it's like the Tin Man or whatever on the Wizard of Oz. But even worse, at least the Tin Man could walk. Optimus won't even be able to, or just sit there without an AI chip. So we've got a good solution for a significant scale through for the next roughly 3 years. Beyond that, we will be supplier limited, and so we've got to figure out some game plan to not be supplier limited.
Great. Our next question is going to come from George at Canaccord. George, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking my question. So there's been a surge of startups, particularly from China, entering the humanoid market, and wondering what the long-term competitive advantages that keep Tesla ahead are, and how, based on what you've seen, will Optimus fundamentally differ from these competitors? Thank you.
Well, I do think that by far the biggest competition for humanoid robots will be from China. China is incredibly good at scaling manufacturing, actually quite good at AI, as you can see from the open source, or not the open source, but the sort of, I guess some of them are open actually, but basically the models that China is distributing for free are actually quite good, and they keep getting better. So China is very good at AI, very good at manufacturing, and will definitely be the toughest competition for Tesla. To the best of our knowledge, we don't see any significant competitors outside of China, but China will definitely be tough competition. There's no two ways about it. I always think like people sort of outside of China kind of underestimate China. China's an ass kicker next level. So, I guess, we're going to build. We think Optimus will be much more capable than any robot that we are aware of under development in China. So we think we'll be ahead in terms of the real world intelligence, the electromechanical dexterity, especially the hand design, which is by far the hardest thing in the robot. And in fact, I'd say there's really three.
Đó, Elon nói là cái bàn tay là khó nhất.
It's the building an incredible hand that has the same degrees of freedom and dexterity as a human hand is an incredibly difficult engineering challenge. Then there's the real world AI and scaling production. Those are the three hardest problems by far for humanoid robots. I think Tesla is the only company that actually has all three of those components. So yeah.
Great. And our last question is going to come from Colin at Oppenheimer. Colin, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Thanks so much. Because you talked a lot about the CapEx spend, but this is an incredibly ambitious technology development program that you're talking about. Can you talk a little bit about the R&D spend and how you're thinking about the synergies of the different components, particularly on the hardware side? If you think about batteries into chips, into memory, and the efficiency of the system, and what sort of advantages you think you'll end up getting out of some of these purpose-built.
Hello, sư phụ ơi.
You'll end up integrating into multiple end markets.
Na nè.
Dạ. Nói được rồi đó.
Em muốn hỏi á. Dạ thưa, em muốn hỏi á. Bây giờ em vô lại Tesla lại được không? Nó gần 440 đó, 438 mấy á. Vô lại được không thầy?
Vô để làm gì? Sưng chơi hay là long term?
Both.
Dạ. Nhưng mà đừng có vô.
Hai nói luôn.
Mua từ từ á, đừng có chia ra làm nhiều lần mua. Ví dụ muốn
tại vì lúc buổi
muốn mua 100 xe đó thì mua 20 40 đó. Mua từ nha. Tại vì hôm nay là toàn là tin tốt mà, sáng là nó sẽ bay ngày mai á.
Ngày mai nó bay hả?
Đoán là vậy đó, tại vì toàn là tin tốt không à.
Thầy có nghĩ là government shutdown Việt Nam mình nó sẽ bị đỏ hết tà lẹ luôn không?
Ai biết được.
Em đó là lý tại sao em không mua.
Thì nếu sợ government shutdown thì mua từ từ, mua 10% thôi. Thế bây giờ để nghe cái này hết rồi ha.
And robots and AI chips, no matter what happens. And companies that don't do that, a bunch of them will cease to exist.
I mean, remember, all this comes out of necessity. It's not that we want to do it. It's just we have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, we built the most advanced lithium refinery in the world, by the way. It's not just like our lithium refinery in Corpus Christi is not just a copy of what others have done. It's an entirely new process that is fundamentally more efficient and more advanced than anything else in the world. The same is true of our cathode refinery here in Austin. And we wish others would build this. Can other people please, for the love of God, the name of all that is holy, and others please build this stuff.
It's not the first time you've asked.
Exactly. I mean, this is not the first time you've said something like this.
Like, why do we have to build these things? Why can others not also please, can someone else build these things? I mean, it's very hard to build these things. We build them out of desperation, not because nobody else is building lithium refineries and cathode refineries. We're pretty much the not just the largest, but also the only lithium refinery and cathode refinery in America. So we're making moves to make sure that no matter what happens, Tesla will prosper.
Great. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for Q&A today. We really appreciate everyone's questions, and we look forward to talking to you next quarter. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Ok. Để cái anh này anh summary lại, anh này anh rất là giỏi.
All right, hey everybody. Just gonna turn the microphone up here, make sure that's all good. We can go through some key points from the call, as well as just earnings in general today.
So let me know if the audio is good. Looks like it should be. I would like to give it a second here though, as we switch over. We green because audio is good. That would be the Tesla earnings audio. But let me know if my audio is also green. All right, looks good. Cool. Yeah. Well, yeah. As mentioned there, nice to see the really nice to see the. Oh, Greg, thank you. I really appreciate that super chat. That's awesome. Thanks, Greg. Yeah. So first off, yeah, nice to see the improved audio quality. It made understanding the points that were being made a lot easier. So kudos to Tesla for that. That's really nice to see, and hopefully will be the case going forward. So awesome update there. Other major updates from this call, though, I think probably well, we can kind of go sequentially, I think. So Model S and X discontinued. That is unfortunate, for those consumers of those vehicles. It's a product that someday I would have maybe considered buying, especially the Model X. It's a bummer to see those go away. It's also not terribly surprising. This has been, Elon has alluded to this and mentioned this as a possibility for years. When you were already kind of considering that, and then if you look at the other vehicle deliveries and how that's trended, quarter over quarter, year over year, et cetera, for the last couple of years, you can see that these aren't doing super strong in terms of the demand and the production volume necessitated, particularly after Model 3 and Model Y were introduced and obviously became so successful, really ate into a lot of the market that S and X were in. So at this point, I think Tesla, not necessarily looking for an excuse to get rid of them, but I think that, hey, we've got the space that we could put to use for Optimus. This is probably something that kind of makes sense to do anyway. So let's go ahead and, make this change. But it is sad, especially like Model S, where all of this started. I guess you go back to the Roadster before that. But sort of Model S was the car that I think really put Tesla on the map. Whether you want to argue that was Model S or Model 3, it's pretty much definitely one of those two vehicles. So it is, worth mourning, but also just appreciating the massive success that has come from that vehicle, and obviously from the earliest days of Roadster as well. So I don't know. It's a lot to be appreciative of the product life cycle that we now see coming to the end there. In terms of the future, though, probably the most significant update, I think, on this call would have been the $20 billion in CapEx. As they said, I think they didn't even get to $9 billion this year, so that represents a pretty significant increase, more than doubling. And obviously, I think caught investors by surprise if you were watching the Tesla After Hours thing. Right when that $20 billion number came out, that's when the stock started to taper off from some of the success it was having earlier. Obviously, still up, almost 2% after hours, so it's recovered a bit, but I think it went from up 3 to basically flat very shortly following that comment. And that's just, people having concerns about what was asked by one of the analysts there, is that how is that type of CapEx being covered? Because so far we've basically seen free cash flow, just operating cash flow covering Tesla's capital expenditures, and then obviously leaving some to have free cash flow, grow that cash balance, even after capital expenditures. So the question there is like, all right, if you increase this to 20 billion and you're not increasing, significant increased cash flow from the business yet, as some of that may still be to come as Robotaxi expands and things like that, I think Tesla expects that to happen probably relatively quickly, especially based on Elon's comments about being in dozens of cities, quarter to 50% of the US being covered by the end of the year, which he's made comments like that before, so it's really hard to know exactly what that timeline might look like. But point being that as that stuff happens, hopefully those cash flows should allow for CapEx for this, this type of CapEx. But Tesla doesn't want to just sit around and wait. As Elon also said, like, there's so much change happening right now that it's almost imprudent to wait until that cash flow starts coming in to be comfortable going in this direction with the higher CapEx. If that CapEx is something that you feel like you can do efficiently, that needs to be done now. There's no point in just sitting around to wait for that, especially when you already have your cash on your balance sheet to be able to cover that. they didn't say this. Tesla's, more than $1 trillion company. Tesla could very easily raise capital if they needed to. I don't think that's at all part of their plan, but that's the, one of the things that exists as a lever, especially when you have that type of a market cap. So, that could be something that's an option as well, to cover those types of expenses beyond what operating cash flow would cover. So, as I've said many times, Tesla's always gotten a very good return on their capital expenditures, maybe not like every single project, but looking at it holistically, that has always been the case. I would expect that to be, continue to be the case. I think across Elon's businesses, that's pretty much always been the case. It's something he's just really, really been great at, and has led to a lot of the success from a lot of these businesses is really like that specific thing. So because of that track record, I think it's very easy to feel comfortable that, if these dollars are going to be spent, they're going to be spent in a great way that's going to lead to really good return for shareholders in the future. So it's not anything that, worries me or makes me want to sell my stock or anything like that. It's more something that I'm excited about, similar to like the R&D numbers that we talked about. And I don't mind those increasing quarter over quarter for very similar reasons, is that I believe in Tesla to get a good return on those expenses. So I think that part was interesting. And then they talked, a fair amount about robotaxi. I don't think we got anything, major specifics on that. Obviously talked a lot about Optimus, with, reiterating what we had seen in the earnings deck. Sounded like Elon said maybe unveiling in a few months. Earnings deck said unveiling in the first quarter. So I wouldn't be terribly surprised if that gets pushed to, later in the year. Obviously, we'll just kind of wait and see on that. But at any rate, it is nice to see Elon make such positive comments about Optimus version 3, also echoed by some of the other members of the team there. And I think it's just something that we all can't wait to see. And until we do, it's a lot of speculation, but there's obviously a ton to be excited about there, and it feels like Tesla finally feels like it's ready to scale and are putting plans in place like we had talked about around the S and X to make that space available. Robotaxi fleet size, I was having a little bit of trouble hearing. I don't know if that was when the audio got quieter. That was on Tesla's end, by the way. Not sure what was going on there. Largely improved audio quality, but still some work to do. But at any rate, I thought they had said it's well over 500. I think the question had said that it's around 200 vehicles, which was more close to my understanding. I guess I haven't looked as closely at the Bay Area because a lot of that is still supervised, so it's a little bit less meaningful to me. But interesting to see that comment there. It also sounded like Ashok basically said that over even just like the last couple of days, it seems like they're getting quite a bit more comfortable with unsupervised. Elon mentioned specifically like they've done rides now without a chase car, which would be another significant milestone, another first for Tesla to have accomplished. So hopefully over the next quarter, we really start to see that, take off. I think Elon said, doubling every month is sort of what he expects in terms of the size of that fleet. If that's accurate, that doesn't take long to get to a point where it's like very eye-opening of like, oh, this is really starting to happen right now. Anything below like 1,000 vehicles, it's, you kind of write it off as just a test. But as you get into multiple thousands of vehicles, that changes, and sounds like that change could be coming quickly. So as usual, it'll be another interesting quarter ahead as we see the progress there. As for FSD unsupervised, I mean, I understand why this keeps getting asked, but it's sort of a question that like we're going to know the answer to based on all of the other things that are happening with robotaxi, right? Like that's going to be a subsequent thing to robotaxi expansion. They're not going to just like flip the switch on unsupervised and then like still be testing robotaxi. It doesn't make any sense. So like that will trail that, and probably trail it by a fair amount, because it's just a different level of liability to let a consumer in their car go and do that whenever they want, versus Tesla in their fleet doing it with their cars that they, have very close monitoring over. Not that they don't for the other cars, but it's just, I think, pretty obviously going to trail the robotaxi. So, really the question, more importantly and more answerable, is just what's happening with robotaxi, and then after that unsupervised will follow. So
We'll see. I think, Tesla wants to get that done as soon as they can. That's a huge value unlock, especially now as they're thinking about FSD in the context of subscriptions. That's what's going to drive the subscriptions, right? Elon is extremely aware that once you can take your attention away, that's where the true value starts to accrue. So, Tesla wants it as bad as any individual customer does, I'm sure. I think those were the big things. I mean, otherwise it seemed like a pretty straightforward call. I think they've basically reiterated a lot of things that we talked about. Like even earlier today, we were talking about this exact point here of like we're transitioning from, and probably marked perfectly by the end of the S&X product lifecycle, we're transitioning from selling cars to selling transportation. And even I think among like Tesla people, like I don't think people have quite like gotten there yet. Like in their minds, people still think like selling a car. Even with Cybercab, like people are thinking about that as like, can I buy the Cybercab? I don't know, maybe, probably. From like a business perspective though, it's just like I think from Tesla's end, it's just like, all right, we'll sell it or we won't sell it. It will just be determined on the market dynamics. Like it has nothing to do with the design of the vehicle, whether or not we're going to sell it to customers or not. It's just like we're going to build this thing to make transportation as efficient as we possibly can, autonomous transportation as efficient as we possibly can. Like that's a completely different design direction. This is the thing that Elon has wanted to build for a long time. Like that's what it's for. It's not to try to like shoehorn in also a consumer vehicle. If it happens to also be an awesome consumer vehicle, that's great, and Tesla can sell it and whatever. But the value again is from like having people be able to be transported at an extremely low cost in a really nice vehicle without having to pay attention, so you get your time back, not sitting in mind-numbing traffic, and then like all the added safety stuff, which not really like a bonus, but make it as safe as possible, as cheap as possible. Like that's what Tesla is doing here. And when you think it's first principles thinking, right? Like design that thing, all the other stuff falls into place because that thing is the best thing. So that's what they're trying to say here. Hopefully people understand that. It should have been clear for a long time, but even again, among like the Tesla community, I feel like that's not like clicked fully yet. So hopefully that helps make that click. Plans to launch new models. Yeah, sort of like the same type of thing there. It's like they're not even really thinking about like, oh, we're going to build a new car to sell to customers. It's just, no, like, all right, what is the best possible system of transportation that we can develop, and how are we going to develop that? Like, those are the questions that Tesla is asking. Okay, let's see. Terafab stuff. So I don't know. I feel like I had kind of hand waved that a little bit more than I would now, maybe last quarter when I think they first started mentioning that as an idea. It's almost like kind of if someone had talked about like Tesla needing to make batteries back in, I don't know, 2015, when they're selling like, I don't know, 100,000 Model S's and X's. Like at that time, it would have been like, oh, that's kind of crazy that Tesla would like, no, you don't need to make your own batteries. But probably something that Tesla was thinking about at the time, and clearly fast forward a couple of years, certainly was thinking about at that point. So it kind of reminds me of that. And if Tesla does achieve what they hope to achieve, and basically these autonomous agents, real world autonomous agents, whether it's a vehicle or an Optimus, whatever other product, if Tesla can actually deliver what they want to deliver, then they're just seeing like, all right, well, this is the bottleneck that we run into. How are we going to solve that? I guess we have to solve it because no one else is going to do it. And no one else is going to like put the capital behind it that isn't Tesla, because then those people are basically just like betting on Tesla. And that would be somewhat irresponsible for another company to do. They could do it. It's just generally not like how things work, especially when you're talking about like that type of scale, that type of CapEx. Like it's just a massive bet for another company to have to make, versus Tesla can make it because it's, it's us. Like we have control. We know what we want. and how to get there and where this is all going, versus just like someone else having to tell you that and you just have to believe them. So it's a very different type of a situation that I can understand how it sort of results in that outcome. The counterpoints would be like, all right, just grow slower. It's fine. They'll get you your chips. Back on the other side of the coin then is like, all right, well, there's still, even in that type of a scenario, slower growth, you're still having tons of geopolitical risk that can complicate that, and not even complicate it, but sort of existential. So if that existential risk exists as well, and we can also hedge that while unlocking more growth, like those are the arguments in favor. And everyone is aware that there are arguments against as well, and they acknowledge those things too. But it's just something that they need to, make a calculation on and decide what path is best. And they're just mentioning like, hey, this is something that is in consideration at this moment. Not that a decision has been made, but it's something that they're evaluating. Yeah, I think the rest sounds like some of the ASP stuff that we were talking about. Some of the margin strength this quarter was a result of mix. So suggests that margins outside of the United States are quite a bit stronger, which kind of makes sense in terms of, production costs. And I think we did see, I can pull it up here, but we did see cost decline $1,600 from an average unit, cost basis in the quarter over quarter. So, that's probably largely mix driven too. If you have more of your vehicles being delivered in Asia Pacific, more of that production is going to come from Giga Shanghai. Giga Shanghai has a lower cost per vehicle produced, but ASP obviously a little bit lower too, but maybe not as low as the savings in cost. So that's probably something that's boosting up margins. It's almost something that you would hope to like kind of fall back if US demand strengthens again, as we get through sort of like the hangover effect of that tax credit expiration and the pull forward of demand from that. So in terms of, is that sustainable? I think it really depends on the mix. I think probably like the lower number of vehicle deliveries you have, the more sustainable that is, and the higher number of vehicles delivered, the less so, because you have some margin contraction as you have, higher US sales. So I think that all kind of makes sense and is probably somewhat intuitive. Like when you grow your vehicle deliveries, you're probably selling them at lower costs and into people that, need that lower cost more, and that compresses your margin. You have the counterweight of that of growing your economies of scale. So it's all something that Tesla has to balance and will balance, but it'll be interesting to see how that sort of unfolds throughout 2026. Just looking through the notes here. The solar stuff is interesting. I think probably learn a lot more about that throughout the course of this year. But yeah, let me know if there's anything else in particular you guys want me to discuss, or if you have questions or anything like that. But otherwise, I think, pretty successful earnings report for Tesla. Obviously, that gross margin being well ahead of expectations, automotive revenue being ahead of expectations. The net income stuff we talked about, sounds like there's probably some stock-based compensation that wasn't fully appreciated in the estimates from starting to recognize some of Elon's CEO performance plan this quarter. So that drove down the GAAP earnings per share, but otherwise non-GAAP earnings per share beat. I need to go back and look at the digital currency impact. I think I was mixing up the directionality there. So I just need to like get my head straight on that. Again, the accounting has changed since I stopped doing Tesla Daily, so it's not something I have as great of insight on anymore. So I'll have to go back and take a look at that. But I think he said that there was a digital currency headwind, which would increase that spread, non-GAAP to GAAP. So I just need to understand that. But that had been my assumption kind of going into it. So I think that hopefully that makes sense, which again means the numbers are stronger than expected on that non-GAAP basis, which follows that the operating income and the gross profit both being higher than expected off of stronger revenue and stronger margins. So financially, I think very exciting. I think pretty cool to see like the disclosure of FSD subscriptions and things like that. I do want to go back and just look, somebody pointed out that it looked like there was actually the FSD subscriptions both on a quarterly breakout basis, but then also on an annual broken out basis. So I just want to take a super quick look at that. Yeah, so that's really nice. So we get to see actual annual historical, take rates and things like that. And just kind of looking at it now, I don't have a great way to pull this up on the screen at the moment, but in 2021, there was about, looks like 400,000 active FSD subscriptions, which at that point, obviously there were no subscribing options. It would have just been outright purchases. And that would have been a little bit less than 20% of the fleet, it looks like. Yeah, maybe like somewhere in the teens range. Let's probably just calculate it instead of just poorly guessing. So about, let's see, as I look over my microphone here. Yeah, so about 17%, roughly, just, not super precise with the numbers that were given, but about 17%. And that, obviously that's now declined as we go to 2025. So the active number of subscriptions has almost tripled since then, but the actual vehicle deliveries has maybe a little bit less than 4x, which means that penetration is falling, which is contradictory to something that I mentioned a little bit on our shareholder letter discussion today. If you look in more recent quarters, it's increasing. Over the longer time horizon, it's decreasing. The decrease, I suspect, would be because of the increased deliveries internationally, as obviously Giga Shanghai came up and started being such a huge portion of production and deliveries during that sort of 4-year window that we're talking about here. So that really affects the numbers, but that's stabilized more recently. And then more recently, you're seeing an increase in the take rate, which is supporting what we're seeing, I think, with the product, that FSD is becoming more capable, just a better product that more people are going to want to subscribe to. And you also have new markets that are hopefully starting to take that on. Obviously, South Korea mentioned as one in the shareholder letter today. Let's see, just seeing if there's any questions here. Mosier, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Question says, do you think it's odd how quiet they've been on V14.3, the last piece of the puzzle? Yeah, that would have been a good question, specific like to the reasoning capabilities. I don't know if it was Ashok or Elon that had commented on this on X, just basically saying that there's already some reasoning that's been implemented in the current versions. So FSD 14.2.2.4, I think, whatever the most recent one is. Some of that reasoning capability exists. I think they talked some of that being around like the parking decisions, where you have the option, of course, to select what type of parking situation you expect to be in. So I think he gave that as an example, and there would just be more of that type of stuff that would be happening. I don't know if it would be all like user input stuff. I'm sure that there would be other reasoning that the vehicle is kind of doing without input too, which is what I suspect would be the bigger piece of it, and probably remaining piece of it. So whether or not I think it's odd how quiet they've been on that, I don't personally think it's odd necessarily. Some of it is just, randomness of what questions happen to be asked and what happens to be answered and what happens to be being worked on that day and all of that sort of stuff. So I don't necessarily think it's odd. Obviously, though, it's something I'm still excited for. And I think, as Elon said, probably a major update every 3-ish months, which is kind of the cadence that we've seen now for a long time and what I would expect. So, once a quarter, I think we'll see something that's a pretty decent step up. And maybe they're not all the same every single quarter. Like obviously V12 to V13, huge, V13 to V14, huge. And that's not going to be something that's happening every quarter, but still seeing that progress incrementally in between those major version updates. Let's see. What are your thoughts whether Tesla should/would consider licensing FSD? So this is something that Tesla has talked a lot about. I think they're super open to it. The problem is that no other company that's approached them basically is taking it seriously enough for it to matter to Tesla or to be interesting or worth the resources for Tesla. because it needs to be something that this company is doing, you know, fully. You can't just like bolt this on, first of all, and then you also have to be doing it fully at scale. So you need to be willing to do it on a product line that's millions, you know, going to be millions of vehicles, not just this random, you know, your newest EV that you're going to produce 20,000 of and then give up on. Like that's, Tesla has absolutely no interest in that, and they shouldn't, because it's not a good use of their time. So I think Tesla would be open to it, and I just think it's like a chicken and egg thing of like, it's probably can't happen because no one else is willing to make that type of commitment, and it's like an exemplary of why these automakers are going to be in the position that they're going to be in when we switch to this transportation as a service type of ecosystem and economy, which is, I don't know. I feel like people are just getting complacent and like, oh, it hasn't happened, like we're fine, but it's still happening and it's going to happen. So it's just going to make those problems worse when they come for those manufacturers. That's my opinion, but I mean, we'll see. All right, just keep looking through here. Some questions on like autopilot ending. I've kind of always had FSD, so I don't have a personal like great, I don't know, understanding of what the autopilot feature set exactly was and how that's changed over the years and how it compares to how it is now. So I can't really comment too much on that. I don't think it's surprising to see it like deprecated in favor of hopefully being replaced at some point with something else that kind of manages those capabilities. I think from what I've seen online, it seems like it's something that is maybe a little bit disappointing for people. I've seen people say that like this is crazy because now Tesla's not competitive with these, you know, other things. My point of view is like all of that stuff could be valid and are probably reasonable criticisms of Tesla. I don't want it to sound flippant that like they don't care about that, because those are real customers and they should definitely care about that. And again, I'm not clear on like if it's you had autopilot and it goes away, or if it's just not for new vehicles anymore. I need to probably brush up on that, but I think ultimately it's like most of that stuff fits into, at least from like an investment perspective or a business perspective, fits into like the noise category of this isn't something that's super material for the company or for the business. Obviously, if you have that car and it's affecting you in that way, like, yes, that is something that is significant for you. So that's just from the business perspective. And obviously supporting those customers is important, things like that. Beyond that, though, I don't really have like a ton of insight. I guess the hope that I would have is that is replaced with something that is built off of the FSD stack that is a better part of the product. I also don't know, though, if Tesla wants to spend the time and the resources on developing something like that, because obviously it shouldn't be the priority when FSD unsupervised and robotaxi are the priority and should be. So it's, you know, kind of a tough one to answer, you know, in that situation. All right. I think we got through a lot of the questions there. Just trying to think if there's kind of anything else that we missed today. I don't know. I think I kind of expected to come into this with it being a really boring report, and it didn't end up being boring. I think there were a lot of like new pieces of information that we got, particularly like the FSD subscriptions, the $20 billion in CapEx. But at a higher level, I think it sort of matched my expectations of being a little bit boring, in that we do know the direction of where the company is going. We know it's important, and those things are being developed very publicly, with the exception of Optimus being, you know, we'll see what that holds in the next few months, as Elon said, in terms of the unveiling. That's super important. But otherwise, like, robotaxi, there's tons of people following that. Like, we knew that it wasn't some like big announcement today that like, hey, we took unsupervised rides. We knew that the moment that it happened from updates on X. So I think there was probably a past where this would have been something like monumentous, of like hearing that update on an earnings call, but it just isn't, because we already had that information, because Tesla's developing things so publicly. And I think that happens in a lot of parts of their business. A lot of the other stuff is very long lead time. It's not going to change quarter to quarter. And then sort of the rest of it just fits into this category of supporting the future growth of the business through the current operations, which are important, but are not where things are going to end up. So that's sort of what I expected. I think that's sort of how it's been, with a couple of exceptions there, which I think are, I don't know, mostly positive, I would say. So at the end of the day, I think it's an earnings report that I'm happy with, and nice to see some of the financial strength a little bit better than expected by analysts, and kind of on to the next quarter, on to another 3 months of development for FSD, for Optimus. Hopefully we see Gen 3 before the next earnings call. So a lot to look forward to on those fronts. All right, so yeah, with that, I think it's a good place to wrap it up. But again, I appreciate you guys joining me for this once a quarter. It's always a blast to be here and to talk about Tesla, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to do that. And I'll look for.
There you go, hết rồi. Any question? I will summarize đây nè.
Thank you, sư phụ. Sư phụ Hiển ơi, thank you nhiều.
Yeah.
Giá nó có phản ứng rớt liền rồi mình có lo. Beta quý trước nó cũng dùng khắp S nhiều nên nó bị rớt.
Yeah.
Anh có suy nghĩ gì không anh?
Thì đó, tụi analyst nó chỉ care là xài tiền á. Cho nên là nó, khi mà nghe cái chữ 20 tỷ capex là té lại rớt liền. Nhưng mà lúc mà thằng Elon nó nói cái robot nó thì lên lại. Rồi xong rồi cái nó đang lên ngon lành thì cái thằng CFO á, nói về mấy cái finance number đó, capex này nọ, tóc rớt xuống nữa. Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ ngày mai nó lên lại, tại vì cái guidance nó tốt. Robo taxi sắp sửa ra rồi, tháng 4 rồi, nó nói không biết có đúng không, nhưng mà thằng Dion nói tháng 4 nó sẽ ra mắt cái server cap.
Dạ, biết là ông Elon nói không có làm cái Model S and X nữa để mà làm cho robot đó. Nhưng mà vậy cái demand xe nó không cần, cái nhu cầu nó không cần nữa, sao mà không làm nữa chứ bộ? Chắc hay là nó build cái plan mới để build cái robot tốn tiền sao hả?
Không, tại cái số lượng xe mỗi quarter bán á, ít người nào mua xe Model S, Model S không phải mắc quá. Cái xe Model S là nó mua một cái xe Model S là mua 3 chiếc Model 3 được mà.
Vậy về mấy người mà làm bên Cali á, hãng Freeman á, chắc nó retrain lại ha, để mà làm bên robot.
Có thể.
Nhân công á.
Yeah. Nhưng mà cái ít người mua xe kia mắc tiền quá. Hiểu không? Cho nên nếu mà ít tiền quá, không có profit, điều đó nó làm gì là tốt á, tại vì sản xuất ra mà bán không được. Xe mắc tiền quá, 100 mấy chục ngàn. Trong khi một cái Model X, một cái gia đình họ quyết định họ mua cái xe Model X, họ có thể mua được 3 chiếc Model 3. Đúng không? Thành ra những người mà tiền bạc em
như mấy xe Lucid mắc lắm, mấy xe Lucid cả 100.000 không, khó bán.
Khó bán lắm, ai mua nổi. Thành ra là nó dẹp cái đó là đúng, tại vì mắc tiền quá. Để chỗ trống, với lại để nhân công rảnh rỗi để làm robot, thay vì phải bận bịu làm xe Model S mà không bán được, để cho người ta làm robot hay hơn. Thì nó chuyển người từ bên cái Model S qua làm robot, rồi có chỗ trống nữa cũng tốt thôi. Thì overall cái earning này rất là ngạc nhiên, là tại là nó biết không, nhưng mà tụi analyst thì nó nhìn cái 20 tỷ capex nó quảng quá, đánh là xuống liền.
Với lại bây giờ đầu tư tiền vô cái XAI nữa.
No, XAI không liên quan đến Tesla hết. XAI là tiền của Elon chứ không liên quan đến Tesla hết. Nó có người đầu tư vào XAI.
Cái market nó rớt chung hết mà anh Tú. Nó bị xuống trở lại chung hết.
Microsoft xuống sâu quá tới 32 đồng luôn, bởi vậy nó kéo nguyên cái market xuống nó server.
Cũng có thể là lý do đó, nhưng mà cái earning của nó là rất là ngạc nhiên là cái earning nó tốt. Tôi nghĩ là earning nó là banh xác. Nhờ cái guidance thôi không, nhờ cái earning nó look good, nó free cash flow good, profit margin 17% good. Rồi Cybercap tháng 4.
Mình thấy một điều này là cái earning đó mình nghĩ nó sẽ miss delivery, nhưng mà ăn chung là bọn cá mập á, nó expect cái gì không à. Ví dụ earning nó nói là nó biết cái expect của cá mập á, cho nên thành ra nó mới tăng lên nữa số.
Có thể cá mập nó low cho cái estimate.
Đúng rồi, chính xác như vậy. Cá mập nó low cái expectation đó, cho nên nó mới lên.
Còn cái vụ shutdown á chỉ là partial thôi chứ không phải là holding, anh Tú.
Đúng rồi, partial thôi. Shutdown.
Chỉ có là affect là ICSA, Coast Guard nó working nhưng mà nó không có pay. State Department, DOJ, Commerce, Labor, HHS, còn Defense rồi này kia nó pay, mấy kia nó pay. Nhưng mà dầu sao nó cũng có thể là ông Trump ông lấy tiền của Defense ông rải cho mấy bên kia đỡ trong khi chờ đợi.
Nhưng mà đây là cái trò chính trị
Thì đó, nhưng mà dầu sao cũng còn đỡ chứ không thôi là nó đi giống kỳ trước là 2 tháng, tháng mấy 2 tháng.
Nhưng kỳ này chắc cũng lâu á, chứ không mau đâu.
Thì gọi nó càng lâu là tụi nó còn chết nữa, nó sao?
Đâu, nó muốn cho đảng Cộng hòa lúc bá dân.
Thì đó, lúc bá đảng nó tính nó lấy cái midterm đó.
Giờ nó còn đuổi, nó muốn đuổi bà gì đó.
Thôi mà Christine ôm
tụi cánh tả nó muốn push cho bà kiểu như là resign.
Hôm qua nó còn bày set up giống như cái con Ilhan Omar nó đang nói chuyện con thằng kia lại xịt nước vậy, rồi chỉ đứng chỉ tiếp tục nói chuyện với dân địa phương.
Mà có thật không?
Làm như là ác gì á hả?
Nhưng mà có thật không?
Có thật. Nhưng mà thì mới có thôi, mà con chưa có điều tra của cái thằng kia sao. Tự nhiên nó đang đứng ở trong bà đang đứng nói chuyện, cái nó ngồi ở hàng thứ hai, nó tới đứng trước mà nó tính giống như Diễm vậy đó. Mà đâu mà có cái camera là face ngay góc cạnh rõ ràng ấy, cái camera là face bả chứ đâu tôi coi cái camera để phía sau lưng bả, ngay góc sau lưng đặng nó chọi, đặng nó chụp hình được cái thằng đó luôn, giống như station vậy.
Set up hả?
Này tụi này nó cố ý nó dựng mấy cái kia đặng cho là đại với coi như là nó đẩy qua cái hướng giống như là ICE này kia đặng cái vụ mà fraud của tụi nó biến đi á. Trời ơi, cái tụi fraud này là nó nhiều lắm, tại vì bên nó có record đó trơn mà. Rồi bao nhiêu năm rồi mới đâu.
Đúng vậy.
Bây giờ là bên Ohio nè, rồi Maine nữa, nhiều lắm.
Rồi Tú không có thì giờ theo dõi, nhưng mà cái vụ mà cái thằng y tá bị bắn á, lúc đó nó có đeo súng không?
Có đeo súng, có thêm extra magazine nữa mà. Thằng đó đâu phải là nó tự nhiên là nó đi đó đâu. Nó mới tuần trước nó đã có đụng chạm với tụi ai rồi nữa, nó bị injured nữa chứ bộ.
Đó, nhưng mà những người bên cánh tả họ nói là bà Nolan bà nói xạo.
Thì cũng là không phải nói xạo, nhưng mà mỗi người cách cái nói chuyện vậy thôi, hiểu không? Nó có súng đàng hoàng, nó có cái holster luôn đúng mà.
Cái người kia thì nói là nó cầm camera thôi.
Thì đó, có người nói chỉ cầm
camera. Tụi nó thật chuyện hợp đừng cái tên nó có luôn cả tụi CNN nó còn nói là tại vì nè thằng này nó có cái holster cũng có thể là lúc mà giằng co.
Tại vì tôi không có đi giờ
lúc giằng co nó bị đạn chẳng hạn, rồi tụi ai nó mới bắn thôi, cũng có thể là cái chuyện đó. Tại vì giống như là nó thấy có súng thì nó mới báo gần thì mấy thằng kia nó quay trở lại thì thằng này có thể là giằng coi với tụi ai rồi cái nó lạc đạn nó nổ súng thì mấy kia nó nghe nổ súng rồi nó bắn thôi. Đi process là against the law rồi. No, không ai mà process với lại peaceful chứ đâu có. Nó giằng coi với tụi ai thì là tụi nó là vi phạm rồi. Thêm nữa là nó có đem lên nữa. Mặc dù là có license chứ.
Nhưng mà cái anh chàng trong Discord tên là Okan hôm qua
thôi mấy thằng đó nó làm bọn nó nói cho nó dùng từ ngữ y chang tụi Democrat
nhưng mà nói là có video evidence, có không?
Evidence sao?
Là chứng minh là anh ta không có đeo súng, anh ta vô tội, chắc là vậy.
Tụi nó cãi tụi này tụi nó bị brainwash nghe cãi nó mệt hơi lắm anh ơi.
Tôi không ngờ tại sao người ta dân có học thức mà tại sao mình không muốn dùng cái chữ hơi nặng chút, nhưng mà tại sao họ khờ dại, họ nghe đám dân chủ leader đó nó push, nó dù khỉ ra đó. Rồi bây giờ có trong chém gió tôi có post một cái clip đó, con nhỏ y tá đó, bây giờ con đó đang bị điều tra đó, là nó nói là nếu mà bệnh nhân là MAGA đó là nó chích thuốc. Oh man. Bởi vậy thành ra hy vọng là tụi FBI nó điều tra phải xử phạt làm sao chứ. Cái đó là hù dọa người ta.
Ông Trump vừa nói chuyện với nó là nó cho cảnh sát xuống bảo vệ liền đó. Hôm qua nó có bảo vệ đó.
Con nhỏ cái hả?
Cảnh sát nó dàn gì? Ở Minnesota có nha. Nó dịu xuống rồi nó cho cảnh sát barre đặng protect cái chỗ của hotel của tụi ICE nó ở.
Nhưng mà tức chỉ có những người như Okan á thì anh ta muốn theo dân chủ thì là Tú không có phản đối, tại vì mình ở nước Mỹ là mình quyền tự do, mình muốn theo hành hai. Nhưng có những điều vô lý mà họ tin được là Tú không hiểu. Tú không hiểu tại sao họ tin.
Không, tụi nó mù quáng lắm á. Một phần tụi nó hưởng phải không? Giống như nó hưởng mấy cái lợi của, giống như là sử dụng cái đám ở bên Cali chẳng hạn. Mặc dầu là có một bên theo MAGA, bên theo bên kia. Nó được hưởng quen rồi phải không? Thấy nào mà
những người đó thì tôi đồng ý. Những người ví dụ như họ đang ăn welfare thì họ thích dân chủ, cái đó tôi không nói. Tức một người ví dụ như người như Okan là public có công ăn việc làm đấy, hay là kỹ sư Boeing đấy, đâu có cần mấy cái benefit của dân chủ đâu. Mà tại sao họ không thấy được những cái điều gian dối của bên đó? Hiểu tôi nói không?
Không có đâu.
Đó, cái đó cái vấn đề nó bây giờ không nói đánh. No, không. Anh quên mấy cái đám trẻ thì mình dễ hiểu rồi. Tôi đang nói một người thí dụ như bác sĩ, họ có cần welfare không? Không. Họ ngu không? No. Họ bác sĩ là họ học 10 năm chờ bác sĩ, làm sao nói họ ngu được đấy? Mà tại sao họ nghe? Cái câu hỏi tôi là cái đó. Chứ tôi không nói người thường.
Anh nên nhớ kỹ nè, cái đám tụi hippie là hồi thời 60 đó ghi phải không? Xong nó có một số tụi nó là thành trợ sĩ professional không, nó dạy tụi nó là tụi theo của tụi nó là như vậy. Cái này nó cứ truyền lại cái đám học sinh sau này không à. Ý em nói cái đám trẻ không phải là đám 20, 30 đâu, em nói là 40 mấy 50 cũng vậy, giống như em đi làm trong hãng nè. chỉ có trong hãng em có mình một cái thằng controller nó bị trắng luôn, mà tụi nó không có dám nói, chỉ có mình em chơi với tụi BN với lại mấy cái thằng trẻ hơn em không à. Em còn cá độ lúc mà bầu cử ông Trump luôn mà.
Nhưng mà cái
có một số theo nhưng mà tụi nó không có dám hỏi á, luôn cả Mỹ đen mấy thằng trẻ nó làm chung với em á. Là ta thấy nó biết mà hồi ông Trump là làm tụi nó có dư tiền trong túi, mà hồi Biden là tụi nó đâu có dư đâu, nó thấy rõ luôn mà.
Thì mình không muốn nói chuyện chính trị khi mà mình trade top, nhưng mà cái chính trị nó liên quan trực tiếp luôn, là tại vì bây giờ cái vụ shutdown nó nằm trong cái bill.
Cái nồi cơm chén cháo là chính trị à.
Yeah, cái shutdown là tại vì cái bill, mà cái lý do họ không ký cái bill á, là họ không đồng ý cái vụ Minnesota, họ bắt phải đeo camera, body camera này nọ kia, còn không là họ sẽ không ký. Mà nếu họ không ký á thì sẽ shutdown, mà shutdown thì tóc nó rớt. Thành ra chính trị nó liên quan trực tiếp vô cái thị trường chứng khoán, làm sao không liên quan nữa, đúng không?
Đúng rồi, thấy nó đã nói rồi, cơm chén cơm là tới là dính chính trị là thôi, không có nói gì hết trơn á.
Chứ còn nếu mà chính trị nó không dính đến thị trường chứng khoán thì mình ngồi đây mình bàn chi cho mệt, tại vì nó ảnh hưởng trực tiếp luôn.
Đúng rồi,
ảnh hưởng trực tiếp.
mà lần đầu tiên hôm qua
tôi hỏi nè,
đủ sớm phải thấy có ai đâu mà dùng từ ngữ cái đó là từ ngữ của tụi nó rồi, thấy không? Mà thôi em tính hỏi nó mày có hiểu cái nghĩa không? Nếu mà độc tài như ổng là tụi nó làm sao bỏ hết được. Độc tài là ổng đã cho tụi lính xuống rồi ông ba rê hết rồi. Nó dùng mấy cái từ ngữ là y chang tụi mình cánh tả hết trơn à.
Những cái vấn đề cánh tả cánh hữu không sao, nhưng mà cái vấn đề là mình phải nhìn được cái data, mình phải verify cái data. Giống như giờ một người nào nói Tesla về 120 mình tin à? Nếu mình tin là mình
có mấy lần nhiều đứa nó post làm bậy làm bạ đó,
người ta tin đó, giải đó.
Thì em mới để vô là cái spot nó nằm đâu, chứ đừng có đăng tầm bậy tầm bạ lên làm lộn cào hết trơn á. Hãy cái nào ai mà để vô em kiểm chứng hết trơn á. Hay là tối ngày là về hưu rồi, tối ngày là coi đủ thứ điều chứ, coi Ấn Độ cá đã, tại hồi xưa tầm trung hãng với tụi Ấn Độ không à.
Anyway, cái nó shutdown là mệt á, là nó sẽ ảnh hưởng thị trường chứng khoán, cho dù shutdown một phần thôi, nhưng mà tụi Wall Street nó sẽ panic, nó sell là market rớt. Mà market rớt là
thì trời ơi,
thì đó
giống như kỳ rồi mà mình cũng sống được mà.
Nhưng mà chỉ cái vấn đề đó, cái mà Tú không muốn cãi á, là thí dụ người nào theo đảng Dân Chủ, that's ok, Tú không dám cãi. Tú chỉ cãi cái là tại sao không có một cái sự công bằng thôi, hiểu không? Không cần biết mình
trời ơi, nó chuyện nó không có bao giờ nó reason nó bồi với mình hết trơn á.
Đó.
Mình giống như mình bây giờ mình để ok mày tranh luận tôi cho mày nói trước luôn á, thì mình nói tôi nói cãi không tại là cái chụp mũ không à.
Đó, thí dụ tôi nói một thí dụ nè, bây giờ tại sao cái vụ Minnesota họ ra biểu tình, là tại vì họ chống đối ông Trump deport những người illegal immigrant, đúng không? Đuổi họ về nước, đúng không? Đó là họ chống đối cái vụ deportation, đúng không nè? Right? Hôm qua tôi đưa cái clip 2015 bà Hillary nói là tất cả những người đó phải bị deport. Bà nói thì không ai biểu tình hết. Rồi trong nhiệm kỳ 8 năm của, bây giờ anh Phú thử hỏi ChatGPT đi, tôi không nhớ rõ con số. Trong thời nhiệm kỳ của ông Obama, ông deport bao nhiêu người?
3 triệu.
Ủa tại sao không ai biểu tình lúc đó?
Trời ơi, cái thứ nhất không ai biểu tình, cái thứ hai ai sẽ lợi bác là không ai cự còn dân á.
Rồi
ông
bây
Trump
giờ
làm những gì y chang
đó.
Obama làm,
Yeah.
là tụi nó không có
Rồi bây
nói
giờ
ông Trump mà bây giờ ông Trump vẫn làm 1.000 điều tốt đó, tụi nó cũng không chịu, nó
đó.
không có muốn
Không,
ông
không.
Trump được cái điểm nào hết.
Cái vấn đề chị ông chịu, tôi chỉ muốn hỏi thôi, thì cái 8 năm trời ông Obama ông deport 3 triệu người đấy, whatever cái number 2 triệu 3 triệu gì đó. Trong cái thời gian đó ai là người deport official?
Ông Holman.
Ai là người trao giải thưởng cho ông đó?
Obama luôn.
Ok, là lúc đó ông là người tốt. Tom Holman lúc đó là người tốt đúng không nè? Vậy bây giờ tại sao trở thành người xấu? Thì bây giờ ông làm y chang, những cái hành động ông làm bây giờ là y chang lúc ông làm cho Obama, mà tại sao bây giờ ông là người xấu? Thì ai bên cánh tả giải thích trả lời cho tôi này. Đó thì mình hỏi, tôi hỏi ông Tom Holman là cái người mà deport những illegal immigrant dưới thời tổng thống Obama và được tổng thống Obama trao giải thưởng medal. Mà bây giờ ông đó làm cho ông Trump, right? Ông Obama là đảng Dân Chủ, ông Tom Holman support người tổng thống đảng Dân Chủ deport. Bây giờ same thing, ông support một người đảng Cộng Hòa, tổng thống đảng Hòa deport. Mà lúc đó thì ông là người tốt, bây giờ ông là người xấu. Ủa sao kỳ vậy? Nó không make sense.
Đơn giản như là mấy cái clip cũ đấy không? Luôn cả Biden, luôn cả Schumer, luôn cả Hillary, luôn cả Obama, toàn là deport illegal hết trơn á. Xài chữ illegal là bàn chứ không phải undocumented. Undocumented là gì? Chỉ giống như là anh lái xe mà anh speeding, cảnh sát vô hỏi có license không có license mới đúng là xài từ undocumented, chứ nó không phải undocumented giống như tụi illegal immigrant. Tụi nó là xài chữ thôi mà, giống như là homeless nó không chịu xài homeless, nó nói unhoused, giống như là pregnant đó là người gì đại khái gì nó đổi từ hết trơn để cho nó nhẹ đi chẳng hạn, nó nói xài mấy cái từ đó là kỳ thị.
Yeah. Tại vì tôi
giống như là làm sao
tôi chỉ thấy nó không
mà Obama nó bắt bà con là không có bảo hiểm sức khỏe là nó vi phạm, mà trong cái này nó cho tụi illegal free.
Bởi vậy
sao mình mà không có bảo hiểm sức khỏe là nó phạm cái gì?
Yeah. Rồi cái vụ January 6 những người mà ủng hộ tổng thống Trump á là biểu tình rồi tràn vô Quốc hội bị nhốt vào tù hết. Rồi bây giờ người biểu tình bên đảng Dân Chủ gần như là muốn đánh mấy thằng ai luôn, đập xe,
Nó cắn luôn mà, nó cắn sức ngón luôn mà.
Mà ok, cái đó thì ok. Nó không có make sense, nó không có fair, hiểu không? Tôi không có nói là đảng nào hết trơn á. Tôi nói nếu mà đảng này làm như vậy được thì đảng kia phải làm được. Chứ không phải đảng này làm được mà đảng kia làm thì không được. Nó không có make sense.
Bởi vậy không mình nói chuyện với tụi nó giống như thằng giải tay trâu vậy, nó không có reasonable. Không có thấy không? Mình nói là phải có đây ra cái gì bác hết trơn á. Nó cãi lại thân mình không được á, nó cứ chụp mũ nó nói mày là racist này kia không à.
Rồi thí dụ như là ông Trump đem hồ sơ tới mật về nhà, ok, ông có tội, alright, mình chấp nhận đi ha. 40 thằng FBI tới nhà, có cần 40 thằng không? Tới nhà ông Trump kêu ông đưa hồ sơ, có cần phải 40 thằng FBI không? Bạn có biết 40 thằng FBI là nó có thể đánh mấy trăm thằng lính Iran đấy. Cái skill của nó là 40 thằng FBI là nó có thể giết mấy trăm thằng Iran đấy. Có cần 40 thằng không? Đó là chuyện thứ nhất. Chuyện thứ hai, ông Biden cũng đem hồ sơ mật về nhà, đâu có người FBI nào tới đâu. Rất kỳ vậy. Nó không có công bằng.
Okay.
Tôi không có cãi là khoan, tôi không có cãi là ông Trump ông đem hồ sơ về nhà là đúng hay sai. Ok, đem về nhà là sai. Ok, tới bắt ổng. That's ok. Nhưng một người khác làm như vậy cũng phải xử the same. Nhưng mà đâu có xem đâu. Rồi viện lý do này, viện lý do kia mà ông để trong gara nữa chứ. Mà cái gara ra ông mở ra hoài rồi còn dễ bị mất hồ sơ hơn nữa. Rồi hồi xưa đó.
Đó là anh nói chuyện là fair game là giữa hai người khác nhau. Nhưng mà nếu mà đúng ra theo luật lệ đó, ông Trump ổng là tổng thống, ông được quyền đem về. Cái thứ nhất, cái thứ hai nữa đó là Biden chỉ là senator thôi chứ không phải là được cái gì. Senator là không được quyền giống như kiểu Hillary Clinton như vậy á. Đó, hai người là vi phạm đem hồ sơ về hết.
Cái chuyện mà ổng là tổng thống không, mình quên nói chuyện đi. Hai người phạm lỗi giống nhau thì phải bị xử phạt giống nhau chứ, đúng không? Bởi bây giờ những cái người biểu tình là họ gọi là insurrection right, là bạo động right, ở January 6 thì bị vô tù, nhưng mà tụi nó đập vô Louis Vuitton, nó đập vô Apple, nó cướp không bị. Là sao? Nó không make sense là mình đối xử một người như thế này, đối xử một người như thế kia. Đấy, nó không có make sense. Rồi tụi nó show tụi ai, rồi đánh tụi ai, rồi xịt xe, rồi đập xe tụi ai, đập xe FBI đụng ra đó, mà không thấy ai bị xử phạt hết trơn. Không hiểu tại sao.
Cái vụ mà cái xe của tụi FBI, cái xe của tụi FBI mà bị lấy súng với lấy giấy tờ, không phải là người ta là đậu xe tầm bậy tầm bạ đi. Tại vì á cái chỗ mà tụi ai nó bị tụi nó lót hết trơn, không có chỗ nào mà đậu hết trơn á. Bởi vậy nó mới đậu gần đó thôi. Cái xe bị tụi nó mới đập đó.
Cái thằng mà như hồi xưa nó có cặp với lại Jennifer Lopez mà nó đóng trong phim Batman á, không biết tên gì quên mất tiêu ta. Hôm bữa thằng Joe Rogan có phỏng vấn nó với thằng Matt Dillon á. Matt Dillon.
Biết rồi, tự nhiên biết này, thằng đó nó biết nó tự nhiên thằng đó nó đi vợ nó rồi nó cặp con nhỏ đó. Jennifer Lopez đúng rồi.
Đúng rồi á. Thì
tự nhiên nó nói.
Nó hôm bữa nó lên Joe Rogan nó nói là tại vì nó nghiêng về đảng Cộng hòa đó, thì nó bị Hollywood cancel, không chơi, mấy cái thằng tài tử không chơi với nó nữa. Cho nên thằng Matt Dillon nó mới nói là tại sao vậy? Ủa anh theo dân chủ thì anh cứ theo, tôi theo Cộng hòa, mình vẫn là bạn bè với nhau, nhưng mà nó bị mất nhiều cái hợp đồng á. Tại vì Hollywood biết là thằng này theo Cộng hòa đó, cancel nó luôn. Thì thằng Matt Dillon nó mới hỏi nói câu là bây giờ nước Mỹ không biết biến về đâu. Nhưng mà may á, là tụi nó cũng có những người đạo diễn, những người producer cũng theo đảng Cộng hòa đó. Thành ra nhiều khi nó vẫn còn phim để nó đóng, phải không? Còn nếu không là nó thất nghiệp luôn. Tại mấy người bên kia không có chọn nó đóng phim nữa, cancel nó luôn.
Có mấy người đúng rồi, Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck, dạ, Ben Affleck. Dạ, hai anh chàng nói vậy đó, nói giờ thằng Matt Dillon nó cũng không có nói là nó theo Cộng hòa, nó chỉ nói là nó thấy ông Trump làm đúng thôi. Tức là nó là independent, hiểu không? Nó nghiêng về, nó thấy ông Trump làm đúng. Thì bên Hollywood biết như vậy là cancel nó luôn. Vậy là không đúng hả? Mình có quyền. Bây giờ anh đạo Phật, tôi đạo Công giáo, anh không theo đạo Phật, tôi cancel anh à? No. Anh theo Công giáo thì anh cứ theo, tôi theo đạo Phật cứ theo, hay là tôi theo đạo Công giáo anh theo đạo Phật, cái chuyện của mỗi người rồi, mình vẫn là bạn bè với nhau không? Bên đảng Dân Chủ có một cái mà tôi thấy hơi, mà ngay gia đình cũng vậy nha, anh chị em mà là họ cancel nhau hết luôn. Tại sao vậy? Phải cực khổ vậy? Mình tin thì mình tin đi, đâu cần phải giận nhau đến mức độ đó. Tại vì nước Mỹ nó
mấy cái chuyện politics này nó là chuyện nhỏ, nhưng mà không có nhỏ đâu. Nhất là cái vụ mà immigration á, có đó là lâu dài á, nó ảnh hưởng rất nhiều. Anh biết hết khoảng những năm 50 không? Năm cái thành phố lớn á, giống như Chicago, Baltimore, Maryland, Phila, LA. Anh biết 90% là Mỹ trắng, anh biết không? 90% là Mỹ trắng.
Bây giờ tôi hỏi mấy cô nè, mấy cô đang nghe phải không? Hỏi mấy cô sẽ hiểu nè. Bây giờ thí dụ mấy cô là đang độc thân. Đấy. Có 10 anh chàng tới cua mấy cô. Anh nào cũng nói anh yêu em hết. Bạn tên ai? Người đầu tiên nói anh yêu em là bạn tên liền hả? Hay là người thứ nhì? Hay là người thứ ba? Hay là cô phải verify? Cô phải tìm hiểu thời gian coi anh này có yêu mình thiệt không? Đúng không? Nhưng mà cái vấn đề tôi thấy là bên đảng cánh tả đó, CNN nói gì là tin à? Không chịu verify. That's cái problem đó, nước Mỹ nó đang nằm ở chỗ đó. Thí dụ như là họ nói trong trường học á, mấy cô giáo, tại vì tôi có mấy người bạn á, mấy đứa con họ về cái ông bạn ông hỏi mấy đứa con là tại sao ghét ông Trump? Ồ, tại ông kỳ thị, ông là độc tài Hitler. Rồi ai nói vậy? Cô nói, nó tin luôn. Cái pháp là nó nằm vào đó. Thành ra nếu mà muốn giải quyết một cách công bằng á, là phải giải quyết ngay từ cái trường học. Tại vì từ cái trường học bị nhồi sọ ngay từ nhỏ. Mấy đứa nhỏ nó bị nhồi sọ từ elementary nó lên tới high school luôn đấy. Thì đó là một cái weapon bén nhất của bên cánh tả, là dùng education để mà nhồi sọ đấy. Cái này là cái rơ của ai? Rơ của cộng sản đấy. Ai là người biết chuyện đó? Ai là người biết chuyện đó để mà giải quyết vấn đề đó? Anh Phúc đoán thử coi là ai?
Thôi dĩ nhiên là đơn giản thôi, tụi nó thôi.
Không, người nào mà trong bên Cộng hòa là thấy được điều đó. Người nào mà thấy được cái hệ thống đại học brainwash những học trò, và anh ta đến từng trường đại học để mà anh ta nói chuyện, để mà anh ta dẹp.
Charlie Kirk đó, Charlie Kirk đó.
Thì Charlie Kirk biết được cái weapon, cái con dao bén của đảng cánh tả là nhồi sọ đấy, brainwash đấy. What happened to him?
Thì tụi nó giết, trời ơi, anh có thấy cái video nó bị bắn không?
Thì bởi vì tôi mới nói là những cái gì mà đe dọa họ là tiêu. Đây là cái lý do tôi nghĩ á, là tại sao thằng Elon nó ra khỏi Nhà Trắng. Không phải là nó muốn ra đâu, mà ông Trump kêu nó ra. Tôi đoán thôi là như này, là mấy thằng boy của thằng Elon, thằng AI programmer á, nó vô cái system của chính phủ, nó lục ra hết những cái hối lộ, tham nhũng, nó có data hết và nó biết tên những người đó luôn. Thì cái tánh thằng Elon là nó thẳng thắn lại, có thể là nó nói ông Trump là phải bắt mấy những người đó vô tù. Thì ông Trump ông sẽ cản. Tại sao ông cản? Why? Tại sao ông không muốn thằng Elon tiếp tục điều tra nữa? Tại ông sợ Elon bị giống như Charlie Kirk. Ok. Tôi nghĩ là ông Trump ông muốn save his life. Mày mà làm tới là mày đánh mạng mày nguy hiểm. Thôi mày đi về làm test lại đi. Tôi nói thật, tại vì nếu mà thằng Elon nó khui những cái tên nó ra đó, là nó xong hàng á. Mạng sống nó nguy hiểm liền. Đây là lý do tại sao ổng kêu nó rút luôn. Họ không nói ra nhưng mà tôi đoán là vậy. Tại vì thằng Elon bình thường á, trước khi làm cho Nhà Trắng, nó chỉ có 2 người cận vệ thôi. Thằng Mark Zuckerberg cũng có cận vệ, mấy người mà giàu đấy, Tom Cruise đi đâu cũng có cận vệ đấy. Nhưng mà ông Trump ông kêu thằng Elon là phải có 7 thằng. Bây giờ nó tăng cường 7 thằng đi theo Elon á, là biết sao rồi đó. Mà may là thằng Elon nó giàu, nó có máy bay riêng, nó không đi máy bay dân sự đấy. Nó đi đường riêng của nó vô sân bay là nó đi ra sân bay, cái máy bay của nó là nó bay, nó không có bị visible nhiều đấy. Chứ nếu mà thằng Elon nó đi những hãng máy bay dân sự á, là nó nguy hiểm lắm á. Tại nó biết nó biết tên những người, tiền đi đâu, tiền tới ai, right? Nó biết hết á. Tại tụi AI programmer nó dùng AI skill của nó tìm ra hết luôn. Thành ra thằng Elon nó nói một cái câu tôi thấy buồn cười lắm, là lúc mà thằng Joe Rogan phỏng vấn nó đó, thằng Joe Rogan nó rất là thông minh hay nó hỏi Elon là really is that bad? Thằng Elon nó không dám trả lời luôn, nó chỉ nhìn nó không dám nói yes mà nó không dám nói no, là biết là nó đang sợ. Xong rồi thằng Joe Rogan nó nói you know who they are, tức là anh biết những người đó không? Nó cũng không trả lời luôn, nhưng mà cái ánh mắt của nó tôi biết thằng Elon nó biết mà nó không dám trả lời, tại nó biết cái YouTube này là cả triệu người xem rồi. Nó không trả lời luôn, nó không trả lời yes mà cũng không trả lời no. Nhưng mà tôi biết là ông Trump dặn nó rồi, mày đừng có tiết lộ mấy cái này ra, mày tiết lộ mày ra là mày đời tàn. Thế nên nó phải rút lui khỏi Nhà Trắng, chứ nó muốn làm tới nơi luôn á. Tại vì cái mục đích của nó là nó muốn sale $1 trillion, mà tụi nó mới sale được có 100 tỷ mấy. Right? Cái đô sim á, sale được có 100 tỷ là rút lui liền. Ông Trump không cho nó làm nữa.
Cái đó tiền á là một phần thôi, nhưng mà cái ngăn ngừa cái lâu dài của ông Trump đó là tụi nó tụi ở ngoài giống như tụi liberal với lại cái tụi mà giống như mình trading mình gọi tụi đó đáp cô vậy á, nó cố nó cho nó migrate cho mấy cái đám đó, giống như bên Phi Châu rồi này kia, cái đội này kia qua. Anh thấy bên Đức bây giờ á, tụi nó còn không dám mà trừng phạt mấy cái đám tụi mà Muslim này kia đâu. Ở bên đó là dân của nó còn không dám hó hé như bên Mỹ nữa. Nó còn hơn cái đám tụi ở bên Minnesota nữa. Anh thấy không, coi chỉ bên đó chỉ cần 100.000 trở lại thôi, có toàn nước Mỹ chừng là 280 trở lại thôi, nó rải ra đó. Nhưng mà bên Minnesota là 80.000, mà nó còn làm trời làm trăng như vậy, anh nghĩ coi. Nó còn ngang nhiên mà nó nói là tụi bay không có đẻ, tụi tao đẻ là sau này là tụi tao là chồng ở đây luôn á. Tụi nó tính đường lâu dài như vậy á, bởi vì ông Trump là thôi chặt gốc rồi chặt từ đầu từ bây giờ, chứ để lâu dài là tụi nó bành trước ra là dân Mỹ là không có hó hé gì được tụi nó hết trơn á.
Yeah, mấy thằng Somali nó dữ lắm á, nó chuyên môn đi cướp mấy cái tàu buôn á, mấy cái shipment tàu oil đi ngang qua biển vùng nó đó là nó cướp. Có cái phim Tom Hanks đóng á, anh Phú có xem phim đó chưa?
Có.
Dạ, phim đó tụi nó ra nó cướp á, nó cướp tàu á.
Đâu cần coi phim, coi document còn rõ ràng nữa mà. Bên đó nó cướp hoài, nó cướp mấy cái tàu mà của Anh, của mấy này bên kia có, nó phải nó có bảo hiểm, nó phải trả tiền mua chuộc lấy tàu nó về mà.
Yeah.
Xui nó đụng mấy cái tàu chiến của Mỹ là bụt thẳng luôn.
Yeah.
Xin lỗi các lời sư phụ với anh Phú, cho hỏi cái earning coin của Tesla nó xấu hay sao mà tức là after hour nó xuống dữ vậy sư phụ?
Cái CapEx của nó nhiều quá, nó xài 20 tỷ CapEx, còn everything look good. Nó sẽ lên lại đừng có, tại vì cái toàn là tin tốt không à. All good news, nó chỉ có một cái xấu là nó xài 20 tỷ CapEx. Tụi analyst nó sợ, với lại
tương tự vậy
mà nguyên cái thị trường nó rớt, không phải mình Tesla đâu. Hiện tại bây giờ thị trường đang thằng MU hồi nãy là lên tới 15 đồng luôn á. After hour bây giờ còn có 8 đồng à. Tại vì họ sợ cái shutdown ngày thứ 6 á. Tôi nghĩ là họ sợ cái shutdown ngày thứ 6, thành ra họ mua nhưng mà họ không dám mua, họ bán mất tiêu, họ có lời họ run, take profit and run, hiểu không? Nhưng mà Tesla nó vẫn còn cộng 6 đồng mà. Nhưng mà tất cả
Và
top
tương
đều
tự
hết.
đấy là Microsoft vậy hả sư phụ?
Microsoft thì tại vì nó bị cái guidance gì không biết, chứ cái earning của nó là nó beat mà, nó beat earning, ba thằng beat earning hết á. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla beat earning hết, nhưng mà cái guidance của thằng cái cloud gì đó, cái cloud service thì của Microsoft bị miss sao á, nó đập Microsoft liền.
Nhưng mà bây giờ Microsoft nó về vùng giá rẻ thì mình có thể mình ép vô để swing vẫn được đó sư phụ.
Yeah. Thì Tesla bây giờ mình mua giá này là ok, tại vì nó nói tháng 4 nó sẽ ra Cybercab này, và nó vẫn giữ cái lời hứa là nó sản xuất 1 triệu con robot, trong khi cái discount cash flow model của Tú chỉ tính 250.000 con thôi, mà Elon nó nói là tương lai nó sẽ sản xuất 1 triệu con. Rồi energy nó tốt, free cash flow tốt, profit margin 17%, everything good. Những cái final number mà nó đưa ra là Tú nhìn là thấy everything good. Except là nó xài 20 tỷ capex để mà mua đồ GPU NVIDIA hay gì đó, whatever, cái AI đó. Tức là nó phải xài, nó nói thằng Elon nó nói là năm nay nó sẽ xài 20 tỷ. Nó vừa nói câu đó, không thằng Chief Financial Officer đó là Tesla rớt liền. Từ nó đang cộng 14 rớt rầm. Đúng còn phải cộng 6 7 à. Rồi nó nhích lên nhích xuống, nãy giờ nó cứ nhích lên 4 đồng 6 đồng 4 đồng 6 đồng, nó nằm chỗ đó hoài luôn. Nhưng mà nếu ngày mai á, nếu mà Tú đoán không lầm là tụi nó sẽ tăng cái Tesla price target. Ngày mai tụi analyst nó sẽ tăng Tesla price target. Tại vì nó nhìn cái revenue của Robotaxi, nó nhìn cái Cybercab sắp sửa sản xuất, rồi nó nhìn con robot version 3 sắp sửa ra mắt, rồi 500 chiếc xe Robotaxi sẽ hoạt động bắt đầu tháng 4, và mỗi một tháng sẽ double. Đó là lời nói, nó làm được hay không thì không biết nha, nhưng mà Elon nói ví dụ như là tháng 4 nó sẽ có trên toàn nước Mỹ có 500 chiếc xe chạy, tháng sau là thành 1.000, tháng sau thành 2.000, tháng sau thành 4.000, nó cứ double mỗi tháng. Nó làm được hay không thì không biết, nhưng mà nó nói là double every month. Thì tụi analyst nó sẽ bỏ mấy con số revenue đó vô cái DCF model đấy. Tôi đoán ngày mai nó sẽ tăng price target, trừ khi nó có những con số gì mà tôi không thấy thôi. Thì nếu mà nó tăng, nếu mà sự thật là nó tăng price target á, mai tới là nó bay tiếp. Còn nếu nó có những con số gì mà mình không thấy mà tệ đó, thì ngày mai nó sẽ lower cái target. Nhưng mà so far những cái gì tôi thấy á, là very good. Ok, any question YouTube như người YouTube có question gì về Tesla nữa không nè? Thành ra cái shutdown á, thứ 6 á, nó có thể làm market rớt. Nhưng mà có súng không? Cái question của Tú là có súng hay không?
Có.
Đâu trong cái hình nó thấy đâu. Wow.
Hình gì?
Đây nè, trên Facebook nè, cái người đã đăng Facebook nè. Is that him? Thằng này hả? Phải
nó có nó holster bên hông á, nó có holster.
Đây là có cái súng nè. Right here. Được phải súng không?
Đã nói có mà.
Đúng rồi nè, có râu nè.
Trời ơi, không thử mà không có súng tụi nó là còn loạn hơn nữa anh ơi.
Nhưng mà cái anh Oken gì đó, anh nói là bà nó láo. Tức là ý của anh là không có súng. Có nhiều người nói là cầm cái camera quay phim thôi.
Trong lúc nó đang quay ở ngoài á, cái đám tụi nó ngồi trong cái quán cà phê ở phía trong đó, là tụi nó là giống như nó là loan tin với nhau. Tụi nó đang nó có info, nó dot mấy người ICE hết trơn á, nó biết mấy người ICE ở đâu làm gì hết trơn á.
Cái hình này
con nhỏ mà
anh Phú nhìn cái hình này nè, it look like a gun to me. Right there, that's a gun.
Yeah.
Vậy cái anh Oaken ảnh nghe đài nào mà nó không có súng? Trừ khi cái hình này là Photoshop. Nếu cái hình này là thật, mình không biết cái hình này có Photoshop không, mình không biết right. Nhưng nếu hình này thật á,
nói có cái kênh mà anh thấy cái kênh cái cán súng đó, cái cán súng đó là mà giống như cái nhà màu trắng mà.
Yeah.
Nó có hai băng đạn đi chung nữa mà.
Đó, mà bây giờ họ lên họ đòi họ nói là bà Bộ trưởng Bộ Tư pháp Chris Nolan là bà nói láo, kêu bà từ chức. Thì giờ mình không biết tin ai. Bà đâu nói láo đâu, nếu cái hình này đúng là có
đơn giản. Đơn giản nha, anh nhớ cái hồi kỳ một cái laptop của thằng Biden con không?
Yeah.
Hồi đó là em còn giữ mấy cái hồ sơ của thằng đó download ở trong cái computer của em, là nó đặt vậy hết trơn. Hồi đó trong có mấy cái website là nó post hết mấy cái giữ mấy cái hồ sơ ở trên cái laptop của thằng, tự nhiên quên cái thằng Hunter Biden, đúng rồi. Mà vậy mà 51 thằng thuộc intelligence giống như FBI, CIA của Mỹ của thời Obama nó nói là không có. Đơn giản vậy thôi, nguyên đám tụi nó còn nói không có, và nó nghĩ như sao?
Yeah. Chắc là đang lên lại đó, 760 á. Ai có dư tiền thì mua sưng. Tôi nghĩ ngày mai chắc là lên á. Yeah, anyway, mình đừng bao giờ tin media, mình phải verify, mình phải đi tìm tin tức chứ mà mình...
Rồi cái đó là dĩ nhiên là ở đây mình là lúc nào cũng vậy, lúc nào nói chuyện với ai rồi phải nói là mình phải kiểm chứng mình có cái gì đủ để chứ. Mình nói chuyện thằng tụi nó không có cái gì tụi nó cãi lại mình hết trơn á.
Không, tụi mình không nói gì rồi, nhưng mà tôi đang nói những người bên cánh tả đó phải chịu khó đi tìm data, chứ đừng có tin mù quáng quá. Bây giờ cái vấn đề đó mình chỉ nhìn thôi. Giờ mình không nói là ông Trump đúng hay sai, mình không cần bàn cãi cái chuyện đó. Giờ mình chỉ so sánh hai tổng thống, cái sự làm việc của họ. Đấy, thì ông Biden khoảng 4 giờ chiều, 5 giờ chiều là ông biến mất, không bao giờ ông hiện trên TV hết. Ông về ông ngủ hay là ông đi chơi gì mình không biết. Còn ông Trump ông work around the clock. Thằng Marco Rubio mấy ngày hôm nay nó đăng một cái clip là nó chùm cái chăn nó ngủ. Anh Phú có biết chuyện đó không?
Biết. Yeah.
Tại vì nó sợ ông Trump thấy nó. Thành ra khi mà nó chùm vậy, ông đi ngang qua, ông không biết thằng ngủ là thằng nào đấy. Nó nói là nó chịu không, nó không keep up với ông Trump được. Ông gần như không ngủ, mà tụi nó phải cần ngủ đấy. Mà nhiều khi nó muốn ngủ, nó sợ ông la, nó vô nó chùm cái chăn lại. Nó nói chuyện trên TV á. Ngày hôm qua hôm kia vậy đó. Tức là ông này ông work around rồi có. Bây giờ nói đúng hay sao không cần biết, là mình thấy người tổng thống người ta work very hard. Mà ông là tỷ phú, ông đâu cần làm mấy cái chuyện này đâu. Ở nhà hưởng phước cho rồi, đúng không? Mà tại sao không phải đi làm mà không ăn lương nữa? Nội cái đó mình suy nghĩ là mình thấy rõ ràng một trời một vực giữa hai tổng thống rồi. Thằng Elon cũng xem tin. Thằng Elon nhiều khi thấy cái tweet của các bạn, thấy những cái tweet của Elon á, nhiều khi đó là 4 giờ, nếu tính theo giờ Seattle đó là 4 giờ sáng. Tức là bên Texas là 2 giờ sáng. Mà nó tweet. Thằng Elon nó cũng work around clock luôn, nó không thằng đó như nó không có ngủ sao á. Nội cái đó mình thấy là hai người nào siêng hơn người nào đấy. Mà mình nhìn đó mình phải nhận diện được cái người nào work hard, cái nào người không work hard biết liền. Nhưng cái đó cũng không thành vấn đề đâu. Tú chỉ có vấn đề, Tú không có vấn đề là ai theo bên cánh tả, là Tú rất là honor cái quyền tự do của mỗi người đấy. Ai muốn theo cánh tả Tú không bao giờ Tú cản hết. Tú chỉ bực mình cái chỗ là không công bằng thôi. Bên Cộng Hòa làm không được, bên Dân Chủ làm thì được. Cái đó là Tú không chấp nhận. Ví dụ người bên đảng Cộng Hòa đánh cảnh sát là bị vô tù, bên đảng Dân Chủ đánh cảnh sát ok. Người đảng Cộng Hòa mà vô đập tiệm Apple mà lấy iPhone là vô tù. Người Dân Chủ đập
hồi cái vụ mà
không vô tù.
hồi January 6 á là không phải là mấy người theo ma già vô võng đập đâu, không có đánh đâu. Tụi nó trà trộn của tụi FBI, tụi nó gửi người nó trà trộn vô, những cái đám Antifa tụi nó vô trọng nó trà trộn đó.
Thì đó, vậy mình không
còn đó.
Doesn't matter. Nhưng mà cái người phạm cùng một lỗi là phải xử giống nhau. Tú chỉ muốn vậy thôi. Tú không biết là người phạm lỗi là đảng nào không cần biết. Anh đánh cảnh sát là anh vô tù, dù anh theo đảng Cộng Hòa hay đảng Dân Chủ doesn't matter. Hoặc là anh đánh một người nào đó, anh phải vô tù. 3 thằng illegal immigrant nó đánh thằng cảnh sát ở New York, quay cái webcam thấy rõ ràng luôn. Thằng cảnh sát tội nghiệp dễ sợ luôn, nó té xuống, 3 thằng kia nó đá mà không có bắt liền. Đây là thời của tổng thống Biden đấy, hình như 1-2 tuần sau mới bắt đó. Bắt nó vô tù, nó mướn luật sư sao đi ra liền. Mà trong lúc nó đi ra đó, là cái ngày mà nó được thả ra đó, là những phóng viên quay phim lại, nó ra từ tòa án nó đi ra cái gì, nó giơ cái ngón tay giữa lên. What the hell? Ý nó là sao? Mày bắt tao đi, tao cũng được thả thôi. Ý nó là vậy phải không? Nó ra thì nó im miệng, nó ra nó còn đưa middle finger nữa. Tức không? Nếu cái người cảnh sát đó là bố của các anh hay là anh của các anh nghĩ sao? Thấy đánh mà tội nghiệp luôn. Không biết anh Phúc có thấy cái clip không? Nó đá ông cảnh sát.
Có.
Yeah. Mà 3 đứa đó nó walk out free. Why? Anyway, Tú chỉ muốn sự công bằng thôi, chứ còn đảng nào Tú không care. Right? Anh đánh cảnh sát, anh đảng Cộng Hòa anh vô tù. Anh đánh cảnh sát, anh đảng Dân Chủ anh cũng phải vô tù luôn. Nếu mà anh đảng Cộng Hòa mà vô tù 5 ngày thì anh cũng phải vô tù 5 ngày. Anh đảng Cộng Hòa mà bị vô 1 năm anh cũng phải vô 1 năm. Nó mới công bằng. Nó này nó đập phá, trời ơi. Cái người January 6, ok, họ vô, coi như là họ phá làng phá xóm, họ phá cái quốc hội đấy. What about tụi Antifa, nó giật mấy cái tượng của ông Abraham Lincoln rồi Thomas Jefferson, nó giật, nó đập bể hết thì sao?
Tụi Democrat nó nói chứ chỉ có idea thôi, chứ không có phải là không có tụi Antifa thiệt.
Nhưng mà đập cái tượng là đập phá rồi. Thì cũng giống như cái người January 6 đi vô là họ đi vòng vậy đó. Họ đâu có đập cái tượng nhà nào đâu. Họ chỉ đi vô làm cho người ta hoảng sợ rồi đấy. Đâu có đập cái tượng nào trong đó đâu. Nhưng mà tụi Antifa nó đập cái tượng của mấy ông tổng thống. Mà tại sao không bắt nó bỏ vô tù? Cái đó là tôi không chấp nhận.
Cái đó tụi nó còn ủng hộ mà. Nó nói cái đó là mấy ông đó là coi slave mà. Bởi vì tụi nó bài mà.
Slave?
Cái đám mà tụi mà
cái
đám cái tụi ra đồ này kia là tụi nó ở Los với lại mà ở Minnesota đó, là cái thằng tỷ phú gốc Ấn Độ á, nó sống ở Thượng Hải á. Thằng tỷ phú đó, tên là như Roy Singham gì á, thằng tỷ phú đó.
Nhưng mà không có me rồi, anh muốn biểu tình là quyền tự do của anh, nhưng anh không được đập phá những cái property của chính phủ. Anh phản đối người này kỳ thị, phản đối người that's okay, anh phản đối là quyền tự do của mình, right? First Amendment, right? Nhưng mà anh không được quyền đập phá những cái property của chính phủ, những cái tượng của mấy ông tổng thống, tại sao đập xuống? Anh có quyền gì anh đập xuống? Nhưng mà họ cho là ok, đâu có không biết là có anh nào bị vô tù không? Thời đó không biết có người nào bị bắt vô tù không? Hình như là không.
Không có vô tù, không có vô tù.
Vậy thì mấy người trên họ bị tội gì? Họ cũng muốn quyền tự do ngôn luận, họ đi vô trong đó để họ phản đối rồi.
Bởi vậy lúc mà thằng thất cực housing nó lôi mấy cái video mấy người terrorist vô trong kia đó, mấy người cảnh sát ở trong nó còn mở cửa rồi dẫn cho mấy người đó đi vô đi vòng vòng mà. Bởi vậy tụi nó mới bị hớ đó.
Yeah.
Với lại cái video của tụi BBC nó ghép á, cái ông Trump ông đang đọc ông nói nó ghép khúc đầu với khúc đuôi rồi nó bỏ khúc giữa đó.
Đó, nó bị xu.
Nó nói là ông Trump là xúi dục bà con đi xuống Capitol đặng phá. Bởi vì ông Trump ông mới xu tụi nó hoặc tỷ bạc đó.
Giống như cái anh Andrew Ngô đó, là một nhà báo theo đảng Cộng hòa ở bên tiểu bang Oregon đó, thì ra quay phim chụp ảnh đó, bị tụi nó đập phù nhỏ.
Bị đập chảy máu bể đầu luôn mà.
Yeah. Mà không biết mấy người đó có bị vô tù không biết.
Thời đó là theo tụi bên kia làm sao mà vô tù. Tụi đó giống như là kiểu tụi chính quyền mà nó xài xã hội đen nặng đập phá rồi mà tụi Antifa không.
Yeah. Thành ra nước Mỹ này nó không biết nó đi về đâu. Rồi bây giờ lại đầu cho cái ông thị trưởng ở New York là theo đảng Cộng sản. Rồi thị trưởng của Seattle cũng theo đảng Cộng sản luôn. Mấy đứa nhỏ nó chưa thấy quan tài chưa đổ lại. Nó chưa biết Cộng sản là gì.
Thưa Phụ ơi.
Yeah.
Thưa Phụ ơi, stock em nghĩ là chắc ngày tối nay là tụi bên châu Á nó mua vô á, nghĩ ngày mai chắc không xin Phụ nghĩ mà.
Lên á, Tesla đang lên á.
Dạ.
Tesla lên được nhiêu rồi? 8 đồng á. 8 đồng á, 8 đồng á.
439 cái vậy anh Phụ?
Không, bây giờ là nó đóng cửa là 8 đồng á. 8 đồng 28 cent. Để nó xuống còn 4 đồng rồi, bây giờ lên là 8 đồng. Tú chỉ nhìn theo data. Tú thấy cái financial number của nó rất là tốt. Profit margin tăng, revenue tăng, free cash flow tăng, robot sắp làm, Cybercab sắp làm, FSD sắp xong. Toàn là những cái good news không à. Accept một cái xấu là cái 20 tỷ nó xài CapEx. Còn ngoài ra những con số ER của Tesla là perfect. Chưa bao giờ mà tôi thấy perfect như vậy. Trong tất cả những cái earning của mấy quarter vừa rồi á, quarter này là ngon lành nhất á.
Mà hồi nãy không thấy ông anh Elon nhắc về cái vụ mà Tesla chip hả sư phụ?
Tesla gì?
Tesla nó hồi trước nó làm chip á.
Có.
Mấy semiconductor làm chip cho Tesla á.
Có.
Hồi nãy có nói không?
Có. Nó Tesla tại vì có nói. Elon có nói là sợ cái geogas issue là supply á. Tức là ý của Elon là thí dụ như mình mua chip của Đài Loan, nó phải chở hàng qua rồi nhỡ chiến tranh hay gì đó. Bị nó gọi là gì quên mất rồi nè. Nó dùng cái chữ giống như là chiến tranh hay gì đó. Những cái biến cố đó, thành ra nó phải design cái chip của nó riêng để mà nó không bị phụ thuộc. Nó có nói. Cái AI6 là nó nhờ Samsung làm đấy. Nhưng mà sau này là tụi nó tự làm. Nó đang build, nhưng mà nó không nói cái vụ nó build cái earning call vừa rồi á. Cái delivery vừa rồi nó có nói là nó build cái manufacturer để mà làm semiconductor mà. Nhưng mà nó có nói là Tesla.
Yeah, cái earning call kỳ rồi nó nói nhiều về làm cái chip hợp tác với Samsung nữa.
Nhưng hồi nãy nó có nói nó có nói là Tesla là design chip luôn. Rồi nó nói cái lithium á, cái chất lithium để mà refine, tức là chế tạo battery á, là rất là khó làm, mà Tesla làm được luôn. Rồi về robot á, thì nó nói 3 cái điều mà khó nhất khi mà làm robot. Là thứ nhất là cái bàn tay, giống như tôi đã trình bày các bạn đấy. Thứ hai là phải dùng AI. Thứ ba là làm sao sản xuất hàng loạt cả triệu cái. Thì thằng Elon nói trên thế giới trần gian này chưa có công ty nào làm được cả 3, chỉ có Tesla thôi. Tesla nó sẽ làm 3 điều đó. Tại vì có một người hỏi là so sánh Tesla robot với lại những thí dụ như con robot của Trung Quốc. Thì Elon nó mới nói vậy, nói Trung Quốc nó làm robot cũng hay, AI nó cũng được, nhưng mà nó không có 3 điều này. Tại cái bàn tay rất là khó làm, phải cần AI mới làm được. Thì ra everything thằng Elon nó nói ngày hôm nay là I give him a A+. Nó không có nói gì bậy bạ hết. Giống như mấy cái earning call trước, nó nói tầm bậy bạ, nó nói không phải tầm bậy bạ mà nó nói thẳng quá đó. Nhưng mà kỳ này nó nói rất là good. Cái giọng của nó rất là dovish, calm. Thì tôi nghĩ ngày mai tới là tụi analyst nó sẽ tăng cái giá tới là lên. Không biết là nó coi cái 20 tỷ capex như thế nào, nó cộng trừ nhân chia ra sao, ảnh hưởng như thế nào vậy, nhưng mà in general á, là nó should raise cái price target của Tesla ngày mai, và nó lower cái target của Microsoft này, và nó tăng cái target của Meta. Meta với lại Tesla sẽ được tăng, thằng Microsoft sẽ bị giảm. Đó là cái tôi đoán mò là vậy, chưa chắc là tôi đúng rồi, nhưng tôi đoán mò là vậy. Tại những cái con số finance tôi nhìn là tôi thấy earning Tesla là rất là tốt, tôi rất là surprise. Tôi đoán là nó miss cái earning, mà không ngờ nó beat earning luôn. Cái guidance thì tôi biết là nó sẽ beat cái guidance, nhưng mà cái earning là nó miss chắc. Tại vì cái deliver nó hụt hết hình như 20.000 chiếc xe hay sao á. Nhưng mà nó beat luôn. Thì bắt buộc nó phải lên thôi. Ngày mai nó phải lên. Nếu mà ngày mai tới là nó rớt thì something tụi analyst nó biết cái gì đó mà mình không biết, hiểu không? Tức là they know something we don't. Còn những con số public hiện tại bây giờ là nó lên 8 đồng mấy. Okay. Target của BTU khi nào có lời là bán thôi. Lời mà thỏa mãn là bán chứ không có target gì hết. Bạn mua bất cứ con tóc nào, bạn lời là bạn bán. Ok, mọi người đừng có dùng cái kiến thức old school. Hồi xưa tôi đi học cũng vậy, phải có cái target, phải có cái phần trăm, bao nhiêu phần trăm sẽ bán, bao nhiêu phần trăm sẽ có lót. Cái đó là old school rồi. Bây giờ thực tế đó, bây giờ tôi nói thí dụ mấy cô đi mua một cái giỏ Hermes 20.000. Đấy, bây giờ mấy cô muốn bán. Đấy, giờ tôi sẽ hỏi mấy cô bao nhiêu bán. Mấy cô trả lời sao? Đâu có biết đấy. Nếu người kia trả 25, lời được 5.000 bán, hay là 30, bạn happy với cái lời là bao nhiêu thì tùy mỗi người đấy. Có người á, thí dụ bạn hỏi ba người phụ nữ cùng mua một cái bóp 20.000. Rồi giờ 3 người đều đi bán. Cái người đầu tiên nhiều khi ai trả 25 họ bán rồi. Cái người thứ gì nữa không? Tôi muốn 30. 3 người sẽ khác nhau. Tùy theo họ cái con số profit họ có thỏa mãn hay không. Luna hiểu chưa nè? Không có target gì hết trơn. Mình mua một con tóc, mình lời thỏa mãn là mình bán. Không cần chờ ai, không cần hỏi ai hết. Thí dụ như mình thắng được 1.000, happy không? Nếu happy thì bán thôi. Lỗ cứ để đó, tại vì BTU nó là về energy. Mua con tóc mình đã nói là mình phải swing. Cái con BTU là mình mua là mình gamble. Tôi đã nói ngay từ đầu là mình gamble, mình thấy một số tiền nào mình có thể swing nó. Mình chờ cơ hội nó lên, giống như con open, bây giờ ai cũng lỗ cho đúng nè. Nếu mà người nào mua sau, that's okay, mình để đó. Mình không có mua nhiều đấy, mình để đó. Tại vì nếu mà ông Jerome ông giảm tiền lời là option nó sẽ bay. Còn bây giờ nó lỗ là mình chịu thôi. Tại vì không option nó phụ thuộc vào cái tiền lời đấy. Thì mình phải ngồi mình chờ thôi. Thành ra trước khi bạn mua con tóc nào bạn swing, chú đã nói rất nhiều lần là bạn phải suy nghĩ cái số tiền đó mình sẽ kẹt. Thí dụ bạn dùng 5.000 đô, bạn mua con BTU, bạn có cần tiền để đây chơi hay không? Nếu cần thì đừng mua. Còn nếu mình nói để kẹt 5.000 đó 1 tháng, 2 tháng, ok không sao hết, thì mới mua swing. Thành ra swing trade với day trade nó khác nhau ở chỗ đó. Thật sự swing trade với day trade mua bán cũng giống nhau rồi. Nó khác nhau ở cái chỗ mình phải kẹt tiền. Mình mua con tóc đó, mình swing, mình kẹt tiền, mình áp cao, mình còn tiền để day trade hay không? Nếu trả lời là không thì đừng có swing. Nếu câu trả lời là có thì swing. Và khi mà swing là nhắm con mắt. Tại mình gamble bet. Giống như có nhiều người mua con PST lúc 1 đồng. Right? Mà họ ôm tới giờ, bây giờ nó 100 mấy xe rồi. Nó up and down, up and down, up and down, nhưng mà người ta hôn thời gian bây giờ lên 100 xe rồi. Còn bây giờ mình mới mua có vài tuần mà sợ gì? Vài ngày cũng đâu nhầm ngày đâu. Đấy, tại vì cái energy sau này tụi làm AI nó phải cần energy. Thì mình gamble là nó sẽ lên. Ok? Thì mấy cái con đó đừng có mua nhiều tiền. Mình mua để mình kiếm 100 here, 200 there. Nếu may mắn thì kiếm được 500 thôi. Chứ đừng quýnh kiểu ở 10.000 xe là 20.000 xe. Đó là hơi liều. Thành ra khi mình
bữa nay em kiếm được tăng sư phụ ASPS đó sư phụ.
Nhiêu? 1.000 hả?
Gần 1.000 đó sư phụ.
Hả? Nhưng
bữa nó về 104 á.
Nhưng có nhiều người mua con đó từ mấy đồng đúng không? Có nhiều người mua mấy con đó từ mấy đồng đúng không?
Đúng rồi sư phụ, lâu lắm rồi. Em mới biết con này thôi. Con nó bị sót như Tesla luôn sư phụ. Bị sót. Cái anh chỉ cho em chơi coi cái con đó thì anh nói là con này good lắm em. Cái bữa hỏi em mới hỏi sư phụ nói con này đâu có profit gì đâu.
Thì nhìn không thấy nó có profit gì.
Dạ, nhưng mà cái con này lại bị đánh short nhiều lắm, mua vô xong đánh short như Tesla vậy đó.
Dạ.
Chỉ nhớ tương lai nó ok sư phụ ơi.
Thì mấy con này mình có một số tiền nhỏ mình thảy vô đó, mình gamble thôi, hiểu không? Chứ đừng có mua nhiều tiền. Ví dụ mình ôm con Tesla tối mình ngủ ngon. Còn ôm mấy con này mình không biết ngày mai nó rớt nó có lên lại không. Để coi sư phụ đoán đúng không, là ngày mai là thằng Tesla sẽ được nâng target, thằng Meta sẽ được nâng target, còn thằng Microsoft là bị giảm target. Thông thường là như vậy. Trừ khi nó thấy những con số gì Tesla mà mình không thấy. Chứ earning của Tesla everything look good. Ok. Any more question? Trước khi mình chấm dứt của chương trình bán tùng lắm.
Thôi sư phụ đi ngủ đi sư phụ ơi.
Yeah,
Quên đi nghỉ đi. Đi nghỉ đi.
Ok. Alright, bye mọi người.
Bye sư phụ.
Dạ, cảm ơn anh Tú nhiều. Dạ, bye sư phụ. Cảm ơn sư phụ nhiều. Mai gặp. Cảm ơn mọi người ha, mọi người.